Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 219, 158, Military Region Special Training. Chapter 219, 158, Military Region Special Training. 1:30 p.m. There was still half an hour before the 5th round of the duel began. By this time, the stadium was already packed with spectators, looking even more crowded than in the morning. Among them, there were many members of the student council, instructors from various academies, and school leaders. The first 4 rounds of the competition were just a warm-up. The 3 rounds in the afternoon, the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals, were the real highlights. Who do you think will take first place? Lin Zichen. Who else but Lin Zichen? Lin Zichen's physical body is too strong, completely overwhelming his peers. Only people like Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian have a chance to overtake him after further genetic fusion next semester. In the audience, many people were discussing who would take first place in the freshman competition. Whether it was ordinary students, members of the student council, or school leaders, nearly everyone believed Lin Zichen would take first place. It was simply because Lin Zichen had performed too well during the school's opening trials. Furthermore, Lin Zichen had caused a stir recently with a proxy battle incident, showing even stronger abilities. Overall, he was the undisputed number 1 among the new students. Soon, it was 2 p.m. The quarterfinals officially kicked off. Lin Zichen was the first to appear, his opponent the strongest high school valedictorian in the history of Yunqian Province, Lu Qizhi. Are both competitors ready? Ready, they both said. Let the duel begin. As the referee's call rang out, the first match of the quarterfinals began. Lu Qizhi took the initiative with a surge of dark fog billowing out behind him, shrouding the entire martial stage in thick black mist. He had fused with the exotic beast gene of a miasma poison marten, and the black fog he released was highly toxic, a single wisp of it potent enough to bring down an elephant. Lin Zichen was completely unaffected by such a potent poison. Thanks to the immunity to 100 poisons trait, he was immune to the toxic fog's attack. To prevent the poison mist from drifting out of the protective barrier around the martial stage and accidentally hurting the spectators outside, Lin Zichen charged out in a flash, kicking Lu Qizhi off the martial stage with a single blow. With a loud bang, Lu Qizhi hit the protective barrier and passed out, granting Lin Zichen a lightning-fast victory. At the moment the duel ended, a robot flew into the barrier and completely absorbed the poison fog, cleaning the battlefield for the next match. Once the battlefield was cleaned up, the referee down below immediately shouted out loud, "Please welcome, from the genius class, Ma Shiwei and Shen Qinghan, to come onto the stage to prepare for the duel." No sooner had these words fallen, than Shen Qinghan and Ma Shiwei simultaneously emerged from the contestants' waiting area and ascended the martial stage from the left and the right. Both of their looks were the most dazzling among the freshmen. Upon their appearance, they attracted the attention of all the males in the spectator stands. cthnovelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I never expected Shen Qinghan to actually make it into the quarterfinals. Compared to her performance during the school trials, her progress is just too great, the dean of the Mechanical Academy couldn't help but exclaim. Ma Zhenhe nodded and said, "The progress is indeed huge, so huge it's almost unbelievable. It's a pity she's up against Shiwei, otherwise, she would have a chance to make it into the semifinals." Hearing his words, Yuan Dongji beside him smiled without replying. "Pity she's up against Shiwei. Your daughter can't compare with my little disciple. Let's just wait and see." On the martial stage, Ma Shiwei looked at Shen Qinghan and said, "I'm surprised you made it into the quarterfinals, but this is as far as you go." She spoke with a condescending tone, not considering Shen Qinghan a worthy opponent at all. In her eyes, her real competitors were Lin Zichen and Li Moyu. Apart from these 2 top-tier prodigies, she didn't care about anyone else. "Don't underestimate me, I'm not weak," Shen Qinghan said, looking directly into Ma Shiwei's eyes, her voice steady. As she said this, she tried to calm herself but still felt a bit nervous, having never faced an opponent at the level of a genius like Ma Shiwei. However, her eyes soon filled with determination, thinking that she had to win. If she could only beat Ma Shiwei and make it to the semi-finals, she would have a great chance of facing Lin Zichen. She wanted to compete against Lin Zichen as a rival. Even if defeat was certain, she longed to stand on the same stage as Lin Zichen. This had nothing to do with winning or losing, but rather a single-minded obsession. Having lived for 19 years under Lin Zichen's protection, she wanted to change this dynamic from now on. She no longer wanted to be the dependent sister protected by Lin Zichen, but instead to become someone who could ease Lin Zichen's worries and offer support. "Are both ready?" the referee asked, seeing both contestants had taken their positions on the stage. Ma Shiwei, ready. Shen Qinghan, I'm ready. Hearing this, the referee immediately raised his right hand and then forcefully chopped it down, saying, "Let the duel begin." At the sound of his voice, the two girls on the stage activated the exotic beast gene within them with a thought. One grew a pair of purple beast ears on her head, and the other's hair turned a glossy blue. They both instantly entered combat mode. Buzz. A sound of tearing through the air erupted suddenly. Ma Shiwei made the first move, her figure turning into a blur, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye as she launched an assault on Shen Qinghan. It's true that she didn't take Shen Qinghan seriously as an opponent. But that didn't mean she would do something foolishly arrogant like standing still and letting the other person attack first. As long as she stood on the martial stage, she would give her all with each move. So fast. Witnessing Ma Shiwei's speed, Shen Qinghan was shocked. Chapter 220, 158, Military Region Special Training _2 Chapter 220, 158, Military Region Special Training _2 At the same time, with a thought, she manipulated the chi blood within Ma Shiwei's body from a distance, causing a chaotic flow in her internal energy. Ma Shiwei, who was sprinting at high speed, suddenly felt weak in her limbs and dizzy. Realizing something was wrong, she immediately stopped charging towards Shen Qinghan and swiftly retreated to her original position. Her internal chi blood was being manipulated. Shen Qinghan could actually do that. How is this possible? Ma Shiwei looked at Shen Qinghan in disbelief, utterly astonished, unable to accept the reality before her eyes. Buzz. A whooshing sound exploded through the air. Shen Qinghan made her move, seizing the moment Ma Shiwei's internal chi blood was in disarray. She burst forth at an extremely fast pace towards her, swinging a vicious kick at her head. Ma Shiwei reacted quickly, bracing against the negative state of her chaotic chi blood. She raised her arms in time to protect her head, narrowly blocking Shen Qinghan's kick. However, blocking just one kick was far from enough. Shen Qinghan didn't give Ma Shiwei any chance to breathe. Seeing her kick blocked, she immediately threw a punch towards Ma Shiwei's exposed neck. Ma Shiwei instantly tilted her body slightly to the side, dodging the lethal punch. Unfortunately, no sooner had she evaded, than she was met with a knee strike the next instant. Bang! Shen Qinghan's knee landed harshly on Ma Shiwei's abdomen. The powerful impact that burst forth instantly caused Ma Shiwei's stomach to churn, her throat to sweeten, and then she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a puff. Shen Qinghan did not stop her onslaught, continuing her fierce attacks on Ma Shiwei. She wrapped her hands around Ma Shiwei's head and lifted her knee for several consecutive strikes, each one as forceful as the last. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds rang out. Ma Shiwei's eyes rolled back, her tongue weakly sticking out, and she lost consciousness, fainting. Stop. The opponent has lost the ability to fight. You can stop now. Seeing Ma Shiwei had lost consciousness, the referee below the stage urgently shouted at Shen Qinghan, who was still attacking. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan immediately ceased her assault and released Ma Shiwei in front of her. Only then did she realize that Ma Shiwei had already fainted, her nose bridge collapsed, her face covered in blood. Search * the novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I won. Shen Qinghan was somewhat dazed. She had considered the possibility of losing, even of a hard-fought victory, but she never imagined winning so easily. That was Ma Shiwei, the top-tier genius who had undergone genetic fusion before the school term started. To beat such a prodigy without them being able to fight back, lasting not even 10 seconds. Am I really that strong? The more Shen Qinghan thought about it, the more unreal it seemed, leading her to wonder if she was dreaming. But the mild pain in her knee constantly reminded her it was real. She had indeed overwhelmed and easily defeated Ma Shiwei with absolute dominance. At the same time, in the spectator seats, the leadership seats, and the contestants' waiting area, everyone was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. This was especially true in the waiting area, where it was filled with incredulous shouts of astonishment. Ma Shiwei actually lost. And without any power to fight back. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that Shen Qinghan was just a vase? This is not a vase, this is a vase studded with diamonds. It could kill someone with one blow. In the waiting area, Li Moyu was completely dumbfounded, blurting out exclamations subconsciously, fully displaying his chatty personality. Next to him, Luo Yongjian was dumbstruck, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist, speechless for a long time. Luo Yongjian had thought he was the third genius in the class, but now, he had become the fourth. 4, which sounds like dead, was incredibly unpleasant to hear. On the other hand, in the leadership seats, the school leaders and members of the student council were all wide-eyed, completely shocked. The level of combat power Shen Qinghan had displayed took them by surprise. Shiwei. Ma Zhenhe, the maniacally devoted father, seeing his daughter beaten unconscious, anxiously called out and immediately rushed towards the martial stage to check on her injuries. Lu Chuanwu was filled with incredulity. What's the deal with this pair of childhood sweethearts? Though their family backgrounds seem rather ordinary, how come they are both so talented? Zhou Xiahong, the student council president, watched Shen Qinghan on the stage with appreciation, and said to the vice president beside him, Shen Qinghan has enormous potential, we must recruit her into the student council and groom her as a candidate for president. The vice president frowned. President, Shen Qinghan is Lin Zichen's fiancée, and she's been opposing us by siding with Lin Zichen recently, so it's impossible to recruit her. Zhou Xiahong said indifferently, there are no permanent enemies in this world, only permanent interests. As long as we can offer enough benefits, there's no one we can't recruit. More than 10 minutes later, the remaining 2 matches of the 5th round were also completed. With the earlier 2 matches included, the outcomes for all 4 were decided. The 4 who advanced were Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Li Moyu, and Luo Yongjian. Soon after, the big screen above the martial stage began random matching. A few seconds later, the results of the matchup were displayed. Lin Zichen versus Shen Qinghan. Li Moyu versus Luo Yongjian. Seeing that her opponent was Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan was so excited that her pretty face blushed as she exclaimed, Xiao Chen, we're going to compete on the same stage, this is our first time since we've known each other. Lin Zichen, is it really worth getting so excited? Shen Qinghan, absolutely, it's very worth it. Lin Zichen laughed, if you had matched against Luo Yongjian, then we could have competed on the final stage. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 221, 158, Military Region Special Training _3 Chapter 221, 158, Military Region Special Training _3 Shen Qinghan cheerfully said, I'm already very satisfied to have made it to the semi-finals. I don't dare to demand a place in the finals, and I'm extremely lucky not to have been matched against Li Moyu. CTH novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Before long, the semi-finals began. The first to take the stage were Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian. The battle lasted a little over a minute. In the end, Li Moyu exerted some effort to win, advancing to the finals. After he stepped down, very soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan followed onto the stage. The two positioned themselves and, within moments, began to exchange blows under the referee's direction. I shouldn't have kicked just now, but punched. I chose wrong. The angle of this punch is bad, it could easily reveal a flaw that the enemy could counterattack. Your legs are clamped too tightly, spread them out. Lin Zichen suppressed his strength to match Shen Qinghan's level, patiently pointing out her weaknesses as they sparred. He turned the fiercely competitive semi-final into an instructional match. A literal instructional match. A boyfriend coaching his girlfriend. This scene made many of the female spectators on site envious, wishing they too had a boyfriend to coach them. The contest lasted about 3 minutes. In the end, it concluded with Shen Qinghan's voluntary concession. Shen Qinghan didn't find conceding embarrassing because both she and the entire audience knew she couldn't possibly win against Lin Zichen. What mattered most was that Lin Zichen was her live-in fiancé. What's there to be ashamed of in losing to one's fiancé? Half an hour later, the final round of the freshman competition, the championship match, finally began. The two contestants were Lin Zichen and Li Moyu. As soon as they took the stage, Li Moyu said defiantly, "Lin Zichen, my strength may not match yours right now, but don't think you can win against me easily. I'll fight tooth and nail to force a draw." With that, Li Moyu activated the gene of the demon-eye giant ape inside him, transforming into a muscle-bound giant. Compared to the time of the school's trial at the start of the term, he looked at least 50% stronger. Lin Zichen stayed silent. At the moment the referee shouted, "Begin the match," he dashed forward with a stride as quick as an arrow, arriving in front of Li Moyu and kicking him off the martial stage, easily winning the contest. Instantly, the venue fell silent for a moment. Then, a noisy buzz of conversation erupted. Especially among the leaders in the VIP seats, who couldn't help but exclaim in admiration for Lin Zichen's physical strength. He takes anyone down with a single kick, his physical strength is ridiculously strong. What do you think, with his incredible physical talent, might he really make a name on the pureblood human path? It's certainly possible. The school leaders chattered away, each taking their turn to speak, all of them re-evaluating Lin Zichen. No longer did they cling to the biased label that Lin Zichen would inevitably fade into obscurity just because he chose the pureblood human path. After the freshman competition ended, Yuan Dongji presented awards to the students who made it to the top 8. The rewards were simple and straightforward, academic credits. Lin Zichen, as the champion, received a reward of 500 academic credits. Shen Qinghan, who won against Luo Yongjian in the subsequent playoff, joyfully received a reward of 400 academic credits, becoming the third-place winner. After spending some time with the awards and group photos, Yuan Dongji selected the top 5 and asked them to participate in the winter training camp. These 5 were Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian. This winter training camp will take place at the military district headquarters in Nanjiang Province, which is the one responsible for suppressing Source Land number 36. I won't go into detail about the Source Land. You are all geniuses with strong family backgrounds, so I guess you might have learned a bit from your elders at home. And even if you're not familiar, it doesn't matter, as there will be specialized courses introducing the Source Land at the camp. The training camp starts in 10 days, which is on the 25th of this month. On the 24th, at 7 o'clock in the morning, I want all of you to gather under the administration building. I will personally drive you there and take the opportunity to visit some old friends. After finishing, Yuan Dongji quickly left. Once she was gone, Li Moyu looked at Lin Zichen confidently and said, "This winter, I'll be going home for a second genetic fusion, fusing with a higher-level exotic beast gene. By the time we go to the military district for the training camp, it won't just be a matter of being stronger than you, it'll be about crushing you." Lin Zichen, watch and wait. Despite having just been defeated in the finals by Lin Zichen, getting knocked out in one kick, Li Moyu was still brimming with confidence. This was the self-assurance brought by his strong genetic fusion talent and the support of his powerful family. Hearing these bold words from Li Moyu, Lin Zichen just smiled, said nothing, and quickly left the awards stage holding Shen Qinghan's hand. P.S. Bowing down, asking for monthly and recommendation votes. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 222, 222, 159, Military Region Mechanized Unit. Chapter 222, 159, Military Region Mechanized Unit. After the freshman competition ended, first-year students all started their winter break. Xiaochen and Shen Qinghan weren't in a rush to head home, planning to stay in the dorm for one more day before leaving. "Xiaochen, what do you think I should buy with these more than 400 credits?" In the living room, Shen Qinghan looked at the hundreds of credits displayed on the school app, somewhat unsure, and asked Xiaochen, who was by her side. After thinking for a moment, Xiaochen suggested, "Why not use them to buy revitalization pills? They can boost the efficiency of body refining. Plus, you can buy some gifts for your parents on the way back." "Then I'll get the revitalization pills, and with the remaining credits, I'll buy gifts for my parents, and yes, for Aunt Xin and Uncle Sheng too." Shen Qinghan accepted Xiaochen's suggestion and began placing orders in the credit store non-stop. Xiaochen also opened the credit store, ordering the same items, revitalization pills and gifts for both of their parents. Sarch * the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. However, he ordered the advanced rejuvenation pills. The effects of the advanced rejuvenation pill were 10 times that of ordinary ones. As for the price, it was much more expensive but still within an acceptable range. Xiaochen planned to advance his body refining process to third-stage body refinement completion during the upcoming winter break. To achieve this in just over a month of winter break, spending money was indispensable. He would have to spend a lot to buy revitalization pills. Ding dong. The doorbell in the room rang. Shen Qinghan went to open the door and saw a tall and slender girl standing before her. She introduced herself as the vice president of the student council, coming to invite Shen Qinghan to join the council, with the promise of cultivating her as a potential future president. In addition, there were many accompanying benefits. For example, at least once a week she could receive personal guidance from the current president, take charge of a department to hone her leadership skills, and there was a certain amount of credit subsidies each month, and so on. Shen Qinghan didn't like the student council, and after patiently listening to the offer, she politely and smilingly declined, saying that she wasn't planning on joining any organizations for the time being. The vice president smiled. Shen student, there's no need to refuse so quickly, you can think it over during this winter vacation and make a decision at the start of next semester. I will. Shen Qinghan nodded perfunctorily. After the vice president left, she immediately went to complain to Xiaochen, this student council acts so high and mighty, as if I must join just because they have invited me, and as if it's my loss if I don't. Xiaochen replied, that's the way it is, the student council is like the officials of the school. Being a bit haughty is normal. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment before expressing a bold idea, Xiaochen, the atmosphere in the school is so poor now, and you're so strong. Why don't you go for the president position? When the time comes, I can be the vice president and we can manage the school together. Besides, being president comes with a credit subsidy, 500 credits a month. If I become vice president, I'd get another 100 credits a month. Then we wouldn't need to worry about credits anymore, and we'd be totally free of credit worries. Shen Qinghan got excited as she spoke, envisioning a bright future. Xiaochen smiled, that sounds good, I've thought about it too, but let's wait and see. Early the next morning, the two of them grabbed their luggage and left, heading to the campus outskirts to stay with their parents. That evening, both families gathered in a nearby hotel in the external campus area and opened a private banquet room for dinner. During the meal, the parents teased Xiaochen and Shen Qinghan, laughing and suggesting they have kids right after graduation for the grandparents to dote on. Xiaochen merely smiled and didn't comment. Shen Qinghan had a thinner skin, feeling embarrassed by the teasing, and her face was flushed throughout the meal. After the meal, each family returned to their own home. As soon as she entered the house, Zhang Wanqin started rubbing her own shoulders, with a worried look on her face, and said, the bigger my age gets, the more problems with my body arise, and my shoulders keep stiffening up, it's really torturous. Hearing this, Xiaochen immediately said thoughtfully, Mom, go lie down on the couch and I'll help you massage your shoulders. As soon as Zhang Wanqin heard this, her face lit up with a smile, my good son, I've been waiting for you to say that. Lin Yanzheng came over and said, Xiaochen, after you're done with your mom, could you give me a massage too? Of course, Xiaochen smiled and replied, I can give you a massage every day during the winter break, morning, noon, and night, Master Lin is at your service anytime. Haha, that's our great son indeed. Lin Yanzheng laughed, his mouth wide with joy, thinking to himself how lucky he was to have such an impressive and sensible son, feeling like he must have saved the galaxy in his past life. While the father and son were talking, Zhang Wanqin had already taken off her shoes and was lying on the couch, pillowing her head on her hands folded together. Seeing this, Xiaochen promptly went over and began skillfully massaging Zhang Wanqin's shoulders. During the massage, the two chatted non-stop, mostly with Zhang Wanqin musing. Ah, time spares no one. I feel like I've aged so much these past few years. When I laugh, the wrinkles at the corners of my eyes are so obvious. Mom, you don't look old at all. You look like you're just 30-something, no different from a young wife. If you went out and said you were my sister, nobody would doubt it. My son is so observant, knowing how to make his old mother happy, much more so than your father. After saying this, Zhang Wanqin added, but, I'm already in my 40s, almost at the proper age to be a grandmother. I'm just waiting to hold a grandchild. I hope you and Han Han can marry and have children right after graduation. Otherwise, without little ones at home, it always feels incomplete, lacking vitality." As she spoke, Zhang Wanqin added another line, "Having just one isn't enough, it'd be better to have two, or even three, the more the merrier. I'll take care of them for you." Xiaochen replied, "I'll make an effort, and try to give you a grandchild upon graduating from college." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 223, 159, Military Region Mecha_2 Chapter 223, 159, Military Region Mecha_2 Zhang Wanqin, let's settle on this then. Don't get cold feet later and say you don't want kids. Young people these days love their freedom, and they drop the idea of having them at the drop of a hat. Lin Yanzheng was unconvinced. It's not that young people love freedom and choose not to have kids, it's that the pressure is too great and they can't afford it. If they had the money, who wouldn't want a house full of children? Zhang Wanqin gave him a look. "All right, I get it, you're smart. Now shut your mouth, I'm getting irritated just listening to you." Listening to his parents' banter, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. His parents still bickered just like when they were young, nothing had changed. It felt like a match made in heaven. More than an hour later, Zhang Wanqin, now content, got up from the sofa. Seeing this, Lin Yanzheng immediately scurried over and lay down on the sofa, then said, "Xiaochen, focus on my waist when you massage. It's been a bit sore lately, and it's quite a struggle to stand up straight." "All right." Lin Zichen responded and quickly started massaging Lin Yanzheng's waist. As he enjoyed the massage, Lin Yanzheng sighed, "When you reach middle age, your body starts to go downhill, and your energy isn't what it used to be. I'll need to focus on maintaining my health from now on." Lin Zichen didn't say anything, but he took his father's words to heart. Another hour passed. The massage was over. Lin Zichen took out his phone, opened the credit store, and bought various expensive supplements for his parents. One's for beauty and skin care. One's for boosting vitality. One's for calming the mind and improving brain function. As long as it was beneficial for his parents' health, he blindly placed orders, completely ignoring the price. In the end, the checkout amount was nearly 100 credits, which was almost equivalent to 1 million yuan. Money spent on his parents, no matter how much, was always worth it. Lin Zichen only hoped his parents could age slower, better yet, stay forever young. This was a world with extraordinary powers. All kinds of treasures from heaven and earth existed. As long as he evolved strong enough, he was sure there would be ways to grant his parents eternal life. The only uncertainty was whether his parents could live that long. "I hope I can evolve faster," Lin Zichen wished inwardly. In the days that followed, aside from visiting Shen Qinghan's house, Lin Zichen stayed home to temper his body. Even his visits to Shen Qinghan involved the two of them holed up in her room, performing body refining together. Days passed in this way. On the night of the 23rd, Lin Zichen finally achieved third-stage body refinement completion, taking the strength of his body to the next level. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 19. Biological level, ordinary, 9th order. Biometric attributes, use it or lose it, divine human wisdom root, survival of the fittest, blessing of melting water, survival of the fittest, eye of the sky, social animal, natural camouflage, danger perception, rapid self-healing, immunity to 100 poisons, body refining, tempering skin, 3 times, tempering flesh, 3 times, bone tempering, 3 times, already third-stage body refinement completion during his freshman winter vacation. With such efficiency in body refining, as long as resources were sufficient, he might reach 5th-stage body refinement completion by the 2nd semester of his freshman year. Once he reaches 5th-stage body refinement completion, perhaps he could start to unlock acupoints. Thinking about this, Lin Zichen felt slightly exhilarated. The next day, January 24th, 7 a.m. After having breakfast, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan left together to gather under the administrative building in the inner campus. When they arrived, they saw Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian already waiting there. Lin Zichen noticed that Ma Shiwei's nose had healed. It looked as good as new, and one would never guess that it had been crushed just 9 days ago. The medical field in this world was incredibly advanced. As long as a person wasn't dead and had sufficient funds, even the most severe injuries could be quickly healed. Next semester, I must surpass you, Ma Shiwei said, looking up at Shen Qinghan as she approached. Shen Qinghan wasn't sure how to respond and hesitated for a moment before nodding and uttering a soft Before long, Yuan Dongji descended from the administrative building. She didn't take the stairs or the elevator, instead she floated out of a window and gently drifted down to the ground under the gaze of the five. All five wore faces full of longing, wishing they could fly freely through the air like Yuan Dongji. However, that was too distant a dream for them at the moment. Unless they were mechanically modified humans with reverse airflow propulsion devices or genetic integrators with the gene of an exotic beast, to engage in flight control, one's biological level needed at least to begin at rare level. The five of them weren't even high-level creatures yet, so evolving into rare-level creatures seemed out of reach. Evolving into a rare-level creature required not only talent but also a vast amount of evolution resources. Search *the Nefire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Acquiring such a magnitude of evolution resources was nearly impossible on Earth. They would need to enter the origin land to have any chance. Have you all packed everything you need for spending the next month at the military district? Yuan Dongji asked with a cold gaze in a purple cheongsam and 10-centimeter heels. All five affirmed that they had. Yuan Dongji nodded and did not speak further. Shortly after, a military helicopter appeared overhead, hovering above the rooftop of the administrative building. Yuan Dongji said to the five, "I was going to drive you there myself, but a friend from the military district insisted on sending a helicopter for the transport when they heard I was coming." Shen Qinghan looked at Yuan Dongji with a face full of admiration. The other four were unfazed, their expressions calm. Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian, being the scions of wealthy families, were accustomed to such spectacles and were not surprised. As for Lin Zichen, his calm demeanor was simply a part of his personality. He tended to be unaffected by external excitement or sorrow. Chapter 224, 159, Military Region Mecha_3 Chapter 224, 159, Military Region Mecha_3 Grab your luggage, I'll take you guys up there now, Yuan Dongji said to the five people. Upon hearing this, the five of them grabbed their luggage, a flicker of anticipation in their eyes, eager to experience the sensation of flying through the air. Even if it wasn't them controlling the flight, but someone else, they still wanted to experience it. Quickly, with a mere thought from Yuan Dongji, the five people holding their luggage instantaneously floated off the ground and were suspended midair. Then, with a sudden acceleration, they flew up to the rooftop and slowly drifted into the helicopter cabin. Is this what flying feels like? Shen Qinghan had a reminiscent look on his face, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Principal Yuan, are there any others? The pilot asked with a tone filled with respect. Yuan Dongji, no, that's everyone, let's set off. All right. Search the Nefire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The pilot responded. Immediately, he maneuvered. The helicopter flying towards the direction of the military base. About 2 hours later, the helicopter arrived above a base, slowly descending onto the runway below. This was the headquarters of Nanjiang Province's military region, a colossal fortress constructed of special alloys. Looking around, there were various high-tech weapons whose names were unrecognizable, possessing a cyberpunk style. Holy shit, mechs! Luo Yongjian pointed in a direction to the right, shouting with excitement and thrill in his voice. Lin Zichen followed his gaze and saw a humanoid giant. It was a mech about 10 meters tall. The armor, a mix of gray and blue with a metallic luster, had massive heavy weapons mounted on its limbs and chest. It stood quietly by the wall. As stable as a mountain. As if nothing in this world could disturb it in the slightest. Seeing everyone's attention on the mech, the helicopter pilot took the initiative to explain, that's the Shanghai, representing Shanghai City's mech. Its combat power is comparable to a rare-level creature. The Shanghai. Lin Zichen curiously asked, so, are there also Shenzhen, Changzhou, Nangguan mechs? The pilot replied, yes, each city has its corresponding mech. Lin Zichen inquired, can I try piloting this mech? That is not allowed. After initially refusing and shaking his head, the pilot added, even if it were allowed, you wouldn't be able to pilot it. This mech is custom-made for mechanically modified humans, non-modified humans can't start it. I see, Lin Zichen nodded, feeling a bit disappointed. He had often read about mechs in books as a child and had always wanted to experience the joy of piloting one. Now, it seems there would be no chance to fulfill this dream. Dongji, you're here. A hearty female voice rang out from ahead. Lin Zichen looked up following the voice and saw a striking woman come into view. The woman was dressed in military uniform, with a practical bob cut, appearing to be in her 30s with none of the usual feminine frailty, exuding a strong and severe aura all around her. He tried to sense the woman's biological pressure to estimate her biological level. But he could feel nothing. The gap in biological level was too large, beyond his range of perception. Dongji, come on, let's sit in my office. The military-clad woman walked up to Yuan Dongji, smiling warmly and saying, I brought out a few origin roots from the origin land the day before yesterday, let's try them together. Okay, let's go then. After speaking, Yuan Dongji left with the woman in uniform. Watching the two walk away, Li Moyu muttered in a bit of a daze, what the hell? They just left us here like this. No sooner had he finished mumbling than a young man in uniform approached. The young man walked proudly with his chest out, full of vigor. Follow me, I'll take you to the dormitories, the young man in uniform said energetically as he stopped in front of the five. As he spoke, his gaze inevitably swept over Shen Qinghan and Ma Shiwei's faces. The two girls were exceptionally beautiful, and they stood out in the military region, which was mostly occupied by men. Soon, the five of them followed the young men in uniform to their dormitory. This year's newcomers from Capital University and members of the Mech God group of the same age have all arrived, they are our competitors. However, I feel that neither of these groups is a match for us. Our real competitors are the peers of our age from the military region. I heard that the younger generation from the military region has all trained in the origin land. I'm not sure how strong they actually are. I'd love to fight a couple of rounds with them right now. On the way, Li Moyu didn't stop talking to the other four. In his words, he was revealing his impatience to show off, eager to outshine the young generation of the military region and perform a public marvel. Lin Zichen remained silent, listening quietly to his talkativeness. When he learned that the young generation of the military region, who had trained in the origin land, would also participate in this special training camp, his interest peaked immediately. Anyone who had been to the origin land must be formidable. He wondered how he would stack up against these strong characters. Would it be yet another one-sided confrontation? Lin Zichen was very curious about this. P.S. Bowing for votes, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 225, 225, 160. Meet Zhang Kai again. Chapter 225, 160. Meet Zhang Kai again on the way to the dormitory. The young soldier in uniform introduced the buildings along the way as they walked. Lin Zichen listened while also looking around on his own. Most of the time, his gaze was fixed on the sky. This was because mechanically modified humans would occasionally sweep across the sky at high speed, leaving a long trail of mist behind them. That was the high-pressure exhaust from the anti-airflow propulsion devices, solidifying into mist in the air. From the moment I entered, everything I've seen seems related to mechanical modifications, so, is the main combat force of the military base focused on mechanically modified humans? Lin Zichen thought to himself. But he quickly dismissed this idea. He remembered Yuan Dongji mentioning that the military headquarters in Nanjiang province was responsible for suppressing Source Land number 36. The origin land was a special place where all electronic products became useless within it. Even many chemical reactions could not occur there. In such a bizarre environment, to mechanically modified humans, who were equipped with various high-tech alloys, it would be a death trap. Entering meant becoming a pile of scrap metal, left to the mercy of the creatures of the origin land. Thinking this, it was likely that the genetic integrators of the military base had all gone into the origin land. And the mechanically modified humans, who couldn't enter the origin land, stayed behind to protect the base. Therefore, it felt like the base was filled with mechanically modified humans. About 5 minutes later, the young soldier led them to a shabby dormitory building, distributing a card with the dorm number stickered on it to each person. The card has your dorm number on it. You can find your respective dorms once you're upstairs, same as the hostels outside. Swipe the card to open the door and insert the card to use water and electricity. Also, you use this card to eat at the cafeteria. After that, the young soldier asked the 5 people, do you have any questions? All 5 shook their heads, saying no. The young soldier nodded, pointing to a parade ground not too far ahead. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, assemble on that parade ground. Until then, you have free time, you can do what you want as long as you don't break the rules here. While you have the time now, I suggest you take a look around. Take this rare opportunity for special military training to seriously explore the military base's environment. But be careful, you can't approach places marked as restricted. Otherwise, you're on your own for any consequences. Having finished these instructions, the young officer hurriedly left, looking very busy. After he left, the 5 quickly went up to the dormitory with their luggage, easily finding their own rooms according to the numbers on the cards. The dorm was a simple single room. There was no washing machine, no hair dryer, no heater. All there was a wooden plank bed, a narrow bathroom combining a toilet and shower, and a small window where clothes could be hung to dry. After briefly checking out the dorm, Lin Zichen opened his suitcase and started arranging his living supplies. Not long after he had finished, Shen Qinghan, from the next room over, came in and complained, Xiao Chen, the dorm bed is so small, 2 people can't possibly sleep on it. Although everyone had a single room, she didn't want to live alone and wanted to stay with Lin Zichen. During the past first semester of her freshman year, she had gotten used to sleeping beside Lin Zichen every night. Suddenly having to sleep alone, she felt very uncomfortable. Are you always this clingy? Lin Zichen teased. Poking her cheek gently and speaking with a soft tone, actually, sleeping in separate rooms occasionally is quite good. It helps to keep things fresh. We can sleep together again after the special training when we're back at school. Then you'll understand the beauty of absence makes the heart grow fonder. But the special training is going to last a month, that's a bit too long. The longer it is, the more wonderful it will be. Is it really that wonderful? Really? Then I'll endure it. After a month, I want to really experience the beauty of absence makes the heart grow fonder. A hint of anticipation appeared on Shen Qinghan's face. The 2 chatted in the dormitory for a while before quickly leaving to look around outside. Just as they stepped out of the dormitory, they bumped into Luo Yongjian, who was catching a breeze in the corridor. His method of catching a breeze was quite unique. He was seen wearing a white garment, arms crossed standing on the wall of the corridor, completely still. His hair, longer than most girls', swayed gently in the breeze. From a distance, he had the bearing of an ancient swordsman. What a show-off! Lin Zichen couldn't help but inwardly criticize. Where are you lovebirds headed? Seeing the pair walking together, Luo Yongjian asked curiously. Shen Qinghan replied, nowhere special. Just thought about walking around outside to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Luo Yongjian immediately jumped off the wall. I had the same idea. How about I call Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, and the 5 of us go for a walk together? Shen Qinghan didn't respond, indecisively looking towards Lin Zichen beside her, letting him make the decision. Luo Yongjian looked on with envy. He too wanted a girlfriend like Shen Qinghan, a tender woman who made him her center, revolving around him every day. Having such a girlfriend must be great. While Luo Yongjian was lost in his thoughts, Lin Zichen simply stated, sounds good, let's all go outside together. See the nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Okay, I'll go call them. With that, Luo Yongjian went to fetch Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei from their dorms. In just a short time, he had rounded them both up. As soon as Ma Shiwei came out, she couldn't help but grumble to the others, this dormitory is terrible, living in it feels like being in prison. Couldn't they provide something better to stay in? Chapter 226, 226, 160. Meet Zhang Kai again _2 Chapter 226, 160. Meet Zhang Kai again _2 Luo Yongjian was unimpressed, we're here for special training, not a vacation, you're way too spoiled. Ma Shiwei frowned and retorted, no one would mistake you for a mute if you kept your mouth shut. She had always found Luo Yongjian displeasing to the eye, thinking he was an idiot who did nothing but carry a sword and play the hero every day. Now he had so much to say, he was just asking for it. Luo Yongjian didn't dare to make a sound and chose to keep his mouth shut. Ma Shiwei had lost to Shen Qinghan in the newcomers match, and she had been feeling frustrated for a while. She was quick to anger and there was no need to provoke her. Well, a wise man does not eat the loss before his eyes, no need to stoop to the level of this troublesome woman. Luo Yongjian consoled himself with that thought. Before long, the five of them went downstairs together and started walking around outside, chatting as they walked. Shen Qinghan talked with Lin Zichen. Li Moyu talked with Luo Yongjian. Ma Shiwei hardly spoke, just silently followed the group. Look over there. There's another mech suit. Come on, let's check it out. Excited to see a tall mech ahead of him by a building, Luo Yongjian said a few words and hurried towards the mech. The other four followed him over. In a moment, they stopped in front of the mech. Similar to the Shanghai model they had seen before, the mech in front of them was also about 10 meters tall, and the weapons it carried were of the same type. The only difference was the color and shape. This mech was pure gold in color and looked more slender in appearance. Lin Zichen looked up and saw 3 big characters on the chest of the mech, Changzhou. So it was a mech named after Changzhou City. It made sense that it looked more slender. After all, the word Chang was in Changzhou City's name. Zichen. Xiaoshen. Suddenly, 2 loud calls came from the right. Lin Zichen looked towards the source of the voices and saw a figure encased in alloy, a mechanically modified human. Upon closer inspection, to his surprise, he recognized the person as Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai had been a member of his junior high school martial arts team. When he didn't make it to high school, he spent a few years as a delinquent and then suffered a broken leg, volunteering for various mechanical modification experiments with the Mech God Corporation. However, his misfortune turned out to be a blessing in disguise as he became a mechanically modified human, and his life took off dramatically. The last time Lin Zichen saw Zhang Kai was during the summer break of their first year in high school. 2.5 years had passed since then. Zhang Kai had changed a lot over these 2.5 years. The biggest change was further mechanical modification to his body. More than half of his limbs were made of alloy, giving off a metallic sheen. Behind Zhang Kai stood 4 other mechanically modified humans. All about 20 years old, with more than half of their bodies made of alloy as well. Were these the 5 people sent by the Mech God Corporation to participate in the military district special training? Did Zhang Kai really have the strength to participate? Was this mechanical modification compatibility maxed out? It was genuinely surprising as Lin Zichen considered this. Zhang Kai quickly stepped forward and asked with equal surprise, Zichen, Xiaoshen, are you 2 representing Shan University to participate in the military district special training this time? Yes. Lin Zichen nodded. Hearing this definite answer, Zhang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. He had heard about Lin Zichen being the runner-up in the Nanjiang Province College entrance examination. A mere provincial runner-up stepping into the top 5 among the new students in Shan University, filled with valedictorians, to join the military district special training was not very likely, but it still was possible. But what was Shen Qinghan's story? He remembered her as a pretty and cute girl, completely unrelated to evolutionary geniuses. How could she have changed so dramatically in just 2.5 years, becoming a top genius of Shan University, powerful enough to rank in the top 5 among this year's newcomers? Was this a case of genetic mutation, leading to abnormal development? The more Zhang Kai thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, and he couldn't help looking at Shen Qinghan as he asked, Xiaoshen, how did you suddenly become so awesome? I remember you used to get out of breath just running a few more laps on the track, and now you're here representing Shan University at the military district special training. That's just too outrageous. While other girls change their looks when they grow up, you've changed your strength. Even Sun Wukong's 72 transformations aren't as dramatic as yours. It's truly unbelievable. Zhang Kai grew more incredulous as he spoke, and for a moment, he doubted if he was dreaming. Otherwise, it was really hard to explain how Shen Qinghan could have become so powerful. Lin Zichen explained, Han tested with a high genetic fusion compatibility during the college entrance exam, became Nanjiang Province's valedictorian, and after undergoing genetic fusion a while ago, she became really powerful. See the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What? The valedictorian of Nanjiang Province. Zhang Kai's eyes opened even wider, like dumbbells, and he said in disbelief, no way, you're not kidding me. Are you? Is this for real? Seeing his disbelief, Shen Qinghan, the person in question, spoke up softly, it's true. Zhang Kai was even more shocked upon hearing it, murmuring, my goodness, even Xiaoshen can become the valedictorian. That's just completely outrageous. How about you, Zhang Kai? Lin Zichen asked curiously, if I'm not mistaken, you're here representing the Mech God Corporation for the Military District Special Training. How did you become so powerful as well? Zhang Kai replied, similar to Xiaoshen, I have a particularly high compatibility for mechanical augmentation. For the past few years, I've been assisting the Mech God Corporation in various new mechanical modification experiments, and with some good fortune, I never had any accidents, and before I knew it, my strength increased immensely. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 227, 227, 160. Meet Zhang Kai again _3 Chapter 227, 160. Meet Zhang Kai again _3 Lin Zichen nodded, so that's how it is. The two chatted away for a bit. As they were talking, Zhang Kai started to show off the various alloy equipment on his body to Lin Zichen. This transparent tube on my right arm is called the reverse airflow thrust device. It allows me to instantly unleash extreme power, enough to shatter a military-grade blast shield with a single punch. See the arc on my chest? Inside there's an energy pump that significantly enhances my mobility. And these holes in my feet, they let me run as fast as flying. Describing it verbally doesn't really do it justice. You'll hardly be able to imagine just how awesome it is until the special training starts tomorrow. Then, you'll get to see for yourself. While saying these things, Zhang Kai's face was full of a smug expression. But it wasn't an annoying type of smugness, rather the kind you share with a friend. Lin Zichen laughed, okay, I'll look forward to seeing your strength tomorrow. In the time that followed, Zhang Kai bragged some more about the various high-tech alloy equipment on his body. Then, the conversation quickly shifted to the mech in front of them, and, smiling at Lin Zichen, he said, you might not believe it, but the mech before you was produced by our Mech God group as a major weapon. Not just this one. Every mech you see at this base was produced by our Mech God group. Our Mech God group has established cooperative relationships with all the military regions in the country. Isn't that incredible? Indeed, incredible, Lin Zichen nodded. After hearing Zhang Kai's words, Lin Zichen now had a deeper understanding of the Mech God group. Previously, he thought the Mech God group was just a powerful tech company, nothing compared to the official sector. But now, he realized the Mech God group was not as simple as he had imagined, but a colossal entity that could stand on equal footing with the military regions, enjoying an extremely high status. In a country where all military domains were tightly controlled by the government, the emergence of such a powerfully valued private tech company was somewhat bewildering. Zhang Kai, that's enough chat for now, we should head over to Captain Chen's, said a short-haired female mechanically modified human. Noticing Zhang Kai's incessant talking with no sign of stopping, she had to speak up to remind him. Zhang Kai snapped back to reality, reminded of his pending tasks, and smilingly said to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, Zichen, Xiaoshen, I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first. See you tomorrow at the parade ground. Sure, see you tomorrow. Bye, Zhang Kai. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan said one after the other. Before long, Zhang Kai and the four mechanically modified humans left. With the Mech God group people gone, Li Moyu immediately asked with curiosity, Lin Zichen, the guy with the crew cut who was chatting with you, are you too close? Not really. Lin Zichen said calmly, he was a teammate from my junior high martial arts team. We just chat a bit when we bump into each other on the road, but we don't really communicate much otherwise. I see, Li Moyu nodded. At that moment, Luo Yongjian suggested, it's almost 12 o'clock now, and I'm feeling a bit hungry. How about we go to the cafeteria for some food before we continue looking around? I'm starving too. Sounds good. Let's go. I wonder if the cafeteria food is any good. Luo Yongjian's food-centric suggestion was met with unanimous approval from the other four, and they all headed to the cafeteria together. P.S. Please support with monthly and recommendation tickets. Sir the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 228, 228, 161. The Powerful New Students of Kyoto University Chapter 228, 161. The powerful new students of Kyoto University. The military cafeteria was very spacious. It had an estimated area of 1,000 square meters. Inside, there were nothing but tables and chairs, without any superfluous decoration. It looked very simplistic, befitting of the military style. At this moment, it was 12 noon, and the cafeteria was filled with soldiers having their meals. Lin Zichen used danger perception to stealthily gauge the biological level of these soldiers. A small portion might have been too high grade, making them undetectable. Among those he could sense, nearly half were advanced-level creatures. The average strength was absurdly high. Moreover, many carried with them an ominous aura. Their imposing presence was extremely strong. They must have killed many in the origin land, their hands stained with much blood, Lin Zichen thought to himself. Quickly, a few people swiped their cards for food and casually found a seat by the window to start eating. Xiao Chen, this food is so delicious, much better than what we have at the school cafeteria. Shen Qinghan took a bite of the food, and her sparkling eyes lit up instantly, her pretty face full of surprise. She had thought such a large cafeteria would definitely serve nothing but mass-produced food, and that it would likely taste mediocre. Now, she realized she had been prejudiced. Xiao Chen, try this. Shen Qinghan picked up a piece of fried tofu affectionately and brought it to Lin Zichen's lips. Lin Zichen didn't think too much, he opened his mouth and ate it and, after tasting it, nodded in agreement. The flavor is indeed not bad. Damn it. Showing affection in front of a single folks. Is this what humans do? Watching the scene where Shen Qinghan fed Lin Zichen the fried tofu, Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian almost died of jealousy, cursing inwardly. Ma Shiwei felt nothing. At this stage, she was disinterested in romance. All she had in her mind was one thing, to become stronger, and constantly stronger. Strong enough to win some pride back for her father, Ma Zhenhe. Strong enough to lift her father's head high in front of her grandparents and live with dignity. Shiwei, feed me a piece of tofu, too. I want to experience the bliss of being fed by a beauty, Li Moyu said, as he looked across at Ma Shiwei and made such a death-wishing request. Ma Shiwei didn't even bother to lift her head, and emotionlessly cursed, scram. PFF. Seeing Li Moyu get scolded, Luo Yongjian couldn't help laughing in schadenfreude, almost spitting out his food. Li Moyu forced a smile to ease the awkwardness. He had figured that Ma Shiwei, who admired strength, would take a liking to someone stronger like him, so he tried to interact with her a bit, to see if he could develop a relationship. Unfortunately, Ma Shiwei completely ignored him, making him feel like a total clown. At this moment, 5 people entered the cafeteria. 4 men and 1 woman. All of them appeared to be around 20 years old. Lin Zichen, sitting facing the entrance, noticed this group immediately. He first noticed the only girl in the group. The girl was very attractive. CTH novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With fair skin and a well-endowed figure. The only flaw was that her calves and arms seemed a bit thick, her muscles too defined, making her look not as soft and tempting as Shen Qinghan. At the time, these 5 were looking around the cafeteria curiously, as if they had just arrived. If nothing unexpected, these 5 were also likely top talents invited for special training and were probably freshmen from Capital City University. The reason for guessing they were freshmen from Capital City University was that they were not mechanically modified humans, ruling out the possibility of them belonging to the Machine God group. Then, the fact that they were looking around upon entering ruled out the possibility of them being with the military. Therefore, by deduction, they could only be newcomers from Capital City University. And the following remark by Li Moyu confirmed Lin Zichen's speculation. Li Moyu looked towards the 5 people from afar and said to the 4 people eating together, "Look at the entrance, those are the freshmen from Capital City representing their university at the special training. The 2 guys walking in the front, they were my high school classmates. After the college entrance exam, they both enrolled in Evolution College of Capital City University. Those 2, one is the 2nd-ranked top scholar, and the other is the 3rd-ranked top scholar of Capital City, both were my defeated underlings. I thrashed them for 3 years in high school." While saying the last sentence, Li Moyu's face was full of pride, looking extremely punchable. On the other hand, the second-ranked and third-ranked top scholars he mentioned also noticed him and were walking towards him slowly. Soon, the Capital City University group approached the table and stopped. One of them, the third-ranked scholar with nearly closed eyes, looked at Li Moyu with a provoking grin and said, "Traitor, what a coincidence, huh?" This traitor jab was because after the college entrance exam, Li Moyu chose not to attend Capital City University but instead enrolled at Shan University, betraying the years of nurturing by Capital City-affiliated high school. Li Moyu laughed and retorted, "The eternally third-place loser, who are you calling a traitor?" "I'm a loser." The narrow-eyed guy laughed as well, full of confidence and not taking Li Moyu seriously. "Li Moyu, do you think it's still high school times? Times have changed. From the moment you chose to be a traitor and went to Shan University, your strength was destined to be surpassed by me and Qin Chuan. Now, you're the waste in our eyes, okay?" The small-eyed guy's tone grew more arrogant, each word stinging with mockery and aggression. He looked down on the likes of Li Moyu, who grew up on Capital City University's resources, only to run off to an out-of-province university, a traitor in his eyes. For a traitor, there was no need for respect. "You two are also worthy." Li Moyu replied disdainfully, "You trash, I can take on both of you without any pressure. You two should just go home and sleep." Both sides were explosive, immediately engaging in a head-to-head confrontation with personal attacks. Calling each other garbage, waste, directly spewing insults without any regard. Many of the soldiers in the cafeteria who heard the commotion turned their heads with interest to watch the spectacle. Chapter 229, 161. The powerful new students of Kyoto University _2 Chapter 229, 161. The powerful new students of Kyoto University _2 Li Moyu, fancy a fight? The previously silent runner-up from Capital City University, who was referred to as Qin Chuan by the squint-eyed boy, suddenly looked at Li Moyu with a calm face and asked. Upon hearing this, Li Moyu stopped eating, stood up, and said, "That's exactly what I want." As the loser was seeking humiliation, Li Moyu had no reason to refuse. He had to stomp on them ruthlessly during the upcoming fight. Stomp until they were thoroughly convinced, daring not to jump around anymore. "There's a martial stage on the playground outside, let's settle the score there." After dropping this remark, Qin Chuan turned and exited the cafeteria, heading towards the martial stage on the playground. Li Moyu didn't waste any words and lifted his leg to follow. "Let's go, we should head over too." Having said that, Luo Yongjian quickly shoved a few mouthfuls of rice into his mouth, then stood up from his seat and, chewing the food in his mouth, walked briskly to catch up. Seeing this, Ma Shiwei silently stood up and followed. "Xiaochen, let's go as well." Seeing that everyone had left, Shen Qinghan turned to Lin Zichen and suggested. Lin Zichen showed no intention of getting up, continuing to eat at a leisurely pace, and said nonchalantly, "Let's eat first. If we don't eat our fill now, we'll be hungry this afternoon." "Oh." Shen Qinghan chose to sit and eat obediently, thinking about going to watch the duel with Lin Zichen once he was full. That was the plan, but she had no appetite. All her thoughts were outside. She wanted to go and watch the duel. In contrast, Lin Zichen had no interest in the mediocre duel taking place outside and just wanted to eat quietly. However, seeing that Shen Qinghan really wanted to go, he made a show of eating a couple more bites of food. Then, placing his chopsticks down, he said to her, "I'm full. Let's go and check it out." They didn't clear their plates. "Let's help clean up before we head over." Shen Qinghan was very responsible. Without a word, Lin Zichen helped her collect the dishes from the table, placed them where they belonged, and then they went outside together to watch the duel. They left the cafeteria. When they arrived at the playground, the two found that a considerable crowd had already gathered around to watch the excitement. See the novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Most of them were people who were on their way to the cafeteria. These people had stopped to watch out of curiosity when they saw a sparring session on their way to lunch, especially when it involved freshmen from two major universities attending a special training. At that moment, the duel had not yet begun. In fact, nobody was even on the martial stage. The two who were about to duel were still discussing the stakes of the contest below the stage. Since a duel involved winning and losing, there had to be a wager. Without a bet, victory would be meaningless. After some discussion, The two parties finally decided the loser had to call the winner Grandpa. Having agreed on the stakes of the contest, Li Moyu jumped onto the martial stage first and arrogantly yelled at the runner-up and third place from Capital City University below, "Both of you come up together, save me the time of beating you one by one." "There's no need for that, Gao Mu alone is enough to crush you," Qin Chuan said with crossed arms and a detached tone. The Gao Mu he was talking about was the Capital City University third-place finisher, the squint-eyed boy. "Heh, him," Li Moyu said with a look of contempt and coldly sneered, "I could crush him with a single hand." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Gao Mu leapt onto the martial stage, looked at Li Moyu, and said, "You overconfident fool, soon you'll learn the meaning of humiliation. Cut the crap, let's fight." With that, Li Moyu activated the genes of the demon-eye behemoth and the shadow nightcat within his body, and as his frame enlarged, a pair of purple beast ears sprouted atop his head. The shadow nightcat gene was one he had integrated last week at home, mainly to compensate for his lack of speed. It was designed for both strength and agility, allowing for comprehensive development. On the other side, Gao Mu also activated the exotic beast gene that lay dormant within his body. Suddenly, his skin began to calcify at a speed visible to the naked eye until it turned into extremely hard scales. Lin Zichen recognized this exotic beast gene merged by the new student from Capital City University. It was the gene of the armored earth dragon. This was an earth-type exotic beast known for its formidable defenses. Even a mere ordinary 9th-rank armored earth dragon could endure a full-force punch from an advanced first-rank demon-eye behemoth, coming out completely unscathed. Bang! A crisp collision sound rang out. On the martial stage, Li Moyu had already started clashing with Gao Mu. Li Moyu was on the offensive, swinging his fists the size of cooking pots and stretching out legs as rigid as steel pipes, each attack aimed at Gao Mu's vital points. Gao Mu was on the defensive, using the scales on his body to resist Li Moyu's attacks and looking for openings on Li Moyu to counterattack. The two appeared to be engaged in an intense battle. But one couldn't hurt the other, and one couldn't hit the other. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other. "Xiao Chen, these two seem unable to do anything about each other, and it feels like if they keep fighting like this, it will probably end in a draw." Having watched the battle for a while, Shen Qinghan, seeing that neither side gained an advantage, spoke to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen's face was calm. "This duel won't end in a draw. The guy from Capital City University named Gao Mu will win." "Why do you say that?" Shen Qinghan turned her head to look at Lin Zichen, asking with some confusion. She thought the situation on the martial stage was a 50-50 split and didn't understand why Lin Zichen was so certain that the person from Capital City University would win. Lin Zichen leaned in close to her ear and explained softly, "The person from Capital City University is hiding his skill and hasn't gone all out. I can sense that there are two types of exotic beast genes in the body of the person from Capital City University and one exotic beast gene hasn't been activated yet. In contrast, Li Moyu has already given it his all." "Is that so?" Shen Qinghan's eyes flickered, still very puzzled. "How can you tell who has gone all out and who hasn't? Could it be Xiao Chen's superpower? Is he able to see other people's trump cards?" As Shen Qinghan thought this, she quickly focused her attention back on the martial stage. She wanted to see if, as Lin Zichen had said, in the end, it would be the squinty-eyed boy from Capital City University named Gao Mu who would win this duel. About 2 minutes later, the two on the martial stage pulled away from each other. Li Moyu looked at Gao Mu, frowned, and said, "Of all the genes to fuse with, why would you choose the armored earth dragon gene that can only defend and not attack? You can only hope for a draw by playing turtle, no fun at all. Only defend, not attack. A draw." Gao Mu laughed and, with a taunting look in his eyes, said to Li Moyu, "Mr. Top Scholar, what if there's a possibility that you've already used all your strength and I haven't yet?" The moment he finished speaking, he activated another exotic beast gene with a thought. Immediately afterward, his body began to swell at a visible rate. Muscles bursting with explosive power rose on his body. His entire frame increased by half. It was the demon-eye giant ape gene. This Capital City University freshman named Gao Mu, like Li Moyu, had also fused with the demon-eye giant ape gene. This can't be possible. Li Moyu couldn't believe what he was seeing and challenged, "With your talent, how could you possibly succeed in fusing with two different exotic beast genes during your freshman year? Something must be wrong." Gao Mu explained, Li Moyu, it's true my talent isn't as good as yours. But the level of genetic fusion technology at Capital City University is far superior to that of Shan University, allowing someone with lesser talent like me to become a second-time genetic integrator in the first semester of my freshman year. Betraying Capital City University to enroll at Shan University will be the most wrong decision of your life, without exception. Having said that, Gao Mu didn't waste any more words and immediately took a step like an arrow, violently attacking Li Moyu. Gao Mu's attack speed wasn't fast, and Li Moyu could totally dodge. But Li Moyu didn't dodge at all. In his eyes, Gao Mu had always been a defeated servant. His pride wouldn't allow him to dodge an attack from such a person. He had to meet force with force. Bang. Bang. Bang, a series of ear-splitting collision sounds erupted. Li Moyu and Gao Mu exchanged blows wildly, without any intention of dodging from start to finish, always going fist to flesh, competing in strength. This exchange of blows lasted for half a minute. In the end, Li Moyu, whose defensive strength was inferior to his opponent's, was the first to be defeated. With his fist split open and bones shattered, out of strength, he was knocked out of the martial stage by his opponent's Iron Mountain Lean and regretfully lost the duel. Traitor, call me grandfather now. Having won the duel, Gao Mu walked to the edge of the martial stage and looked down at Li Moyu, shouting from his high position. Li Moyu wanted to clench his fists in frustration, but the mere attempt brought such pain that he broke into a cold sweat. His fists were shattered, and he couldn't clench them at all. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have cried out in pain long ago. Can't admit defeat. Seeing Li Moyu delaying in calling out, grandfather, Gao Mu's face was full of contempt. Li Moyu was prepared to accept his loss. Grinding his teeth, he endured the humiliation and shouted up to Gao Mu on the stage, grandfather. After shouting that, grandfather, Li Moyu immediately got up and disappeared into the crowd, not wanting to continue humiliating himself. P.S. Begging for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Chapter 230, 162, Crushing the Kyoto University Genius. Chapter 230, 162, Crushing the Kyoto University Genius. Li Moyu ran away. In front of a large audience, he lost to his defeated subordinate on the martial stage and even called his defeated subordinate, Grandpa. This left him without any face, his self-esteem severely wounded. Every second on the martial stage was torture. Gao Mu looked in the direction where Li Moyu had disappeared, gathered the chi blood in his body, and shouted through his throat, Li Moyu, do you know why your Li family only promotes your brother Li Yijin and not you? Because you're just a good-for-nothing. I've heard that you couldn't even be the top freshman at Shan University, suppressed by a local freshman named Lin Zichin. You're such a fucking loser. Gao Mu shouted this last sentence particularly loudly. It was about kicking someone who was already down. It was about delivering a blow to the heart. What better time to revel in victory than this? Li Moyu, amidst the crowd, felt furious upon hearing Gao Mu's loud shout. But being at a disadvantage, he could only pretend he didn't hear it, quietly shrinking his head like a turtle. He could only think to himself that sooner or later, he would trample Gao Mu underfoot just like in high school and humiliate this once-defeated opponent thoroughly. Below the stage, Ma Shiwei frowned slightly and was puzzled. Li Moyu's college entrance exam results, both in terms of physical quality and genetic fusion adaptability, were much higher than Gao Mu's. The genetic fusion technology of Capital University is strong, but it's not that much stronger than Shan University at the same level. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Gao Mu to surpass Li Moyu in just half a year. This is too unreasonable. Ma Shiwei, the fourth-place finisher in Capital City's college entrance exam, was very familiar with the three people who ranked ahead of her. She knew exactly how big the gap between the third-ranked Gao Mu and the first-ranked Li Moyu was. She couldn't fathom how Gao Mu, the third-ranked, could overtake the first-ranked Li Moyu in just half a year's time. Lin Zichin, listening to her, didn't find it unreasonable. This world was too mysterious. Many unknown places remained unexplored. Many ways to become stronger had not yet been unearthed. It was entirely possible for someone to suddenly become abnormally strong, and it wouldn't seem unreasonable. Not to mention someone like Shen Qinghan in the distance. From a child, she was gentle and weak, timid and insecure, barely daring to speak loudly to others. But due to her unique physique, once she became an adult, she grew stronger as she said she would. Lin Zichin felt that in such a vast world, there must certainly be quite a few people like Shen Qinghan. And that Capital University freshman named Gao Mu on the stage was very likely one of these people. It was just that the extent of his improvement might not be as exaggerated as Shen Qinghan's. An increase in strength like Shen Qinghan's would be hard to find anywhere in the world. Otherwise, Yuan Dongji wouldn't have been repeatedly startled by her. Which of you two is Lin Zichen? Gao Mu walked to the other edge of the martial stage and carelessly squatted down, looking down at Lin Zichen and Luo Yongjian below the stage. I am. Lin Zichen spoke indifferently. Gao Mu focused his gaze on him, and while sizing him up, said, I heard you've been suppressing Li Moyu at Shan University all this time. Care to have a friendly spar on stage? Defeating Li Moyu was not enough. He also wanted to defeat Lin Zichen, who had been suppressing Li Moyu. To let Li Moyu understand the difference between them. Lin Zichen knew what this person was thinking and did not reject his challenge, but instead said calmly, What's the wager? The loser calls the winner grandpa. There's no point in that bet. If we're going to bet, let's bet something tangible. Lin Zichen was not interested in intangible bets like calling out dad or grandpa. He was only interested in money and evolutionary resources. Search the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Gao Mu thought for a moment and said, I have 10 advanced Qi blood pills in my dormitory, they're yours if you win. One advanced Qi blood pill was valued at 100,000. 10 pills, that's 1 million. The wager was quite generous. Lin Zichen approved of the wager, immediately leaped onto the martial stage and said in an even tone, I have 10 advanced rejuvenation pills worth about as much as your 10 advanced Qi blood pills. If you win, they are all yours. Okay. Gao Mu stood up and asked, I hear you're also following the pure-blood human path. Lin Zichen, yes. Gao Mu shook his head and smiled, you ignore the bright future of the genetic fusion path and choose the dim prospects of the pure-blood human path. Buddy, that's a bit foolish of you. 10 years ago, Capital City had a valedictorian who was lured into following the pure-blood human path, thinking he could carve out a new world for himself. And today, 10 years later, this valedictorian from Capital City has become insignificant, his life ruined. Learn from the past, teach the future. I advise you to give up this so-called pure-blood human path as early as possible and switch to the genetic fusion path. Don't ruin yourself. Gao Mu pontificated from his high perch, clearly considering himself superior, with an extremely condescending attitude. Hearing his words, many of the soldiers below began to discuss amongst themselves. They usually only took care of suppressing the origin land and rarely paid attention to minor matters outside of that, unaware of Lin Zichen's story. When they learned that Lin Zichen, with such a great talent, did not follow the genetic fusion path but went for something called the pure-blood human path, they all found it unbelievable. Would a sane person do this? Isn't that too bleak? Being able to represent the two major schools to participate in the special training clearly shows his talent is unquestionable. It's a waste not to follow the genetic fusion path, I don't know what he's thinking. The soldiers present all didn't understand Lin Zichen's choice, and many shook their heads as they talked. Clearly, they didn't have much faith in the pure-blood human path, considering it a path only madmen would take, with no future in sight. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 231, 162, Crushing the Kyoto University Genius _2 Chapter 231, 162, Crushing the Kyoto University Genius _2 Hearing the surrounding discussions, Shen Qinghan became anxious. She furrowed her delicately attractive eyebrows and said to Gao Mu on the stage with displeasure, the pure-blood human path has a bright future, and someone short-sighted like you wouldn't understand. Yes, I don't understand, Gao Mu's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes full of contempt as he said, but one thing I do understand is that so far, the pure-blood human path hasn't even broken the shackles of ordinary biological levels, it's getting smaller by the day, with only a rundown research institute gasping for breath in Shan University. This statement was an indisputable fact. Looking around the country, the only organization still adhering to the pure-blood human path was the Pure Human Research Institute governed by Lu Chuanwu, or, in other words, Tianren Pavilion. Tianren Pavilion seemed to have many members, with every martial arts gym's master and disciples being part of it. But in fact, many were just in name. They were people who were unable to follow the genetic fusion path or the mechanical transformation path and just wanted an organization to belong to. Strictly speaking, they weren't considered real members. The real members, that is, those who were truly dedicated to researching the pureblood human path, were actually only Lin Zichen, Lu Chuanwu, and Song Yuyan. Shen Qinghan's involvement could barely be counted as well. However, Shen Qinghan was simply practicing the blood tempering technique and had not participated in research. Enough chit-chat, let's save some time and get straight to the fight, Lin Zichen said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Gao Mu stopped talking nonsense, went to his position opposite Lin Zichen, and said, "Since you're in such a hurry, let's start." After speaking, he slightly sank his body, spread his legs one in front of the other, and protected his front with his arms, posing in an absolute defensive stance, waiting for Lin Zichen to attack. He had integrated the genes of the armored earth dragon and the demonic eye giant ape. His defense and strength had been enhanced. His speed was somewhat lacking. Taking the initiative to attack wasn't his advantage. Therefore, the best way to fight was to focus on defense. He would look for his opponent's weaknesses while defending, and strike a heavy blow at the right moment. His strategy was to gain the upper hand by striking later. Luo Yongjian below the stage saw this and immediately shouted to Lin Zichen, "Zichen. He's integrated the genes of the armored earth dragon and the demonic eye giant ape, high in attack and defense but slow, don't clash head-on with him, use your speed advantage to circle around him. As long as you're careful, he basically won't be able to hit you, and you can also outlast him." Low-level genetic integrators can't activate the exotic beast gene in their bodies for a long time, or they risk mutation. But Lin Zichen, who practiced the pureblood human path, didn't have this disadvantage. As long as he employed a circling strategy to run out the time Gao Mu could activate his exotic beast gene, he could easily win this duel. Luo Yongjian's advice was good, but Lin Zichen didn't need it. Very quickly. Just a buzzing sound. One moment Lin Zichen was standing in place, and the next, his figure instantly turned into a residual image and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Gao Mu. Then, before anyone at the scene could react, he raised his leg and fiercely kicked the arms that Gao Mu was using to protect his front. Bang! With a loud impact noise, Gao Mu, whose body was covered in scales and looked as immovable as a small mountain, was kicked off his feet and sent flying backward with great speed. He flew through the air in a parabola described by y equals -4x superscript 2 plus 39x plus 6. Then, another bang resounded. He crashed heavily into a tree, slid down from it to the ground, curled up in pain, and moaned in agony. A closer look would reveal that most of the scales on his arms were shattered, and blood oozed profusely, a sight that was extremely shocking. This was enough to show just how terrifying the kick he had endured was. See the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At the same time, almost everyone below the stage was stunned. Their brains had stopped working. They were completely unable to react in time to what had just happened before their eyes. How could it be that in a blink of an eye, Gao Mu, who seemed to have the upper hand, was suddenly kicked off the martial stage by his opponent, losing the duel at the speed of light? It was too sudden. So sudden that it was hard to believe, as if they were seeing an illusion. Gao Mu got knocked out just like that. In the crowd, Li Moyu's mouth gaped open, his eyes widened, and he was completely dumbfounded. On the way to the military region before departure, he had thought about showing off his skills during the special training, to surpass Lin Zichen in one fell swoop and become the top newcomer at Shan University. However, before he even had a chance to surpass Lin Zichen, he was defeated by an underling from the college entrance examination and was humiliated by him on the martial stage. And this very underling, when faced with Lin Zichen, was killed with a single kick. This win-lose comparison made him look like a complete loser. He found it somewhat hard to accept this reality. How is this possible? On the other side, Qin Chuan, known as the top freshman at Jing University, saw Gao Mu, who was only second to himself, get easily killed by Lin Zichen with a single kick, and his heart was greatly shaken with disbelief written all over his face. His own strength was not much stronger than Gao Mu's, and at the beginning of the month during Jing University's freshman contest, he had exerted a lot of effort to defeat Gao Mu and win the championship. Now, Gao Mu was killed with a single kick by Lin Zichen. Does this not mean that he too would be killed in a single kick if he faced Lin Zichen? Thinking of this, Qin Chuan's face was filled with doubt about life, wondering if he was dreaming. He could hardly believe the scene before him. How could Lin Zichen's strength be far superior to students from two major schools? Moreover, it was an overwhelming superiority, the kind where the second placer couldn't even see the tail lights. This made no sense at all. While everyone was still in shock, suddenly, a tall figure leapt up from below the stage and landed on the martial stage with a thud. It was a young soldier in camouflage uniform. Not very old, looking about 20 years old. Sensing his biological level, it was very strong, reaching the ordinary 8th tier. I originally thought that this year it would be our military region's people competing with the geniuses from the Machine God Corporation again, but I didn't expect that Shan University would produce such a genius like you. Perhaps this year, we have the opportunity for a three-way standoff, which would make the special training much more interesting. Just don't know if you, who have been a greenhouse flower in the campus for many years, have the strength to make it a three-way standoff, the young soldier said, examining Lin Zichen with interest, with a smile on his face. In his words, there was a clear disdain for students. It seemed as if in his eyes, whether students from Jing University or Shan University, were all insignificant. Care for a sparring match? The young soldier cracked his knuckles and looked at Lin Zichen with a smirk, asking. After speaking, he added, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Zhao Yuanzhong, 19 years old, this year I represent the military region in the special training, and you and I are competitors." Lin Zichen didn't listen to his self-introduction, his focus was all on the stakes, and he asked, "What's the wager?" Sparring. Was fine, but there had to be profit involved, otherwise, there was no point in wasting time on a match. That was his attitude towards sparring. The young soldier confidently said, "I have a spirit fruit worth 1.5 million that helps greatly in enhancing chi blood. If you win, this spirit fruit is yours." Okay, Lin Zichen accepted the challenge. Just an ordinary 8th tier weakling, he could kill with a casual kick. Not winning the spirit fruit would be missing out on a freebie. Just as the two were about to start fighting, suddenly, a middle-aged military officer with a square face stepped out of the crowd and shouted at them, "You two can spar, but no material wagers are allowed." No material wagers involved. Hearing this, Lin Zichen immediately lost interest in the sparring and said to the young soldier, "Forget it, no wager, no fight." After he spoke, without waiting for the young soldier to respond, he jumped off the martial stage and stopped sparring. Under the gazes of the crowd, he walked calmly to where Gao Mu sat on the ground, gasping in pain, and asked, "Classmate, when will you give me those 10 high-grade chi blood pills you spoke of?" Gao Mu was silent for a moment, then somewhat reluctantly admitted defeat, "I'll go to the dormitory now and get them for you." Then he got up from the ground and took Lin Zichen to his dormitory to get the chi blood pills. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan quickly followed, jogging to keep up, walking shoulder to shoulder with Lin Zichen, inseparable. She was very attached to Lin Zichen, wanting to be with him all the time. "That Lin something Chen." The military-clad youth shouted at Lin Zichen, "Looking forward to your performance in tomorrow's special training, I hope you don't disappoint me." Lin Zichen ignored him and silently followed Gao Mu to collect his spoils of war. P.S. Waiting for support, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 232, 163, The Initiation Trial Begins. Chapter 232, 163, The Initiation Trial Begins in the evening, inside the dormitory. Lin Zichen sat cross-legged on the bed, undergoing the 4th time body refining. To achieve the goal of completing 5-time tempering before his sophomore year, he would practice body refining whenever he had spare time. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Zichen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, then summoned the progress bar of his body refining to check his progress. 4-time tempering skin, 12%, only 12%. The efficiency of refining had slowed a bit compared to the 3rd tempering. But the slowdown wasn't much, and it was still acceptable. "Xiao Chen, may I come in?" Shen Qinghan's sweet voice came from outside the dormitory door. Even before Lin Zichen could reply, she used her spiritual power to open the door from afar and walked into the dormitory on her own accord. The couple didn't have so many formalities. If they wanted to enter, they entered. "Why didn't you dry your hair after your shower?" Lin Zichen looked at the incoming Shen Qinghan, noticing her wet hair, and couldn't help but chide her. Shen Qinghan took off her slippers and sat on the bed. "I wanted to dry it too, but the dorm doesn't have a hairdryer." I couldn't even if I wanted to. Hearing her say that, Lin Zichen suddenly realized that indeed there was no hairdryer in the dormitory. This small single-room dorm had very few electrical appliances. Then let me help you dry it with my qi blood. Lin Zichen said and placed his hand on Shen Qinghan's hair, then with a thought, he released strands of warm blood qi power, slowly evaporating the moisture from her strands of hair. 2 minutes later. The moisture on the hair was almost completely evaporated. The hair was no longer wet and sticking together. Instead, it smoothly separated into strands, looking very soft and pleasing to the eye. You helped me dry my hair, so as a reward, let me make you feel good. Shen Qinghan smiled teasingly. After saying that, she gently pushed Lin Zichen down, moved the slightly obstructive bangs in front of her forehead behind her ear, then leaned over tenderly and began servicing Lin Zichen with water-like gentleness. Lin Zichen said nothing, closed his eyes, and quietly enjoyed it. About half an hour later, Shen Qinghan finished her service, climbed on top of Lin Zichen lying down, and looking playful, she said, feeling good now. Good. Lin Zichen said with a satisfied expression. Shen Qinghan teased the hair strands that had slipped from behind her ear, her voice soft as she said, I made you happy, don't you think you should reward me? Lin Zichen playfully poked her tender cheek and said with a smile, that happiness just now was in return for me drying your hair. Why should I reward you? I just want it. Shen Qinghan cooed softly. Lin Zichen pinched her cute buttocks and said affectionately with a chuckle, then get up, I'll go get your reward. There's really a reward? Shen Qinghan sat up, surprised and delighted. Lin Zichen also sat up, reached for the backpack on the bedside table, took out an exquisitely small medicine bottle from inside, and handed it to her, saying, here, your reward. Isn't that the 10 high-grade qi blood pills you won today? Yes, they're all for you. Don't, keep some for yourself, why give them all to me? Shen Qinghan did not take the small medicine bottle handed to her. She just wanted a reward like a kiss from Lin Zichen and had never thought of accepting such valuable items. Although she and Lin Zichen were not strangers but childhood sweethearts who grew up together, she couldn't bring herself to accept these 10 high-grade qi blood pills worth $1 million so easily. At most, she could accept one pill and then had to slowly compensate Lin Zichen in their daily lives afterward. In any case, she couldn't take advantage of Lin Zichen without giving anything in return. The exchange had to be equal. Lin Zichen knew what Shen Qinghan was thinking with his gentle voice. He said, I don't need these high-grade qi blood pills. Just a few laps around the sports field will increase my qi blood equivalent to the effect of a high-grade qi blood pill, giving them to me would be a pure waste. But you could give them to Aunt Xin and Uncle Shen. My parents are ordinary people, they can't handle the powerful effects of high-grade qi blood pills. Search * the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Having said that, Lin Zichen stuffed the small medicine bottle into Shen Qinghan's hand, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, don't worry about owing me anything. We're a family, your well-being is my well-being, understand? Seeing Lin Zichen speaking so earnestly, Shen Qinghan had no reason to hesitate anymore and reluctantly accepted the small medicine bottle, pressing her lips together. She thought to herself that she would definitely repay Lin Zichen well in other ways in the future, making him earn back the favor with interest. Collecting her emotions slightly, Shen Qinghan leaned in and kissed Lin Zichen's cheek, her beautiful eyes curving as she smiled sweetly. Thank you, Sugar Daddy, for the support. From now on, Han Han will serve you even harder. You little naughty girl, your talk is getting more and more provocative. Lin Zichen pinched Shen Qinghan's lips, teasing her with a laugh. Shen Qinghan pushed Lin Zichen down again, lying on top of him, gazing deeply into his eyes with affection, her voice meltingly soft as she asked, do you like it or not? I like it. Lin Zichen nodded honestly. Shen Qinghan smiled charmingly, brought her face close to Lin Zichen's ear and whispered even softer, Daddy, Han Han can be even more provocative. After saying that, she leaned down to kiss him, pleasing Lin Zichen with her tender lips. She was very clear that at this stage, there wasn't much she could do to help Lin Zichen. The only thing she could do was to provide emotional value to Lin Zichen as his childhood sweetheart and occasional lover. And sometimes, with her not-so-skilled servicing skills, make him comfortable. The next day, 5 a.m. It was still dark outside. Lin Zichen got up, washed up, and went next door to wake up Shen Qinghan. Chapter 233, 163, The Initiation Trial Begins _2 Chapter 233, 163, The Initiation Trial Begins _2 After she finished washing up, I followed her to the cafeteria for breakfast, and then we both headed to the sports field to assemble. When the two of us arrived at the sports field, there weren't many people there yet. Just 7 individuals. They were Ma Shiwei, the 5 from the military area, and that beautiful new student from Kyoto University. As for the 5 from the mechanical academy, not a single one had arrived. At that moment, the 5 young men from the military area were enthusiastically chatting up the 2 girls, looking to get acquainted with these 2 high-value beauties. Ma Shiwei was rather aloof and didn't pay much attention to the 5 from the military area. On the contrary, the girl from Kyoto University seemed much more enthusiastic and was laughing and talking with the 5 men from the military area. Morning. A young man with dark skin from the military area saw Lin Zichen coming and called out to him with a smile. This dark-skinned youth was the very person who had wanted to spar with Lin Zichen the day before, named Zhao Yuanzhong. Morning. Sar the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen politely responded. Zhao Yuanzhong was quite forward, proactively stepping up to chat with Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, asking curiously, "The 2 of you are always together. Are you siblings or a couple?" As he asked this question, the other 4 from the military area and the girl from Kyoto University all turned their heads to look over. Clearly, these people were all very interested in the relationship between Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Before Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan could respond, the aloof Ma Shiwei spoke up, "Those 2 are an engaged couple, so you guys shouldn't get your hopes up." At these words, everyone looked visibly disappointed. The 5 young men from the military area lamented that Shen Qinghan was already taken. The girl from Kyoto University felt sorry that Lin Zichen was off the market. Zhao Yuanzhong looked at Lin Zichen and said with an awkward smile, "Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean it that way. I was just curious." "I know." Lin Zichen gave Zhao Yuanzhong an out. Youthful boys understand each other, they all want to get to know a beautiful girl when they see one. The little thoughts in their minds are almost as transparent as glass, easily seen through at a glance. I heard that the younger generation from the military area has all undergone training in the origin land. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lin Zichen smoothly changed the subject and asked Zhao Yuanzhong. He had always been curious about the origin land and, now that he was here at the military area, he wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about it. Zhao Yuanzhong, "Sort of been there, I guess." "Sort of." Lin Zichen was puzzled. "If you've been there, you've been there, if not, you haven't." "What does sort of mean?" Zhao Yuanzhong explained, "The military area has an outpost within the origin land, and some of us young soldiers with ordinary biological levels are sometimes assigned to do odd jobs there. However, we can't leave the outpost. Being inside the outpost is considered being in the origin land, but without the ability to leave it and experience the raw competition outside, it's almost like having never been there at all. To truly enter the origin land, you must have a high biological level. It's impossible otherwise. Those with ordinary biological levels simply can't withstand the rejection from the border forces. They can only stay within the outpost, under the protection of its barrier. Border force rejection. This was the first time Lin Zichen had heard of this term and quickly asked, "What is border force rejection?" Zhao Yuanzhong continued to explain, "It's an invisible force that repels people from Earth when they enter the origin land. It's not very strong, but it significantly affects those with a biological level below high tier." Having said that, he laughed, "I know you'll probably ask next whether exotic beasts on Earth are affected by border force rejection. The answer is yes, they are subjected to an even stronger rejection. In fact, the power of many exotic beasts on Earth has been weakened by the border force. They would be much stronger in the origin land. In front of humans, they are almost invincible beings of the same order." Zhao Yuanzhong added, "Otherwise, do you think that on Earth, genetic integrators could defeat exotic beasts, which are the genetic source, if they were at the same biological level?" "I see." Lin Zichen nodded his head, now enlightened with quite a bit of useful information. These were things that couldn't be learned from books. Seeing Lin Zichen's look of realization, Zhao Yuanzhong couldn't help but feel puzzled. didn't the elders in your family tell you about these things? No, Lin Zichen shook his head. He didn't tell Zhao Yuanzhong that his parents were ordinary people, unaware of these matters and not even knowing of the existence of the origin land. So they chatted idly for a while. As time went on, the remaining participants for the special training arrived at the sports field one by one. In total, there were 20 people on the sports field. The military area, Shanghai University, Kyoto University, and the Mechanical Academy, each group had 5 people. When the time reached 7 a.m., a man leaped down from the rooftop of a building in front, hitting the ground with a thud and kicking up a large cloud of dust in front of everyone. As the dust settled, what came into view of the crowd was a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing a camouflage uniform. Lin Zichen had a thought and sensed the man's biological level. It was high, reaching the senior 6th order. This strength, in the 2 big schools, would definitely be that of an academy dean, and moreover, the dean of the 2 strongest academies, Evolution College and Mechanical Academy. Is everyone here? The man glanced over the scattered crowd and asked loudly. With an equally resonant voice, Zhao Yuanzhong reported, "Report to the instructor, all are present." He was the captain among the 5 people from the military area. However, his strength was not the strongest, he was simply the most proactive. After hearing Zhao Yuanzhong's answer, the man nodded and then introduced himself to those present who didn't know him. "My name is Lu Tianrong, I'll be your instructor for this special training, you can call me Instructor Lu." With just that brief introduction, he started giving orders to the people in front of him. "Now, starting with the 5 from the military area, introduce yourselves in a simple manner, in order." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yuanzhong, who was at the very front of the 5 from the military area, immediately began his self-introduction. Military area, Zhao Yuanzhong. The 4 behind him also followed in report. Military area, He Yanqing. Military area, Lu Ruiha. After the military area finished reporting, the others also began to report one after the other in the same fashion. Mech God Group, Mo Yenwei. Mech God Group, Zhang Kai. Mech God Group, Zhu Shishir, Kyoto University, Qin Chuan. Kyoto University, Gao Mu. Kyoto University, Shangguan Yueying. Shanghai University, Lin Zichen. Shanghai University, Li Moyu. Shanghai University, Shen Qinghan. As everyone's voice sounded out loudly, Lu Tianrong, the instructor, had already deeply memorized each person's corresponding appearance. After the roll call was over, Lu Tianrong addressed everyone, "I won't say too much nonsense. You all are here for the purpose of participating in the special training to improve yourselves. Now, I'm going to form some temporary teams. There will be 4 teams in total. Once you're divided, you'll immediately start the entrance assessment. After the entrance assessment is over, you'll then face the real special training." After finishing his words, Lu Tianrong wasted no time and immediately started dividing everyone into teams randomly. Luo Yongjian from Shanghai University, go to the Mech God Group. Shangguan Yueying. From Kyoto University, you're to go to Shanghai University. He Yanqing from the military area, you're to go to Kyoto University. Zhang Kai from the Mech God Group, you're to join the team over at Shanghai University. Zhao Yuanzhong from the military area, head over to Shanghai University. It took about 2 minutes for Lu Tianrong to completely shake up the 4 teams. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were lucky, they hadn't been moved to other teams and remained as a pair in the Shanghai University team. But the original 3 teammates had all been transferred out. Those replaced with Kyoto University's Shangguan Yueying, Mech God Group's Zhang Kai, and Zhao Yuanzhong from the military area. Lin Zichen saw the pattern in instructor Lu Tianrong's team assignments. It was to ensure the teams were sufficiently mixed, comprising individuals from Shan University, Kyoto University, as well as the Mech God Group and the military area. This was definitely not a random arrangement, and there must be some special purpose to it. But this purpose, for now, was still unknown. Lin Zichen thought it must be related to cooperation, assessing the team capabilities when paired with strangers. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 234, 234, 164, Intelligence Barrier. Chapter 234, 164, intelligence barrier, all 4 teams were shuffled and reorganized. Instructor Lu Tianrong led everyone to a regular building and stopped. Sir, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The building was called regular because it was a cube with equal length, width, and height. This building has 3 floors. Each floor is set up with challenges. If you clear all challenges and reach the roof within 3 hours, you'll pass the assessment, he explained. The time is now 7:23 a.m. The entrance exam will start in 7 minutes. On the first floor, there are doors in the middle of each of the 4 walls. When the entrance exam begins, the doors will automatically open. When the time comes, you will enter through different doors and take the assessment as a team. That's all I have to say. I hope all 4 teams clear the challenges smoothly. After giving these instructions, Lu Tianrong leaped onto the building's roof and disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, a young soldier from the military area said to the people of the other 3 teams, "Our team will enter through door A. You all can take the other doors." The young soldier spoke as if it were a matter of course, exuding the atmosphere of a superior. The members of the other teams immediately felt disgruntled upon hearing this. One of the youths from the Mech God Company spoke up, "Why should we just go because you said so? Why don't your team take another door?" "Why?" The young soldier laughed, his eyes filled with disdain, "Because I'm the strongest. The one with the bigger fist makes the rules. If you don't agree, we can settle it right now. Who's afraid of whom? Bring it on. I'm in too. Whoever's stronger gets to choose the door first. I, Mo Yenwei, have never been afraid of anyone." Aside from the team Zichen was in, the other 3 teams started arguing. They were all very competitive and none would back down. "Let's go to door D." Zhao Yuanzhong and Zhang Kai from Lin Zichen's team almost simultaneously suggested. Both men were ranked lowest among their respective teams of 5 in the military area and the Mech God Company, so they were quite realistic about not competing with the other teams. Apart from their lack of strength, they had 2 girls in the team who were significantly holding them back. They definitely couldn't win against the other 3 teams. Lin Zichen had no objection to their suggestion and said indifferently, "Then let's go, we'll take door D." The 2 girls had no objections either, silently following the 3 boys from their team toward door D. After arriving at door D, Zhao Yuanzhong turned to face the 4 others and said, "We 5 are now a team, and a team must have a core leader to perform at its best. So, I think we should elect someone as the team leader. What do you think?" "I think that's a good idea." Zhang Kai expressed his support and then asked, "The question is, how do we choose our team leader?" Zhao Yuanzhong self-nominated, "I have several years of experience as a small team leader, and my biological level is as high as the ordinary 8th order. How about I take the role of team leader?" "I have no objections," Lin Zichen said indifferently. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan and Shangguan Yueying also said one after the other, "Neither do I." "Me too." Both girls had only an ordinary 6th order biological level, so seeing someone with a high level of ordinary 8th order willing to be the leader, there was no reason not to support him. Shen Qinghan had wanted to support Lin Zichen initially, but Lin Zichen had no intention of becoming the team leader. "I object." After the other 3 agreed, Zhang Kai stood up in opposition. He looked at Zhao Yuanzhong and said, "I lead a 100-man team in the Mech God Company, and my leadership abilities are exceptional. Moreover, my strength is also formidable. 2 weeks ago, I took down an ordinary 8th order exotic beast on my own. Based on all this, I believe I'm more suited for the position of team leader." For a moment, the situation turned a bit awkward. Everyone was surprised that someone was contesting for the position of team leader. Zhao Yuanzhong, "Then how about we fight it out, and the strongest will be the leader? Let's do this." Zhang Kai was ready to fight. Shangguan Yueying thought this was not a good idea and quickly tried to dissuade them, "Don't do this. If someone gets hurt, it will affect the entrance exam later." After speaking, she suggested, "How about we decide by voting instead? Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and I will vote, and whoever gets more votes between you 2 will be the team leader." "That works. I have no objections." Zhao Yuanzhong and Zhang Kai said in turn. Right after speaking, Zhang Kai immediately looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, trying to win them over. Zichen, Xiaoshen, we've known each other for so long, make sure to vote for me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanzhong immediately felt unhappy and objected, no, that's not fair. He has 2 acquaintances on the team, I'm bound to lose in a vote. To be fair, let's have a contest, a race. We'll run from here to the old banyan tree a few hundred meters away. Whoever gets there first will be the team leader. Zhao Yuanzhong pointed to a centuries-old banyan tree hundreds of meters away, his voice carrying a hint of confidence. Zhang Kai said, fine, let's do it your way. Zhao Yuanzhong turned to Lin Zichen and said, Lin Zichen, could you please be the judge? Sure. Lin Zichen nodded. Once both men were in position and ready to start, he called out loudly, run. At his call, Zhao Yuanzhong and Zhang Kai instantly dashed out. Both were incredibly fast, their bodies blurring into afterimages, friction in the air producing a buzzing roar that echoed in the eardrums. So fast. Shangguan Yueying was shocked. At Jingda, she was the 4th-ranked prodigy among the new students, with formidable strength and highly regarded. Yet now, witnessing the speed of Zhao Yuanzhong and Zhang Kai, she felt outclassed. The velocity at which Zhao Yuanzhong and Zhang Kai burst forth was even faster than Qin Chuan, the strongest at Jingda. Furthermore, the gap was clearly an entire level apart, noticeably significant. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 235, 164, Intelligence Barrier _2 Chapter 235, 164, Intelligence Barrier _2 I used to think that students from Jingda were the strongest, but it turns out the real powerhouses come from the military area and robotics group. I've been a frog at the bottom of the well. Shangguan Yueying shook her head and chuckled ruefully. Standing beside her, Shen Qinghan really wanted to tell her, indeed, the people from the military area and robotics group are much stronger than those from Jingda, but they are not the strongest. The strongest one is Lin Zichen, standing right next to you. Soon, the speed contest ended. Zhao Yuanzhong crossed under the banyan tree slightly ahead of the others, winning the speed contest. Zhang Kai was somewhat unconvinced, don't think you're really faster than me, I just reacted slower at the start. It could have been anyone's game. Zhao Yuanzhong laughed too, reaction time is part of the race, part of one's capabilities. If you lose, you lose. Why make so many excuses? Zhang Kai said no more, otherwise he would indeed appear to be a sore loser. Zhao Yuanzhong duly became the team leader. Captain, since you're from the military area, you must be very familiar with this building. Tell us about the challenges inside, Shangguan Yueying said to Zhao Yuanzhong. Zhao Yuanzhong shook his head. You think too much. I'm also here for specialized training, and I definitely don't know the challenges inside. Otherwise, what would be the point of the training? Is that so? Shangguan Yueying felt it was a pity. Very soon. The time reached 7:30 a.m. The D gate in front of the 5 slowly opened. Let's go in. Zhao Yuanzhong charged in first. Lin Zichen was not as eager, following at a leisurely pace. Upon entering, they were greeted by a room transformed into steel. The floor was steel. The walls were steel. Everywhere they looked, there was steel. Lin Zichen glanced around and noticed the walls were riddled with holes of uniform size. They looked like the dark muzzles of guns, ready to shoot bullets at any moment. The others noticed these holes as well. Shangguan Yueying said, those aren't all gun barrels, are they? Zhang Kai replied, most likely are. Zhao Yuanzhong didn't say anything, instead, he focused and activated the exotic beast gene within his body, which instantly covered him in a layer of hard scales. His eyes too, turned fierce and sharp, as if they could peer through everything in the world. A second-level genetic integrator, fused with the genes of an armored earth dragon and a ferocious great eagle. After a glance at Zhao Yuanzhong, Lin Zichen quickly came to this conclusion. I'll charge ahead, follow me. After dropping this line, Zhao Yuanzhong took a quick step and dashed toward the iron door at the front. As he crossed a beam of infrared light, the holes in the surrounding walls immediately expelled a barrage of bullets enveloped in gun smoke, showering down on him densely. Tat! 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 The sound of a machine gun firing erupted. Even the scales on Zhao Yuanzhong's body were easily shattered and pierced by the bullets. his body riddled with bullet holes. He couldn't hold on. Without being reckless, Zhao Yuanzhong retreated to a safe spot right away. "They're armor-piercing rounds, I can't hold them off," he said while checking the bullet holes on his body, a slight frown on his face. At the same time, he was secretly relieved that his scales were thick enough, otherwise, he might have ended up as riddled as a lotus root slice. "Let me try." Zhang Kai raised his arms, revealing a row of dark gun barrels. Then, he madly sprayed bullets towards those holes on the wall. The bullets from his arms were just as powerful as those coming from the wall. In less than half a minute, most of the holes on the wall were blocked and the guns jammed inside the wall. "All right, let's rush now." Zhang Kai stowed away the gun barrels on his arms and quickly charged toward the front iron door. The others followed swiftly behind. Lin Zichen deliberately walked slowly, staying behind Shen Qinghan, protecting her all the way to ensure she wouldn't be hit by the armor-piercing rounds if she couldn't evade in time. Tat! 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 The remaining holes in the wall, not jammed by the bullets, continued their duty, firing armor-piercing rounds and incessantly spraying at the group. Unfortunately, there were too few left, not enough to pose a threat. The group easily dodged and swiftly reached the front of the iron door. There's no handle, no keyhole, and no code lock. How are we supposed to open this door? Shangguan Yueying said, frowning. Zhao Yuanzhong replied, what else can we do but break it down with force? With that, he lifted his leg and kicked fiercely at the door. A loud bang sounded. The iron door didn't budge at all, extremely sturdy and impossible to kick open. Let me give it a try. Zhang Kai activated the hydraulic devices on his arms and threw a fierce punch at the metal door. Similarly, a loud bang rang out. This time, the metal door moved. A clear fist imprint appeared on it, announcing that the door had sustained significant damage. It works. Shangguan Yueying's face lit up with joy. Zhang Kai recharged the hydraulics and with another bang, he struck the metal door, hitting precisely the same spot as the previous imprint. In an instant, the fist imprint turned into a dent, furthering the damage and bringing them one step closer to breaking through the door. Bang! 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 Zhang Kai kept hitting the door with punch after punch. 10 punches, 20 punches, 30 punches after 35 consecutive punches, he had completely deformed the metal door. See thnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But at this point, Zhang Kai couldn't take it anymore. His arms had been deformed by the recoil from punching the door, which caused the hydraulic device to get damaged and stop working. Fortunately, the door was already deformed and not as solid as before. Zhao Yuanzhong took Zhang Kai's place, raising his leg and kicking the door fiercely. When tired of kicking, he rested, letting someone else take over. Lin Zichen could have kicked the door off its hinges with one strike, but he didn't do so with full force. Instead, he used the strength of a mere ordinary 8th level to kick the door steadily and consistently. He held back because he wanted to give Shen Qinghan a sense of participation. Otherwise, by simply clearing the obstacle with one kick, the entry assessment would lose its meaning for Shen Qinghan and become nothing but a waste of time. After kicking for less than a minute, Lin Zichen pretended to be tired and stepped aside to make room. Shen Qinghan quickly caught on and took over immediately, kicking the door with all her might. Bang! 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 Feeling her legs go numb, she stopped kicking, stepping aside to let Shangguan Yueying take her place. One by one, they worked together in this manner. After about half an hour, only to hear a loud boom. They finally succeeded in kicking the door down. It was Zhao Yuanzhong who had done it. Rubbing his tingling right leg, he said with a look of distress, "It's numb. The first obstacle is this tough, how are we going to handle the next two?" Zhang Kai said, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Having said that, he stepped over the fallen door and walked quickly towards the second floor. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Lin Zichen also walked at the end of the group, ensuring Shen Qinghan's safety. Upon reaching the second floor, the moment they entered, Lin Zichen saw a display screen on the wall. It was showing the progress of the 4 teams clearing the obstacles. He looked closer and saw that teams A, B, and C had already moved on to the third obstacle. Only his team D had just finished the first obstacle and was on to the second, moving at a pitifully slow rate. Damn it, How can those bastards clear the obstacles so fast? We're just at the second obstacle, and they've already advanced to the third, a bunch of freaks. Seeing the progress bar on the display screen, Zhang Kai felt deeply hit and began to doubt his life choices. Zhao Yuanzhong, too, was getting anxious and quickly urged the four of them, "Stop looking, let's move on, no dawdling." He knew his team was bound to come in last, but he didn't want it to be too embarrassing. The faster they got through the obstacles, the more face he could save. Quickly, everyone entered the second obstacle. It was another metal room. But what was different were the walls all around, which had no bullet holes, only the wall in front of them with a metal door that had a display screen installed on it. Above the door, the word "intelligence" was inscribed. So, was this obstacle testing their intelligence? Thinking this, Lin Zichen walked straight towards the door with the display screen, to test if he would be under attack. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan quickly followed. "Be careful." Shangguan Yueying cautioned the two as they strode directly towards the door. However, as they walked, they encountered no attacks. As expected, this obstacle was indeed a test of intelligence and wouldn't attack them with a sudden hail of bullets like the first one, thought Lin Zichen to himself. Behind him, Zhao Yuanzhong, Zhang Kai, and Shangguan Yueying, seeing that it was safe to walk directly over, immediately quickened their pace. Lin Zichen stopped in front of the door, curiously examining the display screen on it. In the display, there appeared a virtual character continuously playing rock paper scissors. Next to the virtual character, there were 3 pieces of text with prompts. Win once, the metal door opens by 2 centimeters, tie once, the metal door opens by 1 centimeter, lose once, the metal door closes by 3 centimeters, and a fierce attack will be launched, PS, begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 236, 165, apart from Team D, Teams A, B, and C were completely wiped out. Chapter 236, 165, apart from Team D, Teams A, B, and C were completely wiped out. Rock, paper, scissors. Lin Zichen was a bit dumbfounded by the prompt on the display screen. Could rock, paper, scissors even be called an intelligence test? Was there some kind of mistake? It probably wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. There must have been some hidden mechanism. With that thought in mind, Lin Zichen seriously took in the surroundings of the room to see if there was anything special. The walls were made of pure metal. There was a lamp on the ceiling, and the light was very glaring. On the right side of the wall, there was a window. The glass on the window was thick and opaque, it could serve as a mirror. To the left, on the wall, there was an exhaust fan, buzzing as it circulated air between the inside and the outside. Beyond that, there was nothing else in the room. After such a simple survey of the room, 3 methods for clearing the level flashed through Lin Zichen's mind. As for whether they would work and if they could clear the level, he would have to verify them to know. However, there was no rush to verify them. He decided to let Shen Qinghan have a go first to give her a sense of participation. At the same time, the 4 people behind him were puzzled after reading the text on the display screen. Rock, paper, scissors. Shangguan Yueying was thoroughly confused. How does this have anything to do with intelligence? Zhao Yuanzhong scratched the back of his head, looking somewhat naive. I think it's a bit related to intelligence. After all, it's somewhat a psychological gamble. Zhang Kai was unconvinced. We're playing against a virtual character, just a cold computer program without emotions. Where's the psychological gamble in that? Shen Qinghan didn't offer an opinion. Her beautiful, slender eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she was deep in thought. Zhang Kai turned to Lin Zichen and asked, "Zichen, you did really well in school during junior high and racked up awards in various city-level competitions. Do you have any clue?" No, Lin Zichen lied with his eyes open. Zhang Kai looked somewhat disappointed and then turned to Shen Qinghan. "Xiaoshen, I remember your grades were pretty good too. Any insights? cthnovelfire.nt website. On Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Shen Qinghan replied uncertainly, "I think it might be a pattern recognition problem." A pattern recognition problem? Zhang Kai was confused. He had always struggled academically since childhood, and after finishing junior high, he went on to become a street thug. He couldn't quite grasp what Shen Qinghan was saying. Zhao Yuanzhong didn't understand either. He had dropped out of middle school to become an apprentice at a martial arts school, where he excelled with his exceptional physical aptitude and was then introduced to the army by his master. Unlike the two boys, Shangguan Yueying was a genuine top student. She understood Shen Qinghan's words and said, "You mean, the virtual character that plays rock paper scissors on the display screen has a pattern to it?" Shen Qinghan nodded. "Yeah, that's what I'm guessing, but to be certain, we'll have to verify it in the game." After listening to the two girls, Zhao Yuanzhong offered himself up eagerly. "I'm not as quick-witted as you, so I'll be the guinea pig and play against the virtual character to provide you with data to analyze the pattern." Zhang Kai added, "Count me in too." Seeing that both men had offered, Lin Zichen had no choice but to follow, "Me as well. I'll go first, and if I can't handle it anymore, you two can take over." Zhao Yuanzhong wanted to impress Shangguan Yueying, showcasing his masculine charm to see if there was a chance to develop a relationship with her. Soon, he walked up to the display screen, stopping opposite the virtual character and raising his hand to make a gesture for rock paper scissors. As he raised his hand, the virtual character on the screen also lifted its hand to make a rock paper scissors gesture, looking very intelligent. "I'm going to start playing now. You all stand back a bit in case I lose and get attacked. I don't want to accidentally hurt you," Zhao Yuanzhong considerately told the two girls. The girls weren't being difficult and immediately retreated a few steps away from Zhao Yuanzhong. But their eyes stayed fixed on the display screen, ready to remember each move the virtual character made in rock paper scissors, to see if they could discern any pattern. Seeing that the girls had stepped back, Zhao Yuanzhong didn't want to waste any more time and immediately began to play rock paper scissors with the virtual character. Perhaps due to beginner's luck or for some other reason, he won the first game. He threw rock, and the virtual character threw scissors. "Congratulations, you've won." Those words flashed on the display screen. The next second, the metal door automatically moved upward by 2 centimeters, forming a small gap at the bottom. "Not bad, lucky start," Zhao Yuanzhong revealed a smile on his face. Just as he was smiling, a 10-second countdown appeared on the display screen. Tens, nines, threes, twos, ones, the new round of rock paper scissors begins. With the conclusion of the countdown, the virtual character on the display screen immediately raised its hand to play again. Its actions were no longer synchronized with Zhao Yuanzhong's. It independently threw scissors with an expressionless face. Zhao Yuanzhong didn't manage to react in time to play, and didn't make a move. "Unfortunately, you've lost." As this text prompt appeared, the next second, the metal door that had opened a 2-centimeter gap abruptly dropped down and closed, sealing tightly against the floor. At the same time, all but Lin Zichen suddenly changed expression and cried out in pain. As punishment for losing the rock-paper-scissors game, the entire room was electrified. The intensity of the electric current was very high. Shen Qinghan and Shangguan Yueying, with their relatively weaker strength at the ordinary sixth order, were directly shocked into collapsing on the floor, their faces filled with agony. Zhao Yuanzhong fared better, managing to stand up with the support of the metal door. Zhang Kai got the worst of it. His body contained many precision electronic components, which were now malfunctioning due to the electric shock, leaving him paralyzed on one side. In comparison to the other four, Lin Zichen seemed to be in a much better condition. He had completed the third-stage body refinement, and his physical strength was comparable to that of an advanced second-rank creature. Chapter 237, 165, apart from Team D, Teams A, B, and C were completely wiped out. Chapter 237, 165, apart from Team D, Teams A, B, and C were completely wiped out. I just felt a little numb in my body. Beyond that, there were no other discomforts. The only peculiar thing was that a notification appeared before my eyes. You are undergoing a high-intensity electric shock attack, electrical resistance +1+1+1+1+1+1. It was the "what doesn't kill you makes you stronger" principle in action. The more I was electrocuted, the higher my electrical resistance became. Approximately 10 seconds later, the high-intensity electric shock attack finally stopped. Both girls were shocked badly, sitting powerlessly on the ground, limbs too weak to stand up. Zhang Kai had it even worse than them, with many of his electronic components damaged, turning him into a disabled person on the spot, struggling even to lift his hand. Zhao Yuanzhong, having stronger physical fitness, could barely stand up. Lin Zichen, how come you're all right? Seeing Lin Zichen standing as if nothing had happened, Zhao Yuanzhong was immediately filled with confusion. Lin Zichen explained, "I've never been very afraid of electricity since I was little, my electrical resistance is far above the average person." Zhao Yuanzhong's eyes widened, "Really? There's such a physique." Tens, nines, a countdown started appearing on the display screen. Shangguan Yueying noticed it and immediately called out anxiously to Zhao Yuanzhong, "Captain, the next round of rock paper scissors is about to begin." At her word, Zhao Yuanzhong snapped to attention, quickly standing in position facing the display screen, ready for the rock paper scissors. At the moment the countdown ended, he played rock paper scissors with the virtual character simultaneously. Both chose paper. It was a tie. "Not bad, it's a tie." The next second after the notification appeared, the tightly closed iron door automatically moved up 1 centimeter. Then, another countdown began appearing on the display screen. Tens, nines, crap, it's starting again. Watching the countdown on the display screen, Zhao Yuanzhong felt his scalp tingle. Lin Zichen guessed, "It seems that once the rock-paper-scissors game starts, it can't be stopped until you either clear the level or get shocked out of the game." Hearing this, Zhao Yuanzhong felt like spitting blood. "Give me a break, what kind of devilish stage is this?" Quickly. The countdown ended. Zhao Yuanzhong and the virtual character played rock-paper-scissors simultaneously again. The former chose paper, the latter scissors. "Unfortunately, you lost, ah." With a scream, the other 4 people, aside from Lin Zichen, were once again shocked numb. The iron door, which had barely opened 1 centimeter, was also firmly closed once more. 10 seconds later, the electric shock ended. Shen Qinghan and Shangguan Yueying were shocked to the point where they could only lean against the wall, unable to stand. Zhao Yuanzhong was shocked to the point of kneeling on the ground. Zhang Kai was still the worst off, directly shocked until his face was numb. Only Lin Zichen stood unaffected as ever, looking as if nothing had happened. Tens, nines, the countdown began yet again. Unable to withstand it, Zhao Yuanzhong moved aside and said to Lin Zichen, "I'm numb from the shock and can't stand up for a while. You're not afraid of electricity, so it's your turn." "Okay." Lin Zichen responded and walked in front of the display screen to face the virtual character. Twos, ones, a new round of rock-paper-scissors begins. The countdown ended, and Lin Zichen and the virtual character played rock-paper-scissors at the same time. He chose scissors, and the virtual character chose rock. "Unfortunately, you lost." Sarge * the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As soon as this notification appeared, the metal room instantly became electrified. "Ah." Shen Qinghan and the others were shocked numb once again. Lin Zichen continued to play rock-paper-scissors. He tried 6 times. Won once. Tied once. Lost 4 times. "Lin Zichen, do you even know how to play rock-paper-scissors? You've lost 4 times. Out of 6, are you trying to electrocute us to death?" Zhao Yuanzhong, directly shocked into a state of grievance, couldn't help but let out a complaint. Zhang Kai, lying paralyzed on the ground, struggled to lift his head to look towards Shen Qinghan and asked, "Xiaoshen, have you figured out any patterns?" Shen Qinghan shook her head, "Not yet, there are too few samples." Zhang Kai despaired. This wasn't crossing through stages. This was outright torture for the mechanically modified human. Everyone was being shocked numb. Tens, nines, soon, a new round of rock-paper-scissors began. One round after another. Lin Zichen's face darkened. After 10 tries, he had lost 7 times, leaving the other 4 electrocuted to the brink of death. All of them lay powerlessly on the ground, with bodies twitching slightly. Their faces looked terrible. Lin Zichen looked back at the 4 of them. Seeing that their injuries weren't severe but only painful, he let go of his worries and continued to play rock-paper-scissors with the virtual character. As for Zhang Kai, his electronic parts were damaged, but he himself wasn't hurt much. It didn't matter much. "Xiaochen, my neck's gone numb, I can't lift my head for a while and I can't see the display screen." Shen Qinghan, nearly shocked into a vegetative state, could only seek Lin Zichen's help with a weak voice. She wanted Lin Zichen to help her to the screen so she could see the virtual character's rock-paper-scissors clearly. "Then I'll carry you over to see," Lin Zichen said as he walked over to Shen Qinghan and bent down to lift her up. He held her effortlessly with one hand, allowing her to sit on his forearm, lean against his chest, and rest her head on his shoulder. It looked as if a father was carrying a young daughter. Great strength allowed for much liberty. Threes, twos, the new round of rock paper scissors was about to start. Seeing this, Lin Zichen hurriedly carried Shen Qinghan over. In the moment the countdown ended, he and the virtual character threw their hands at the same time. He chose scissors, and the virtual character chose rock. Unfortunately, you lost, ah. The people in the room were shocked numb yet again. Shen Qinghan didn't scream, but she, too, was shocked to the point where her mouth slightly opened, looking very uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable it was, for the sake of successfully clearing the stage, she had to endure. Firmly memorizing every move of the virtual character, trying to see if she could discern a pattern. Unfortunately, fate was not on her side. In the following time, Lin Zichen played rock paper scissors with the virtual character 23 times, and Shen Qinghan was still unable to discern any patterns. The virtual character's rock paper scissors seemed to have no pattern at all. Xiao Chen, I can't do this anymore. If I get shocked again I feel like I might wet myself. Chapter 238, 165, apart from Team D, Teams A, B, and C were completely wiped out. Chapter 238, 165, apart from Team D, Teams A, B, and C were completely wiped out. Shen Qinghan clamped her legs tightly, bringing her mouth close to Lin Zichen's ear and whispered almost inaudibly. She had already been shocked to the point of her consciousness blurring, gradually losing control of her body. She felt she could no longer control the water inside her body. It was about to come out. To avoid wetting her pants in front of everyone, she had no choice but to seek help from Lin Zichen, asking him to finish the level. I understand, Lin Zichen said and then put Shen Qinghan down. Afterward, he swiftly moved to the window and took down a piece of glass. Then, before the countdown ended, he returned in front of the display screen and positioned the glass toward the virtual character on the display. The aim was to make the virtual character play rock paper scissors with its reflection in the mirror, causing a continuous stalemate. As for whether it would work, Lin Zichen wasn't sure. In any case, he would try and see. If it didn't work, he would try other methods of cracking it, like hacking into the display screen to modify the program. If that still didn't work, then he would break through the door by force. Behind him, Shen Qinghan and others all widened their eyes, staring closely at the display screen, praying in their hearts that Lin Zichen's method would surely work. Threes, twos, ones, new round of rock paper scissors begins. After the countdown ended, the virtual character on the display raised its hand for rock paper scissors against the glass, choosing scissors. At this moment, Shen Qinghan and the others felt very anxious. Everyone's nerves were tense. They braced themselves for the potential shock. Soon, a text prompt popped up on the display screen. Not bad, it's a tie. Simultaneously, the tightly closed iron door automatically moved up by 1 centimeter. Zhao Yuanzhong, did it really work? Zhang Kai, man, it's that simple to beat the level. We got shocked for nothing. Shangguan Yueying, Lin Zichen is so smart. Shen Qinghan didn't speak, just slightly furrowed her pretty brows, feeling very annoyed. If only my observational skills could have been a little better. Then no one would have had to be shocked so many times just now. My thinking is still not flexible enough. Thinking this, Shen Qinghan felt filled with loss. She realized something, that her difference with Lin Zichen was comprehensive. Not only was there a gap in combat power, but also in intellect. The gap was so large she couldn't see any possibility of catching up. Lin Zichen noticed Shen Qinghan's unusual behavior and said soothingly, "Let me do it." The first thing I would have thought of would also be to find a pattern. No one can be sure which method is correct, we can only try one by one. After finishing, Lin Zichen added, "Without your attempts, I couldn't have found the right method to clear the level so quickly." Indeed, Shen Qinghan's face revealed a hint of a smile. However, this smile seemed somewhat forced, with an appearance of feigning happiness. She wasn't foolish, she knew Lin Zichen was comforting her. The premise of being able to try one by one was having multiple methods to clear the level. But she, from beginning to end, had only thought of one method to find a pattern, without even the opportunity to try and fail. Not bad, it's a tie. Not bad, it's a tie. Not bad, it's a tie. As these text prompts flashed across the screen, the initially sealed iron door had now opened a gap over 30 centimeters wide. Lin Zichen and the others, seeing this, squeezed through one after the other, successfully breaking through the second level. They quickly walked up the stairs. They arrived at the third floor. Just like when they went up to the second floor, as soon as they entered, they saw a display screen on the wall. It showed the progress of each team in clearing the levels. Lin Zichen stepped forward to check and found that teams A, B, and C hadn't cleared it yet and were still tackling the third challenge. The other four also crowded around to look. Among them, Zhao Yuanzhong was quite surprised. They still haven't cleared it. Shang Guanyueying frowned. I remember when we just entered the second challenge, they were already fighting the third one. It's been so long now, and they still haven't cleared it. Is the third challenge that difficult? Zhang Kai's face was somber. Our team's strength was already on the weaker side, and we expended so much energy just to overcome the second challenge. We're even weaker now. It seems difficult to clear the third challenge. Shen Qinghan didn't speak, silently massaging her body on the side to speed up her blood circulation and recover as quickly as possible. With Lin Zichen there, she didn't need to worry about clearing the levels. Her only concern was whether she could perform exceptionally well and play a significant role. Instead of needing Lin Zichen to come to the rescue every time they faced difficulties. Everyone has spent a lot of energy. How about we sit down and rest for a while? Lin Zichen suggested. Zhang Kai was the first to agree. Indeed, we should rest. Many electronic parts on my body are malfunctioning. I need to check them thoroughly. I'll fix as much as I can to recover as much fighting strength as possible. Zhao Yuanzhong nodded and, as the team captain, said, then everyone should rest up. Once our fighting strength has somewhat recovered, we'll go in and challenge the third level. So, the five of them stopped in front of the entrance to the third challenge and took a short break. Lin Zichen walked up to Shen Qinghan, his voice gentle. Han Han, come sit here with me. I'll massage your muscles to speed up the recovery. Okay. Shen Qinghan responded and obediently went over to sit down with Lin Zichen. Then, she skillfully stretched her legs out on Lin Zichen's thighs for him to massage. CTHNovelFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen began massaging her promptly. His technique was even more skilled than a professional masseur. If offered on the market, it would cost at least 1,000 yuan per hour. It's really nice to have a boyfriend help massage, Shang Guanyueying said with a face full of envy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanzhong immediately stepped forward and offered cheerfully, if you don't mind, I can give you a massage. I often help people relax their muscles, and my technique is very skilled. Shang Guanyueying smiled and declined, thank you for your kindness, but let's not. It's not quite appropriate. Zhao Yuanzhong laughed, that's true, the proprieties of men and women should not be overlooked. I was too enthusiastic. Zhang Kai, who was checking his mechanical parts, chuckled upon hearing, your wishful thinking. It's just that she doesn't want you to massage her. If Zichen offered to help her, she would have surely agreed. Zhao Yuanzhong was quite embarrassed and even felt like hitting Zhang Kai. Shang Guanyueying also gave Zhang Kai a cold look, quite dissatisfied, I wouldn't, so don't talk nonsense. Although what Zhang Kai said was the truth, saying it so bluntly was deliberately disgusting to hear. Zhao Yuanzhong couldn't stand Zhang Kai's behavior and was about to retort. However, before he could speak, his words suddenly got stuck in his throat and he couldn't say a word. He witnessed an unbelievable scene. On the display screen ahead, Team C was shown to have failed their challenge. What was going on? On the other side. Shen Qinghan also noticed the progress on the display screen and saw Team C had failed their challenge. She felt surprised and immediately told Lin Zichen, her voice carrying a hint of astonishment, Xiao Chen, look at the display, Team C has failed their challenge. Hearing this, Lin Zichen looked up at the display screen on the wall and saw that Team C indeed had failed. Zhang Kai and Shang Guanyueying, upon hearing, also looked at the screen. Seeing Team C's failure, both of them at first thought they had seen incorrectly. Was this entrance examination so difficult? Could a team actually fail a challenge? That's impossible, right? While everyone was still shocked by the news of Team C's failure, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. The display showed Team B and Team A, in just a short span of 2 seconds, successively failing their challenges and being eliminated. Everyone was stunned, thinking they were hallucinating. After a moment of realization, they all exclaimed in confusion. Zhao Yuanzhong, how come teams A, B, and C were suddenly wiped out all at once? Zhang Kai, forget about resting now. Even teams A, B, and C have been taken down. We, being even weaker, have no chance of clearing it. Shangguan Yueying, what's the deal with this third challenge? How can there be a group wipeout just like that? Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan remained silent. Among them, Lin Zichen's thoughts flickered, and he immediately spread his perception to see what was going on inside the third challenge. P.S. Bowing for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Chapter 239, 166, It's time to make a move. Chapter 239, 166, It's time to make a move. Lin Zichen's perception radiated out in an instant, saturating the entire corridor. Under the amplification of danger perception, it quickly spread throughout the entire third floor, engaging in 360-degree perception with no dead angles. There were 4 rooms on the third floor. In the middle of each room stood a fully armed robot. Among them, 3 robots were covered with marks of being attacked. Bullet holes, fist indents, blade scars, they were riddled with them. However, there were no fatal injuries, all were superficial wounds on the surface. His gaze fell on the ground, where he saw fresh blood that had not yet coagulated, broken teeth, and shattered mechanical limbs. Most likely, someone from the 3 teams that had just failed to clear the level had been injured by the robots. From the traces left at the scene, the injuries looked serious. From this, it was evident that the robots in the room were not only highly defensive but also incredibly offensive. Is everyone ready? Zhao Yuanzhong looked at everyone and said, if we're ready, let's go in and find out what's happening. Shangguan Yueying said, I still feel numb and can't muster any strength, how about we rest a bit more? Zhang Kai stood up from the ground, looking down and fixing his arm, and said indifferently, the ABC teams stronger than ours have all been wiped out, we're certainly going to be wiped out, so there's no point in resting. Just go in and get it over with. Zhao Yuanzhong turned to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan and asked, what about you two? Lin Zichen said, let's go in now. Shen Qinghan said, I also agree to go in now. CTH novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Zhao Yuanzhong said, the minority will follow the majority, so let's just go in now. Upon making the decision, all 5 of them got up from the ground and were at full alert, preparing to enter the rooms on the 3rd floor. I'm going to open the door and enter. Zhao Yuanzhong walked to the door, placed his hand on it, and made a motion to push it open. Lin Zichen said, open it. Zhang Kai said, quit dawdling and open it quickly. Creak, Zhao Yuanzhong pushed open the door in front of him. Immediately, the several people saw a metal room scattered with cover positions and a robot standing motionless at the center of the room. The robot's size was a notch bigger than an average adult male. It looked to be around 2.5 meters in height. Its body was made of pure alloy. Its arms were equipped with machine guns, and its feet were fitted with an anti-recoil propulsion device, while its back was equipped with a large machete. It looked like it had high combat capability. Upon seeing such a robot, Zhang Kai exclaimed in shock, damn, that's freaking cool. Zhao Yuanzhong was on high alert, is this robot our opponent for the 3rd challenge? Do you think there might be a pilot inside? Shangguan Yueying turned to Shen Qinghan and asked. Shen Qinghan shook his head, I'm not sure. Lin Zichen didn't speak, he silently sized up the robot in front of him, dispersing his perception to peer inside the robot. All mechanical and electronic parts. There was no pilot inside the robot. Click. 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 Suddenly, a crisp sound came from inside the robot. The moment the sound occurred, the robot's dim eyes lit up with a sinister red glow. Then, it abruptly raised its arms loaded with machine guns and started spraying bullets at the 5 of them. Dada. Dada. Dada, this firing happened in the blink of an eye. Luckily, as all 5 of them were vigilant, they immediately found cover to hide behind the moment the robot raised its arms. Bang. Bang. Bang, the bullets hitting the metal cover made a piercingly loud noise. In just an instant, the previously indestructible metal cover was pitted and left with a mass of visible bullet holes. It's armor-piercing bullets. Zhao Yuanzhong loudly warned, everyone be careful not to get hit, or your bones will be pierced through. He didn't need to remind them, they all knew this very well. They tightly squeezed behind the cover, waiting for the robot to run out of armor-piercing bullets. However, the robot's ammunition was abundant. After nearly half a minute of continuous firing, there was no sign of the firepower weakening, and on the contrary, it intensified even more. Metal covers, less than 20 centimeters thick, could not withstand being shot at by armor-piercing bullets for that long and were showing signs of being about to get pierced through. That robot's ammo is too plentiful. We can't go on like this. We have to strike back using the covers for protection before they get destroyed. Zhao Yuanzhong shouted to the others around him. He was almost screaming at the top of his lungs. The noise made by the armor-piercing bullets hitting the metal cover was too loud. Without shouting, others simply couldn't hear him. Let's just forfeit, Shang Guanyueying suggested. The teams before us all failed to clear, we have no chance of passing. She didn't want to get hurt and just wanted to quickly finish this camp entry assessment. Zhao Yuanzhong said, even if the hope of clearing is slim, we can't forfeit, otherwise we'll definitely be severely criticized by the instructors when we go out later. Zhang Kai disagreed, I think we should choose to forfeit. After saying this, he continued, when encountering an unbeatable enemy, what we need to do first is to preserve our lives, not to knowingly march to our deaths. That's what idiots do. Only if we are alive can we continue to be useful. Dead, we lose everything and only waste the nation's training. To sum up, I think forfeiting is the correct choice. Not only will we not get criticized afterward, but we might even be praised by the instructors. Zhang Kai spoke persuasively and logically. Yet, he was a bit fallacious in his argument. It was an entry assessment for the camp, not a real battlefield, there was no reason to forfeit. Zhao Yuanzhong knew Zhang Kai was being fallacious and retorted, this is an entry assessment, the worst that can happen is we get hurt, there's no freaking need to forfeit. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 240, 166, It's time to make a move _2 Chapter 240, 166, It's time to make a move _2 Zhang Kai ignored him and turned to look at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, asking, Zichen, Xiaoshen, what do you think? Lin Zichen, I'll go with Han Han's opinion. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment before saying, why don't we give it a try? Maybe we'll make it through. It was a surefire way to clear the level. With Lin Zichen present, failure was not an option. But Shen Qinghan couldn't just say that outright. She could only pretend to be hesitant and suggest to everyone to give it a try. Seeing Shen Qinghan suggest trying, Zhao Yuanzhong's mouth twitched, and he looked at Zhang Kai and shouted, I, Shen Qinghan, and Lin Zichen all agree to try. The vote is 3-2, the minority follows the majority. Zhang Kai had no choice but to agree. Zhao Yuanzhong began to formulate an attack plan, shouting at the top of his voice, I and Lin Zichen are in the best condition, so we'll attack the robots. Zhang Kai is in a worse state, so he'll cover with the two girls. How does everyone feel about that? No objections. I have no objections either. Everyone agreed to this attack plan. Once everyone had agreed, Zhao Yuanzhong shouted out loud, begin the action. The moment his words fell, he picked his moment and rapidly approached the robot from the left flank. Lin Zichen, understanding the plan, flanked from the right without hesitation. Zhang Kai, a mechanically modified human, timely launched a special smoke grenade from behind to cover them. The purple smoke emanating from the smoke grenade effectively shielded their heat signatures from the robot's sensors. Shen Qinghan and Shang Guanyueying, the two girls, were also busy. The former remotely controlled the liquids inside the robot's body. The latter tried hard to create distractions, aiming to attract the robot's attention and draw its fire. Under their cover. Soon, Zhao Yuanzhong and Lin Zichen successfully got close to the robot. Zhao Yuanzhong gave Lin Zichen a signal, indicating that they should go together. Lin Zichen nodded, signaling that he understood. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Yuanzhong sequentially raised 3 fingers, then gestured go, and his whole body charged out, heading straight for the robot in front of him. Almost at the same moment, Lin Zichen exploded with the speed of an ordinary 8th level, rushing towards the robot as well. Bang! Zhao Yuanzhong fiercely punched the robot's head, producing a crisp impact sound. Then, a loud "ah" was heard. Zhao Yuanzhong felt his finger bones break, and he cried out in pain, his face contorted with agony. The robot's head was extremely hard, ordinary 8th level strength could not cause it any significant damage. Bang! Another sound quickly followed. Lin Zichen's foot swept across the robot's waist, causing the robot to shift slightly. But that was all, it caused no substantial harm. The power of a newly attained ordinary 8th level was completely insignificant in front of the robot, no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This robot's strength is at least at the peak of the ordinary 8th level. We can't break through its defense right now, we need to recover our strength first. Having retreated to take cover, Zhao Yuanzhong called out loudly to Lin Zichen. Just now, during the 2nd level, he was electrified too many times. His muscles were damaged and hadn't fully recovered, so he could not perform to his full strength. His thought was to keep engaging the robot slowly, wait for some strength to recover, and then attempt another attack. While he was thinking this, the robot lowered its arms, stopping the barrage of fire, and instead pulled out the large machete from behind, switching to melee mode. Whir! A sound of air bursting echoed. The robot activated 2 reverse airflow propulsion devices on its feet, and in a flash, it charged in front of Zhao Yuanzhong and swung down its blade. F***CK. SE of the novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Zhao Yuanzhong cursed, quickly dodged to the side to avoid the blow. The metal cover he was behind was not so lucky and was cleaved into 2 pieces. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yuanzhong broke into a cold sweat on the spot. Whir! Once more, the sound of air bursting was heard. The robot shifted its target and charged fiercely toward Lin Zichen, bringing its blade down in a swinging motion. Lin Zichen's reaction was incredibly fast, and he dodged out of the path of the blade just before it could land. Whir! The robot once again flashed its form, rushing towards Shen Qinghan in front. Shen Qinghan wasn't fast enough to dodge and couldn't avoid the attack. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately flashed forward, charging over with a flying kick that sent the robot reeling back 2 body lengths, causing its strike to miss. Buzz! The robot, after adjusting, immediately charged toward the nearby Shangguan Yueying, choosing to target her. Its attacks were designed to hit everyone equally, never attacking the same person in succession. Be careful! Zhao Yuanzhong shouted loudly. At the same time, he forcefully pushed off with his calf, catapulting himself forward like a cannonball. Then, with a loud bang, he slammed into the robot, sending it flying several body lengths away and successfully saving Shangguan Yueying. After the robot adjusted, it charged toward Zhang Kai on the other side, with its knife ready. Zhang Kai, being clever, immediately rolled into a nearby cloud of purple smoke, blocking the robot's thermal sensing and causing it to lose its target. "Captain, we can't make it through, let's just give up." Shangguan Yueying didn't want to play anymore and considered surrendering. Zhao Yuanzhong thought back to the scene where the robot had split a barricade in 2 with a single slash and also felt a bit scared. But, after thinking it over, and not willing to give up yet, he shouted to Shangguan Yueying, "Let's try one last time. If it still doesn't work, then we'll quit." "Fine." Shangguan Yueying agreed reluctantly. The other 3 had no objections, agreeing to this final attempt. They quickly coordinated their attack with an unspoken understanding. They launched their offensive at the robot. However, before they were fully organized, the robot preemptively struck. A valve suddenly opened on the robot's chest, revealing a suction device that instantly absorbed all the surrounding purple smoke. Without the cover of the purple smoke, the robot's thermal sensing was fully restored. Buzz! The sound of whistling through the air resonated. The robot, moving faster than ever, lunged at Shen Qinghan, who posed the most threat to it. It could distinctly sense that Shen Qinghan could manipulate the various liquids inside its body, causing no small trouble for its operations. "Be careful!" Zhao Yuanzhong yelled as a warning. As he shouted, he took a large step forward at lightning speed, darting toward the robot to prevent it from attacking Shen Qinghan. But the robot was too fast, and he simply couldn't make it in time to save her. It's over. Zhao Yuanzhong thought to himself. Zhang Kai and Shangguan Yueying felt the same. Just as the three of them thought Shen Qinghan would be chopped down by the robot's fierce slash, Lin Zichen miraculously appeared beside Shen Qinghan, pulled her away with one hand, and she narrowly dodged the slash. The three observers were shocked by this scene. Lin Zichen was that fast. Buzz. The familiar sound of slicing air rang out again. This time, the robot switched its focus to Lin Zichen, leaped high from the ground, and viciously swung its large cleaver down towards him midair. Facing this explosive slash, Lin Zichen didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he threw his fist out powerfully. He felt it was about time. It was time to clear this level. Bang. A thunderous noise sounded. Lin Zichen's fist struck the robot squarely in the chest. He punched it so hard that it flew backward, and with a bang, smashed into the ceiling, creating a hole above and leaving its head poking through, its half-body stuck and swaying precariously. Down below the ceiling, Zhao Yuanzhong, Zhang Kai, and Shangguan Yueying all stood there stunned. Their eyes were wide open, faces filled with shock. What just happened? A simple punch sent the robot flying. How could that be possible? They all thought they were seeing things or dreaming. The three refused to believe what they were seeing. P.S. Another chapter coming around 3 o'clock. Chapter 241, 167, shocking the whole audience. Chapter 241, 167, shocking the whole audience. Nanjiang Provincial Military Region Headquarters. An office. Yuan Dongji and a short-haired female officer were sitting on the same side, sipping ginseng tea while watching the surveillance footage in front of them. The content of the footage was the assessment that Lin Zichen and others were undertaking to enter the camp. The first challenge, machine gun strafing. All four teams passed smoothly. Team A was the fastest. Team B came next. Team C was third. Lin Zichen's Team D was the slowest. The second challenge, rock paper scissors to open the door. All four teams passed as well. Team B was the quickest, thanks to a genius from the Machine God Corporation who directly hacked into the rock paper scissors system and opened the door in a second. Team A came next, with a military genius who had fused with the advanced giant strength ant gene, forcibly breaking through the door after some effort. Team C was third, with a lucky player that frustrated others, winning more and losing less at rock paper scissors, managing to succeed by persistently guessing. Team D was the slowest by a lot, taking a very long time to try and figure out the virtual character's rock paper scissors patterns, failing to do so, and eventually relying on Lin Zichen to use a piece of glass to pass the challenge. Dongji, that handsome young man in Team D seems to be your student from Shan University, right? Having watched the performance of the four teams in the first two challenges, the female officer took a sip of ginseng tea and turned to ask Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji, correct. The female officer praised, that handsome young man has good observational skills and is very flexible in thinking, knowing to use glass to pass. Yuan Dongji, I've glanced at his student profile before. His academic scores have been outstanding since childhood, and his brain is definitely smarter than his peers. The female officer, having brains is not enough, the third challenge requires very high strength. Team D, where that handsome young man is, has weaker overall strength. I fear it will be difficult for them. Yuan Dongji, the robots you placed in this third challenge are as strong as the common peak of the 8th rank. Not only will it be hard for Team D, but Teams A, B, and C are most likely to be wiped out too. It seems like you never intended for them to pass at all. The female officer smiled. These 20-year-olds are all full of youthful vigor. If you don't blunt their sharpness at the start, it won't be easy to carry out special training with them later on. That's true. Yuan Dongji agreed, then asked, recently, a large number of exotic plants and beasts have appeared in Shanghai City. Has the military sent someone to investigate? Have they found anything? The female officer, regarding the exotic plants, we have confirmed that it's the doing of the divine plant cult. As for the exotic beasts, we haven't figured out the cause yet. We suspect that a new biological channel has emerged in Shanghai City, but we have searched for a long time without finding this so-called new channel. It remains uncertain. New biological channel. Yuan Dongji slightly furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Just then, the surveillance screen in front of them delivered 3 pieces of good news, in quick succession. Teams A, B, and C all failed to pass. The geniuses in these three teams were brutally defeated by the robots as powerful as the common peak of the 8th rank. All were beaten bloody and injured severely. Helplessly, they had to forfeit the challenge to save their lives. The female officer was a little disappointed, they forfeited too quickly. The youngsters who came for special training this year are not performing as well as the batch from last year. Yuan Dongji disagreed, this year's entry assessment is much harder than last year's. Their early forfeit does not mean they are performing worse than last year's geniuses. That's true. After speaking, the female officer added, Team D has now rested and is entering the third challenge. It's hard to say how long those 5 youngsters can hold out. Yuan Dongji did not respond, her thoughts preoccupied with the matter of the new channel. Before she could ponder for long, the female officer interrupted her thoughts with a curious question, that handsome young man on the team, he wasn't afraid of electricity at all during the second challenge, does he have some special physique? Nothing special. Yuan Dongji continued, if there's anything special to say about his physique, it's that his physical talents are much stronger than those of his peers. Under the refinement of the blood tempering technique, his bodily strength has been further enhanced, which is why he could withstand the electric current in the second challenge, that's all. The female officer, if I remember correctly, the blood tempering technique was developed by your ex-husband, right? Yuan Dongji, you remember correctly. The female officer, so, this handsome young man is now a member of Tianren Pavilion, following your ex-husband around. Yuan Dongji, more or less. The female officer laughed, that handsome young man really doesn't know what's good for him. If that pure-blood human path had any future, it would have developed and grown by now, rather than declined as it has. Yuan Dongji took a sip of ginseng tea, her expression impassive, and said faintly, kids don't understand, they are easily coaxed by that old geezer. After hitting a wall enough times, he'll switch to the genetic fusion path. She felt that Lin Zichen wouldn't be as stubborn as Song Yuyan, who didn't care about being ridiculed by others and was determined to stick to the pure-blood human path. It was Song Yuyan's obsession to fulfill the wishes of her deceased adoptive parents that enabled her to persist for 10 years. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, had no such obsession. When he was later surpassed by Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, Luo Yongjian, and other defeated subordinates who utilized genetic fusion, he would certainly switch paths. Dongji, you should convince that level of talent if you can, said the female officer earnestly. Get him to give up on the so-called pure-blood human path as soon as possible, and switch to the genetic fusion path. Every day he stays in Tianren Pavilion is a waste of his talent. Yuan Dongji, geniuses are all stubborn. If you don't let him try the pure-blood human path, he will definitely not give up. Only after he has given up will he be willing to switch to the genetic fusion path. The female officer sighed, your ex-husband really does harm. He's been down the pure-blood human path for so many years, getting worse as he goes, yet he still shamelessly encourages young geniuses to follow him. It's really not right. Yuan Dongji did not reply, gracefully taking another sip of her ginseng tea. At that moment, she was slightly displeased. She did not agree with Lu Chuanwu's ideology but still harbored feelings for her ex-husband. The female officer, by continuously belittling Lu Chuanwu in front of her, seemed to be offending her. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the surveillance screen. The sound was so unexpected that both Yuan Dongji and the female officer were startled. Afterward, they both widened their eyes, watching in disbelief as Lin Zichen appeared on the surveillance screen. What's going on? A punch that sent a robot with the strength of a common level 8 peak flying. What a joke. How is that even possible? Yuan Dongji and the female officer were both dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. A moment later, they came back to their senses. They looked at each other, said nothing, and immediately jumped out of the window, rushing toward the building where the assessment was taking place. Meanwhile, on the other side. On the rooftop. Teams A, B, and C, who had just failed the assessment, were all on one side receiving medical treatment and complaining to others about how difficult the third stage was. Damn it, the robot in the third stage was ridiculously strong. What the hell is the point of such a stage? Gao Mu, whose head was wrapped in several layers of bandages, couldn't help but curse. Sitting beside him, Qin Chuan's face was swollen like a pig's head, several teeth missing, and he spoke with a bit of a whistle, I wonder how little Sakura is doing. I hope she doesn't end up disfigured like me. Gaomu gave a bitter smile. With her strength, disfiguration would be considered a minor injury. Just hope she doesn't end up like that girl from Shan University, who got her chest caved in by a punch from the robot. The girl from Shan University he was talking about was none other than Ma Shiwei. At that moment, Ma Shiwei was in a bad state, part of her left chest concave, both in pain and looking horrendous, crying while receiving treatment from a military doctor, her face covered in tear streaks. Li Moyu walked over to comfort her. I don't know what you're crying about, it's not like it can't be restored. After the special training ends, you can ask your dad to get you a phoenix blood fruit back at school, and you'll be alright once you eat it. If your dad can't get one, I can give you one, no big deal. My family has plenty of those fruits. Li Moyu continued, if you think one's not enough, I can give you two. Eat one for healing, and keep one in reserve. Ma Shiwei couldn't stand his chatter any longer, crying and glaring at him as she retorted, can't you just shut up? Stop buzzing around like a mosquito, go away. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Li Moyu muttered to himself, then started rolling away on the ground, saying as he rolled, all right, I'm rolling away now, not bothering you anymore. He didn't roll far, stopping after just a few meters. Moyu, I want a phoenix blood fruit too, could you give me one? Luo Yongjian stepped forward and asked. Li Moyu stood up from the ground, dusting off his clothes, and said with disbelief, why would I give you a phoenix blood fruit? You're not a pretty girl. Luo Yongjian's eyebrows raised, and he said with a chuckle, don't say that. I'm absolutely stunning when I cross-dress. How about I perform a cross-dressing show for you back at school, and in exchange, you give me a phoenix blood fruit, how does that sound? Cross-dressing might damage his cool image, but he was ready to throw caution to the wind, bowing down for the metaphorical 5 bushels of rice. Cool image. What is a cool image compared to evolutionary resources? Once he became stronger, his cool image would naturally come back. That works for me. Li Moyu agreed without hesitation. He was keen to broaden his horizons and witness the legendary cross-dresser. After all, his family was rich and could afford to spend a phoenix blood fruit for a good laugh and a fresh experience. By the way, I wonder how Zichen's Team D is doing in the combat assessment now. Luo Yongjian glanced at the clearance display screen on the wall in front of him, and continued, I feel that with Zichen there, Team D might have a chance to clear the stage. He had full confidence in Lin Zichen. Because he always felt that Lin Zichen was hiding his true power, which was actually quite astonishing. Maybe he really could defeat the robot in the 3rd stage and surprise everyone. Team D has a chance to clear the stage. A Mecha God Group genius, who had lost one mechanical arm, laughed and said, the 3rd stage is designed to crush our confidence and keep us from being too proud and complacent. There's no way to clear it. If Team D clears it, I'll wash my hair standing on my head for the rest of the special training period. An injured military genius, limping along, came up and snorted, Teams A, B, and C, the strongest ones, couldn't clear the stage, and Team D, the weakest, has a chance. What kind of flawed logic is that? Luo Yongjian didn't respond, not bothering to explain. At this juncture, someone curiously said, we, with greater strength, were so miserably defeated by the robot in the 3rd stage. I wonder how terribly Team D, the weakest team, will fare. The limping military genius laughed, I'm so strong I had a leg broken, so it's not too much if every member of Team D breaks both their legs, right? See thnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Haha, definitely not too much. How is it possible to just break their legs? Their limbs should be completely shattered, seriously. Yeah, it might be possible since Team D's strength is laughably weak. We fought in the 3rd stage for nearly half an hour before getting eliminated, and at that time, Team D hadn't even entered the 3rd stage. They're really weak. At this moment, several of the injured on the rooftop were making light of Team D, their words and tone full of arrogance. Among them, the limping military genius walked over to the instructor, laughing as he said, Instructor Lu, can I take a look at the surveillance footage? I'd like to see how Team D is doing now. His leg was broken by the robot, and he was in a pitiful state, urgently needing to see someone in a worse state to please himself. If you want to watch, just sit over there. With a tablet in hand, Intently focusing on the surveillance footage, Instructor Lu Tianrong answered indifferently. Upon hearing that, the limping military genius immediately walked over to Lu Tianrong, smiling broadly as he was about to sit down next to him. Just as he was about to sit down next to Lu Tianrong, suddenly, a loud bang came from the ground. Bang. At the moment the sound exploded, everyone on the rooftop felt a strong tremor. Looking in the direction from where the vibration originated, they saw a smooth metallic skull. It had a metallic texture. It looked very familiar. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the skull of the same robot that had been on the third stage below. At this point, the metallic skull stood out like a newly sprouted mushroom among the web of cracks on the ground, conspicuously erect and eye-catching. P.S. Bowing for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 242, Shock of Yuan Dongji. Chapter 242, Shock of Yuan Dongji, is that a robot's head? The position of this head, it seems to be where Team D was taking on the challenge course. What's going on here? Could it be that the robot's reverse airflow drive malfunctioned and smashed through the ceiling? It's possible. At that moment, everyone on the rooftop looked down at the robot's head, speculating about what exactly had happened below. Most people speculated that there was a malfunction with the robot. Brother Moyu, do you think it could be that Zichen kicked the robot so hard it flew up and smashed through the ceiling? Luo Yongjian boldly speculated. Having experienced Lin Zichen's strength firsthand and witnessed his terrifying power, he seriously suspected that the incident with the robot crashing through the ceiling was the work of the strongest newcomer in Shan University's history. Li Moyu also considered the possibility. But after calming down and thinking about it, it still seemed a bit too exaggerated, unrealistic. Lin Zichen was strong, surely. However, that robot had the strength equivalent to the peak of ordinary 8th rank, with a body made of alloy, its defensive power maxed out. Without the strength of ordinary 9th rank, there was simply no way to handle that robot. Could Lin Zichen truly be so strong as to possess the strength of ordinary 9th rank? Without even thinking about it, it was impossible. Lin Zichen was still a freshman. He hadn't fused with any exotic beast gene. He hadn't undergone any mechanical modifications. Even with his exaggerated physical talent, his strength at most could only reach ordinary 8th rank, not higher. Any higher, and it would be unscientific, he would be taken away for dissection and research. But what if? SE the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What if it really was Lin Zichen who did it? This guy was a habitual offender, often displaying unbelievable strength. It might be the same pattern this time. With this thought, Li Moyu walked towards the instructor Lu Tianrong to check the monitoring records playback. However, before he could reach there, Lu Tianrong, with a face full of disbelief, murmured, "Did he really knock the robot away with a single punch? How is that possible? No, I need to go down and see for myself." Having said that, Lu Tianrong immediately turned off the monitoring playback, which he had watched several times over, stood up, and hurried down to the room where Team D was located. Those present heard his murmur, and each face revealed a look of shock. To send a robot flying with one punch? Was that for real? How did he do it? Everyone was greatly puzzled and quickly followed in Lu Tianrong's footsteps, hurrying down to the room where Team D was located. Downstairs. The room where Team D was located. Zhao Yuanzhong, Zhang Kai, and Shangguan Yueying stood still, looking up at the robot stuck and swaying on the ceiling, their faces full of shock. All three of them found it hard to believe that Lin Zichen, who didn't seem to have any special strength, could punch a robot with the strength of a peak ordinary 8th rank and send it flying. It was too shocking. It was too unbelievable. It simply defied science. Zichen, what's with your strength? How can you be so powerful? Zhang Kai came to his senses, looked at Lin Zichen with a face filled with doubt about life, and asked this utterly baffling question. Zhao Yuanzhong and Shangguan Yueying also turned to Lin Zichen, waiting for his response. Among them, Shangguan Yueying looked at Lin Zichen's extremely handsome face, and thinking back to the scene where Lin Zichen had just punched the robot flying, her heart couldn't help but race, giving rise to an unusual emotion. Before this, she had simply thought Lin Zichen was very handsome and had a good impression of him. But in this moment, after witnessing Lin Zichen's exaggerated strength that felt unreal, she was completely smitten with him. In the depths of her heart, an inappropriate thought emerged. Even if he was a married man, it wasn't necessarily a no-go. Faced with the gazes of the three, Lin Zichen explained calmly, "Although my biological level is only ordinary 8th rank, I have superhuman strength and have taken the pureblood human path to specially enhance my physique. With the right angle and force, it's not difficult to send a peak ordinary 8th rank robot flying with one punch." This was utter nonsense. But it sounded reasonable and convincing, without any obvious flaws in logic. The pureblood human path, can it really be that strong? Zhao Yuanzhong felt his perspective shattered, his eyes revealing a touch of confusion. He had always thought that people who took the pureblood human path were crazy. When he learned yesterday that Lin Zichen had chosen not to undergo genetic fusion and instead walk the pureblood human path, he was biased against Lin Zichen, thinking that this genius from Shan University must have gone mad. But now, he began to doubt himself. He realized it wasn't Lin Zichen who was crazy. It was his own lack of insight. Being ignorant of the special aspects of the pureblood human path, he only followed the crowd's derision, parroting others without independent thought. Zhang Kai, at the moment, was similarly plunged into deep self-doubt, just like Zhao Yuanzhong. Having met Lin Zichen yesterday after several years, all he had in mind was how to show off in front of Lin Zichen and astound him. He wanted Lin Zichen to widen his eyes and see how amazing his former useless senior had become, so amazing that he could outperform top geniuses. But the reality was, Lin Zichen was still the Lin Zi of old. No matter the occasion, he would effortlessly take the top spot, making his peers pale in comparison, unable to entertain the idea of competing with him. The gap was too great, there was simply no way to compete with these thoughts. Zhang Kai looked at Lin Zichen, his voice filled with emotion. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 243, 243, Shock of Yuan Dongji 2 Chapter 243, Shock of Yuan Dongji 2, I always said you were a top genius, why would you neglect the path of genetic fusion and instead choose the path of pureblood humans, which seems to have no future? Turns out, you've already made some achievements on the pureblood human path, and your development there isn't any worse than it would have been on the genetic fusion path. To be honest, Zichen, your physical talent is so enviable. Zhang Kai said with a face full of envy. Taking the path of mechanical transformation requires giving up part of one's body, and taking the path of genetic fusion involves invasion by foreign genes. Only by taking the pureblood human path can one truly possess one's own body completely. I'm really envious of you. See novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. There's no need to envy. Lin Zichen replied indifferently, the pureblood human path still doesn't have a foreseeable future. For all I know I might get stuck at the ordinary 9th order evolution and never progress further. Xiao Chen is bluffing again. Shen Qinghan muttered to herself. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor outside. Lin Zichen immediately expanded his perception and realized that it was the instructor and the people from the other 3 teams who had arrived. Additionally, there were several military doctors carrying medical kits. Without thinking, it was clear that the recent commotion of the robot smashing through the ceiling was too loud and had attracted the people from the rooftop down. As the footsteps grew louder, soon, a large group of people led by instructor Lu Tianrong burst into the room. When they saw the robot hanging precariously from the ceiling, every one of them wore an expression of disbelief and felt it was very surreal. Although they had already anticipated this scene while they were up on the rooftop, seeing it with their own eyes still shocked them with the incredible sight before them. Especially when they saw the entire ceiling covered with spiderweb cracks, looking as if it would collapse at any moment, they were profoundly shaken inside. How terrifying must the strength be to send a robot flying with a punch, causing it to hit the ceiling and create a large, startling crack in the wall? Instructor, could you let us see the monitor replay? We want to know what exactly happened here just now, the leg-disabled military genius asked Lu Tianrong. Lu Tianrong didn't speak. He simply handed over his tablet computer to him and then quickly walked toward Lin Zichen. Student Lin, what is your current biological level? Lu Tianrong stopped in front of Lin Zichen and asked with great curiosity. Lin Zichen simply repeated what he had told Zhang Kai, ordinary 8th order, but I have innate superhuman strength, and along with following the pureblood human path, I've been continually strengthening my physique. When I go all out, I can easily unleash strength comparable to an ordinary ninth order. Strength comparable to an ordinary ninth order. Hearing these words, Lu Tianrong was incredibly shocked. This genius from Shan University, not even 20 years old, had undergone neither mechanical transformation nor genetic fusion. Yet, he could unleash strength comparable to an ordinary ninth order. Was he an exotic beast in human skin? Or an exotic human from the origin land? How could this be so outrageous? The more Lu Tianrong thought about it, the more unreal it felt. He had lived for over 50 years, been in the military for more than 30, and this was the first time he had seen such an unconventional genius as Lin Zichen. Someone with physical talent so powerful it defied belief, who didn't rely on genetic fusion or mechanical transformation to possess such formidable strength. Truth be told, it was a bit of a paradigm shift for him. While Lu Tianrong was questioning his life, on the side, the group huddled together to watch the monitor replay let out continuous exclamations of amazement. Holy shit! It really was a single punch that sent the robot flying. What kind of monster is this person? How can he be so outrageously strong? Is this really a freshman from Shan University? Without having fused with exotic beast genes, without undergoing mechanical transformation, to simply rely on a pureblood human's body to erupt with such terrifying strength, could it be that the pureblood human path is truly the future for humanity? With cries of astonishment rising one after another, soon, all the people at the scene turned their gazes towards Lin Zichen, with a mix of incredulity, disbelief, and curiosity, sizing him up seriously. They looked at this Shan University genius, who followed the pureblood human path, wondering what made his physical body so strong. Facing the looks from everyone, Lin Zichen felt somewhat uncomfortable, feeling like he was being watched like a monkey. Just as he was thinking of leaving with Shen Qinghan, two tall figures appeared from the direction of the corridor. It was Yuan Dongji and the female officer. Upon seeing the female officer, Lu Tianrong immediately straightened up and shouted, "Commander Yao." The female officer didn't respond but instantly fixed her gaze on the robot stuck in the ceiling, full of incredulity. At the robot's chest, she saw an indentation several centimeters deep. A fist mark. It was a fist mark made by Lin Zichen's punch. To create such a fist mark on a robot made of grade B alloy, the strength required was at least that of an ordinary 9th rank. A freshman who had come for special training could burst with the strength of an ordinary 9th rank. That was too exaggerated. Thinking this, the female officer looked at Lin Zichen with great curiosity and asked, "Your biological level is clearly only an ordinary 8th order, so how can you burst with strength as high as an ordinary 9th order?" Lin Zichen had already grown tired of answering this question. He had to explain it every time someone new came along. Although it was annoying, since the person asking the question was a high-ranking leader in the military area, he could only reply patiently, "I have innate superhuman strength, and the blood tempering technique can enhance my burst power, allowing me to burst with strength comparable to an ordinary 9th rank." The blood tempering technique can enhance burst power. The female officer raised her eyebrows, hearing this for the first time. To the side, Yuan Dongji first looked at the robot on the ceiling, then at Lin Zichen, falling into a bout of self-doubt. Was Lu Chuanwu's philosophy correct? Was the pure-blood human path truly the future of mankind? Could someone really break free from the shackles of ordinary biology with the body of a pure-blood human? At this thought, Yuan Dongji looked at Lin Zichen with mixed feelings and said, "Zichen, come with me." Having said that, she turned and left the room, heading outside the building. Lin Zichen followed suit. Shen Qinghan quickly followed after him. The female officer didn't stay in the room either and quickly followed them out. They left behind a group of people looking at each other, then at the ceiling filled with cracks, feeling like it could collapse at any moment, a sense of unreality hanging over them. Lu Tianrong turned to the others and said, "All right, disperse and go eat in the dining hall. The rest of today is for you to rest and recuperate. After eating, proceed to the medical building for treatment. The treatment is free of charge, so eat up and go for treatment as soon as possible. Don't delay and risk affecting tomorrow's special training. Tomorrow morning, we will meet at the same time on the training ground." Having said all this, Lu Tianrong leaped up, retrieved the robot that was stuck in the ceiling, and then quickly left the room to find someone to deal with the damaged robot. After he left, the room burst into another round of lively discussion. All about Lin Zichen. Many people gathered around Li Moyu, Luo Yongjian, and Ma Shiwei, eager to learn more information about Lin Zichen from them. P.S. Putting out the bowl, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 244, 167. Yuan Dongji's Co-optation. Chapter 244, 167. Yuan Dongji's co-optation in a certain office. Yuan Dongji looked at Lin Zichen, still feeling somewhat incredulous as she said, "Zichen, your performance in the third stage surprised me, even astonished me. Only a freshman during winter break, not even 20 years old, relying solely on the body of a pure-blood human to possess strength that's comparable to an ordinary ninth-order fighter, this is truly unheard of. This level of power, even many seniors at Evolution College can't reach it. Before witnessing your punch sending a robot, whose strength is at the peak of the ordinary 8th order, flying, I always thought you were irrational, that you shouldn't walk the pure-blood human path, just squandering your talent. Now, I feel that you really should walk the pure-blood human path, trying to break the world's perceptions. The path of a pioneer is always exceptionally hard in the early stages. During this period, don't be afraid of becoming mediocre, you must persist in going forward." Yuan Dongji spoke earnestly. She wanted to see if the pure-blood human path that Lu Chuanwu had always believed in could truly become the path to salvation as he envisioned. After listening to Yuan Dongji's words, Lin Zichen nodded. I will keep going. Zichen, would you mind if I check your body?" After speaking, Yuan Dongji added, "It's okay if it's not convenient, you can completely refuse. After all, inspecting someone else's body, trying to pry into their secrets, is a big taboo for evolvers. Then why ask? Playing the open strategy game, huh?" Lin Zichen couldn't help but complain inwardly, but in the end, he wanted to forge a good relationship with Yuan Dongji to facilitate obtaining her help in the future, so he calmly nodded, "It's convenient." As he spoke, he applied natural camouflage to alter his physical state slightly, making his body appear more normal. Suddenly, under the gaze of the female military officer and Shen Qinghan, Yuan Dongji walked up to Lin Zichen, took his wrist in her hand, and with a thought, released her spiritual power into his body, carefully probing. Then, an expression of incredulous shock immediately surfaced on her face. Tempering skin, flesh, and bones, all had been refined once. It was a body-tempering great accomplishment. Biological level as high as ordinary 9th rank. To say that the biological level is only ordinary 8th rank, able to exert the power of an ordinary 9th rank with the blessing of natural strength and the blood-tempering technique, it's all lies. The true strength is ordinary 9th rank. How does the investigation look? The female military officer looked at Yuan Dongji and asked. She noticed the fleeting shock on Yuan Dongji's face and was very curious about the results of Yuan Dongji's probe. Gathering her thoughts, Yuan Dongji replied, "His biological level is only ordinary 8th rank, but the robustness of his body can compare to that of a genetic integrator in the early stages of ordinary 9th rank, which is quite shocking." She did not tell the truth, choosing to help Lin Zichen conceal his real biological level. Even though she and the female military officer were close in their youth, she did not share the truth about Lin Zichen with her. Ordinary 8th rank, and the body's strength can compare to a genetic integrator in the early stages of ordinary 9th rank. The female military officer looked incredulous. "That's too exaggerated. The pure-blood human path feels invincible when it comes to body strengthening. If it can indeed break free of the ordinary biological constraints, the future looks bright." In the time that followed, Yuan Dongji and the female military officer took turns asking Lin Zichen questions. Both of them knew the limits, only asking simple questions that didn't involve any privacy issues. For instance, how the blood-tempering technique is cultivated, what it feels like to cultivate it, and what resources are needed during the process. Lin Zichen answered all these questions one by one. About half an hour passed. The conversation came to an end. Lin Zichen didn't stay long, leaving with Shen Qinghan. Before returning to the dorm, they went to eat at the dining hall. Upon entering the dining hall, they ran straight into Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian, who had finished their meal. Li Moyu asked curiously, "Lin Zichen, your strength is now so formidable, is it all because you improved through cultivating the blood-tempering technique?" He had some understanding of the pure-blood human path researched by Lu Chuanwu and knew about the blood-tempering technique. "Yes. Lin Zichen replied sparingly. After getting this response, Li Moyu couldn't help but feel some regret. Just after the college entrance exams, President Liu also approached me, suggesting that I try the pure-blood human path. But at that time I was full of prejudice against the pure-blood human path, not even considering it. Se the Nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Now I think about it, I, whose bodily talent far surpassed my peers, should have tried it for about half a year. If it didn't work out, I could switch to the genetic fusion path. If it did, what a windfall. Unfortunately, I lacked foresight back then, my vision wasn't long-term enough. Otherwise, I might be as strong as you now, or possibly even stronger. Li Moyu spoke more regretfully, as if he was about to beat his chest in frustration. He wished he could go back to right after the college entrance exams and accept Lu Chuanwu's invitation to walk the pure-blood human path. Lin Zichen just smiled and didn't speak. Regret not walking the pure-blood human path. The fact is, you would have regretted if you did. The pure-blood human path is not for everyone. The cultivation of the blood tempering technique has very high requirements for one's bodily talent. So high that without cheating, it's impossible to proceed. A case in point is Song Yuyan. She was the second rank in the Beijing college entrance exams with extremely high talent. After choosing the pure-blood human path, she's now become mediocre. If Li Moyu had chosen the pure-blood human path, most likely, he would have ended up the same as Song Yuyan. At night. Chapter 245, 167. Yuan Dongji's co-optation _2 Chapter 245, 167. Yuan Dongji's co-optation _2 After taking a shower, Lin Zichen lay on the bed browsing the news. The hot topics were mostly related to exotic beasts, while a small portion were about exotic plants. All these incidents occurred in Shanghai City. Sir the Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, which made the local citizens anxious. Among these news articles, Lin Zichen saw many familiar figures. There was the genius from Jing University, Li Yijin, who was also Li Moyu's brother. And the mechanical prodigy girl from Mechanism God Group. Also, the strongest in the history of Shanghai High School, now a young instructor at Evolution College of Shanghai University, Wu Tiancheng. And so on and so forth. These top-tier prodigies had recently all gathered in Shanghai City to assist the local public security headquarters in clearing out exotic beasts and plants. The former could obtain the evolutionary resources they wanted by killing the exotic beasts and plants, while the latter could restore peace to Shanghai City as quickly as possible with the help of the former, a win-win situation. Lin Zichen scrolled through the news for a while before deliberately searching for videos of these prodigies killing exotic beasts to watch. He focused on the combat videos of Wu Tiancheng, the prodigy from Jing University, and the mechanical genius girl. After watching, he realized that these three showed very ordinary prowess in the videos. With the enhancement of the third stage body refinement, completion of the blood tempering technique, as well as survival of the fittest, social animal, and various other biometric attributes, Lin Zichen was confident he could easily crush these three top-tier prodigies. Moreover, it would be a direct, 3-on-1 crush. As an ordinary 9th rank, he felt he could overpower three established high-level powerhouses. Once I achieved the 5-time tempering grade accomplishment of the blood tempering technique and successfully evolved to high-level biological rank, I'm afraid I could even fight against the mid-level high rankers, Lin Zichen thought silently to himself. At that moment, Shen Qinghan's voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Chen, I'm coming in." No sooner had she finished speaking than the dormitory door opened. Shen Qinghan, dressed in a loose nightgown, stepped lightly inside, closing the door behind her. She slipped off her sandals and sat beside the bed, saying softly, "Xiao Chen, your master said he will come over to see you later. He has something he wants to talk to you about." "Lin Zichen, he wants to see me." "Yes, see you, he said he wants to talk to you about the blood tempering technique." "Talk about the blood tempering technique?" Lin Zichen was a bit puzzled. They had just talked about the blood tempering technique earlier that day, why discuss it again? Was this going to be an in-depth interrogation? It seemed a bit too much. Dissatisfaction began to grow in Lin Zichen's mind. "Xiao Chen, the disposable shower gel I just used was the one Chu Xian gave me. The floral-scented one that costs 299 yuan a pack she mentioned last time." Shen Qinghan stretched her hand under Lin Zichen's nose and said with a smile, "It smells so good, take a whiff and see if you find it fragrant." Lin Zichen took a sniff and nodded, "Indeed, it's fragrant, and very soothing to smell." "Shen Qinghan, do you want to taste it?" "A taste wouldn't be enough, such a fragrant hand deserves 100 tastes." Lin Zichen said with a laugh. Then he playfully lowered his head and began to kiss the back of Shen Qinghan's hand. It was meant to be playful, but as he kept on kissing, the feeling grew. Starting from the hand, he slowly moved on to the finely delicate collarbone, further down to the snow-white smooth neck, and finally the warm, tempting lips. Meanwhile, his hands began to wander restlessly over Shen Qinghan's body, turning her into a puddle of softness lying helplessly in his arms, overwhelmed by kisses and caresses, her peach blossom eyes filled with a dazed charm, looking extraordinarily enticing. "Little pushover, already can't handle it." Lin Zichen released Shen Qinghan's lips and teased her with a chuckle. Shen Qinghan, her face flushed from breathing heavily, with her lips parted slightly, felt dizzy and was too weak to respond to Lin Zichen's provocation. It took her a while to recover before she pursed her pink, shiny lips, saying defiantly, "Who says I can't handle it? Later don't you beg for mercy." After saying that, she wrapped her arms around Lin Zichen's neck and leaned in for his lips, to prove she wasn't a pushover. However, things did not go as she wished. Shen Qinghan not only failed to prove she wasn't a pushover, but she also earned an additional prefix, becoming bedwetting little pushover. Before long, Yuan Dongji arrived. She personally came to Lin Zichen's dorm to further discuss the blood tempering technique with him. As soon as she entered the dormitory, she saw the soaked bed and quilt and curiously asked, "Why is your bed wet?" Accidentally knocked over a glass of water, Lin Zichen lied without blinking an eye. Shen Qinghan, standing to the side, wore an uncomfortable expression on her face and instinctively tightened her legs together. Yuan Dongji noticed the unusual look on her face and thought of something. But on second thought, she felt that wasn't right. Because although the bed was wet, it didn't have any strange odor. There was only a faint refreshing fragrance, which made people feel relaxed and happy when they smelled it. It must have been tea that was spilled. Yuan Dongji thought to herself. Having thought this, she looked at Lin Zichen, her voice uncharacteristically warm. "Zichen, the main reason I came to see you tonight is to talk to you about the blood tempering technique, which is to say, the matters of the pure-blood human path. Although we talked about it during the day, because there were others present at the time, there were many questions I didn't find it convenient to ask you. I could only wait until this time of night to come and have a more in-depth conversation with you." Having said this, Yuan Dongji didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "Zichen, your actual strength is the completion of the blood tempering technique after one round of refinement, with a biological level as high as the ordinary 9th rank, right?" "Right." Lin Zichen did not deny it. The completion of the blood tempering technique after one round of refinement, with a biological level as high as the ordinary 9th rank, was indeed what he had deliberately pretended to be for Yuan Dongji to see. Yuan Dongji then asked, "Does Lu Chuanwu know about your progress with the blood tempering technique?" Lin Zichen answered, "He does." Yuan Dongji nodded slightly and fell silent, deep in thought. A moment later, she spoke again, her voice filled with emotion. "Before today, I was full of prejudice against the pure-blood human path. But now, I really think there's a bright future for the pure-blood human path, and it may break through people's understanding in the future. And lead humanity to a new height. And among them, the forerunners, the trailblazers, are most likely you. Qinghan also has a chance. Both of your physiques are too special, so unbelievable that they seem unreal, as if they were made up out of thin air." As she spoke, a look of puzzlement appeared on Yuan Dongji's face, and she candidly said to the two of them, "In the days after the newcomers' competition ended, I did some investigation on both of your parents. Logically, the parents who could give birth to geniuses like you should also be one in a million talents. But in fact, both of your parents are ordinary people. And they are ordinary to the point where they have no chance of becoming mechanically modified humans or genetic integrators. These days, I've been suspecting that both of you might be genetic mutants. But on second thought, that seemed unlikely. A genetic mutation happening to one person is normal, but having two such mutants, and these two living next door and being childhood sweethearts, the probability is almost zero. I suspect." Yuan Dongji hesitated for a moment before deciding to change the subject. "Never mind, let's not talk about this." She wanted to say that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were most likely not born to their current parents, that they had different origins. But after thinking about it, such words were too offensive, so she held back. Seeing her stop mid-sentence, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Master, what do you suspect?" "Nothing." Yuan Dongji brushed it off with a casual reply. Afterward, looking at Lin Zichen, she said with unusual kindness in her voice, "Zichen, you are Qinghan's fiancé, and I am Qinghan's mentor. From this relationship, we are almost like a family. If you need my help with anything in the future, feel free to come to me." On hearing these words, Lin Zichen felt a little flattered. But then he thought about it and felt it was quite reasonable. When Yuan Dongji first saw Shen Qinghan's test result of 21% genetic fusion compatibility, she didn't hesitate to take Shen Qinghan as a disciple, indicating she had a passion for talent. Or rather, she liked to invest. So now, upon realizing her disciple's fiancé was also so talented, it was quite normal for her to want to strengthen their relationship. "Come, let's add each other on WeChat." Yuan Dongji took out her phone, opened the scan function, and proactively asked to add Lin Zichen as a WeChat friend. Actually, she had considered taking him as her disciple, but remembering that Lin Zichen was from Lu Chuanwu's side, she resisted the unethical act of stealing her ex-husband's disciple. Although she was divorced from Lu Chuanwu ideologically, they had not separated physically. She didn't want to cause a fallout with Lu Chuanwu over the issue of stealing a disciple, which would be counterproductive. Besides, her relationship with Lin Zichen was already strong enough, with her little disciple Shen Qinghan acting as a link, there was no need to push it further. P.S. Around 3 a.m., one more chapter to go. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 246, 246, 168, Special Training Chapter 246, 168, Special Training the next day, 6 a.m. On the training ground. Lin Zichen looked around and found that all the injured from yesterday had recovered. The genius from the limping military district couldn't limp anymore. Ma Shiwei's chest wasn't sunken in. Zhang Kai, who was almost paralyzed, was now as agile as a monkey. You could only say that the medical methods in the military district were truly strong. It was like they could resurrect the dead, mend flesh and bones. Soon. Instructor Lu Tianrong arrived. After a quick glance to see that all the participants for the special training had arrived, he led everyone towards a building up ahead. In just a moment, they arrived on the second floor of that building, the special training room. Lin Zichen looked around the interior curiously. He saw many sealed glass containers. These glass containers were quite large. They were estimated to be 2 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 3 meters high, accommodating several people. Each container had a display screen installed on its surface. All the display screens were on, showing text. Some read, Qi Blood Capsule. Others read, Spirit Cabin. Were these for training Qi blood and spiritual power? Lin Zichen wondered to himself. At this point, Lu Tianrong, who was walking at the front, stopped, turned around, and addressed everyone. "This is the special training room of the military district. The glass containers you see here are Qi blood capsules and spirit cabins. The Qi blood capsule, as the name suggests, is used to enhance Qi blood. Similarly, the spirit cabin is for enhancing spiritual power. The working principle of both is quite simple. The former causes tumultuous Qi blood within your body, improving your body's adaptive strength to Qi blood, thereby increasing your Qi blood values. The latter subjects you to spiritual attacks, thereby enhancing your spiritual power. Their usage is very simple, just sit inside the corresponding glass capsule, select the intensity level, and then click to start training." After briefly explaining the above, Lu Tianrong asked everyone, "Does anyone have questions about the Qi blood capsule and spirit cabin?" Lin Zichen inquired, "Instructor, how exactly are the intensity levels differentiated?" Lu Tianrong replied, "The intensity levels of the Qi blood capsules and spirit cabins here are divided into 18 levels, related to biological levels. Level 1 intensity corresponds to Common Tier 1. Level 2 intensity corresponds to Common Tier 2. And so on, with Level 9 intensity corresponding to Ordinary 9th rank, and Level 10 intensity corresponds to Advanced 1st rank. When training, everyone should act according to their capabilities, selecting a training intensity suitable for themselves to avoid injury. After finishing, Lu Tianrong again asked, "Are there any other questions?" No one spoke, apparently having no more questions. Seeing this, Lu Tianrong then told everyone, "Since there are no more questions, please proceed to the corresponding glass capsules for training. I recommend starting with the Qi blood capsule for training first. After training multiple times until your body is exhausted, then go to the spirit cabin for training. This arrangement would be more reasonable. Otherwise, if you start with the spirit cabin, when you come out, you'll be nearly unconscious and unable to undergo the next training." After finishing, Lu Tianrong added, "Remember to act according to your abilities when selecting the intensity level. Don't overdo it and injure yourself. Also, do not stay in the glass capsule for more than half an hour. Stop for a rest before continuing if nearly half an hour has passed, as it could easily harm your body." "Understood," someone responded. Soon, everyone scattered to the various glass capsules around, beginning their training with a bit of curiosity and anticipation. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan each stopped in front of two adjacent Qi blood capsules, planning to experience the Qi blood training first. Both entered their capsules and sat down at the same time, then studied the display screens in front of them. The content displayed on the screen inside the capsule was very simple. There were just two display areas, one for adjusting the level and one for the on/off switch. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Lin Zichen examined the display screen and immediately jumped the intensity level to 9, then without a second thought, clicked to start training. The moment training started, the pressure inside the capsule instantly rose. Subsequently, he felt the Qi blood within his body being stimulated by an invisible force, slowly becoming tumultuous. At the same time, a digital prompt flashed through the void. "You are experiencing intense Qi blood tumult. Qi blood +3 +4 +3 +4 +3, Sarch *thenovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." In less than a second, so much Qi blood value was raised. The training effect of the Qi blood capsule wasn't bad. With the current strength of my physical body, I should be able to withstand the intensity of level 11 training, which corresponds to the training intensity of an advanced second rank. If I increase the training intensity to level 11, I should be able to boost even more Qi blood. Thinking this, Lin Zichen quickly placed his hand on the adjustment area, ready to increase the training intensity by 2 more levels. Just as he was about to press down, he suddenly noticed that many people outside the capsule were looking in his direction. Li Moyu, Luo Yongjian, Zhang Kai, and other acquaintances were there. Even instructor Lu Tianrong was watching. At this moment, all the people outside were staring at him inside the capsule, seeing that he started with level 9 intensity and he still looked relaxed and cheerful, causing everyone's faces to show a hint of disbelief. In everyone's eyes, his biological level was a common 8th order, so after entering the Qi blood capsule, level 8 intensity should have been his limit. His starting off at level 9 intensity truly shocked everyone. "Damn, I forgot this is a public place." Lin Zichen quickly came to his senses and hurriedly pretended to be overwhelmed, swiftly pressing on the adjustment area to decrease the intensity to level 8. Afterwards, he felt a wave of relief in his heart. Thank goodness he hadn't begun with level 11 intensity, otherwise, his strength would have been completely exposed, causing those hidden in every corner to manically hunt him down. Having done all this, Lin Zichen turned his head to look at Shen Qinghan in the neighboring Qi blood capsule. He then noticed that her face was beet red, her body drenched in a heavy sweat, and she seemed to be in discomfort. The display screen of the Qi blood capsule showed that the training intensity was only level 6. Looking at the other people in the Qi blood capsules, the situation appeared to be the same. They were only enduring the training intensity corresponding to their biological levels, but one by one, they were in so much discomfort that their faces were flushed, and they were sweating profusely. It was not until then that Lin Zichen realized how absurd it was for him to start off at level 9 training intensity. About half an hour later, Lin Zichen stepped out of the Qi blood capsule. By that time, Shen Qinghan had already come out and had been resting outside for almost 10 minutes. "How do you feel?" Lin Zichen walked up to Shen Qinghan and asked. Her face was still red, and she didn't look too good. Her voice sounded distressed as she said, "Not very good. I only stayed in the capsule for 20 minutes and felt like my blood vessels were about to burst. It might just be that you're not used to it yet. After a few more sessions, you probably won't feel as bad as you did just now." While saying these words, Lin Zichen glanced around and saw that many others who had just come out of the Qi blood capsules were also in discomfort, just like Shen Qinghan. Everyone was flush-faced and sweaty, as if they had just finished a bout of intense exercise. Shangguan Yueying, who was of the same biological level as Shen Qinghan, had to lean against the wall and vomit the moment she stepped out of the Qi blood capsule. She had endured 30 minutes in a Qi blood capsule with level 6 intensity, pushing beyond her limit, and had inadvertently injured herself. More than 3 hours later. 10 o'clock in the morning. The crowd had already been training in and out of the Qi blood capsule several times, their bodies extremely fatigued. After resting for a good while, people began to enter the spirit cabin one after another to train their spiritual power. Because he had to look after Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen was not in a rush to train his spirit. Shen Qinghan had overexerted herself in the Qi blood capsule just now, making herself vomit, and now she leaned dizzily on Lin Zichen's shoulder, looking unwell. Damn, level 8 spiritual training intensity. Lu Rueha, your spiritual power is off the charts too. My spiritual power has taken years to cultivate, and it's barely reached common tier 5. How did you manage to achieve a staggering common 8th order? What a monster. Suddenly, such an incredulous exclamation came from up front. Following the sound, Lin Zichen looked over and saw that the military prodigy, who had been limping yesterday, had successfully challenged level 8 intensity in the spirit cabin, astonishing everyone around. Increasing spiritual power is difficult, unlike Qi blood which rises in sync with an increased biological level. Many whose biological levels have evolved to advanced might only have spiritual power of common tier 3. The only way to rapidly increase spiritual power is by fusing with the genes of exotic beasts. For instance, Shen Qinghan, who had successfully fused with the blue jellyfish queen, dramatically increased her spiritual power to nearly match her biological level. Her ability to have spiritual power close to her biological level is also thanks to her unique constitution. If it were any other prodigy, having successfully fused with the Azure Jellyfish King gene, achieving half their biological level in spiritual power would already be quite impressive. Therefore, when someone suddenly challenged level 8 intensity in the spirit cabin, it completely shocked everyone present. I wonder what Lin Zichen's spiritual power is. With such a strong body, his spiritual power must be high too. Could it be higher than Lu Rueha's? Someone curiously said. No sooner had they finished speaking than were they contradicted. You're so ignorant. Lin Zichen is following the pure-blood human path and can't increase his spiritual power by fusing with exotic beast genes. He can only gradually improve by himself. How could it possibly be high? Having a third of his biological level would already be quite something. The person who was contradicted awkwardly smiled and said, I know that. I just forgot that Lin Zichen is following the pure-blood human path. He wasn't lying. After all, those following the pure-blood human path were extremely rare, outliers among outliers, so few they could almost be disregarded. When considering such matters, people often default prodigies on the pure-blood human path to being genetic integrators. P.S. Bearing my bowl, seeking monthly tickets, and recommendation votes. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 247, 247, 169. The Strong Spiritual Power That Amazes Everyone. Chapter 247, 169. The strong spiritual power that amazes everyone. Lin Zichen just glanced at the direction from which the exclamations came and didn't pay much attention. He quickly withdrew his gaze. He turned back to continue taking care of Shen Qinghan in his arms. Messaging her temples. Easing her discomfort. That military zone talent named Lu Rueha is not yet 20 years old and already has a spiritual power as high as a regular 8th order, which is indeed very strong. But in front of Lin Zichen, he still seemed somewhat lacking. About 10 minutes later, Shen Qinghan felt much better, no longer suffering from the discomfort of dizziness and nausea. She got up from Lin Zichen's arms, took a moment to collect herself, and said, Xiaochen, let's go try out the spirit cabin as well. Are you sure you're feeling okay? I'm fine now. Then let's go. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he stood up with Shen Qinghan to look for an available spirit cabin to train in. There weren't many spirit cabins available. After looking around, they found only one that was empty. Xiaochen, do you want to go first or should I? You go ahead. Then I'll give it a try first. Shen Qinghan said as she opened the door to the spirit cabin and sat down inside. She chose the first intensity level and clicked to start training. Not knowing her exact level of spiritual power, she could only start at the first intensity level and gradually move up if it felt manageable. Playing it safe. Actually, it was mainly because she had been frightened during her training in the Qi blood capsule. Now, she became inevitably cautious. Ma Shiwei, Li Moyu, and Luo Yongjian, upon seeing Shen Qinghan enter the spirit cabin for training, all coincidentally walked over to watch. All three were curious about her spiritual strength, knowing that she had merged with the Azure Jellyfish King gene. The blue spirit jellyfish, as an exotic beast, naturally has a higher spiritual strength than other beasts of the same biological level. Merging with the gene of the blue spirit jellyfish greatly enhances one's own spiritual power. First intensity level. Second intensity level. Third intensity level. Fourth intensity level. Fifth intensity level. After entering the spirit cabin, Shen Qinghan raised the intensity by 1 level every minute. When she increased it to the fifth intensity level, the three onlookers all showed surprise. Fifth intensity level. Luo Yongjian said with disbelief, Qinghan has a biological level of a regular sixth order, and her spiritual strength is almost on par with it now. That's impressive. In the past, he used to call her Sister Qinghan merely out of courtesy for Lin Zichen, but now, he truly meant it from his heart. Shen Qinghan's spiritual power was too strong, her future potential was immeasurable. He had to show her respect now to make it easier to cling to her coattails later on. Nearby, Ma Shiwei frowned slightly, murmuring with a voice full of doubt, "Can the gene of the Azure Jellyfish King really enhance spiritual power so much?" She was well acquainted with the blue spirit jellyfish gene. Half a year ago, just after completing her college entrance exams, Ma Zhenhe had offered her more than 10 types of exotic beast genes to choose from, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each for her, among which was the blue spirit jellyfish gene. Therefore, she knew that genetic integrators who merged with the blue spirit jellyfish gene usually had their spiritual strength enhanced to half their own biological level. However, Shen Qinghan's spiritual strength was almost matching her own biological level, which was completely different from her understanding. Lin Zichen, how come Qinghan's spiritual strength is so strong? Li Moyu looked at Lin Zichen, asking with some disbelief. Sir, the novel, F.ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen said indifferently, she was born with it. While they were talking, Shen Qinghan in the spirit cabin increased the intensity yet another level. From 5th intensity level, she raised it to the 6th. Damn, Qinghan's spiritual strength is now on par with her biological level. Luo Yongjian's eyes widened as he couldn't help exclaiming out loud. His exclamation made others nearby look over, curious about what was happening. When they saw that Shen Qinghan, with just a regular 6th order biological level, was actually able to withstand the attack of 6th level intensity, everyone was shocked. After a moment of realization, they quickly gathered around, all with incredulous looks on their faces. It's true that looks can be deceiving. She seemed so frail and delicate. I thought she was just a pretty face, but her spiritual strength is so high. So beautiful and yet so talented, she really is blessed by heaven. Without you mentioning it, I had not noticed that this girl from Shan University is excessively beautiful, even more so than some of the popular female celebrities. The crowd had been drawn there by Shen Qinghan's spiritual strength. But as they talked, the subject somehow shifted to her beauty. They were all praising her celestial countenance. It's just a 6th level intensity, what's so surprising? Lu Ruihe walked out of the spirit cabin, grumbling incredulously, is it just because she's pretty? His biological level was a regular 8th order, and he had just performed an 8th-level intensity demonstration in the spirit cabin, eliciting astonished exclamations from those around him. Yet within just 10 minutes, the attention that had belonged to him had been completely stolen by Shen Qinghan. This left him feeling somewhat aggrieved. Not far away, Luo Yongjian's ears were particularly sensitive, and he overheard Lu Ruihe's muttering. He immediately turned to him, his face showing displeasure as he retorted, "My sister Qinghan is a woman, not naturally advantaged in physiology, but her spiritual strength matches her biological level, which is amazing. It's not something a big man like you can compare to." Damn it. What's wrong with being a big man? Does the achievement a man earns have a lower value by 1 level than that of a woman? Pure male chauvinism. A damn sycophant. Lu Ruihe was angered, cursing Luo Yongjian in his native dialect in his mind. While he was muttering to himself, suddenly, another burst of unbelieving exclamations erupted from up front. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 248, 169. The Powerful Spiritual Power That Amazes Everyone _2 Chapter 248, 169. The Powerful Spiritual Power That Amazes Everyone _2 Holy shit, is this for real? Level 7. How could this be possible? Is there a malfunction with the display screen? To withstand a level 7 intensity spiritual attack with a mere 6th order body, that's ridiculous. Even if Lu Rue's spiritual power is strong, it can only match his biological level. This girl from Shan University actually has spiritual power that's one level higher than her biological level. Her spiritual power talent is top-notch. At this moment, everyone present was shaken by Shen Qinghan's performance. Many of them, who had lived nearly 2 decades, were seeing for the first time someone whose spiritual strength exceeded their biological level. It was utterly inconceivable. To withstand a level 7 intensity spiritual attack with an ordinary 6th order body, are you kidding me? Lu Rueha was completely dumbfounded, his face filled with doubt about life, unable to believe this was real. But the display on the spirit cabin, indeed, showed the number 7, indicating that the spiritual attack intensity inside the cabin had reached level 7. This was an undeniable fact. Soon, Instructor Lu Tianrong also came over to join the excitement. He glanced at the training intensity level on the display without the surprise that others showed. He simply raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "This year's special training students aren't bad, another top-tier spiritual talent has emerged." Having been in the military area for many years, he had seen quite a few geniuses like Shen Qinghan, whose spiritual power exceeded their biological level. Therefore, he was not overly surprised. Inside the spirit cabin, Shen Qinghan sat motionless inside, silently enduring the spiritual attacks of up to level 7 intensity. At this time, she kept her eyes tightly shut, her body drenched in sweat, showing a face burdened with pain. Level 7 intensity of spiritual attacks was somewhat beyond her limit. Every moment, every second, it felt as if countless needles were pulling inside her head relentlessly, causing an unbearably splitting headache. Even though it was very uncomfortable, Shen Qinghan chose to power through. She wanted to break through her limits. To improve her power as quickly as possible. Time waits for no one. Lin Zichen is getting stronger day by day. If she doesn't make more of an effort, sooner or later, she will be left far behind by him, until there's no possibility of catching up at all. That was the scenario she did not wish to see. She held on for just over half a minute. Shen Qinghan couldn't hold on any longer. She quickly pressed a button on the screen to end the extremely intense mental training session. Then, with her face flushed from effort and panting continuously, she staggered out of the spirit cabin. Lin Zichen hurried over to support her, lest she fall while walking unsteadily. "Are you feeling okay?" "Yes, I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy, but no big deal." "That's good." After he spoke, Lin Zichen carefully observed Shen Qinghan's complexion. She indeed seemed okay, unlike before, when she came out of the Qi blood capsule looking pale, barely walking a few steps before she couldn't help but lean against the wall and vomit. "Sister Han, you were so awesome just now." Luo Yongjian came over excitedly like a sidekick, saying, "When you adjusted the mental training strength to level 7, everyone was shocked by you, their eyes as wide as bells." Shen Qinghan was feeling dizzy now and responded with a polite smile to Luo Yongjian's flattery, not wanting to speak. She went aside and sat down. After taking a moment to recover, Shen Qinghan said to Lin Zichen, "Xiao Chen, I'm really fine. I'll just sit here and recover on my own. You go and experience the spirit cabin. It really helps. With increasing spiritual strength." "All right, then I'll give it a try." Lin Zichen got up and returned to the spirit cabin, entering it under everyone's gaze. Everyone was curious about his exact level of spiritual strength. After all, he was currently the strongest among the 20 special trainees, naturally attracting the attention of others. "What level do you think Lin Zichen's spiritual strength will be?" "Ordinary 2nd order or ordinary 3rd order, I guess." "Isn't that too low?" "No, how is that low?" Lin Zichen is taking the pure-blood human path. he hasn't merged any exotic beast gene related to spiritual power, so obviously, his spiritual strength can't be that high. Indeed, ordinary second order or ordinary third order is reasonable. If exaggerated, it's just ordinary fourth order, without merging any exotic beast gene related to spiritual power. That's basically the level of it. Such discussions arose from the crowd. People were guessing at Lin Zichen's level of spiritual strength. Most people guessed it would be of ordinary third order level. While they were guessing, Lin Zichen had already sat down in the spirit cabin. He rapidly tapped on the display a few times, directly setting the training intensity to level 8 and then started the training session. You are under a strong spiritual attack, spiritual power +1 +2 +1 +2 +1, level 8 intensity of spiritual attack. No sensation. Feels almost like being tickled. But the effect on the increase of spiritual power is truly great. Lin Zichen was feeling the spiritual attack he was under, all the while thinking calmly to himself. Contrary to his calmness, the group outside the spirit cabin were all left stupefied with shock, their faces in disbelief. After a moment to react, the crowd began exclaiming loudly, "Holy fuck! Level 8 training intensity. What's going on?" Lin Zichen's spiritual strength is actually equal to his biological level, reaching ordinary 8th order. What kind of joke is this? How is that possible? Isn't he a pure-blood human? Hasn't he merged with any exotic beast gene related to spiritual power? How can his spiritual strength be so high? Chapter 249, 169, Amazing Everyone with Powerful Spiritual Power _3 Chapter 249, 169, Amazing Everyone with Powerful Spiritual Power _3 Everyone was shocked, including instructor Lu Tianrong. Whether it was Lu Ruiha or Shen Qinghan, the reason for their high spiritual strength was partly due to their innate talent in spiritual power, and partly because they had merged with the genes of exotic beasts related to spiritual power. But Lin Zichen had taken the pure-blood human path and had never merged with any exotic beast gene. So the question arose, how could his spiritual strength be so high? Normally, having a spiritual strength that was 1/3 of one's biological level was already quite impressive. Yet Lin Zichen's spiritual strength matched his own biological level. It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. After regaining his composure a bit, Lu Tianrong immediately took out his mobile phone and called the military region's leadership to inform them of what was happening here. After listening to his report, a series of incredulous voices came from the other end of the phone. Then, the leader said they would come over immediately to have a look. When they said they would come over immediately, they meant it. Not even half a minute later, the leader arrived. It was the striking female military officer with short, efficient hair, Commander Yao. Yuan Dongji came along with her. Everyone make some room, clear a spot for Commander Yao and the others. Lu Tianrong shouted to the people gathered around the spirit cabin. The few standing right in front of the spirit cabin heard this and immediately made room for Yuan Dongji and the female officer to come forward. Yuan Dongji and the female officer didn't say much, they walked briskly to the front of the spirit cabin and stopped. When they saw the number 8 on the display screen, shock filled their faces in an instant, they thought they were dreaming. Especially Yuan Dongji, who had an expression of utter disbelief plastered across his face. In the past 6 months, Lin Zichen's strength had time and again shattered her perceptions, frequently catching her off guard. Honestly, she was beginning to doubt whether Lin Zichen was from Earth at all. Which normal Earthling could ever progress this rapidly? Almost changing day by day, growing stronger by the day, it looked like playing a game with a cheat code enabled, able to modify data at will. Dongji, are all those who take the pure-blood human path this strong? Sir, the novel, F.ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The female officer didn't know much about the pure-blood human path, thinking Lin Zichen's spiritual strength was so high because he practiced the blood tempering technique. Yuan Dongji said, not at all, it's only him. Others who take the pure-blood human path don't have such high spiritual strength, they're all at the level of ordinary people. Then what's the deal with him? I'm not sure either. Yuan Dongji shook her head, feeling completely mystified. Both taking the pure-blood human path, both with an ordinary 9th rank biological level. Lu Chuanwu, who was almost 100 years old, didn't even have spiritual strength as high as Lin Zichen, only reaching an ordinary 7th rank. For someone with an ordinary ninth-rank biological level who had not undergone genetic fusion, having a spiritual strength of an ordinary 7th rank was already quite an exaggeration. The reason Lu Chuanwu's spiritual strength reached an ordinary 7th rank was entirely because of his age. He had lived almost 100 years, grinding it out year after year. Conversely, Song Yuyan, also on the pureblood human path but younger, currently had only an ordinary 4th rank in spiritual strength. And an even younger Lin Zichen, logically, should have a spiritual strength of at most an ordinary 3rd rank right now. However, Lin Zichen had an ordinary 8th rank spiritual strength. This was almost equal to his own biological level. It was simply inconceivable. Before long, Lin Zichen came out of the spirit cabin. Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster, with eyes full of unusual gazes. They had never seen such an exaggerated prodigy. If this prodigy couldn't speak human language, they would have suspected he was an exotic beast in human skin. Seeing Lin Zichen emerge from the spirit cabin, Yuan Dongji didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "Zichen, how is your spiritual strength so high?" Lin Zichen had already thought of an explanation in advance while he was in the spirit cabin. He answered calmly, "I've liked mathematics since I was young, often pondering various difficult math problems, always winning awards in math competitions, with plenty of first places." Could it have something to do with that? Whether Yuan Dongji believed it or not was her business, that was how he explained it anyway. Although the explanation was far-fetched, it at least had some relevance and could indeed explain to a certain extent. Spiritual power is related to the brain, and doing math problems requires thinking, which improves spiritual power. It was reasonable. Yuan Dongji also knew that doing math problems could help improve spiritual power. But, no matter how much it improved, it couldn't possibly reach the level of an ordinary 8th rank. Bear in mind, spiritual strength at the level of an ordinary 8th rank was beyond many advanced powerhouses. Just doing math problems could raise one's spiritual power to such a height. What a joke! Yuan Dongji considered many possibilities, and the only explanation she could come up with in the end was that Lin Zichen had an extremely astonishing talent in the area of spiritual power. Simply by doing math problems, he could enhance a large amount of spiritual power. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Lin Zichen's spiritual strength was so high. Thinking this, Yuan Dongji said to Lin Zichen, "Zichen, come with me. I'd like to have a thorough discussion with you about spiritual power." Lin Zichen was used to it. He said nothing and silently followed her out of the special training room. Shen Qinghan, seeing this, stood up and hurriedly followed. P.S. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 250, 250. 170, Attaining Sainthood in the Flesh. Chapter 250, 170. Attaining sainthood in the flesh. On the rooftop of the high-rise building, there were 4 people. They were Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Yuan Dongji, and a female military officer. Among them, Yuan Dongji looked at Lin Zichen with curiosity and said, "Zichen, what have your living habits been like from childhood to adulthood?" She wanted to fully understand Lin Zichen's living habits to deduce the reasons behind his extremely high spiritual strength. Solving brain-intensive math problems certainly can enhance one's spiritual strength. However, to enhance it to the level of an ordinary 8th order was too exaggerated and seemed unrealistic. To possess such high spiritual strength as an ordinary 8th order before the age of 20, there must be other factors boosting it. Lin Zichen honestly answered, "I have loved reading since I was very young. Before I even started school, I was already at the point of reading for an average of 10 hours a day. Apart from reading, I spent the rest of my time either exercising, watching the news, or searching for various educational videos online to watch. It can be said that learning has permeated my entire life." These words had no element of exaggeration. This was exactly how he had lived since he was a child. Starting to read from infancy led to his supremacy among his peers today. Of course, the enhancement from the biometric attributes, use it or lose it, and innate genius played their part. Really? Is someone that passionate about learning? The female officer wore a look of incomprehension and felt that Lin Zichen was exaggerating. Reading books for an average of 10 hours a day before even starting school, could such a person even exist? Kids naturally love to play. Getting a child who hasn't started school to read for 10 hours a day is a fantasy. Most importantly, how many words could a child who hadn't attended school recognize? Could they just be looking at picture books? The military officer was filled with doubt. Next to her, Yuan Dongji fell into deep thought. After a moment, Yuan Dongji spoke up, "Based on what you've said, your strength today must be the result of both talent and hard work. Especially since you had such a large volume of learning even before reaching school age, that's quite extraordinary. And being extraordinary is a commonality among top geniuses." The group chatted briefly on the rooftop. Soon, Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan went downstairs to the special training room to continue their qi blood and spiritual training. As soon as they had left, the female officer turned to Yuan Dongji and said, "You, a student from Shan University, seem to have been hiding your abilities all along." Yuan Dongji replied indifferently, "That's good. Being reserved is a good habit." On the second floor, in the special training room. Not long after Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan had come down, it was time to disband for a meal. Lu Tianrong said to everyone, "At 2 p.m., gather directly on the third floor of this building. The third floor is where the weapons are stored. Then, each of you can select a weapon that suits you." After dropping that sentence, he turned and left the special training room without further conversation with everyone. The trainees started discussing among themselves, curious about what kinds of weapons there were. Shen Qinghan was also very curious about this and kept talking to Lin Zichen about it. As Lin Zichen chatted with her, he headed downstairs to go to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they got their food, and the two casually found an empty spot to sit down and eat. Not long after they started eating, Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian came over with their trays and sat down to eat together. See the Nafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Do you mind if we sit together?" Li Moyu asked with a smile. "You're already sitting down, what's the point of asking now?" Lin Zichen thought to himself, but calmly replied, "Of course, I don't mind." Then, Luo Yongjian saw Ma Shiwei, who had just gotten her food, stood up, waved to her, and shouted, "Sister Shiwei, come and join us." Ma Shiwei heard his call, walked over, and sat down next to Shen Qinghan. "Lin Zichen, earlier in the special training room, you mentioned your high spiritual strength was related to doing math problems often, is that true?" Li Moyu asked while chewing his food. He had come to sit with Lin Zichen precisely to find out the answer to this question. "Yes, it's true," Lin Zichen replied and added, "Besides doing math problems often, I also enjoy reading books. Both help in improving spiritual power." Upon hearing this, Li Moyu shook his head. "You have to strain your brain doing math problems and reading books. It'd be better to just integrate a gene related to spiritual power from exotic beasts for better cost efficiency." Luo Yongjian agreed, "Indeed, doing math problems and reading books is a waste of time. Moreover, it's definitely related to natural talent that Brother Chen could train his spiritual strength so high just by doing math problems and reading books. For someone like me whose innate spiritual power isn't outstanding, there's no way to replicate his method." Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian both harbored a sense of reality, aware that the methods Lin Zichen used to improve his spiritual power weren't suitable for them. Ma Shiwei turned to Shen Qinghan and asked, "What about you, Qinghan? Your spiritual power is also very high. Do you also like to solve math problems and read books like Lin Zichen does?" Shen Qinghan laughed, "Not particularly, but I've been following Xiaochen since we were children. Whatever he does, I follow suit." Ma Shiwei nodded and didn't say anything more, lost in thought. At 2 p.m., upstairs in the special training room, the weapon room. Lu Tianrong told everyone, "The weapons here are made of grade B alloy. They have attacking attributes that can slice through iron like mud and defensive attributes that can withstand bullets. Everyone is free to look around and try things out. Try to pick something that fits well, don't choose based on looks. In 10 days, I'll take you out for real combat training. We'll form teams to hunt down exotic beasts or heretical sect members. Whatever weapon you choose today, that's what you'll bring to battle." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 251, 170. Attaining Sainthood in the Flesh _2 Chapter 251, 170. Attaining Sainthood in the Flesh _2 Lu Tianrong finished speaking and then added, "All right, no need to stand around, everyone, hurry up and select a weapon. Once you've chosen, we'll start practicing the appropriate weapon usage." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to pick out weapons. Lin Zichen glanced at the weapons around him and found that they were all melee cold weapons, swords, blades, spears, maces, and the like. He didn't really need these weapons, so he simply scanned them briefly without going up to choose one. Firstly, he didn't like to use weapons, he preferred smashing with his fists and kicking with his feet. Secondly, the strength of level B alloy wasn't even as high as his body's strength after completing body tempering thrice, so carrying them would only add unnecessary weight. Xiao Chen, what kind of weapon do you think suits me? Shen Qinghan had tried several weapons but couldn't decide, so she sought Lin Zichen's advice. Lin Zichen spoke gently, if you don't have a particular preference for a type of weapon, then you should choose one with a larger attack range as much as possible. Shen Qinghan nodded and said, okay, I'll look for a weapon with a large attack range. Having said that, she turned around again and, following Lin Zichen's suggestion, began selecting a weapon with a large attack range. After circling around for quite some time, she eventually selected a 2-meter-long spear. This was one of the weapons with the largest attack range she could find in the weapon room. Taking into account her arm span, she would have an attack distance of about 2.5 meters. Another weapon with an attack range as large as that of the spear was the massive Guandao cleaver. But the Guandao was too heavy, she didn't feel comfortable handling it. Most importantly, she preferred the thrusting action over the chopping motion. At the same time, everyone else had also chosen their weapons. Li Moyu, who favored strength, picked a mace covered in sharp spikes. Ma Shiwei, leaning towards agility, chose a pair of light dual swords. Luo Yongjian didn't choose, he already had his own sword made of level B alloy, so there was no need to select from these weapons. Instructor, are there no firearms? Zhang Kai looked at Lu Tianrong and asked. As a mechanically modified human, he had no interest in the cold weapons here, finding them too primitive. Lu Tianrong replied, there are only cold weapons. After speaking, he added another sentence, this special training is designed to boost your fighting capability in Origin Land, and in that place, due to various restrictions, it's impossible to use firearms, one can only use cold weapons, which is why we specifically train you in the use of cold weapons. Zhang Kai said, but I am a mechanically modified human, I won't have the chance to go to Origin Land, so I won't need cold weapons. Lu Tianrong was dismissive, cold weapons are also very necessary on Earth. When your ammo runs out and the enemy hasn't been wiped out, a cold weapon is the only choice you have. After hearing this, Zhang Kai didn't speak up again and obediently went to select a weapon. By now, he had realized that Jishin Group was just there to accompany the prince in his study, serving as practice partners for the genetic integrators. This so-called military special training was specifically organized for genetic integrators. As for Lin Zichen, who walked the pureblood human path, he was an exception. Looking at past years, the strength of freshmen following the pureblood human path was very weak, and they didn't qualify to attend the military special training. However, Lin Zichen's strength surpassed that of genetic integrators his age, which gave him the eligibility to represent Shan University here. If Lin Zichen could indeed break the shackles of ordinary organisms with his pure-blood human body, he would also shine and stand out among the talented genetic integrators in Origin Land in the future. Has everyone chosen their weapons? Lu Tianrong, who had been playing with his phone, saw that the time was about right and looked up to ask everyone. People responded sporadically, saying they had chosen. Seeing this, Lu Tianrong asked everyone to gather under the martial stage. In the center of the weapon room, there was a standard large martial stage for those who had chosen their weapons to go up, spar, and test if the weapons suited them. Soon, everyone had gathered under the martial stage. Search * the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lu Tianrong, noticing that Lin Zichen was empty-handed, couldn't help but ask, Lin Zichen, where is your weapon? Lin Zichen replied, report, instructor, I am used to fighting barehanded, I don't need a weapon. Lu Tianrong responded, a weapon can greatly enhance your combat power. Choose one anyway. Lin Zichen replied, no need, instructor. Lu Tianrong frowned slightly, feeling that this genius from Shan University was a bit too arrogant. Probably the success of the entry assessment had gone to his head. Such self-confident geniuses weren't unheard of in the past, they just needed to be put in their place. Thinking this, Lu Tianrong said to everyone, since everyone has chosen their weapons, let's start familiarizing yourselves with them. The best way to familiarize yourself is to spar with others on the martial stage. As he said this, Lu Tianrong looked at Lin Zichen with a smile that was not quite a smile. Lin Zichen, you said you're accustomed to fighting barehanded. I'm quite curious about that. So, you go up to the martial stage first and let everyone see your strength. Fine. Lin Zichen answered succinctly. Having said that, he leaped onto the martial stage with a single bound and waited for others to challenge him. Lu Tianrong said to the others, those who want to challenge Lin Zichen can come up on their own. I'm up. As soon as the voice fell, a dark figure leapt onto the martial stage below. It was the genius from the military zone, Zhao Yuanzhong. Zhao Yuanzhong, holding a machete with eyes full of fighting spirit, said, Lin Zichen, are you ready? Lin Zichen, bring it on. The moment his voice dropped, Zhao Yuanzhong's calves exploded with power, his figure flashed, and he rushed in front of him instantly, slashing at his chest with the knife. This slash carried an extremely fierce force. The sharp blade, rubbing through the air, produced a tearing sound. If hit, it would result in either death or severe injury. Faced with such a terrifying slash, Lin Zichen showed no intention of dodging. Instead, just as the blade was about to fall, he calmly reached up and grabbed it, catching the blade with his bare hands, challenging the iron-cutting blade with his flesh and blood body. Then, with a sudden forceful squeeze, crack, accompanied by a sound of shattering. The large machete, made of B-grade alloy, was instantly covered with startling cracks on the blade. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd below, it instantly broke into pieces and scattered on the ground. Holy shit, what's happening? To crush a machete made of B-grade alloy with bare hands, is this guy even human? This strength is insane. It's really too exaggerated. Is this what they call having a saintly body in the legends? Everyone below the stage was shocked, exclaiming one after another. As for his opponent, Zhao Yuanzhong, he was so stunned that he felt numb all over. Numb mentally and physically. How could he be so strong? On the other side, Lu Tianrong glanced at the unharmed Lin Zichen on the stage and then at the pile of broken blade pieces at his feet, feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. At this moment, he finally realized that it wasn't that Lin Zichen was overconfident, but that he had underestimated Lin Zichen, as well as the physical enhancement of the pure-blood human path. Zhao, come down, let me go up and learn from him. Lu Rueha, also a genius of the military zone, called out to Zhao Yuanzhong on the stage. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanzhong kicked away the broken blade pieces in front of him and immediately jumped off the martial stage to swap with Lu Rueha. Lu Rueha leapt from the crowd and landed with a heavy thud on the stage. He held a heavy mace in his hand and asked Lin Zichen, ready? Lin Zichen, bring it on. Lu Rueha wasted no words, took an arrow step forward, and in the blink of an eye rushed in front of Lin Zichen, swinging the mace down at him fiercely. Dang! A clear sound rang out. Lin Zichen punched out, meeting the descending mace head-on. Under the impact of the mace, Lin Zichen's fist remained unscathed. On the contrary, Lu Rueha, holding the mace, had his wrist split open, bleeding profusely. At the same time, again came crack sounds. The mace, several times more durable than the large machete, also showed countless cracks and broke into pieces, falling onto the martial stage. Such a powerful body. Lu Rueha looked at the broken mace pieces at his feet, his face filled with shock. Brohi, come down and let me have a go. Another military zone genius wanted to challenge Lin Zichen. Lu Rueha said nothing, stepped down with the broken mace pieces in tow. Just as that military zone genius was about to step onto the stage, the instructor, Lu Tianrong, couldn't stand it any longer and quickly spoke up to stop them. Enough, no more challenges, none of the weapons here can harm Lin Zichen in the slightest. If you keep breaking more weapons, my days as an instructor are over today. Looking at the broken machete pieces and mace chunks on the ground, Lu Tianrong felt completely numb. The weapons made of B-grade alloy, each worth more than $1 million. In just the blink of an eye, 2 were damaged. If this continued, he would definitely be held responsible by the leadership. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 252, 171. Block armor piercing rounds with bare hands. Chapter 252, 171. Block armor-piercing rounds with bare hands. Instructor, may I step down now? On the martial stage, Lin Zichen looked toward Lu Tianrong below and asked. He had shattered 2 B-grade alloy weapons in succession. Such a powerful physical body was simply unmatched by the group of special training students below, and there was no need to continue sparring. Come down, Lu Tianrong said, the martial stage here is too small for you, show your skills during the real combat special training in 10 days. Hearing that he could leave the stage, Lin Zichen lifted his leg and walked down. Wait a moment. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Immediately afterward, a figure imbued with a metallic quality leaped from the crowd and landed on the martial stage with a thump. It was a female mechanically modified human from the Mech God Corporation. Named Zhu Shishir. Her hair was very short, stopping just at her ears. However, her strength was formidable, the strongest combatant among the 5 special training students of the Mech God Corporation. B-grade weapons can't even scratch you, dare you challenge the enhanced armor-piercing bullets? Zhu Shishir stood in front of Lin Zichen and spoke expressionlessly. While speaking, her half-metallic face appeared lifeless, with only the cold luster of metal. Enhanced armor-piercing bullets. Lin Zichen had no concept of this kind of bullet. Zhang Kai reminded him from below, Zichen, don't accept this challenge, it's too dangerous. Within 10 meters, enhanced armor-piercing bullets can easily penetrate a steel plate 10 centimeters thick, you can't block it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanzhong exclaimed in surprise, penetrate a steel plate 10 centimeters thick, can it really be that exaggerated? My genetically fused armored earth dragon scales can grow up to 4 centimeters thick at most, and the hardness is only about the same as ordinary steel. By your words, if she shoots at me, wouldn't I be done for with one shot? Zhao Yuanzhong felt Zhang Kai must be exaggerating and didn't believe the enhanced armor-piercing bullets were so powerful. Otherwise, wouldn't mechanically modified humans be invincible among their peers at the ordinary level of strength? Could that be possible? Obviously not, right? Zhang Kai chuckled, if you don't believe it, you can try it yourself on the stage later, see if the enhanced armor-piercing bullets can shoot through your body with one shot. Zhao Yuanzhong didn't respond, silently looking at Zhu Shishir on the stage, lost in thought. Mechanically modified humans were indeed strong in the early stages. As long as technology kept up, increasing combat power was as simple as drinking water. Unlike genetic integrators who had to spend a lot of time exercising their bodies, constantly strengthening their flesh. Don't try, the armor-piercing bullets that can penetrate a steel plate 10 centimeters thick are too dangerous, both of you come down, Lu Tianrong called out to the 2 on the stage. Zhu Shishir disagreed, just avoid shooting at the vital parts, there won't be any danger. Lu Tianrong frowned. These special training students had too little discipline, often defying the instructor, which was really troublesome to handle. Forget it, since they were not from the military district, let them do as they pleased, he had no desire to train them. As long as he managed the 5 from the military district well, that was enough. Thinking this, Lu Tianrong said, then both of you be careful, don't hit the vital areas. Don't worry, instructor. Zhu Shishir's voice was magnetically rich as she spoke. Her vocal cords had been modified, giving her voice an electric current-like quality, especially suitable for singing electronic music. Where do you want to block the bullet? Zhu Shishir turned her head to look at Lin Zichen, asking in a cold voice. Lin Zichen responded indifferently, I didn't say I wanted to try. What, you don't dare? Daring is one thing, but there's no need, unless there's some benefit to a successful challenge. Lin Zichen said calmly. His body had undergone 3rd-stage body refinement completion, far surpassing the durability of a 10-centimeter thick steel plate. The mere enhanced armor-piercing bullets couldn't harm him in the least. Unless there was some benefit to be had, there was no need to take the challenge. You don't need to succeed in the challenge, Zhu Shishir boldly said, just for accepting the challenge, I can deposit 1 million into your account right now. 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Zichen's mind wavered slightly. At that moment, he belatedly realized something. The prodigies he had encountered from childhood all seemed to come from affluent backgrounds, casually able to offer a large sum of money to someone. After giving it some thought, it seemed like only he and Chen Qinghan truly came from a common background. It really confirmed the saying, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutations. Without giving it further thought, Lin Zichen accepted the challenge that offered an easy 1 million, took out his phone, and said to Zhu Shishir, "Make the transfer." Zhu Shishir didn't babble on. She pressed a few times directly on her palm, and quickly transferred 1 million yuan over. Mechanically modified humans inherently had all the functions of a phone, so they didn't need one. Goodness, he's really taking up the challenge. That's the enhanced armor-piercing bullet that can shoot through a steel plate 10 centimeters thick. This talent from Shan University is really bold. Feels like blood will be spilled. Hard to say, since he dares to take up the challenge, he must be confident. What confidence? That's a bullet that can even penetrate a steel plate 10 centimeters thick. How can an ordinary flesh and blood body block it? Seeing Lin Zichen actually chose to take the challenge, a wave of murmured discussions arose from below. The two on the stage paid no heed to these sounds. Among them, Zhu Shishir, who had completed the transfer, looked up at Lin Zichen before her and asked, "Where do you want to be shot?" "Shoot at the palm of my hand," Lin Zichen said, lifting his right hand with his palm facing Zhu Shishir. Zhu Shishir didn't speak. She immediately activated the energy chamber within her right arm, accumulating the propelling energy for the gun barrel that would fire the armor-piercing bullet. Sir, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Afterward, she raised her mechanical right arm, positioning the protruding barrel on Lin Zichen's palm, and asked coldly, "Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Chapter 253, 253, 171, Blocking Armor-Piercing Rounds with Bare Hands _2 Chapter 253, 171, Blocking Armor-Piercing Rounds with Bare Hands _2 Ready. Fire. Lin Zichen said calmly. As soon as his voice fell, Zhu Shishir's thoughts moved ruthlessly, firing an enhanced armor-piercing round. Bang. A deafening explosion sounded. An astonishing scene occurred. Lin Zichen's hand wasn't pierced by the armor-piercing round. It was Zhu Shishir's mechanical arm that exploded. The armor-piercing round couldn't penetrate Lin Zichen's arm, and got stuck in the gun barrel, unable to shoot out. With no outlet for the immense impact force, it detonated inside the barrel, blasting Zhu Shishir's fully metallic right arm to pieces. How is this possible? Zhu Shishir's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. The others around were equally stunned, faces filled with disbelief. Even an enhanced armor-piercing round was stopped. Stopped without a scratch. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Zichen's physical body had a defensive power greater than a steel plate 10 centimeters thick. Such a high level of defense was at least at the ordinary 9th rank. And it was on the higher end of the ordinary 9th rank. Terrifying indeed. This lad was truly terrifying. He had the bearing of a saint in physical form. At this moment, every person present was overwhelmed with shock, their understanding of the physical body completely shattered, witnessing the birth of a miracle. This is too exaggerated, the strength of this body is just too exaggerated, it's simply inhuman. Who says the pure-blood human path isn't viable? He's practically schooling everyone in the nation of his age. Do you think there's a possibility that it's not the pure-blood human path that's extraordinary, but Lin Zichen himself? Indeed, before Lin Zichen, there were many talents who chose the pure-blood human path, but they all blended into the crowd in the end. This shows that what's amazing isn't the pure-blood human path, but Lin Zichen himself. That can't quite be said either. It might be that the pure-blood human path has a high threshold, and those with physical talent who pass this threshold can achieve 1 + 1 greater than 2, whereas those without the necessary physical talent might result in 1 + 1 being less than 2. Having witnessed the strength of Lin Zichen's body themselves, everyone present started discussing the pure-blood human path, re-evaluating this evolutionary path that had led many a genius to become indistinguishable from the masses and had been condemned by the public. How can Lin Zichen be so strong? Li Moyu was completely dispirited, the fighting spirit gone from his eyes. Before this, he always felt he had a chance to surpass Lin Zichen. But having witnessed with his own eyes how Lin Zichen blocked an enhanced armor-piercing round with his bare hands, he finally realized how big the gap between them was. It was an insurmountable chasm. During the 4 years of college, he saw no hope of overtaking Lin Zichen. In fact, the gap might even widen further. See the nafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Having Li Moyu exist, what was the point in having Lin Zichen? Li Moyu fell into depression. In contrast, Luo Yongjian beside him was uncontrollably excited, even more so than Shen Qinghan. He was dancing with joy throughout, loudly cheering Brother Chen, and fully embodying the phrase, basking in reflected glory. To those who didn't know better, they might have thought he and Lin Zichen were blood brothers from the same parents. Is the pure-blood human path really a dead end? Ma Shiwei muttered softly, her belief somewhat crumbling. Her father, Ma Zhenhe, had always been firmly against the pure-blood human path, often vehemently criticizing it, deeming it worthless. As his daughter, influenced by years of his opinions, she too was biased against the pure-blood human path. She'd always thought Lin Zichen, who chose this path, was a fool who would regret it in the future. But now, she started to doubt herself. To doubt whether her father was wrong. The pure-blood human path wasn't a dead end as her father said. Instead, it could be a hitherto unknown path of light. If traversed, it could far surpass other evolutionary paths, leading humanity to a completely new level. Is Zichen really human? Zhang Kai doubted life itself, unable to comprehend Lin Zichen's strength. Back when they were in junior high in the martial arts team, he, as a senior student, was utterly crushed by junior Lin Zichen, leaving him with no confidence and feeling worthless. It wasn't until years later, after joining the Mech God group and being reborn as a top talent of the company, that he slowly regained his self-confidence. Whenever he returned home for the holidays, whether it was neighbors or friends, relatives or former classmates, they would all crowd around him. The goddess who wouldn't give him the time of day before would now climb into bed with just a flick of his finger. The geniuses who looked down on him now eagerly greeted him with Bro Kai. This made him feel like he was the best. At least in his past relationship circles, he was the best. The one who made it the farthest. However, at this moment, having seen Lin Zichen block an enhanced armor-piercing round with his bare hands, he found that familiar sense of helplessness from junior high flooding back. Crushed back then in junior high, he was still being crushed now as an adult, feeling like they existed in different dimensions. No matter how amazing he was in his two-dimensional world, he could never surpass three-dimensional Lin Zichen. This physical strength feels like it can compare with some of the physically weaker advanced-level creatures. Lu Tianrong looked at Lin Zichen on the stage, filled with shock. He had served nearly 10 years as a special training camp instructor at the Nanjiang Province military headquarters, where he had seen countless chosen sons of heaven. Among them were the capital's genius Li Yijin, the mechanical prodigy girl Lu Qingyu, and the strongest new recruit of the military district, Liang Sangsu, and other unrivaled geniuses of the same rank. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 254, 171, Blocking Armor-Piercing Rounds with Bare Hands _3 Chapter 254, 171, Blocking Armor-Piercing Rounds with Bare Hands _3 However, these so-called unparalleled supreme geniuses in their own ranks couldn't hold a candle to Lin Zichen's performance during the special military training back then. They were far too inferior. Lin Zichen was the top genius he had ever seen. Without equal. Utterly in a league of his own. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the earth could produce a genius with such an aberrant physical talent. On the martial stage, Lin Zichen paid no attention to the astonished gazes around him. He quickly hopped off the martial stage and found a spot to sit down. His strength had already been showcased, easily overpowering everyone. There was no need for further sparring. The remaining time was to be used well for cultivating the blood tempering technique and undergoing the fourth body refining. He aimed to achieve the fifth stage body refinement completion before his sophomore year. What is he doing sitting cross-legged on the ground? See thnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Meditating. He's cultivating the blood tempering technique, manipulating the chi blood inside his body to refine it. Is this how pure-blood humans strengthen themselves? This is my first time seeing it. The crowd recovered from their shock and all curiously observed Lin Zichen, watching the process of his cultivation of the blood tempering technique. Lu Tianrong, as an instructor, was also watching with great interest. But after watching for a while, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Feeling it was a waste of time, he yelled to everyone, "Stop watching. Time is money, hurry up and start practicing with the weapons you've chosen. Don't waste time." The term "everyone" here did not include Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen's display of overwhelming strength had successfully earned him the privilege of free individual training. Hearing this, everyone sprang into action. Finding partners to spar with. Practicing with weapons. During practice, they couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Zichen, curious about his cultivation of the blood tempering technique. Before they knew it, over 2 hours had passed. The time was now 5:30 in the afternoon. Everyone, stop for a moment. Lu Tianrong called for a halt and continued, today's special training is now over. In the next 10 days, we will train Qi blood and our minds in the special training room downstairs in the morning, and in the afternoon, we'll come here to practice using weapons. After 10 days, we'll go out for real combat training, hunting down members of the heretical sect and exotic beasts to develop your teamwork skills. Understood. Understood, X20 everyone responded in unison. Lu Tianrong nodded and said, all right, go eat. At his words, everyone left the weapon room in pairs or small groups. Xiao Chen, I recorded the moment when you blocked the bullet with your bare hands and directly crushed the opponent's mechanized arm. Shen Qinghan approached Lin Zichen, holding her phone and playing the video for him, excitedly saying in a fan-like manner, you have to see this, it's so cool. Lin Zichen glanced at it and smiled, it does look cool. While the two were watching the video, Luo Yongjian came over with a big smile, Zichen, Qinghan, let's go eat together. Lin Zichen looked up at him and said, you go eat first, we won't be eating so soon. Okay then, I'll go eat. With you Gu and Wei Jie first. With a smile still on his face, Luo Yongjian left those words behind and walked away. He wanted to get close to Lin Zichen but knew the importance of not overdoing it, so he didn't show too much enthusiasm. After Luo Yongjian had gone far away, Shen Qinghan asked quietly, Xiao Chen, do you not like getting too close to the people in my class? Lin Zichen explained, it's not that, I really won't be eating so soon. I plan to go to a place to do something first, and then I'll eat after that's done. Shen Qinghan was curious, what's that something? Lin Zichen teased, you'll know when we get there. When are we going? Now. After saying this, Lin Zichen led Shen Qinghan out of the weapon room and headed downstairs stealthily as if they were thieves. P.S. There will be one more chapter. Before 1 a.m. search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 255, 172. Fox Demon Stealing Home Chapter 255, 172. Fox Demon Stealing Home. Leaving the weapons room, Lin Zichen accompanied Shen Qinghan to the special training room downstairs. The special training room was locked at the moment, not open to the public. But that was not a problem for Lin Zichen. With only a slight effort, he quickly cracked the passcode lock on the door and stealthily infiltrated it. Zichen, wouldn't it be wrong for us to come in without permission? Shen Qinghan timidly expressed her concern, her pretty face full of worry. She was afraid that sneaking in would get them discovered and consequently punished. Lin Zichen, don't worry, I came in because I wanted to use the Qi blood capsule and the spirit cabin here, and even if we're discovered, it won't be a big deal. Sneaking in just to use the Qi blood capsule and spirit cabin. Shen Qinghan thought for a moment and asked, are you trying to secretly test your limits? You guessed right, how smart. Lin Zichen smiled and snapped his fingers. Shen Qinghan immediately became interested, her voice filled with curiosity, Zichen, you are so strong, I wonder how high your limit is. Level 11. Level 12. Or even level 13. It must be especially high. Shen Qinghan had full confidence in Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen smiled and said, you're overestimating me, level 11 is about right. Level 13 is at the high level 4th rank, and I'm not that strong. Shen Qinghan looked up to him in admiration, level 11 is super impressive too, it's equivalent to an advanced 2nd rank. As far as I know, the president of the student union is around this level, and he's a senior while you're just a freshman, you're practically invincible. You have such a sweet mouth, I'll have to properly savor it when we get back to the dorms tonight. Lin Zichen said smilingly as he pinched Shen Qinghan's cherry lips. Afterward, he stopped wasting time and quickly stopped in front of a Qi blood capsule. He didn't rush to test right away. Instead, he used his spiritual power to shield the surveillance of that spot and disconnect the network of the Qi blood capsule. After completing all this, he entered the capsule to conduct the test. Having undergone the body refining process 3 times, his body's strength was roughly at an advanced second rank. If converted to the Qi blood capsule's training intensity, that would be level 11. Thinking this, Lin Zichen adjusted the training intensity on the display to level 11 and clicked to start the training. The intensity at level 11 was very high. But throughout the process, he didn't feel any discomfort. He was fully able to withstand it. He could even do squats inside the Qi blood capsule. It was very easy for him. Since the training at level 11 was effortless, why not try level 12? Lin Zichen swiftly adjusted the training intensity to level 12. When the numbers on the display changed to 12, the pressure inside the capsule surged dramatically. It was more than 10 times the intensity of level 11. Although Lin Zichen had mentally prepared himself, when the pressure suddenly spiked, he was still crushed to the point of bending over, as if carrying a mountain on his back, his face twisted in pain. You are experiencing severe Qi blood turbulence, Qi blood plus 78 plus 76 plus 81 plus 82 plus 79, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 31 seconds. So heavy. I can't hold on any longer. Lin Zichen persevered for 31 seconds, feeling as if his veins were about to explode, and had no choice but to press the display to terminate the test. The intensity of level 11 was no pressure, and he could endure half a minute at level 12 intensity. Such data indicated that his physical strength was infinitely close to a high-level 3rd rank, otherwise, he couldn't have withstood half a minute in a level 12 intensity Qi blood capsule. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. Lin Zichen was very pleased with the strength of his body. After all, his biological level was only an ordinary 9th rank, yet his body's strength had already reached an impressively high advanced 2nd rank. There was no reason not to be satisfied. After testing his physical strength, Lin Zichen didn't waste any time and swiftly entered a spirit cabin in the same manner to test his mental strength. He had always had a clear understanding of his physical strength. However, his mental strength was a bit vague to him. He wasn't sure what level it belonged to. Therefore, during the test, he was very cautious. He started from an intensity of level 8 and slowly increased it level by level. In the end, he found his limit was level 10. He did attempt to challenge level 11, but he couldn't even last a mere 3 seconds before nearly passing out in the spirit cabin. With that, the test results were confirmed. Physical strength at advanced 2nd rank, infinitely close to a high-level 3rd rank. Mental strength at an advanced 1st rank. Lin Zichen had anticipated this outcome. After starting college, he'd been practicing the blood tempering technique with high intensity, hence the physical strength was naturally higher. On the other hand, since starting college, he had hardly done any math problems or reading. No matter, he'd just have to eat more meat related to spiritual power from exotic beasts, and his spiritual power would quickly improve. Besides, a mental strength reaching an advanced 1st rank, in fact, had a much higher value than being close to a high-level 3rd rank in physical strength. After all, improving mental strength far outweighs the enhancement of physical strength. Many advanced-level creatures also have mental strength around the ordinary 4th order. Those that are more impressive are around the ordinary 9th rank. To have an advanced 1st rank mental strength, the advanced-level creature, to put it bluntly, must start at least from high-level 7th rank. At the same time, Shanghai University. Inner campus. A charming girl with a pair of fluffy pure white fox ears on her head and a similarly snow-white fox tail behind her was strolling leisurely around the living area, curiously gazing at everything. Wherever she passed by, she attracted a lot of attention from people around. That girl is so beautiful. Such high beauty, feels like she can match Shen Qinghan from the genius freshman class. Strange, why have I never seen such a beautiful girl before? Has someone had plastic surgery? Her tail is so white, and the ears look so fluffy, they seem like they'd feel nice to touch. I wonder what exotic beast gene she has merged with. Even Zhou, the top student, can't recognize what exotic beast gene it is, then it must be an extremely rare one. SAR the novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The passers-by were all discussing the girl, very curious about her identity. The girl paid no attention to the discussions around her, keeping her focus on observing everything about her, finding each blade of grass on earth intriguing. Along the way, several boys tried to strike up a conversation with her. These boys approached full of confidence. But when they stopped in front of the girl, they somehow all turned mute. Without uttering a word, they would leave with a dazed expression on their faces. Finally, under the gaze of passers-by, the girl walked into a supermarket. "Boss, are the grapes in front of you sweet?" In the supermarket, the girl asked while standing in front of a fruit stall. The female boss was very enthusiastic. "Of course they're sweet, I won't charge you if they're not." "Then never mind, I prefer sour grapes." After finishing her sentence, the girl looked at the peaches behind the boss and said with a pleasant voice, "Boss, are those peaches sweet?" The female boss smiled. "The flavor is a mix of sour and sweet, definitely to your liking. Want to try some?" The girl shook her head. "No thanks, I like my peaches sweet." "You sure have unique tastes." The female boss couldn't help the slight twitch of her mouth. Soon, the girl pointed at the loquats beneath the stall and said with a playful tone, "Boss, are these loquats sweet?" The boss's enthusiasm had faded, her smile gone as she replied, "These loquats range from sour to sweet, you can find any flavor you like. Want some?" The girl waved her hand dismissively. "I don't like eating loquats, just asking." Lines of frustration instantly crossed the boss's face. That upset her. She's not very composed. How dull, losing interest in teasing. The girl elegantly extended her slender, pale, delicate hand, picked up a large bunch of bananas, and placed them on the scale, smiling brightly. "Boss, how much?" 18 yuan. The female boss glanced at the weight on the scale, her face devoid of cheer. Like a magician, the girl conjured a crisp 100 yuan note out of nowhere and handed it to the boss with a charming smile. "Keep the change." The money was from a divine envoy of the divine plant cult. Not only did he give her money to spend, but he had also patiently taught her a lot of common knowledge, allowing her to blend into Earth's human society well. Such a generous lady. The female boss received the 100 yuan note with a beaming smile. Her fleeting dissatisfaction with the girl dissolved instantly. That's the benefit of selling in the inner campus area. One often encounters wealthy and generous students who spend without a second thought, as if money were dirt. "Boss, where is Zhongyuan building number 8? The girl continued to eat the banana as she softly asked. The voice sounded so sweet and a bit coquettish, it could melt a person's bones. The female boss grinned. "Go out, turn left, walk about 100 meters or so, and you'll see a cafeteria. The building diagonally across from the cafeteria is Zhongyuan building number 8. After learning the location, the girl left the supermarket. As the girl disappeared into the distance, the shop owner felt a twinge of curiosity. Why wouldn't she know where Zhongyuan building number 8 is? Could she not be a student from Shanghai University? Well, she must be some school leader's relative brought onto campus, the female boss thought to herself. Zhongyuan building number 8. Room 603. The girl stood in front of the dormitory door, her spiritual power radiating out to sense the interior, finding no one inside. Where could they be? Are they at the Pure Human Research Institute? With that thought, the girl leaped down from the corridor, landing gently on the ground. Afterwards, she headed towards the campus road and casually asked a passerby, "Excuse me, could you tell me where the Pure Human Research Institute is?" It's over there. Go straight for about 500 meters, then turn right, and you'll be there," the boy stammered as he gave directions to the girl. The girl was so beautiful, speaking to her made him feel a lot of pressure. It didn't take long for the girl to find the Pure Human Research Institute. She stood at the entrance, her spiritual power sensing the area. Then her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. Not there either. Where has he gone? That person clearly told me that he goes back and forth daily between the dorm and the institute. I should ask someone inside. With that thought, the girl walked into the research institute at a leisurely pace. She quietly approached Song Yuyen, who was immersed in her research, and gently asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Lin Zichen is?" Song Yuyen, who was focused on her research, jumped at the sudden sound of someone speaking behind her. She jumped up immediately, turning to stare at the unfamiliar girl and asked suspiciously, "Who are you? How did you get in here? Who let you in?" Song Yuyen was very nervous, ready to defend herself. Considering she was an ordinary 9th rank in terms of biological level, she was terrified that she had completely failed to notice when the girl appeared behind her. Seeing her emotional instability, the girl couldn't be bothered with a normal conversation anymore. Her eyes flashed a strange purple light. In an instant, she took control of Song Yuyen's consciousness. She then asked gently once more, "Where is Lin Zichen?" "He's at the Nanjiang Provincial Military Region headquarters," Song Yuyen replied dully. The girl persisted, "Where is the Nanjiang Provincial Military Region headquarters?" "I don't know." "Who would know?" "The dean might know." "Who is the dean, and where can I find him?" "The dean went to enjoy himself with his old flame. He should be back at the research institute either tonight or tomorrow morning." "All right then, I'll come back again later tonight." With those words, the girl left the research institute, sauntering away with a sultry gait. As she left, Song Yuyen gradually regained her consciousness soon after being controlled by the girl. "What happened to me?" With a bewildered face, Song Yuyen looked around, unable to recall what had just taken place. P.S. Putting out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 256, 173. All members besiege the Divine Plant Cult. Chapter 256, 173. All members besiege the Divine Plant Cult. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. 5 p.m. The weapon room. Everyone had just finished practicing and were resting in 2s or 3s against the wall or seated on the floor. Lin Zichen was seated alone near the window, silently cultivating the blood-tempering technique. A few minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a deep breath of murky air. Then, with a thought, he pulled up his body refining progression bar to check his progress. 4-time tempering skin, 100%, 4-time tempering flesh, 26%, 4-time bone tempering, 0%. In just over 10 days, his body refining progress had gone from 12% at 4-time tempering skin to over a quarter completed in 4-time tempering flesh. The efficiency of his body refining was extremely high. Even higher than his previous 3-time body refining. And it was all thanks to the boost from the advanced rejuvenation pill. One could only say that having resources really made a difference. Now, with over half a month left before school starts, with a bit of diligence, he felt he had a chance of reaching 4-time body refinement grade accomplishment before school began. Then, he would strive for 5th stage body refinement completion before his 2nd year. Actually, not just strive for it, but go step by step according to plan. Given the current efficiency of his body refining, it was almost a certainty he would complete 5th stage body refinement before his 2nd year. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. "Xiao Chen, you've sweated a lot. Have some water to replenish your fluids," Shen Qinghan said as she came over with a bottle of sports drink, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to him. "Yeah, sure." Lin Zichen took the drink and started gulping it down. Shen Qinghan pulled out a paper towel and kindly wiped the sweat off his face. Looking at this public display of affection, the nearby boys were filled with envy, wishing they too had such a considerate girlfriend. Well, considerate was just one part, they wished she could be as beautiful as Shen Qinghan, too. "Everyone, come over here. I'll give you a brief introduction to the Origin Land, as well as the details of tomorrow's outdoor special training session," Lu Tianrong shouted from the martial stage to the crowd. Lin Zichen's eyes lit up at this. After so many days in the military area, the moment he had been most looking forward to had finally arrived. He quickly stood up and headed towards the martial stage with Shen Qinghan. In just a short while, one side of the martial stage was full of people. The crowd stood somewhat chaotically below the martial stage, waiting for Lu Tianrong to explain about the Origin Land. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Lu Tianrong didn't waste any time. He immediately took out his phone, turned on the large screen above the martial stage. With a few taps on his phone screen, the large screen above the martial stage displayed a video. It was an educational video about the Origin Land. Lin Zichen raised an eyebrow. He had thought it would be a verbal explanation by the instructor, but it was actually a video. A bit more professional than he had expected. He glanced at the progress bar, it was less than 5 minutes long. No wonder it was described as a simple introduction. Soon. Saw the ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The educational video began to play. Lin Zichen watched attentively, not missing a single frame. The video was divided into 4 parts. The first part, what is the origin land? The environment of the origin land is similar to Earth. There are animals, plants, mountains, seas, the sun, and the moon. The difference is that the resources in the origin land are much more abundant than those on Earth. There are a large number of highly evolutionarily valuable natural treasures. These can foster life forms of a higher level. As a result, the animals and plants in the origin land are much larger in size and slightly odd in appearance, looking like the fantasy creatures in movies. Also, the sun and moon in the origin land look different from those on Earth. This is mainly evident in their color. The sun and moon in the origin land are redder, which looks rather eerie. The mainstream view is that the abundance of resources in the origin land is probably related to its sun and moon. After watching the first part, Lin Zichen had a preliminary understanding of the origin land. Simply put, the origin land is an extreme version of Earth. The resources there are richer, and the life forms are more powerful. The second part, is the origin land a blessing or a curse for humanity? As of now, the origin land is more of a curse than a blessing for humanity. And by far. The curse lies in the fact that the intelligent life in the origin land is constantly trying to invade Earth to conduct a dimensional strike against it. The so-called intelligent life in the origin land mostly consists of various humanoid exotic beasts, often referred to as beastmen. The beastmen invade by using the root systems of certain special space-type plants to create pathways connecting the two worlds. They then pass through these pathways to enter Earth and carry out their one-sided invasion. So far, there are 44 known interworld pathways on Earth. Jiuzhou Country, where Shanghai City is located, accounts for 9 of these, scattered across provinces like Capital City, Nanjiang, Dajiang, and Gaohe. Having discussed the curse, let's move on to the blessing. The blessing is simple: humanity can use the interworld pathways to enter the origin land and obtain richer evolutionary resources to evolve into higher-level organisms. The third part, what is the current state of humanity? Unfortunately, humanity's current state is not optimistic. Described in 4 words: internal strife and external threats. We face the treachery of traitorous humans within and invasions from origin land beings from without, creating a dire situation. The reason for this predicament is mainly the vast disparity in strength between humans and beings from the origin land, which is almost one-sided. The fact that humans have been able to survive until now is largely thanks to the protection of the protective mechanism. Under its suppression, beings from the origin land that come to Earth have their strength greatly reduced. The stronger the being is, the more it reduces. In contrast, when humans enter the origin land, the suppression they experience is minimal. Moreover, the stronger the person is, the less suppression they feel. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 257, 173. All members besiege the divine plant cult _2 Chapter 257, 173. All members besiege the divine plant cult _2 but there's bad news. For some reason, Earth's boundary force suppression effect on origin land creatures is getting weaker. It's decreasing year by year. As time goes on, it's very likely that one day, the suppression will be lost entirely. See thnafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It is for this reason that a minority of humans believe there's no future for humanity and choose to betray their race to become human traitors. Part 4. How should humanity save itself? The current self-rescue strategies for humanity mainly include the following 3. First, take control of the entrances to the biological channels, establish outposts on both sides, and prevent origin land creatures from entering. Second, enter the origin land to obtain evolutionary resources and strengthen ourselves. Third, clean up the human traitors and exotic beasts on Earth. These 3 strategies seem simple in writing but are extremely difficult to implement. Every year, a large number of people are sacrificed. These martyrs who sacrifice themselves for the future of humanity. 55% are genetic integrators. 11% are mechanically modified humans. 34% are ordinary people, mainly law enforcement officers and regular soldiers. The reason the genetic integrators account for the highest percentage among the martyrs is because the genetic integrators' battlefields are mostly in the perilous origin land. The survival conditions in the origin land are incredibly harsh, and the casualty rate for missions there is extremely high. It can be said that the reason humans can still live relatively peacefully on Earth is mostly due to the genetic integrators shouldering the heavy burden in the origin land. This is also why genetic integrators can enjoy an exalted status on Earth. It's all earned through contributions. Of course, their own great strength is also one of the reasons. Just like that, the educational video about the origin land ended. After watching, Lin Zichen felt as if he'd opened the door to a new world and was filled with curiosity about the origin land. Unfortunately, the educational video was too short, lasting less than 5 minutes, and was far from enough. Okay, the video ends here. Lu Tianrong turned off the large screen above the martial stage and looked down at the audience, saying, "If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask now." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zichen raised his hand to ask a question. Unfortunately, Zichen was a step too slow and was preempted by Zhang Kai from behind. Zhang Kai asked, "Instructor, wasn't it said that pictures can't be taken in the origin land? How was this educational video produced?" Lu Tianrong replied, "This origin land educational video wasn't filmed, the images inside were all created on the computer using 3D modeling technology." "I see." Zhang Kai nodded his head. Seeing that he had finished asking, Zichen immediately raised his hand and asked, "Instructor, what kinds of evolutionary resources are typically found in the origin land?" Lu Tianrong answered, "Various exotic flowers and fruits, exotic beast meat, beast cores, energy ores, and so on." Beast cores. Zichen heard this term for the first time. The books he had read before never mentioned such a thing as beast cores. It's quite normal that you don't know about beast cores. Lu Tianrong explained, "It's an energy core that can only be nurtured by high-level and above creatures from the origin land, and is needed in the production of gene serums and mechanical equipment." Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. In the following time, he asked quite a few more questions about the origin land. For instance, what's the strongest creature in the origin land? How large is the origin land? What similarities do the intelligent creatures of the origin land have with humans? And so on. Lu Tianrong answered Lin Zichen's questions with great patience. However, due to limited knowledge of the origin land, he was unable to answer most of them. Human exploration of the origin land is still at a very naive stage. Many questions are still a mystery, filled with the unknown. Being just a minor leader within a local military district, Lu Tianrong's knowledge of the origin land was only slightly more than what was available in public science videos. It was only natural that he couldn't answer Lin Zichen's questions. "Alright, time's almost up, the Q and amp, a session is over," Lu Tianrong said and then added, "After 10 days of practice, I'm sure everyone is very familiar with the use of their weapons. Therefore, starting tomorrow, we will go out for live combat training. The purpose of the live combat training is to cultivate everyone's ability to work as a team." After watching the science video just now, I'm sure everyone is aware of how dangerous it is inside the origin land. Being a lone wolf in that sort of place is almost certainly a death sentence. You have to be part of a team. You need to take advantage of your youth now, before it's time to shine in the origin land, to quickly improve your teamwork skills here on Earth. Lu Tianrong continued, "For tomorrow's live combat training, your mission is to eradicate a branch of the divine plant cult established in Shanghai City. Regarding this branch, the information I have currently is that the cult leader is a twice genetic integrator, having integrated the genes of the Shadow Night Cat and the Phantom Giant Shark, with a biological level reaching the peak of an ordinary 9th rank, just one step away from the higher level. In addition, there are more than 10 cultists with biological levels ranging from ordinary 4th rank to ordinary 8th rank. Eliminating such a force will be a huge challenge for you. However, as long as you cooperate well, you can completely annihilate them." At this point, Lu Tianrong's voice suddenly rose, "Does everyone have confidence?" "Yes, X20," the crowd shouted in unison. Lu Tianrong nodded in satisfaction and then told everyone, "Gather at the playground at 6 a.m. tomorrow, everyone should rest well tonight." With that, he turned and left the weapon room, not staying for a moment longer. After he left, the weapon room immediately became bustling. Everyone was discussing the live combat training for the next day. There was excitement. There was nervousness. There was impatience. After discussing aimlessly for a while, everyone quickly gathered to discuss the battle plan. Some suggested electing a team leader to command the whole team. After all, it was a small squad of up to 20 people. Without someone in charge to give orders, the fight would surely turn into chaos. I propose Zichen as the team leader, does anyone object? Luo Yongjian shouted with a booming voice. Upon hearing this, others opened their mouths to say, no objections. I have no objections either. Zichen, you are the strongest among us, we're counting on you tomorrow. Everyone agreed to have Lin Zichen as the team leader. After all, might made right, and there was no reason to oppose Lin Zichen's leadership, as it was what everyone expected. In response, Lin Zichen smiled and said, since everyone has chosen me as the team leader, then I will do my best to lead the team, and I'll need everyone's support and cooperation at that time. No problem, we'll definitely cooperate. We must support. With Zichen leading the team, this mission is in the bag. Everyone expressed their support from the heart, without a hint of dissent. The formidable strength Lin Zichen had demonstrated on the martial stage 10 days earlier had conquered each of them and earned their acknowledgement. P.S. There is one more chapter, around 2 o'clock. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 258. 258, 174. Giant Cage Chapter 258, 174. Giant Cage. The next day, at 6 a.m. The trainees gathered early in the playground and, led by Lu Tianrong, boarded a military bus disguised on the outside, slowly making their way out of the military area. Their destination was a coastal forest hundreds of miles away. The branch of the divine plant cult mentioned in the mission was hidden in that coastal forest. On the bus, Lin Zichen felt that a team of 20 people was a bit too many, not convenient for command. So, he subdivided the team into 4 smaller squads. They were the Shan University Squad, the Beijing University Squad, the Military District Squad, and the Mech God Squad. With this division, the 5 people in each squad were very familiar with each other, which facilitated cooperation. And as the overall team leader, he would only need to command the 4 squads when the time came, greatly reducing the pressure of field control. An hour later, the vehicle smoothly reached its destination. When Lin Zichen got out of the bus, what caught his eye was an endless expanse of dense forest. Everywhere he looked, there were towering trees tens of meters high. Among them, many exceeded a height of 100 meters with branches stretching out for tens of meters and dense foliage that seemed to blot out the sun, resembling the world trees of mythology. Xiaochen, the trees here are so tall, they seem even taller than those in the tropical rainforests, Shen Qinghan said, looking up at the forest front of her in disbelief. Ma Shiwei frowned and said, trees in domestic forests usually reach their limit at about 20 meters, and the exceptionally tall ones are at most around 40 meters, the trees here are growing abnormally. Li Moyu said with a smile, abnormal is good, it means we haven't come to the wrong place. This is definitely the lair of that branch of the divine plant cult. Zhu Shishir from the Mech God group approached Lin Zichen and took out a drone, asking, I'm thinking of sending a drone in to scout the path, what do you think? Lin Zichen replied, that sounds good. With the team leader's approval, Zhu Shishir immediately controlled a drone to fly deep into the forest. Search the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen said to everyone, let's go, everyone follow the drone. After speaking, he took the lead and disappeared into the forest. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. Lu Tianrong, the instructor, followed as well. He was only responsible for acting as a safety officer from the rear and would not participate in the attack. On the way forward, Lin Zichen kept observing the surroundings and noticed that the vegetation in the forest was thriving exceedingly well. It appeared as if it had been treated with growth hormones, growing in a manner that defied normal logic. But these were not the focus. The focus was whether there were any exotic plants among them. With this thought in mind, Lin Zichen continued to spread his senses and observe carefully as they advanced. However, after advancing for several hundred meters, he saw no exotic plants. Instead, the towering trees that blotted out the sun became even more numerous along the way. After moving forward a few hundred meters more, Zhu Shishir, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned to inform everyone, about 300 meters ahead, there's a bamboo building that covers at least 1,000 square meters. Unless we're mistaken, that bamboo building should be the main base of that branch of the divine plant cult. Some looked to Lu Tianrong, hoping to get confirmation from him that the bamboo building was indeed the main base of the branch of the divine plant cult, but Lu Tianrong did not respond. Others turned to Lin Zichen and asked, "Brother Chen, what's the plan now?" Lin Zichen said, "Zhao Yuanzhong from the Military District Squad and Gao Mu from the Beijing University Squad, both of you have integrated the genes of the armored Earth Dragon, follow me." In a frontal assault, the 5 members of the Mech God group will be in charge of long-range fire support, accurately hitting the enemy with bullets. The rest should follow closely behind and join the assault. After briefly explaining the arrangement, Lin Zichen immediately started heading towards the bamboo building. Zhao Yuanzhong and Gao Mu immediately followed suit. The others also sprang into action, charging together towards the bamboo building. Lu Tianrong, following at the rear, reminded them, "There's no need to leave anyone alive on purpose, your own safety is most important." Moments later, Lin Zichen led everyone to the front of the bamboo building. Enemy attack. A sentry on the walkway of the bamboo building spotted the attacking Lin Zichen and his team, immediately shouting to alert his companions inside the building. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a bang resounded. The sentry's head exploded, spattering gore all over the ground. It was Zhu Shishir from the back of the team who made the move, taking out the sentry with a single long-range armor-piercing bullet. The first shot had been fired. The firefight officially began. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whooshing sound ripped through the air. Lin Zichen accelerated swiftly, moving into the bamboo building at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. The others, seeing this, pushed themselves to their limits and charged in after him. Boom! Lin Zichen didn't take the front door. He broke through a wall and barged into the first floor. A divine plant cult follower hiding behind the door, aiming for a sneak attack, jumped at the sound of the crashing wall. But before he could turn around, Lin Zichen's fist smashed into the back of his head, causing it to burst open on impact. He died instantly. Without any hesitation, Lin Zichen immediately reached out to touch the body and thought, "Devour. You have devoured a strand of ferocious great eagles, life essence, eye of the sky, strength plus 1%, Seeing these 2 pieces of information emerge in the void, Lin Zichen paused for a moment. Then, a wave of excitement surged through his heart. Devouring an exotic beast that has already opened its album enhances the corresponding biometric attributes. The survival of the fittest biological attribute is even more useful than I thought. It can only be said that the system's biometric attributes are different from the rest. Quickly, Lin Zichen suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a powerful thrust of his calves, the next moment he leaped on the spot, bang, smashing through the ceiling and charging to the second floor alone. On the second floor were 3 divine plant cult followers, fully armed and ready to fight to the death. Seeing someone suddenly burst through the ceiling from downstairs, they were startled and immediately rushed to kill this uninvited guest. Facing the 3 attackers, Lin Zichen didn't even move. His gaze intensified. He released an extremely terrifying biological intimidation. In an instant, he flattened all 3 into meat pancakes. Then, touching each of their bodies, he thought, "Devour. You have devoured a strand of octagonal iron oxes, life essence, octagonal iron ox album, 8%. You have devoured a strand of shadow night cats, life essence, shadow night cat album, 42%. You have devoured a strand of living dead slugs, life essence, rapid self-healing, strength plus 1%. Sure enough. Devouring an exotic beast that has opened its album can strengthen the corresponding biological attribute." A smile emerged on Lin Zichen's face. At that moment, intense fighting could be heard below. Boom. This person's biological level is as high as an ordinary 8th order, be careful. I can't hold on, back me up. Damn. He's not dead yet, finish him off. It sounded like the rest of the team had rushed into the bamboo house and started fighting with the followers of the divine plant cult. Listening to the conversation, it seemed that our team had the upper hand. Lin Zichen sensed for a moment and found Shen Qinghan's figure downstairs in the lobby. At this time, Shen Qinghan, together with Li Moyu, Luo Yongjian, and Ma Shiwei, were collectively attacking a divine plant cult follower, whose biological level was as high as an ordinary 8th rank. The battle seemed to be in their favor and looked like they would wear down their target in a few minutes. After watching the fight downstairs for a while, soon Lin Zichen extended his senses outside the building and discovered that the battle outside was far more intense than inside, turning into a complete melee. 5 from the military district plus 5 from Shan University were crazily clashing with 6 followers of the divine plant cult. The ground shook with dust and stones as they fought. The strength of the military district and Shan University was clearly no match for that of the divine plant cult. But with the fire support from the 5 from Jishan group, they managed to suppress the divine plant cult on one side. The tide of battle turned more and more in their favor. Taking down the divine plant cult was just a matter of time. Seeing such a promising battle situation, Lin Zichen couldn't help but wonder, isn't the sectarian whose biological level is as high as an ordinary 9th rank completion supposed to be here? Just as he pondered this, suddenly, the bamboo house underneath him started shaking violently. No, it wasn't the bamboo house shaking. Instead, the entire ground below the bamboo house was trembling. Lin Zichen immediately flashed out of the bamboo house. Following that, he was surprised to see the sky had changed. All the towering trees surrounding the bamboo house had somehow uprooted themselves eerily. As if they had gained sentience, one after another, they quickly moved toward the bamboo house, eventually surrounding it completely. Thick tree trunks encircled on all sides, dense foliage crowded the space above, forming a massive cage, plunging the entire bamboo house into darkness. P.S. I'm begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 259, 175, this is a trap. Chapter 259, 175, this is a trap. The trees moved. What's going on? What happened? Retreat quickly. As soon as the tree cage formed, all the special trainees panicked. They all ceased fighting. Hurriedly, they widened the distance from the followers of the divine plant cult. With the greatest speed, they retreated to the position of instructor Lu Tianrong to seek shelter. At the same moment, Lin Zichen emerged from the bamboo building but didn't join the others right away. Instead, his figure flashed, and he charged at those divine plant cult followers attempting to retreat. Bang! 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 Only to hear 6 shots ring out in rapid succession. The 7 retreating divine plant cult followers instantly fell, 6 of them, all shot in the head and killed. Only the one with the highest biological level remained, shivering in place. Bang! Following that sound, the surviving member of the divine plant cult also took a punch. Knocked to the ground by a single punch, he curled up in agony and moaned painfully. Lin Zichen shook the fresh blood off his fists and looked down from a superior position at the divine plant cult follower, saying coldly, "Explain this tree cage, and I may spare your life." As he asked this, Lu Tianrong and the other special trainees came over. They looked at the 6 headless bodies on the ground and the curled up, painfully grimacing survivor, all completely taken aback. In the blink of an eye, 6 divine plant cult followers had been killed, and he specifically left one alive for questioning. Lin Zichen's strength was too powerful, even stronger than imagined. He would probably even manage to hold his own in a fight against that still unseen sect hierarch. While others were shocked by Lin Zichen's great strength, instructor Lu Tianrong was additionally astonished by Lin Zichen's mindset. When the incident occurred, as an instructor, he was somewhat unable to react right away, his mind going blank. Whereas Lin Zichen, a special trainee, was able to make the best decision immediately. He killed the divine plant cult followers who wanted to escape and deliberately kept alive the one with the strongest power for questioning. Keeping the strongest alive because those with power within the cult might hold higher positions. No more information, which would be convenient for interrogation. Powerful strength. Unafraid in the face of danger. A meticulous mind. This genius from Shan University was truly remarkable. Lu Tianrong highly appraised him in his heart. Lin Zichen paid no mind to the shock of those around him. Seeing that the divine plant cult follower on the ground remained silent, he raised his leg and stomped down, a crack sound as he crushed the man's right hand. Ah! The divine plant cult follower let out a painful scream. Lin Zichen said calmly, "Please explain what's going on with these giant trees around us, or my next step will fall on your head." The divine plant cult follower didn't want to die and eventually chose to betray the organization, beginning to explain, "These giant trees are..." Ah. The divine plant cult follower had just started to speak, not even finishing a sentence, when his mouth suddenly emitted a tortured scream. Then, numerous roots crawled out of his mouth, worming onto the ground like worms, quickly burrowing into the soil and drilling deeper. Within a moment, the screaming ceased. The divine plant cult follower on the ground had no signs of life left. His body was turned into nourishment for the roots, leaving only bones and skin. All who witnessed this scene felt a chill in their hearts, their skin crawling. Clap. 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 Suddenly, a series of loud applause came from a towering tree in front. Lin Zichen followed the direction of the clapping. Then, two masked figures caught his eyes. One male, one female. The female's mask bore the pattern of a clover leaf. The male's mask displayed a twin-leaf clover pattern. Lin Zichen had a thought and sensed the biological levels of the two masked figures. The female masked figure was an ordinary ninth order grand perfection, and if nothing unexpected happened, she should be the sect hierarch of the splinter group targeted in the mission. The male masked figure's biological level was extremely high, reaching high-level 6th order, the same level as instructor Lu Tianrong. However, an ordinary 9th order grand perfection combined with a high-level 6th order did not surpass their combined strength on his side. As long as nothing unexpected occurred, they were sure to win. With that thought, Lin Zichen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the male masked figure in the tree stopped clapping. Looking down at Lin Zichen from his high vantage point, he said with an admiring tone, "Genius, a peerless genius unmatched among your peers. Not even 20 years old, and your physical body is already so strong, it's truly unheard of. The prejudice the world has against the pureblood human path may, indeed, be doomed to be broken by you." With that, the male masked figure extended an olive branch to Lin Zichen. "A genius of your caliber should join the divine plant cult to gain a bright future and pursue higher echelons of life's evolution." Upon hearing these words, Lin Zichen's brow furrowed slightly. He realized a terrible possibility. The two masked figures in the tree might have come for him. Knowing that he would appear here, they had specifically set a trap in advance. What did this imply? It meant there was either a traitor in the military zone or among the special training students present. A mole had tipped off the masked figures, allowing them to set their trap in advance. It also meant that he had been completely marked by the divine plant cult. There was no worse news than this. Lin Zichen's eyebrows knitted tightly together. By his side, Lu Tianrong's brows were equally furrowed. He sensed the strength of the male masked figure and felt that trouble might be brewing. Stabilizing his emotions slightly, he spoke seriously to everyone. "The situation is very dangerous right now. Everyone, leave this place quickly, I'll hold off those two. Follow me, everyone." CTH Novel, FIR.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen didn't hesitate. Dropping those words, he turned and ran towards the direction of the bus. With one enemy's biological level reaching high-level 6th order, the upcoming battle was not something an ordinary 9th order student like him could get involved in. Even if this ordinary 9th order's strength was extremely close to high-level 3rd rank in terms of quality, he was still not qualified to participate. Staying would only add to Lu Tianrong's troubles. The right move was to quickly get out of this shadow-casting tree cage and then call for reinforcements. "Let's go." Seeing that some were still frozen in place, Lin Zichen immediately raised his voice and shouted loudly. His shout was very loud. The few who were stunned were immediately jolted awake. After snapping back to reality, they quickly followed his lead and left. "Think you can escape?" The male masked figure laughed with a mocking look in his eyes. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next second, countless thick vines surged from the towering trees around them, winding towards the fleeing people like venomous snakes. "Save me, I'm entangled." A cry for help from Shangguan Yueying came from the back of the group. Hearing her voice, Lu Tianrong instantly appeared by Shangguan Yueying's side and with a hand chop, he severed the vines, setting her free. However, no sooner had he rescued Shangguan Yueying than a new cry for help arose. "Instructor, I'm entangled too." Just as Lu Tianrong was about to rush to save them, someone else shouted from another direction, "Instructor, save me." He saved one person, only for two more to get entangled. There were too many vines. Lu Tianrong simply couldn't save them all. So, he made a decisive decision to abandon the rescue and turn towards the male masked figure in the tree. Then, a loud bang sounded. His calves powered up fiercely, and his explosive force created a large pit in the ground. He shot towards the male masked figure in the tree in an instant. The only way to break the deadlock now was to kill the male masked figure in the tree. Once the male masked figure died, the vines around them would naturally lose their vitality, and everyone could be rescued. P.S. I've come down with a high fever. I can't go on. This is just a short chapter for now. I'll make it up tomorrow. Chapter 260, 176. Face high-level powerhouses with an ordinary physique. Chapter 260, 176. Face high-level powerhouses with an ordinary physique. Buzz. A deafening whoosh blasted through the air. Lu Tianrong, who had been on the ground just a moment ago, rushed in front of the masked men in the next. Die. Lu Tianrong drew his large machete, coated with a great deal of blood chi power, and fiercely chopped at the masked men. The masked men swiftly dodged backward, easily evading the blow. At the same time, he waved both hands, commanding a mass of vines to surge toward Lu Tianrong. Swish. Swish. Search * the novel, F.ir. at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Swish. Lu Tianrong didn't dodge or flinch, hacking through the oncoming vines as he relentlessly pursued the masked men in front of him. He wasn't sure if he could kill the masked men. Therefore, the urgent task at hand was to launch the fiercest offensive to force the masked men out of the tree cage. As long as he could get away from the tree cage, the masked men would lose control over the vines inside it. Without the disturbance of the vines, the chances of the special training students escaping would greatly increase. All they needed to do was join forces to take down the remaining female in the mask, the sect hierarch from the mission, and they could escape to safety. Is this your level? The masked man taunted with contempt in his eyes. Such a slow attack doesn't affect my ability to multitask at all. I can control the vines to attack those special training students below while easily dodging your incoming machete. Hearing this, Lu Tianrong grew anxious. He immediately unleashed more blood chi power, quickening his strikes. Still, he couldn't reach the masked men. The disadvantage of fighting on foreign terrain was too great. Countless vines kept surging forward, greatly interfering with Lu Tianrong to the extent that he couldn't attack the masked men protected by the vines. I'm going all in. Lu Tianrong steeled his heart, risking potential mutation as he activated the exotic beast gene within him even further. The next second, his eyes filled with blood, his body hair grew more profuse, his muscles became even stronger, and the aura emanating from him was filled with violence. Die. Lu Tianrong roared wildly, the power and speed of his machete increasing instantly as he fiercely cleaved at the masked man's neck. The masked man sensed the terror of this strike and didn't dare to meet it head-on with the vines, opting to evade sharply and retreat quickly. His first blow missing, Lu Tianrong continued to swing his machete. Each strike was stronger than the last. The masked man, who had been dodging with ease, now could hardly adjust his direction of evasion and had to retreat wildly. In just a few short seconds, he looked about to be driven out of the tree cage. Below, Lin Zichen and the others were under attack by the vines. Luo Yongjian, who had transformed into a birdman after activating his exotic beast gene, had both wings broken by the vines. Zhang Kai, with his body of steel, had one of his powerful mechanical legs torn off by the vines. Buzz. A fierce sound of air friction arose. In an instant, a thick vine whipped viciously toward Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan tried to dodge, but the vine's lash was too fast, she simply couldn't evade it. Fortunately, Lin Zichen was right beside her, and he promptly punched the vine, shattering the tough vine, comparable to B-grade alloy, into pieces. Zichen, save me! Luo Yongjian was wrapped up by the vines and shot high into the air, calling for help from Lin Zichen in a panic. Seeing this, Lin Zichen instantly sprang up, reaching above Luo Yongjian at great speed and chopping the entwining vines with a hand sword. Luo Yongjian fell from several meters high, almost swelling his rear upon landing, crying out in pain. Lin Zichen, save me! Suddenly, a weak cry came from behind. Lin Zichen turned to look and saw Ma Shiwei wrapped up by the vines. The vines bound her like fetish gear, accentuating her shapely figure thoroughly, making her face turn red and involuntarily stick out her tongue. Don't panic, I'm coming. Li Moyu rushed over first, swinging his hefty spiked club to smash the vine hanging above Ma Shiwei's head. However, the vine proved far stronger than he had imagined. It couldn't be smashed through. In the end, it was Lin Zichen who flashed forward, chopping a hand sword in front of Ma Shiwei and easily slicing the vine above her head in two. "Thank you." Ma Shiwei looked at Lin Zichen, covering her neck that had just been constricted by the vine, and said breathlessly. Lin Zichen merely ed and swiftly left again to rescue others. Li Moyu stood in place, seeing how Lin Zichen could easily sever the vines with his hands, then thinking about how his own swings of the spiked club couldn't break them. A sense of powerlessness quickly filled his heart. He considered himself a top genius. But at that moment, in front of Lin Zichen, he felt like a mere elementary school student. The disparity in combat power was so vast. However, seeing the others also struggling to break the vines, being just as ineffective as he was, he felt somewhat consoled. "Zichen, save me. Zichen, save me too. Ah. Save me." Lin Zichen was frantically saving others, while people were desperately calling for help. There were too many being attacked by the vines. With only him rescuing, he was starting to feel physically and mentally exhausted. Just when he felt overwhelmed, suddenly, the surrounding vines fell limply one after another, ceasing their attacks. Looking up, he saw that Lu Tianrong had forced the masked man controlling the vines out of the tree cage. Perhaps it was due to the distance being too far, causing the masked men to lose control over the vines. "Everyone, run!" Lin Zichen didn't dwell on the reasons and immediately shouted to everyone. He then rushed to Shen Qinghan's side, picked her up, and carried her on his shoulder, speeding towards an opening ahead. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 261, 176. With an ordinary body, directly confront a high-level powerhouse _2 Chapter 261, 176. With an ordinary body, directly confront a high-level powerhouse _2 The top priority is to escape this tree cage first. No one else was stunned, and they quickly took action, following him to leave. Zhang Kai shouted anxiously, "My leg is broken, can someone carry me?" Zhu Shishir, who was running in front, immediately turned back to carry him upon hearing this. Xiao Chen, I can run on my own." Shen Qinghan, lying on Lin Zichen's shoulder, felt uncomfortable all the way and weakly said. Lin Zichen flatly refused, "No, you run too slowly." Shen Qinghan pursed her lips and chose to lie down obediently without making a sound, trying not to disturb Lin Zichen. At this moment, as Lin Zichen was sprinting at high speed, he suddenly smelled a fragrance. It was very pleasant, soothing to the heart and mind. It felt like Shen Qinghan was caressing his head with her soft, warm hands, sweeping away all fatigue from his body, so comfortable that his body tingled. You are being invaded by a floral poison that can render biological beings unconscious. Poison resistance +1+1+1+1+1, as the prompt appeared. Lin Zichen instantly felt a wave of blandness, quickly recovering from the tingling sensation. Upon regaining consciousness, his first reaction was to stop and check on Shen Qinghan's condition on his shoulder. She hadn't passed out, but her consciousness was very blurry, similar to her state when she first woke up in the morning. The people behind him, on the other hand, had collapsed in large numbers. Most of them had fallen unconscious, with a few kneeling and struggling to prop up their upper bodies, seemingly about to faint any moment. They were all poisoned. It wasn't a coincidence. Someone must be hiding in the shadows, releasing poison. Realizing this, Lin Zichen instantly heightened his sensory perception, meticulously searching every corner around him. Search *the novel, fire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Soon, he sensed a powerful biological aura coming from the direction of the fragrance. As strong as an ordinary 9th-rank great perfection. This biological level, it's a sect hierarch of the divine plant cult. Oh! Not only did you not succumb to the poison, but you can even detect my presence. As an astonished woman's voice rang out. The next second, a graceful figure stepped out deliberately from the direction Lin Zichen was looking towards. It was the masked woman who had appeared on the tree with the masked men earlier. The mask she wore had a conspicuous shamrock pattern on it. Not even 20 years old, and you possess such astonishing strength, no wonder the higher-ups on the sect side are willing to take the risk of orchestrating this attack to control you. The masked woman's voice sounded relaxed and easy, obviously not taking Lin Zichen seriously. Similarly, Lin Zichen didn't take her seriously either, asking indifferently, "Are you the sect hierarch of a branch of the divine plant cult?" "Precisely," the woman said with a faint smile. Lin Zichen nodded, gently setting Shen Qinghan down from his shoulder. Then, all of a sudden, he took a quick stride forward, transforming into a blur as he dashed towards the masked woman with a speed far exceeding that of ordinary creatures. So fast. The masked woman was shocked, never expecting Lin Zichen to burst out with such terrifying speed. She reacted quickly, wanting to flee. But before she could even lift her leg, Lin Zichen had already reached her, raising a fist infused with the power of blood qi and smashing it forcefully toward her face. Bang! With that sound, the head of the masked woman burst like a watermelon thrown from the third floor, her brain and blood spattering everywhere. The remaining headless corpse was severely damaged by the residual blood qi power in her neck, swiftly becoming torn apart and all organs destroyed, losing the possibility of self-healing. Lin Zichen adeptly made use of the resources, reaching out to touch the corpse with a thought, "Devour. You have devoured a large amount of the Shadow Nightcat's life essence. Shadow Nightcat album, 62%, you have devoured a large amount of the Ghost Shark's life essence. Ghost Shark album, 23%, elsewhere, a few individuals still kneeling and not yet unconscious had witnessed the scene of Lin Zichen rushing forward and exploding the masked woman with one punch. They all had their eyes wide open, their hearts churning with shock and awe. Just one punch. And they had blown up the sect hierarch, whose biological level was as high as ordinary 9th rank great perfection. So strong. Unbelievably strong. Practically inhuman. Lin Zichen shook the blood off his fists, and under the stunned gaze of the onlookers, walked back. He checked Shen Qinghan's condition. Seeing that Shen Qinghan was still in a foggy state, he then looked at a few others who were relatively awake, asking, "You are all poisoned, does anyone carry detox medications? Zhao Yuanzhong's coat lining might have some, go check it out," Lu Rueha, the strongest fighter among the military team, said with great difficulty while propping up his upper body. His physical strength was extremely high, relatively speaking, so was his poison resistance. He wasn't as severely poisoned and was still somewhat conscious, but his muscles were numb, and he couldn't stand. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen immediately headed towards Zhao Yuanzhong. At that moment, Zhao Yuanzhong lay unconscious on the ground, completely out of it. In terms of resistance to poison, he was worse off than Shen Qinghan, who was only at the 6th order. Lin Zichen squatted beside Zhao Yuanzhong, unzipping his jacket, and quickly found 3 small plastic vials in an inner lining pocket of the jacket. The vials were labeled Antidote, External Injury, Internal Injury. Lin Zichen opened the vial marked Antidote, and poured out a small white pill. The size of a soybean. It felt very hard. It gave off a bitter medicinal scent. Lin Zichen pried open Zhao Yuanzhong's mouth and tossed the white pill inside. It wasn't long before Zhao Yuanzhong's eyes opened groggily. Still numb, he couldn't stand up but had regained some consciousness. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 262, 176. Facing high-level powerhouses with an ordinary physique _3 Chapter 262, 176. Facing high-level powerhouses with an ordinary physique _3 Seeing that the white pill was effective, Lin Zichen immediately gave it to Shen Qinghan, and then to the others. Soon, the unconscious people on the ground woke up one after another. But their consciousness was still somewhat vague, and their bodies were numb and weak, unable to move for quite some time. It could only be said that the white pills were somewhat useful, but not much. While waiting for everyone to detoxify, Lin Zichen, having nothing better to do, went back to the bamboo building, scavenging, and devouring the bodies of the divine plant cult cultists on the ground. To be precise, it was not devouring the bodies, but the exotic beast genes contained within the bodies. He had killed 2 quickly before, taking down 7 in the blink of an eye and seriously injuring 1, and he had forgotten to absorb them. Taking advantage of this free time, he went back and devoured them all. You have absorbed a trace of the Ironclad Rhino Life Essence, Ironclad Rhino Compendium, 8%. You have absorbed a trace of the Sawtooth Crocodile Life Essence, Sawtooth Crocodile Compendium, 7%. You have absorbed a trace of the Ice Fire Poison Scorpion Life Essence, Ice Fire Poison Scorpion Compendium, 9%. Lin Zichen devoured a total of 7 bodies consecutively, and each time he gained a new life essence, opening up progress bars for 7 new compendiums. Regarding this, he inwardly lamented it was a pity. Unless he could directly achieve 100% and unlock the biometric attributes. Otherwise, it would just be starting a progress bar, which was not as substantial as strengthening existing biometric attributes. Shaking his head, Lin Zichen stopped in front of a small tree. This small tree was growing in a very strange way. The leaves were a deep red like blood. The branches were covered with vein-like crevices. Looking at it was a bit disturbing mentally. This strange little tree, which grew from the mouth of the severely injured divine plant cult cultist they had interrogated, must have developed from a goo seed, right? Sir, the Novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen thought of this possibility. Before, when he was in school, the divine plant cult had launched an attack on him. They had instructed Wang Shujie and Lu Gang to plot and hand him a goo seed, hoping he would consume it. Yuan Dongji once said that the goo seed was used to control people. And the best way to control someone is by having control over their life and death. Thinking about this, the function of the goo seed was mostly likely for the controlled individual to take immediate root and sprout upon committing any act of betrayal, directly killing the betrayer. Makes sense. If not surprising, it should be as he had thought. With that thought, Lin Zichen reached out and touched the strange tree in front of him, thinking, devour. No response. No system notification popped out in the void. Lin Zichen was initially puzzled, but then he quickly realized. He almost forgot, the law of the jungle only allowed him to devour the life essence of the dead, not living beings. Snap. Just then, a snapping sound arose. Lin Zichen swung his hand swiftly, mercilessly cutting down the strange tree in front of him, then using his blood chi power to completely destroy its inner structure. He then touched the tree again, which was now dead beyond any doubt, and thought, devour. You have absorbed a trace of the bloodthirsty goo tree, life essence, bloodthirsty goo tree compendium, 0.01%, he could actually devour it. Lin Zichen's heart surged with excitement, a bit surprised. But soon, the surprise faded away. Because he discovered, to his dismay, that the bloodthirsty goo tree compendium's progress was only 0.01%. Each newly born sapling of the bloodthirsty goo tree could only provide 0.01% of the opening progress for the compendium. By that calculation, he would need to devour 10,000 to unlock the compendium. Where would he find 10,000 to devour? All the divine plant cult cultists in the country added together might not even number 10,000. After contemplating these things for a while. Soon, Lin Zichen left the area near the bamboo building and returned to where the others were. In a forest not far from the tree cage. Lu Tianrong and the masked men were locked in a tense battle, evenly matched and relentless. The deafening sounds of fierce impacts kept exploding around them. Every tree the two passed by, towering and majestic, fell one after another, alarming the wild animals in the surrounding forests into a frenzied flight. So what if you force me out of the tree cage? Do you really think a group of elite trainees, not even 20 years old, can defeat an ordinary 9th-ranked genetic integrator who has fully fused genes twice? Now, even if you want to go back to the tree cage, I won't let you. Just stay here with me and continue this indecisive struggle. Ha 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 ha. The masked man dodged an incoming chop while laughing mockingly, attacking Lu Tianrong's mental fortitude continuously. He aimed to provoke a strong emotional response in Lu Tianrong, the instructor, which could potentially affect his performance. Lu Tianrong was aware of the masked man's intentions. But still, he was affected. The thought of the elite trainees in the tree cage possibly losing to the sect hierarch, and then being killed or abducted by him, inevitably stirred strong emotions in him. After all, those 20 elite trainees were future geniuses with bright prospects. If they grew normally, they would all likely evolve into rare-level beings in the future. Some, with better luck and access to substantial resources for evolution in the origin land, might even evolve into epic-level beings, becoming humanity's most top-tier combat power. If anything happened to this group of elite talents, then Lu Tianrong, as the leading instructor, would not be able to remedy the loss even if he died 1,000 times over. Lu Tianrong knew this very well. Considering this, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble, activating his exotic beast gene well beyond its usual limit. 120% activation of the four-armed demon ape gene. Chapter 263, 176. Facing high-level powerhouses with an ordinary physique _4 Chapter 263, 176. Facing high-level powerhouses with an ordinary physique _4 saber-toothed tiger gene, 130% activation. At the moment when these two advanced exotic beast genes were excessively activated, Lu Qianrong's mouth instantly sprouted 2 rows of short sword-like sharp canines, a pair of powerful arms emerged from his back, and his entire body swelled by 50%, turning into an imposing beastman. Die! Lu Qianrong's eyes shone with a blood-red gloss as he let out a wild roar, his voice filled with savagery. He then forcefully launched himself with his legs, snapping the trunk of a towering tree over 1 meter in radius underneath him with a crack, and rocketed toward the masked man like a high-speed missile. The masked man didn't have time to react and dodge, and was sent flying hundreds of meters by a punch, crashing through more than a dozen giant trees before he was barely able to stop. Buzz. Lu Tianrong flashed forward, emitting a piercing whistling sound as he relentlessly attacked the masked man, giving the latter no chance to recover. This time, the masked man reacted, coughing up blood as he used his displacement ability to flee for his life. Bang. Boom. Thud. The masked man ran frantically, with Lu Tianrong doggedly in pursuit. Every time he caught up, Lu Tianrong's punches were fierce and vicious, aimed to kill the masked man with a hateful force. Several times, the masked man failed to evade in time and was pierced through by Lu Tianrong's fist, nearly dying on the spot. If it wasn't for the living dead slug gene constantly at work, he would probably have been beaten into a pulp by now, dead beyond death. You're insane, you motherfucker, insane. Overactivating the exotic beast gene, you'll eventually completely mutate and lose your mind. Do you really have to die to atone for failing to protect those special trainees as an instructor? Foolish. How utterly foolish. If you can't go back to the military zone, you could fully choose to join the divine plant cult and create the future together with us. Why insist on sacrificing your life for nothing? As an advanced level creature, you can live above others anywhere, why go to such lengths? If you join the divine plant cult, you can live better than in the military zone. The masked man struggled to withstand Lu Qianrong's relentless assault, no longer daring to mock as he had before. Instead, he attempted to coax Lu Tianrong. He wanted to end this mutually destructive deathmatch. However, Lu Tianrong was not tempted and continued to attack fiercely, depleting his own life. Damn it. Lunatic. Fuck your mother's lunatic. Seeing that Lu Tianrong was not heedful of persuasion, the masked man cursed vehemently on the spot. His heart hardened, he shouted at Lu Tianrong with a fierce expression, "You forced my hand." The instant he finished speaking, the masked man took out a red, wriggling seed from who knows where, and swallowed it without any hesitation. The next second, the masked man's skin bulged with a large number of bizarre veins. These veins writhed ceaselessly, as though a multitude of worms were living inside them. Go down. The masked man glared furiously as he shouted. He then sacrificed a great deal of his vital blood to invoke a forbidden technique from within the divine plant cult, summoning numerous sturdy vines covered in sharp spikes. These vines burst through the ground in an instant, rising swiftly into the sky. They enveloped Lu Tianrong above in their shadows, as if blotting out the sun. Suddenly, they tightly constricted, wrapping Lu Tianrong into a chrysalis several meters thick, suspending him midair, unable to move. Damn fool, you cost me half my life. The masked man gasped for air, muttering weakly. Then without wasting any time, he quickly headed towards the cage made of trees. Thinking of quickly returning to secure Lin Zichen and report back to the main base of the cult, lest there be further complications. At the tree cage, Lin Zichen returned to the others and found that everyone had recovered quite a bit and could stand and walk from the ground. Those who had recovered well could even run. But they weren't fast, looking like elderly men shuffling along. Apparently, the flower poison was still potent. So potent that these geniuses couldn't fully recover even after taking the antidote for some time. Xiaochen, my legs feel so weak. Shen Qinghan said while massaging her thighs, frowning slightly at Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, it's okay, I'll carry you later. Shen Qinghan, no need. You need it. After saying that, Lin Zichen looked at the others and said, "Since everyone can walk now, let's leave this tree cage quickly to avoid any unexpected problems." Everyone agreed and started to get up to leave. Lin Zichen picked up Shen Qinghan and quickly walked towards an opening ahead. Buzz, suddenly, a faint sound of tearing air came from behind. Sarge *the novel, F.ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen looked back and saw, with the help of his sky eye, a figure rapidly approaching from hundreds of meters away. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the blood-covered masked man. P.S. Asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 264, 177, Ordinary 9th Rank. Combat against a high-level 6th Order. Chapter 264, 177, Ordinary 9th Rank. Combat against a high-level 6th Order. He saw only a bloodied masked man, with no sign of Lu Tianrong. This meant Lu Tianrong might have been defeated. At this thought, Lin Zichen's heart plunged into an abyss, and his expression turned ugly. There was no time to think further. Quickly, Lin Zichen put down Shen Qinghan, whom he was carrying on his back. With a solemn expression, he said to her and the others, "Everyone listen to me. I sense that the masked man who can control vines is now hundreds of meters away, approaching us rapidly. And behind him, I don't see the instructor's figure. This implies that the instructor has likely been defeated. The masked man is after me. I'll be responsible for drawing his attention next, to create an opportunity for you all to escape." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Don't look back, don't worry about me, and don't stay behind to be my burden. After saying this quickly, Lin Zichen turned and sprinted in the opposite direction at top speed, to create distance and ensure their safety. Among them, the safety of Shen Qinghan was of utmost importance. "Xiao Chen, you must come back." Shen Qinghan's eyes were somewhat moist as she shouted hoarsely at the rapidly disappearing figure of Lin Zichen. As soon as her words fell, Lin Zichen, who was quickly moving away, responded with one word, "Okay." Hearing this response, Shen Qinghan raised her hand to wipe away her tears and stopped standing still, quickly catching up with the others to leave. She very well knew that with her biological level being only an ordinary 6th rank, she was in no position to help Lin Zichen in the current situation. All she could do was to distance herself from Lin Zichen and not become a burden to him. Elsewhere, Lin Zichen, who was moving rapidly through the woods, continuously kept his eyes on the masked man, now only a bit more than 400 meters away, observing his direction of movement. Seeing the masked man change his course and stop chasing after Shen Qinghan, instead pursuing himself, Lin Zichen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems the masked man really is after me. Han Han should be safe now. Next, I need to run frantically towards the edge of the forest. The masked man can only utilize his full strength within the forest, so as long as I'm not within it, my chances of survival will greatly increase. Perhaps, I can even try to counterattack and kill him. While sprinting, Lin Zichen thought to himself, and a bold idea of killing the masked man formed in his mind. In the time he had been running, he belatedly realized that the speed of the masked man was off, not like that of a high-level 6th rank expert. Upon a rough comparison, it seemed he was only one level stronger than Lin Zichen himself. His own strength, considering the 3rd stage body refinement completion and various biometric attributes bonuses, was about at the high-level 3rd rank. That meant the masked man was currently around a high-level 4th rank strength. His strength had slipped from high-level 6th rank to high-level 4th rank. It seemed he was seriously injured. But serious injuries were to be expected. After all, the masked man had killed a peer of the same order, Lu Tianrong. And to kill an opponent of the same order without a significant cost was simply not realistic. The masked man is so heavily injured, with barely 10% of his strength left, it seems I might truly have a chance to kill him. Using the illusion of my biological level being just an ordinary 9th rank, create an information gap by feigning weakness, and then take him by surprise with a sneak attack. Aim for a vital point and strike hard. Then, take advantage of his weakened state to finish him off with a relentless assault. Yes, I've decided. I'll try to kill him. With this thought in mind, Lin Zichen immediately slowed his pace, his face showing signs of exhaustion. He pretended that he had only been able to run that fast because he had taken some drugs, which allowed for a short-term burst of strength far beyond his biological level by borrowing against his stamina. Now that his stamina was depleted, his explosive power dropped sharply. This was logically sound and seemed utterly plausible. Not to mention, it made far more sense than a young man, barely 20 years old, having the speed of a high-level third rank. After Lin Zichen slowed down, it didn't take long for the seriously injured masked man to catch up. The distance between the two of them was now only a few tens of meters. Buzz. 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 A series of whooshing sounds followed. The masked man whipped several vines towards Lin Zichen, who was up ahead. The speed of the whipping was not fast, and the strength was moderate. At the level of an ordinary 9th rank. The masked man was being careful not to accidentally kill Lin Zichen with too strong a hit. In his eyes, ordinary creatures were too fragile, easily crushed to death. If he wanted to capture Lin Zichen alive, he had to be gentle with his hits. Lin Zichen, frantically running ahead, could feel the oncoming vine strikes from behind were not powerful. To create an opportunity for his own sneak attack. After dodging several times, he intentionally failed to evade in time once. He was directly whipped hard on the back by the vine. He flew out as a result. Then, with a thud, he hit a towering tree in front of him, causing a rain of dry branches and leaves to fall. After sliding down from the trunk, he collapsed, barely breathing, on the ground. Seeing Lin Zichen collapse on the ground and unable to rise, the masked man also stopped his strenuous sprint. He placed his hands on his hips and stayed put to catch his breath, panting heavily with disordered breaths, feeling a burning pain in his organs, which was extremely uncomfortable. During the fierce battle with Lu Tianrong, he was severely injured. The sprint just now was all sustained by adrenaline. Now that the adrenaline levels had dropped slightly, the pain and fatigue overwhelmed his body instantly, making him acutely aware that his injuries were severe, with only about 10% of his strength remaining. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 265, 177, Ordinary 9th Rank. Combat against a high-level 6th Order, _2 Chapter 265, 177, Ordinary 9th Rank. Combat against a high-level 6th Order, _2, damn you, you sure run fast. As the masked man caught his breath, he looked ahead at Lin Zichen and said, if you hadn't slowed down, I would have had to put in a lot more effort to catch you. After finishing, he curiously added, the speed you just burst out with far exceeded your own biometric attributes. Did you inject yourself with some kind of stimulant that can unleash the body's potential? Is there even such a potent drug that can make an ordinary 9th rank explode with the speed of an advanced level creature? Could it be a new development from the military zone? Lin Zichen gave no response, continuing to lie on the ground, at death's door. With the natural camouflage biometric attribute, he had no worry that his ruse would be detected by the masked man. Now, all he needed to do was quietly wait for the masked man to come closer. Then, in the moment the enemy lowered his guard, he would strike at a vital point, heavily injuring the attacker in one fell swoop. Unaware that he was being plotted against, the masked man continued talking, that bed servant of mine who was only a step away from evolving into an advanced level creature must have underestimated you, and then you managed to kill her using the power of the stimulant. Do you know how long I spent training that bed servant to please men better than any prostitute? 5 years, it took me a full 5 years to train her properly. And you just went and killed her like that. You've really pissed me off. Though the masked man claimed to be very angry, there was always a faint smile on his face. He wiped the blood from his face and continued, my usual revenge on my enemies includes turning their family's women into my bed servants. Given your good looks, the women in your family must be great beauties. Your mother still retains her charm. Your sister is sexy and tall. Your little sister, pure and cute. TSK, just thinking about it is irresistible. Listening to these obscene words, Lin Zichen felt a surge of emotion. But, bolstered by natural camouflage, his emotional fluctuation was well concealed, and the masked man detected none of it. At this moment, the masked man was still rambling on with shameful and heart-racing vulgarity. All about serving one husband with 3 women. All about crimes committed right in front of the husband. Whatever was morally corrupting, he said. Whatever was provocative, he said it. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. But soon, he shook his head and said with a look of regret, "Too bad the divine plant cult wants to control you, to nurture you, to have you become one of the upper echelons of the cult, instead of seeing you as a future threat and nipping you in the bud. This way, we're destined to be colleagues in the main church. And you can't make a colleague's family into bed servants, can you? What a pity, such a pity." Hearing this, the look of regret on the masked man's face disappeared, replaced by his original excitement as he smiled and said, "Those special trainees who were just with you, I noticed a few of the girls are quite good-looking. Especially that little girl with blue hair, delicate features, fair and tender skin, prettier than any TV star. Once I've recovered, I must find an opportunity to capture those girls and train them as my bed servants, to serve the high and mighty master together in bed." Just thinking about this enticing scenario excited the masked man. Most others joined the divine plant cult under coercion or enticement. But he volunteered to join the divine plant cult to experience the legendary luxuriant fairy sirens. He wasn't interested in money or power, only in lust. The honey trap had a success rate of 100% with him. "All right, my blood chi has almost recovered now, time to leave." The masked man smiled, his leg lifting as he walked towards where Lin Zi lay. He quickly approached Lin Zichen, stooping down to grab the man on the ground, intending to haul him back to the divine plant cult's headquarters to complete his mission. But at the moment he reached out his hand, Lin Zichen, feigning his last breath on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and with a swift motion bounced up, blood chi power surging, and violently punched towards the masked man's groin. With a loud bang, Lin Zichen's fiery fist brutally hit the masked man's groin, pumping the copious blood chi power into it instantly. It ruthlessly shattered everything in its path, sinew, bone, and flesh. Aya! The masked man's face twisted in excruciating pain, and he instinctively cried out in agony. Immediately, blood chi erupted and, with one hand clutching his severely injured groin, he quickly retreated backward. Buzz! Lin Zichen was quick to react, and as the masked man moved back, he also exploded with blood chi, chasing after him. Simultaneously, he let out a rare swear in his mind. A high-level 6th Order who was severely injured was much sturdier than he had imagined. Even though he had targeted the enemy's vital spot and unleashed power close to a high-level 4th rank with a heavy punch, the opponent had not been critically injured as expected. Merely shouting out in pain, then quickly retreating, still possessing sufficient capacity for action. Buzz! A piercing sound of tearing air arose. Lin Zichen caught up with the masked man and once again unleashed a vast amount of blood chi power, fiercely punching towards his temple. This punch was extremely forceful and quick, almost reaching the might of a high-level 4th Order. The critically injured masked man had no chance to dodge this punch. He could only bitterly raise an arm, desperately guarding his temple. Chapter 266, 177. Ordinary 9th rank. Combat against a high-level 6th Order, _3 Chapter 266, 177. Ordinary 9th rank. Combat against a high-level 6th Order, _3 and then, boom, with a loud explosion. The entire arm was smashed to pieces, spattering blood everywhere. Buzz! At the same time, another whooshing sound broke through the air. Lin Zichen threw a fierce punch and immediately followed with a violent kick toward the wounded groin of the masked man. The punch aimed at the head was just a feint. Lin Zichen's true target was the masked man's bleeding groin. If one punch can't severely injure you, then take another kick. I don't believe I can't seriously wound you. Bang! With an immense force of blood chi power, Lin Zichen precisely kicked the masked man's injured groin. In an instant, the terrifying impact force and the massive blood chi power surged into the opponent's groin. Even the right hand that was tightly covering it got destroyed along with it. Ah! The masked man cried out in pain once more. Sar the novel, FIR.NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His face turned purple with pain. He felt like he was about to pass out. Buzz! It was yet another explosive whooshing sound. Lin Zichen, as if possessing inexhaustible chi blood, again punched violently with massive blood chi power toward the masked man's groin. In disregard of the excruciating pain coming from his groin, the masked man exploded with the last of his blood chi power, and in the moment the punch came down, he flashed aside, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. Afterward, he retreated rapidly to create as much distance from Lin Zichen as possible, avoiding a head-on clash. What's going on? What the hell is going on? This bastard was already on his last breath, so how could he suddenly resurrect with full health and mana, and even erupt with the might of a high-level fourth order? This doesn't make sense. None of this makes any sense. At this moment, the masked man, while retreating frantically, was filled with dread inside. He was utterly baffled by Lin Zichen's sudden outburst. Wait a minute. Reagent. Could it be that the reagent was still effective? Did this bastard realize that continuing to flee would only lead to a dead end, so he decided to fight to the death with me while the reagent was still working? So, the earlier slowdown was intentional. Getting caught in the controlled vines was intentional. All to deceive me into coming close for a surprise attack. Damn it. Despicable scoundrel. Sneaky bastard. No martial virtues. In just a short moment, the masked man figured out the reason for Lin Zichen's full recovery and couldn't help but curse furiously in his mind. After that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zichen's current strength was all thanks to the temporary effect of the reagent. As long as he could withstand this wave of onslaught, Lin Zichen would soon become weak and be at his mercy. Buzz! Lin Zichen erupted with all the blood chi power inside him, launching another punch toward the masked man's groin. He didn't know what the masked man was thinking. All he knew was that he couldn't have any pause. He had to keep up the fierce attacks, not giving the masked man any chance to recover, until he knocked him down to the ground, sending him off to accompany his bed slave. Continue. Continue attacking me. I want to see how long you can hold on. When your chi blood is exhausted, that will be the time you're humiliated under my feet. I will not only humiliate you, but I will also shame the women in your family. Fuck your mom. The masked man resorted to his usual tricks, taunting his opponent with words to provoke emotional fluctuations, thereby affecting his opponent's chi blood and their strength. Lin Zichen's emotions fluctuated. His chi blood also fluctuated in response. However, his strength did not diminish as a result. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. Every punch he threw was more powerful than the last. Bang. Bang. Bang! A succession of striking sounds exploded. Lin Zichen's punches and kicks landed furiously on the masked man's body. Neck, chest, groin, every part of the masked man's body that could be attacked endured Lin Zichen's extremely fierce punches and kicks. The forehead was smashed by a punch. The chest was caved in by a punch. The groin was split by a kick. Copious amounts of blood poured out of the masked man's various wounded parts. His body grew weaker and weaker, his vision blurred, ready to lose consciousness at any moment. Impossible. This is impossible. You're merely a being of ordinary rank. How can you continuously explode with chi blood? How can it never run out no matter how you use it? Pew. Cough, 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 cough. The masked man spoke these words in horror, coughing up blood as he spoke. His face visibly paled, looking utterly bloodless, seemingly close to collapsing and dying. Having lived for over 30 years, he couldn't fathom what was happening before him. He always thought that Lin Zichen's surge of power was just temporary. Once the effect of the reagent wore off, he would regress back to his ordinary level. But how many times has Lin Zichen erupted with chi blood now? More than 10 times. Yet, not only did Lin Zichen not grow weaker, but he also grew stronger and stronger. Every punch he threw was more lethal than the last. How could this be? The masked man was utterly bewildered. Ignoring the blood continuously spurting from his throat, he shouted at Lin Zichen, who was still furiously attacking, "What's going on? What the hell is going on with you? You're not even 20 years old, just a mere ordinary rank ant. How can you keep bursting out with the power of a high-level fourth order?" Pew. Cough, cough. Overwhelmed with emotion, he shouted too loudly, feeling as if his vocal cords were torn with blood spilling out, and he couldn't stop coughing. Lin Zichen ignored his screams and just kept pounding him with the fiercest punches and kicks. Chapter 267, 177, Ordinary 9th Rank. Combat against a high-level 6th Order, _4 Chapter 267, 177, Ordinary 9th Rank. Combat against a high-level 6th Order, _4 He was determined to kill him in this forest in one fell swoop, to put an emphatic end to the battle. He would never explain to his adversary that, from birth, he had been in relentless training. For 19 years, day in and day out, he trained. His chi blood surged each day, immensely. Until today, the chi blood he had accumulated inside his body had reached an extreme and even terrifying level. Ninth Elder, save me. Suddenly, the masked man looked up and shouted loudly towards a direction on the side. Lin Zichen didn't even glance that way, his gaze was fixed on the masked man, attacking without ceasing. His only goal now was to kill the masked man quickly. Ninth Elder, I really can't hold on. The masked man screamed again, pulling at his throat towards the side. It was unknown whether he was truly pleading for help or just trying to deflect Lin Zichen's attention, and seize the opportunity to turn the tables. Ninth Elder, bang. The masked man tried to shout once more. However, before he could fully pronounce the word elder, Lin Zichen in front of him suddenly landed a fierce punch on his face, sending him flying. Immediately after, he crashed into a towering giant tree behind him with a boom, and came to a stop. The cloverleaf mask on the masked man's face had become riddled with unsustainable cracks from the repeated heavy punches. Soon, several crack noises were heard. The mask on the masked man's face shattered, revealing a striking face with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He was extremely good-looking. He appeared to be a handsome middle-aged man in his 40s. Regrettably, the next second, the handsome face that could make countless young women swoon was kicked so hard by the charging Lin Zichen that blood splattered everywhere, with several teeth flying out. Lin Zichen pressed the advantage, his figure flashed to the front of the masked man, he grabbed the man's neck with one hand and pressed his knee against his abdomen, pinning him firmly to the ground. Then, he lifted his other fist and hammered it down on the man's face. Bang. 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 As each thud resounded, the masked man's face had become unrecognizable. It had turned into a mush of flesh. It had become a pool of blood that kept seeping into the ground, getting less and less. Bang. 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 Didn't you know villains die because they talk too much? Why do you have so much to say? Bang. 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 Missing your bed warmer, are you? I'm sending you to her now. Bang. 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 As Lin Zichen furiously pounded the masked man's face, he spoke emotionlessly, loudly venting the negative emotions he had just accumulated. 10 punches, 20 punches, 30 punches. Lin Zichen didn't know how many punches he had thrown. When he felt his fists go numb, a message popped up in the void. Do you choose to devour? Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Upon seeing this message, Lin Zichen relaxed all at once and stopped delivering heavy punches to the unrecognizable man on the ground. For he knew the masked man was dead, reduced to a corporeal mass that could be devoured. A mighty high-level 6th Order warrior had died at the hands of a student with only ordinary 9th rank biological level, dying with unresolved grievances. Even if one was resigned to their fate, they couldn't accept this death. Because his head had been smashed to oblivion, leaving only a mush of flesh mixed with mud. I killed a high-level 6th Order, Lin Zichen slumped to the ground, inhaling deeply and panting heavily, feeling unreal. Even though it was a seriously injured high-level 6th Order warrior that he killed. Even though there was an element of surprise in his attack. But still. No matter how injured the opponent was, they still possessed the strength of a high-level 4th Order. No matter how much of a surprise attack it was, his biological level was merely ordinary 9th Order. Yet, he had managed to kill the opponent without a scratch within just over 10 minutes, with the body of an ordinary 9th Order. I am really strong, Lin Zichen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Only at this moment did he realize how powerful he was. A body tempered to 3rd stage body refinement completion, plus various biometric attributes that could amplify strength. Even enemies several orders higher stood a chance of being defeated. As Lin Zichen thought these things, suddenly, a hoary voice echoed from behind him, with the body of an ordinary 9th Order, to fight and kill a high-level 6th Order warrior. There is such a genius on Earth, it seems this plan is worthwhile. Who? Lin Zichen spun around sharply. Then, what came into his view was a stooped old man wearing a mask. The mask on the man's face was marked with a very conspicuous 3-leaf clover. P.S. Begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 268, 178. The Fox-Eared Girl Who Appears Like a Ghost. Chapter 268, 178. The Fox-Eared Girl Who Appears Like a Ghost. Ninth Elder. At the sight of the hunchbacked masked person, the words, Ninth Elder, appeared in Lin Zichen's mind for the first time. The men in the mask who had turned into a pile of flesh before his death had called out loudly for help from the so-called Ninth Elder. The figure of this present hunchbacked person with white hair cascading down his back indeed fit the image of the Ninth Elder very well. Buzz. 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 Suddenly, several vines shot out explosively. They wrapped around Lin Zichen in an instant, binding him to the spot so that he could not move. Lin Zichen frowned and immediately exploded with chi blood, attempting to break free from the shackles of these vines. But he found no matter how he exploded with chi blood, he could not break free. The vines on his body looked very slender, only as thick as a finger. Yet, their strength was far superior to the thick vines previously controlled by the masked men. This indicated that the biological level of the hunchbacked masked person was much higher than that of the masked men. Lin Zichen suppressed the panic in his heart and watched the hunchbacked masked person in front of him with wary eyes. The figure was hunchbacked, the skin was dry and wrinkled, and the hair was white. No biological pressure could be felt coming from the body. The mask worn on the face had a very conspicuous clover pattern etched into it. Seeing the clover pattern on the mask, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in his heart. The sect hierarch of the subsect had an ordinary ninth order great perfection biological level, and the mask was etched with a single clover pattern. The biological level of the masked man was advanced sixth order, and his mask was etched with a double clover pattern. And the mask of this present hunchback person was etched with a triple clover pattern. What did this mean? See the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It meant that the person could very possibly be a rare-level fighter. A fighter at the same level as Yuan Dongji. At this thought, Lin Zichen felt somewhat desperate. Even if he had all the advantages and was skilled at defeating higher-level enemies. Being of only ordinary ninth order himself, he would never be able to defeat a rare-level fighter. The emergence of a genius like you on Earth truly surprises me, said the hunchbacked masked person in a slightly hoarse voice. What kind of parents are needed to produce a human whose physical strength rivals that of an alien? If given the chance, I should meet your parents. As soon as the words fell, with a thought, the hunchbacked masked person instantly rose from the ground. Then, he levitated Lin Zichen from afar, intending to take him back to the headquarters of the divine plant cult. It's over. Lin Zichen's face turned ashen. Just then, a series of water blades attacked swiftly from the side, carrying a harsh breaking sound through the air. In quick succession, they sliced the vines around Lin Zichen into several sections. At the same time, dozens upon hundreds of water jets mixed with rich blood chi power, like bullets, shot towards the hunchbacked masked person. Amidst the thudding sounds, the body of the hunchbacked masked person was instantly pierced by water jets like a honeycomb, and the entire person fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings. As he fell, Lin Zichen, who lost the support of his spiritual power, also fell alongside. Upon landing, Lin Zichen adjusted his falling posture, landed on both feet first, and safely landed. The hunchbacked masked person, riddled with bloody holes, smashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a large amount of fallen leaves and dust. Lin Zichen instinctively looked towards where the hunchbacked masked person was. Then, to his surprise, he found that there was no trace of the hunchbacked masked person there. Instead, there was nothing but a dry tree trunk full of holes. Before he could react to what was happening, a somewhat surprised elderly voice suddenly came from a towering tree in front of him. Yuan Dongji, how come you are here? Following the voice, Lin Zichen gazed into the distance. He then noticed the hunchbacked masked person who had been earlier pierced by water projectiles standing unharmed atop the towering tree ahead, gazing up into the distance with a deep and ghostly look. Following the direction of the hunchbacked masked person's gaze, Lin Zichen saw Yuan Dongji, dressed in a blue and white porcelain cheongsam. At that moment, Yuan Dongji was floating elegantly above a stream. Her feet stood upon an uprising water jet. A pair of cold and beautiful eyes reflected a domineering glance. Her presence was exceptionally strong. The moment Lin Zichen made a splash in the military area, I knew you from the divine plant cult would not be able to sit still, so I've been secretly guarding him, waiting for you to make a move, said Yuan Dongji indifferently. After hearing this, the hunchbacked masked person laughed and said, using my own strategy against me. Interesting. Then, he continued with a calm demeanor, let Yao Heling come out. I alone am more than enough to deal with you two little girls. Hey, how arrogant, scoffed Yuan Dongji. Do you think it's still the same as in the past? I am no longer weaker than you. There is no need to involve Yao Heling. No sooner had her words fallen than the water jet under Yuan Dongji's feet suddenly expanded dozens of times. Countless water blades and spears separated from it, instantly filling the sky. Go. As this command sounded, in the next second, the water blades and spikes floating behind Yuan Dongji targeted the hunchbacked old men and shot out speedily like a barrage of arrows. Rise. The hunchbacked masked person shouted loudly, summoning countless vines from the forest below to surge skyward, blocking all the incoming water blades and spikes. Then, he immediately controlled these vines to attack Yuan Dongji, covering the sky and moving towards her in an eclipsing manner. With a thought, Yuan Dongji condensed a 40-meter-long water blade from the water jet below her. She gripped it tightly with both hands and swung it powerfully, instantly splitting the enveloping net of vines in two. Boom. The ground beneath the feet of the hunchbacked masked person suddenly shook violently. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 269, 178, The Fox-Eared Girl Who Appears Like a Ghost _2 Chapter 269, 178, The Fox-Eared Girl Who Appears Like a Ghost _2 The next instant, dozens upon dozens of towering ancient trees uprooted themselves, swinging their countless vines towards Yuan Dongji. It was as if all the gods and Buddhas had descended from the heavens, creating an immensely shocking spectacle. In that time, the entire coastal forest shook and trembled, with soil flying and stones splitting apart. Birds and beasts, as if driven mad, fled outwards in a frenzy. For a moment, it felt as though the end of the world had arrived. When immortals clash, the mortals suffer. Lin Zichen saw the situation turning bad and immediately turned to run, afraid of being caught in the crossfire of the battle between the two rare-level fighters. But before he had run a few steps, he suddenly remembered the pile of flesh on the ground that he hadn't devoured yet. So he quickly turned back, reached out to the flesh, and thought, devour. You have devoured a large amount of the Wood Spirit's life essence. Wood Spirit album, 100%, you have devoured a large amount of the 9-turned soul worm's life essence. 9-turned soul worm album, 100%, after devouring it all, Lin Zichen immediately got up and dashed away with all his strength, putting distance between himself and the battlefield. He was just an ordinary level ant. The two rare-level fighters in the sky were unleashing their full firepower, and even a strand of their residual force could grievously injure or even kill him. If he didn't hurry, he might truly die without knowing how it happened. As he was sprinting away, the void slowly revealed a scene. A green-skinned humanoid creature, less than a meter tall with 4 wings on its back, hovered 10 meters above the ground, controlling a several meters tall vine-like exotic plant to shoot out a mass of spiky tendrils wildly toward the surrounding exotic beasts. In just a moment, all the exotic beasts within several miles suffered a brutal fate. Their bodies were ensnared by the poisonous tendrils and mercilessly dragged towards the exotic plant. As Lin Zichen ran, he glanced at the beasts entangled by the vines. To his surprise, he found they were all exotic beasts from the albums he had opened. The ghost squid with the luck of the waters. The ferocious great eagle with the eye of the skies. The stealth dragon with its natural camouflage. The void eel with its danger perception. The living dead slugs with their rapid self-healing. The 10,000 poison mongoose with its immunity to 100 poisons. All 6 exotic beasts were now dragged under that exotic plant. As the tendrils tightened fiercely, they all perished on the spot, becoming fresh corpses. Soon enough. At the top of the exotic plant, a bright red floral bud sprouted. The bud grew rapidly, becoming larger and more mature before one's eyes. As the bud increased in size, the 6 exotic beast corpses wrapped by the tendrils rapidly shriveled up. Within moments, they turned into skeletal remains, covered only by their dry skin. And by now, the floral bud at the top of the exotic plant had fully blossomed into a flower. It was a bizarre and enchanting flower. The petals were as red as blood, covered with wriggling blood vessels. The center of the flower looked like a fleshy grape, emitting a vile and salty scent. It made one feel slightly uneasy to look at it. Seeing the flower fully matured, the humanoid creature's eyes brimmed with greed as it reached out to pluck it and devoured it whole. Shortly after, the 4 wings on its back were instantly filled with blood vessel-like patterns that pulsated with the throbbing of life. At the same time, its body became stronger. Its muscles bulged slightly, filled with explosive power. After it left, a black worm crawled out of the earth and onto the shriveled corpses of the exotic beasts. Then, extending a needle-like proboscis, it accurately pierced the brow of a corpse, sucking the spiritual power left within the skull. When the worm was deeply absorbed in its feast, the humanoid creature returned, discovering the worm's presence. With a mere thought, it shot its tendrils at the insect on the corpse, intending to kill it and use it as nourishment for the exotic plant to bloom. Sarthanafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. However, just as the tendrils were about to strike the worm, they suddenly halted midair. Then, quite unexpectedly, they turned and attacked the humanoid creature instead. It was the worm releasing spiritual power, forcibly seizing control of the tendrils from the humanoid, instantly reversing the situation. The scene unfolding in the void came to this point and quickly dissipated. In its place, 4 pieces of information appeared in the void. You have successfully opened the Wood Spirit album and gained the biometric attribute, Forest Lord. Forest Lord, you can control the surrounding plants by consuming spiritual power. You have successfully opened the 9-turned Soul Worm album and gained the biometric attribute, Advanced Spirit. Advanced Spirit, your spiritual power receives a significant boost. A Forest Lord who can control plants. An Advanced Spirit that can strengthen the mind. Both attributes seem to complement each other. And both leaned towards a mage's attributes. Thinking this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. The reason he had been able to kill the men in the mask across 6 levels without injury wasn't just because his own strength was defying the heavens. Another important factor was that the man was a mage-type genetic integrator with no remarkable physicality. Otherwise, instead of an uninjured cross-level solo kill, a crash and burn would have been possible. But then again, luck is also a part of strength, nothing more to say. Buzz, suddenly, a buzzing sound of rapid motion came from not far off. Lin Zichen's heart sank, and he immediately used the skill of the Eye of the Sky to look in the direction of the noise. And what he saw was an unexpected figure. It was the instructor Lu Tianrong. On the other side, Lu Tianrong had also spotted him and immediately sped up to approach, looking to rendezvous with him. Lin Zichen tensed up and burst forth with chi blood, swiftly distancing himself from Lu Tianrong, not letting him get close. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 270, 178, The Fox-Eared Girl Who Appears Like a Ghost _3 Chapter 270, 178, The Fox-Eared Girl Who Appears Like a Ghost _3 He suspected that Lu Tianrong was a traitor. Previously, when he faced the masked men, Lu Tianrong did not appear. Just now, when he faced the hunchbacked masked person, Lu Tianrong was also absent. But now, as he had just regained his freedom and was about to make a run for it, Lu Tianrong showed up. If that wasn't a traitor, then what was? 99.9999% a traitor. Lin Zichen was very cautious. Adhering to the principle of not harboring malice but always keeping guard, he directly labeled Lu Tianrong as a traitor. As he unleashed a frantic burst of chi blood within his body, his legs moved into afterimages, keeping Lu Tianrong from getting close. However, fate was not on his side. Lu Tianrong's speed was multiple times faster than his. In less than half a minute, Lu Tianrong caught up with him and appeared at his side. Zichen. It's me. Instructor Lu Tianrong. As Lu Tianrong closed in, he shouted at Lin Zichen, who was less than 10 meters away. At this moment, due to overactivation of his exotic beast gene, his body's transformation into a beast was very apparent. His mouth was full of large and sharp fangs. A pair of arms covered in fluffy hair grew from his back. And with his body drenched in blood, the entire person looked extremely ferocious. Instructor Lu, what's going on with you? Lin Zichen felt a bit nervous inside, but his face did not show it, he just carried a hint of confusion. Lu Tianrong's biological level was high level 6th order. And he was not severely injured. As for Lin Zichen's strength, at best, it was equivalent to high-level 4th rank. If Lu Tianrong really was a traitor, then it was more likely that Lin Zichen would face a grim outcome. It was hard for Lin Zichen not to feel anxious. Lu Tianrong, unaware of his inner tension, quickly explained to him, previously, when fighting against that masked man who could control vines, in order to defeat him, I had to excessively activate my body's exotic beast gene. After the excessive activation, my strength became stronger than the masked man. But unfortunately, my skills were still not as good as his, and he trapped me with his vines, leaving me unable to break free. Luckily, just now Principal Yuan found me and helped me get rid of the vine's bindings with a throw of his water knife, otherwise I'd still be stuck there. Hearing Lu Tianrong's words, Lin Zichen chose to believe. Because, with Lu Tianrong's strength, dealing with him would be a piece of cake, there was no need to make up such convoluted stories. Lu Tianrong asked, by the way, where are the others? Why are you alone? Lin Zichen explained, earlier, we were being pursued by the heavily injured masked man. Knowing he was after me, I drew him away alone to let the others escape. They should be at the bus now. I see. Lu Tianrong nodded, then asked, what about the masked man? He's dead. Lin Zichen said startlingly. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Zichen explained again, the masked man was severely injured at the time, and his strength had greatly diminished. I was able to kill him by taking advantage of a surprise attack. I see. Lu Tianrong nodded and said, the masked man was heavily injured by me at that time. His strength must have declined to the point where it wasn't even high level anymore, so with a surprise attack, you could indeed win. Having said that, he continued to ask, did the sect hierarch whose biological level was as high as ordinary 9th rank also die? Lin Zichen said, yeah, he's dead. Lu Tianrong nodded, not probing further. He assumed that the sect hierarch was beaten to death by a group of the special trainees. Lin Zichen asked, instructor, is your body all right? It's fine. Lu Tianrong smiled and said, although there's a tendency to mutate, as long as I get back to the military area and deal with it in time, there won't be any issues. Lin Zichen then asked, instructor, what's the story with that 9th elder who's currently fighting fiercely with Principal Yuan? Lu Tianrong replied, this 9th elder is from the Divine Plant Cult and is one of the sect's elders. The Divine Plant Cult has 9 elders in total, all of whom are rare-level fighters. The 9th elder specifically manages the internal personnel matters of the sect. This person is said to be nearly 200 years old and many influential figures have dealt with him when they were young. Of course, it wasn't a voluntary engagement, but rather, they were either threatened or enticed by him. There are rumors saying that when Principal Yuan was young, he was threatened and tempted by this 9th elder, but luckily due to the support of his powerful family and his own great strength, he managed to not fall for it. So that's how it is. Lin Zichen asked, you said that all 9 elders of the Divine Plant Cult are rare-level fighters, but what about their sect hierarch? Is he an epic-level powerhouse? Lu Tianrong shook his head, not sure, the sect hierarch of the Divine Plant Cult has never shown his face. But I guess, he must be an epic-level powerhouse. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gather so many followers and establish such a large heretical sect. An epic level, this was a rank that could withstand a nuclear bomb. Lin Zichen felt this level was very distant. A minute and a half later, the two finally burst out of the forest and saw the bus parked at the roadside. At the same time, they also saw Shen Qinghan and others. Those people, poisoned by the flower toxin, were moving extremely slowly. They had just emerged from the forest not long ago and were about to board the bus to leave the area. Xiao Chen. As soon as Shen Qinghan saw Lin Zichen, she immediately ran over to him, bursting into tears and throwing herself into his arms. While crying, she said, I was really scared just now, scared that I would never see you again. Let's never part again, okay? Not a single step apart. We won't part. Lin Zichen touched her head to comfort her. At that moment, Ma Shiwei came over and asked, why are you covered in blood? Are you hurt anywhere? Before Lin Zichen could respond, she handed him a small medicine bottle she was holding and said coldly, I have a great restoration pill here, take it and eat it. Sir, the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She remembered that Lin Zichen had once saved her, now it was her turn to repay him. Just as Lin Zichen was about to say it wasn't necessary, Shen Qinghan, who was in his arms, released her embrace and began to carefully examine his body, saying worriedly, "Xiao Chen, you're covered in blood. Where are you hurt? Is it serious?" When Shen Qinghan first laid eyes on Lin Zichen, she was so overwhelmed with emotion that she had not noticed the detail of Lin Zichen being covered in blood. Now that Ma Shiwei had brought it up, she realized belatedly. She felt very guilty for a moment. Feeling that she was too clumsy and not as considerate as an outsider, falling short of being a fiancé. Lin Zichen held her hand and said, "It's okay, stop checking, I'm not injured. The blood on me is someone else's, not mine." "Really?" Shen Qinghan looked up at Lin Zichen. She suspected that Lin Zichen was telling a white lie, intending not to worry her. "Really, I'm not lying to you," Lin Zichen said and, without further explanation, turned towards Ma Shiwei with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not injured, so I don't need the Great Restoration Pill." "No problem, you take it. If you need it later on, use it then." Ma Shiwei stuffed the Great Restoration Pill into Lin Zichen's hand and then turned and walked away, tactfully not disturbing the couple's moment. She didn't like to owe others favors and would repay them on the spot if she could. In certain special situations, she can even accept betrothal by offering herself. Lin Zichen looked at the medicine bottle in his hand that contained a Great Restoration Pill, didn't think too much about it, and chose to put it in his pocket. "Everyone's here. Let's quickly get on the bus and leave. This place is very dangerous now. The Divine Plant Cult has sent a rare-level fighter here, who is currently confronting Principal Yuan. Continuing to stay here, we might be affected by the clash between those two rare-level fighters." Lu Tianrong, enduring the pain of his mutation, shouted loudly to everyone. As time passed, he felt the beastly nature inside him growing stronger and wanted to head to the nearest hospital for treatment as soon as possible, to avoid some permanent damage that could be prevented if it took too long. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised. The Divine Plant Cult sent out a rare-level fighter. Is that necessary? Also, Principal Yuan came. What about the military district's people? Why haven't they come? Everyone was full of doubts in their hearts. But they all knew that now was not the time to dwell on these doubts. The top priority was to quickly get on the bus and leave this place. Thinking this, everyone boarded the bus, waiting for Lu Tianrong to drive away from this place. When everyone was on the bus, the engine already started, ready to set off. Suddenly, a graceful and pretty figure appeared in front of the bus. It was a vixen character. Without any warning, like a phantom, she appeared out of thin air in front of the bus in the blink of an eye. "P.S. I'm holding out my bowl, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets." Chapter 271, 179, The Fox-Eared Girl Who Dominates the Field. Chapter 271, 179, The Fox-Eared Girl Who Dominates the Field. The fox-eared girl appeared very suddenly. When she appeared out of thin air in front of the vehicle, many people on the bus were startled for a moment, thinking their eyes were playing tricks on them. "Instructor, there's someone ahead." Seeing that the speed of the vehicle had not slowed down at all, Shangguan Yueying, who was sitting behind the driver's seat, loudly reminded him. However, Lu Tianrong not only did not brake, but instead accelerated and charged forward. In these wild and desolate hills, a beast-eared girl suddenly appeared to block the road, which was clearly a sign of malevolence. Stopping would simply be asking for trouble. Perhaps even seeking death. Search * the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Buzz, accompanied by a prolonged whooshing sound. The military bus carrying 21 people, moving at a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour, crashed directly towards the fox-eared girl blocking the way. At that moment, everyone on the bus thought the fox-eared girl was going to be hit and sent flying. Or that the fox-eared girl had an extremely strong body and would bring the massive military bus to a halt. But the moment the bus hit the fox-eared girl, an extremely eerie scene occurred. The sturdy military bus actually passed directly through the body of the fox-eared girl. It passed through as smoothly as if it had passed through air. Everyone on the bus was dumbfounded at first, unable to comprehend what they had just seen. A moment later, as they came to their senses, the crowd began to express their doubts one after another, discussing the matter amongst themselves. Was there not a fox-eared girl just now? There was, I saw her too. The bus clearly hit her, so why didn't it hit that fox-eared girl? An illusion. If one person sees it, that might be an illusion, but just now we all saw her, it can't possibly be an illusion. Could it be a mirage? But the conditions for a mirage aren't present here. Everyone was puzzled and full of doubt regarding the mysterious scene they had just witnessed. Lin Zichen remained silent, frowning slightly, his eyes constantly scanning the outside of the vehicle. He opened all his senses to their maximum, trying to find any trace of the fox-eared girl. The moment the fox-eared girl appeared, he had spread his spiritual power to sense her immediately, trying to glimpse her biological level. To his surprise, he discovered that she bore no trace of biological pressure at all. Not only that, she even lacked the breath of life, like an inanimate object. This was too illogical. Lin Zichen felt uneasy about this. Shen Qinghan, sitting nearby, felt equally uneasy. She held Lin Zichen's hand and asked with a worried expression, "Xiao Chen, what just happened?" Lin Zichen shook his head, "I'm not sure." After speaking, he turned to ask Lu Tianrong, who was in the driver's seat, "Instructor Lu, do you know what just happened?" Lu Tianrong, having a higher biological level and living longer, might be able to make some sense of it. However, even Lu Tianrong was unclear about what had just happened. Faced with Lin Zichen's puzzlement, he could only answer, "I'm not sure about the specifics of what just happened either. The only thing I can be sure of is that the moment the bus hit her, the moment I was closest to that fox-eared girl, I couldn't sense any sign of life from her at all." Hearing Lu Tianrong say this, several people in the vehicle changed their expressions slightly. Among them, Shangguan Yueying looked scared and said, "You guys don't think it was that, do you?" "What that?" "She means to say that the fox-eared girl we just saw might be a ghost," Ma Shiwei said calmly. In this supernatural world, even though there are exotic beasts, genetic integrators, mechanically modified humans, and the like, the concept of ghosts still exists in many people's hearts. Many people, upon hearing about ghosts, instinctively feel scared. Even if they themselves are powerful genetic integrators or powerful mechanically modified humans, they are still afraid. This is because so many stories about ghosts are so horrifying that they are frightening to hear. Only those who frequently watch horror movies or those who have seen a lot of bloodshed are likely to be completely unafraid. You must be joking, in this day and age, we even have mechs, and you're still talking about ghosts. Zhang Kai said with a look of disdain, "Your supposed intellectuals from the university don't even have the social awareness of someone like me who didn't even finish high school." Shangguan Yueying frowned and said, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are many things in this world that science cannot explain. It's better to believe it and not need it than to need it and not believe it." Zhang Kai was speechless. "Your university education must have been secured through connections and back doors." "You." Shangguan Yueying was so angered her chest heaved with frustration. Lin Zichen listened to their argument and noticed that Zhang Kai had changed a lot, no longer acting like a sycophantic follower. Back in junior high, Zhang Kai had been very eager in his courtship of the school belle. Now there was no trace of that sycophantic demeanor. Most likely, having become a mechanically modified human, his social status had risen along with his tides, with plenty of women throwing themselves at him. The ones who fawned over him now licked his boots, turning him into the master instead of the follower. After pondering over these matters for a while, Lin Zichen quickly brought his thoughts back to the present and continued to scan the surroundings outside the vehicle. The rest of the people on the bus did the same, uneasily scanning the outside for any sign of the fox-eared girl. Except for Zhang Kai and Shangguan Yueying. The two were thoroughly embroiled in an argument. They clung to the topic of whether ghosts existed, constantly disputing, each trying to convince the other. They had completely cast aside the incident of the sudden appearance of the fox-eared girl. After all, the fox-eared girl had appeared for only a brief instant before disappearing. After a while, the event didn't seem as significant. During this time, Zhang Kai and Shangguan Yueying pulled in several others to take a stand on whether ghosts existed. The vast majority believed they did not. A few remained neutral. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 272, 179, The Fox-Ear Girl Who Dominates the Field _2 Chapter 272, 179, The Fox-Ear Girl Who Dominates the Field _2 Some people felt they did Seeing most people believe there are no ghosts, Zhang Kai said smugly, "We go with the majority, everyone thinks there are no ghosts in the world." "Little Sakura, just admit that you're superstitious." Shangguan Yueying was infuriated. Just as she was about to say something to refute Zhang Kai, at the very back of the car, someone's squeaky voice spoke up in her defense, "This sister is right, there really are ghosts in the world." Hearing this unfamiliar voice, everyone instinctively turned their heads towards the sound. They then discovered to their horror that the fox-eared girl who had suddenly appeared in front of the car was now on the bus. At this moment, the fox-eared girl was sitting alone in the back row, with one leg over the other, resting her chin in her hand, and smiling at the people inside the bus. Lin Zichen looked at the fox-eared girl, his heart filled with fear. How did she appear inside the car? And how had he not noticed her presence the whole time she had been on the bus? Even more, how had Lu Tianrong, whose biological level was as high as 6th order, also failed to detect her? The biological level of this fox-eared girl must far exceed 6th order. Thinking this, Lin Zichen became filled with unease. On the other side, seeing the fox-eared girl in the bus through the rearview mirror, Lu Tianrong's heart skipped a beat, but then he quickly calmed down and slowly brought the car to a stop by the roadside. Then, he immediately got up from the driver's seat, turned around with a sharp gaze, and stared at the fox-eared girl in the back row, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Sir, the ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As he said this, he was ready to make a move at any moment. He didn't strike immediately because the fox-eared girl was too strange, and her strength was hard to gauge, making any attack highly risky. Instead of fighting immediately, it was better to communicate first and see what her intentions were. If things could be resolved peacefully, then all the better. Facing Lu Tianrong's questioning, the fox-eared girl smiled charmingly, "I'm not a human." Not human? Could it be that this fox-eared girl really was a ghost? There really are ghosts in the world. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Continuing, the fox-eared girl said, "However, you are not human either. Just now, you had the heart to drive such a large car towards a young girl, that's so inhuman." At that moment, her eyes suddenly lit up with a strange purple glow. Right after that, Lu Tianrong, upon whom her gaze fell, instantly became vacant, looking like an elderly man with dementia, standing there bewildered and motionless. He had been mentally controlled. Without the fox-eared girl's instructions, he would simply stand there foolishly without moving. "Get out of the car." The fox-eared girl gave this command to Lu Tianrong. The next second, Lu Tianrong obediently walked towards the car door and under everyone's amazed gaze, left the bus. Having witnessed this scene, those remaining on the bus nearly all showed looks of despair. Even the instructor was dealt with so easily. This was the end. Everyone thought the fox-eared girl was from the divine plant cult, here to persecute them. Each and every one of them looked ashen-faced as if foreseeing their own tragic futures. Just as everyone thought this, the fox-eared girl said, "Except for Lin Zichen, all others get off the bus, I'm not interested in you." "Huh? She's letting us go just like that?" Everyone thought they had heard wrong and were incredulous. After a moment's reaction, they hastily scrambled off the bus, fearful that the fox-eared girl would change her mind. Aside from Lin Zichen, a total of 13 people left, while 6 chose to stay. The 5 who stayed were Shen Qinghan, Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, Luo Yongjian from the same school, Zhang Kai from the Mech God Group, and Zhao Yuanzhong from the military district. These individuals couldn't bring themselves to abandon Lin Zichen. At this, Lin Zichen said indifferently, "She's targeting me, you all should leave." To him, those who remained were a burden, and the wise choice was for them to leave. "Take care." After speaking, Zhao Yuanzhong turned and left. Having had the chance to leave but choosing to stay had already shown his stance. Once the stance was clear, it was time to go. Zhang Kai did the same and left. Li Moyu, Luo Yongjian, and Ma Shiwei hesitated for a moment. After thinking it over and realizing that staying wouldn't help Lin Zichen, they too left the bus. In a blink, only Shen Qinghan remained. She clung to Lin Zichen's hand, unwilling to part with him. The fox-eared girl glanced at their tightly joined hands and then looked up at Shen Qinghan with displeasure. "Why are you holding the hand of my bed slave, little sister?" She had already claimed Lin Zichen as her possession, for her to play with and enjoy, not to be touched by anyone else. Shen Qinghan stayed silent, gripping his hand tighter. For a fleeting moment, she considered lashing out at the fox-eared girl before her, to control her chi blood. Luckily, reason overcame impulse, and she chose not to act. The fox-eared girl, who could easily deal with an instructor of the Sixth Order, and herself, just an ordinary being of Sixth Order, should she provoke the fox-eared girl, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shen Qinghan was very clear about this fact. Lin Zichen, concerned that Shen Qinghan's staying might put her in danger, released her hand and said, "Han Han, get off the bus." "But, listen to me, get off." Shen Qinghan didn't move, pursing her lips. In silence. Previously, when Lin Zichen took a risk with his own life to lead the masked man away, she was so worried she wanted to cry, filled with regret. Now, having just reunited with Lin Zichen, she didn't want to be separated from him again. Chapter 273, 179, The Fox-Ear Girl Who Dominates the Field _3 Chapter 273, 179, The Fox-Ear Girl Who Dominates the Field _3 Fear gripped her that this separation might not be as fortunate as before, that she might not be able to reunite with Lin Zichen. Seeing Shen Qinghan refusing to get out of the car, Lin Zichen furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to forcibly push his childhood sweetheart, who had lost all reason and was driven more by emotion than logic, out of the car to get her out of danger, the vixen-eared girl in front of them made the first move against Shen Qinghan. With just a thought, she levitated Shen Qinghan into the air, and then with a fierce swing, sent her crashing through the car window to the outside. The impact was enormous at the moment of collision. The car window's glass shattered with a loud bang, scattering fragments everywhere. The entire car shook as a result. Lin Zichen felt the intensity of the impact vividly and immediately looked out the window at Shen Qinghan with a look full of concern. Seeing that Shen Qinghan was only slightly cut by the broken glass and unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the car, Shen Qinghan got up from the ground. Tears filled her eyes. She wanted to get back in the car and be with Lin Zichen. But after calming down and thinking it over, she realized that doing so would only make matters uncontrollable and would bring no benefits. So, she stood outside the car, watching Lin Zichen with eyes red from crying, praying in her heart that he wouldn't come to any harm. "Qinghan, don't stand so close." Ma Shiwei came over and pulled Shen Qinghan away from the car. The vixen-eared girl in the car didn't seem bloodthirsty, but as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. No one could guarantee that the vixen-eared girl wouldn't find Shen Qinghan annoying and decide to eliminate her on a whim. Ma Shiwei pulled Shen Qinghan aside and said rationally, "We can't do anything right now. The only thing we can do is not to provoke the enemy and wait quietly for reinforcements to arrive." I know all that, but I just can't." Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan's voice was tearful. As she spoke, she kept a worried eye on the situation inside the car, fearing that Lin Zichen would disappear from her sight the next second. At this moment, Luo Yongjian, who also had not left the scene, walked up with a look of confusion and said, "It's been so long since the incident, why hasn't the military's rescue arrived?" "Most likely there is treachery afoot within the military," Li Moyu came up to analyze. "Our outing for live combat training was secret, yet the divine plant cult managed to plan ahead. I don't believe there are no traitors in the military. Even among the trainees, there might be traitors. So forget about waiting for rescue. It certainly won't arrive soon. The traitors in the military will find ways to cause delays. As for calling for help elsewhere, forget that too. I have tried it, the signals here are blocked, we can't contact the outside world. The only hope we have now is Principal Yuan, who is far away and caught in a fierce battle. We have to rely on her to defeat her opponent and then come to our rescue." Listening to Li Moyu's analysis, both Ma Shiwei and Luo Yongjian fell into silence. Shen Qinghan didn't fall silent, she clasped her hands and prayed softly, "Master must win, Master must win, Master must win, Master." The three people around her didn't know about the relationship between Shen Qinghan and Yuan Dongji. Hearing her call out "Master" over and over, it felt as though they had stumbled upon a significant secret. Excluding Lin Zichen, only 4 of them were still at the scene and had not left. The trainees from places like Jing University, Mech God Group, and the military sector had quickly left the scene as soon as they got out of the car, running faster than anyone else. Fearing that the vixen-eared girl would change her mind and not spare them. P.S. Begging bowl out, votes for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 274, 180. Fierce Battle with the Fox Demon. Collisions of Flesh and Spirit. Chapter 274, 180. Fierce Battle with the Fox Demon. Collisions of Flesh and Spirit. In the car. Lin Zichen was alone, facing the fox-eared girl, with a grave expression on his face. He used danger perception to peek at her biological level, only to find it was ordinary ninth order. With such strange methods, could this be an ordinary creature? This completely defies logic. It also contradicts biology. So, was she disguising her biological level? The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Uncertainty is always unsettling. If he knew the true strength of the fox-eared girl, even if her biological level were as high as rare level, he wouldn't feel so uneasy. See the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. One thing he was worried about right now. The fox-eared girl in front of him was stronger than Yuan Dongji. If that were true, today might be more dangerous than auspicious. Little betting slave, now it's just the two of us left in the car. The fox-eared girl got up from her seat and walked toward Lin Zichen at a leisurely pace, smiling seductively as she moved. She was wearing a purple silk gown, revealing a pair of small, bare, grasping jade feet. As she walked, her loose sleeves fluttered. Her footsteps were light and smooth. She looked like a purple butterfly dancing gracefully, pleasing to the eye, extremely beautiful. Seeing the girl walking barefoot, Lin Zichen felt puzzled. Wasn't she afraid to dirty her feet? Just as he thought this, the next moment, he was surprised to find that the fox-eared girl was floating in the air. Looking closely, one could see her bare jade feet were actually a small distance from the ground. About half a centimeter or so. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice. Lin Zichen frowned slightly at this, his expression becoming even more solemn. The fox-eared girl in front of him wasn't wearing shoes. And yet her feet were still clean and white, without a speck of dust. What did this imply? It means she had been floating all along, never touching the ground for a second. To maintain such constant levitation, how strong must one's spiritual power be? Could Yuan Dongji's spiritual power be as strong as hers? Lin Zichen's thoughts were in turmoil, and the more he thought, the more helpless he felt. The fox-eared girl in front of him was extremely powerful, so overpowering that it left him without the slightest thought of resistance. Soon, the fox-eared girl came up to Lin Zichen, her voice soft. "Little betting slave, why keep frowning? I'm not going to eat you, relax a little." As he heard this sentence, Lin Zichen could smell a faint floral scent. It was coming from the fox-eared girl. The scent was pleasant and intoxicating, making one unwittingly want to draw closer. This floral scent wasn't right, it seemed to have an aphrodisiac effect. Lin Zichen snapped out of the scent's effect, took a small step back, and asked as calmly as possible, "What do you mean by betting slave?" And as he asked, he prepared himself to take action at any moment. If the fox-eared girl made any suspicious move, he wouldn't hesitate to strike. Although the chances of beating the fox-eared girl were slim, he had to try to know for sure. What if he could defeat her? What if she was just spiritually powerful but physically very weak? Anything was possible. After all, creatures that are extremely strong in spiritual power but very weak physically do exist. Many exotic beasts that specialize in spiritual power have this vulnerability. What I mean by betting slave is just as the words suggest, a slave on the bed, responsible for pleasuring me, for me to consume their spiritual energy. The fox-eared girl chuckled, and continued, "Your strong physical talent and handsome features both meet my requirements. Especially your physical talent, to be able to single-handedly kill a higher sixth-order being with an ordinary ninth-order body is simply unbelievable. With such a formidable physical talent, the spiritual energy contained within must be very sweet and satisfying, qualifying you to be my betting slave." Consume spiritual energy. What is that? Lin Zichen realized something was off and asked, "Are you a genetic integrator, an exotic beast, or maybe an exotic human?" Before this, he had assumed the fox-eared girl was a genetic integrator who had fused with fox exotic beast genes. Now, he realized he might have been wrong. She might actually not be human. Or at least not an earthling. She might be a transformed exotic beast, or one of the rumored exotic humans who live in the origin land. However, the fox-eared girl's reply was somewhat unexpected. She casually sat on an adjacent seat, lazily crossing her legs, while seductively tapping her delicate little jade feet and smiling enchantingly. I'm neither a genetic integrator, nor an exotic beast, nor an exotic human. None of them. Lin Zichen was a bit confused. If it's neither this nor that, then what is it? Could it be that she's a pure-blood human like himself? But the girl had animal ears and a tail. She certainly didn't seem like a pure-blood human. The fox-eared girl continued, I'm half an earthling. Half an earthling. Lin Zichen didn't quite understand what she meant. But soon, he thought of something and asked the fox-eared girl, are you from the origin land? Very clever, you guessed right, the fox-eared girl said with a smile. Indeed, I come from the origin land, but rest assured, I'm not like the other creatures from there. I have never thought about invading Earth, nor do I bear any ill will towards earthlings. Because I also have half earthling blood flowing through me, I'm half an earthling. To be precise, Earth is kind of like my second home. Lin Zichen, are you a human-animal hybrid? The fox-eared girl corrected, not human, animal, it's human, fox, the fox of a fox demon. Beast is a general term for non-sentient creatures. My mother can speak human language, carried me for 10 months before giving birth, and is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Do you think she's a beast? Chapter 275, 180. Fierce battle with the fox demon. Collisions of flesh and spirit. _2 Chapter 275, 180. Fierce battle with the fox demon. Collisions of flesh and spirit. _2 Having said that, the fox-eared girl sighed lightly, my mother is clearly so outstanding, yet that earthborn father of mine didn't cherish her at all. He took advantage of my mother's love for him, constantly schemed against her, deceived her for money and sex, and after impregnating her, he upped and left without a trace. As her daughter, I've grown this big without even having seen him once. It's also because my mother was foolishly infatuated, easily believed in the sweet nothings of a man. In my opinion, men are only fit to be bed slaves, to be collared and leashed around the neck by their masters. As she spoke, the fox-eared girl conjured a beast skin collar out of thin air. Afterward, with enchanting eyes that captured the soul and a seductive smile on her lips, she asked, I've been so transparent with you, are you willing to wear this collar I've carefully prepared for you, and be my bed slave? Summoning objects out of nowhere. Seeing the fox-eared girl suddenly produce a beast skin collar out of thin air, Lin Zichen felt somewhat incredulous. Out of instinct, he glanced at the fox-eared girl's hands to check for any rings. There were no rings. 10 fingers, white as spring onions and as smooth as jade, all empty, without any adornments. It wasn't like the storage rings from internet novels in his previous life. Thinking this, Lin Zichen asked, what if I refuse? The consequence of refusal, the fox-eared girl smiled charmingly, you have no reason to refuse, nor the qualification to do so. Lin Zichen fell silent and then said, give me some time to consider it then. He lacked confidence in winning against the fox-eared girl. His only option was to stall for time, waiting for the military to come to his support. And also, waiting for Yuan Dongji to defeat the 9th elder of the divine plant cult. Stalling for time. The fox-eared girl laughed, give it up, the military's people won't be able to get here. By the time they do, the day lilies will be cold. Otherwise, why do you think I'm willing to spend so much time talking with you? The fox-eared girl brushed her forehead hair, continuing, I prefer willing submission over forcing others. If you're willing to be my bed slave, I can assure you, the divine plant cult will no longer dare to target you. Even more, in the future, they will have to address you respectfully as, my lord, each time they see you. I really need to contemplate this. Lin Zichen toughened his resolve and did not reply, trying his best to delay. The fox-eared girl stood up from her seat and positioned herself in front of Lin Zichen again, speaking in a delicate voice, take a good look at my face that could overthrow states and cities. Witness my graceful and enchanting figure. Do you know how many male creatures in the origin land lust after my body? See the nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Are you sure you don't want to be my bed slave? Lin Zichen gazed at the fox-eared girl before him, taking in her features meticulously. Fuzzy fox ears on top of her head, hair strands falling on her shoulders soft and shiny. Her skin, fair and delicate, her nose, small and perky, her lips, cherry red and glistening, a rare delicacy. Her eyes, a pair of watery, peach-bloom eyes with long eyelashes and light purple pupils, held an inexplicable allure, as if they could capture one's soul, making it difficult for anyone to look away once their gaze landed on them. Under her right eye, a conspicuous mole added a touch of seductiveness to her appealing face, exuding a unique charm. As his gaze traveled downward, he saw an old-fashioned purple silk dress. The dress was loose, not form-fitting. Yet even so, it was visibly clear that the figure beneath the dress was shapely, with full and voluptuous curves. All things considered, the fox-eared girl's beauty and physique were not inferior to Shen Qinghan's. They represented two different types of beauty. Shen Qinghan was pure with a hint of playfulness, coupled with a bit of age-appropriate suggestiveness, not genuine lewdness, but a curiosity about the opposite sex that came with age, while at the same time her figure was growing more voluptuous, yet still retaining the full essence of youthful femininity. She was the pure and lovely girl next door. Whereas the fox-eared girl before him seemed to exude only one attribute, desire. Her face alluring, her body full and firm, her voice like dripping honey, she gave off an extremely indecent vibe, stirring lascivious fantasies, representing the sexy and statuesque woman next door. "Do you like what you see?" the fox-eared girl asked with a half-smile. Before Lin Zichen could answer, she reached out a finger and gently pressed it to Lin Zichen's lips, her voice tantalizingly persuasive. "Becoming my bed slave, you could enjoy my body every day and also reap unexpected benefits." "What kind of benefits?" "Once you become my bed slave, you will naturally find out in time," the fox-eared girl replied and then asked, "So, do you want to be my bed slave?" Lin Zichen showed hesitance. "Let me think about it." At that moment, he felt a bit stifled inside. If he were powerful enough, he wouldn't need to feign hesitation to stall for time, waiting for someone to come to his rescue. He'd be able to act against the fox-eared girl right away, punching her to the ground with one blow. Unfortunately, he was still too weak. He could only reign supreme within the school. Once outside, encountering a powerful and higher-level enemy, he could only nod and bow. Seeing that Lin Zichen was still unwilling and trying to stall for time by saying he needed to think things over, the smile on the face of the fox-eared girl faded significantly, and she said with some displeasure, "I am clearly so charming. Why won't you agree?" "I understand. Is it because of the little sister outside the car?" "If that's the case, then I'll kill her." As soon as she finished speaking, the fox-eared girl's figure suddenly vanished. By the time Lin Zichen realized what was happening, she had already appeared behind Shen Qinghan like a phantom, swinging her snow-white fox tail to wrap around Shen Qinghan's neck. Bang! A collision sounded like an explosion. Lin Zichen didn't bother with the door and chose to crash directly through the military bus's metal skin, shooting out of the bus like a bullet at the fastest speed towards the fox-eared girl. Before the fox-eared girl could tighten her tail to strangle Shen Qinghan's neck, he charged to the side of the fox-eared girl, carrying a tremendous blood-chi power, and slammed his fist towards her head. Buzz, a long whizzing sound followed. Lin Zichen's fist, which was so fast it looked like an afterimage, passed right through the fox-eared girl's head. It was just like earlier when Lu Tianrong had driven the military bus straight through the fox-eared girl. It didn't touch anything. It just felt like it passed through the air. Afterward, the fox-eared girl vanished, as if she had never existed. What's going on? Lin Zichen couldn't make sense of the scene before his eyes. While he was puzzled, Shen Qinghan asked with a worried face, "Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you?" "What's wrong with me?" Lin Zichen felt confused and said to Shen Qinghan, "I was just trying to save you." Shen Qinghan was equally puzzled, "Save me?" At this moment, Li Moyu said with confusion, "Zichen, what are you doing? Why suddenly rush out of the bus like a ghost and throw a punch at the air behind your Qinghan? Are you trying to kill your wife to prove your way or what? Rushing out of the bus for no apparent reason." Lin Zichen realized something. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded eerily from behind him, "You really don't hold back. My physical body is only at an ordinary 9th rank level. If your punch hit me, I'd probably be dead on the spot." It was the voice of the fox-eared girl. It came from inside the military bus behind him. Lin Zichen turned around immediately. He then saw that the fox-eared girl had been in the bus all along and had never gotten out. Indeed. He hadn't hit a decoy just now. He had fallen for an illusion technique and saw illusions. Realizing this, Lin Zichen's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his expression turned exceedingly grave. He had never encountered such a tricky enemy. Just a little release of spiritual power was enough to toy with people at will. I was just playing with you just now. The fox-eared girl walked out of the bus, her smile teasing. Now, I'm really going to kill this pretty little thing you love. The moment her words fell, her figure blurred, and in an instant, she created dozens of identical clones, all rushing towards Shen Qinghan. This time, Lin Zichen didn't rush to make a move. He was very clear about one thing in his mind. If his spirit was not as strong as that of the fox-eared girl, then making a move would be futile. Because he couldn't tell if the target was real or fake. To win against the fox-eared girl, he had to increase his spiritual strength. The advanced spirit he had acquired before was now time to be put to use. He hoped it would work. Thinking this, Lin Zichen had a thought and activated the advanced spirit he had just remembered. The moment the advanced spirit took effect, he felt as if his whole head became instantly empty, an unprecedented tranquility taking over. Then, the numerous clones of the fox-eared girl began to vanish one after another. In the span of a mere 2 seconds, they disappeared without a trace. After that, within his field of view, he only saw one fox-eared girl sitting on top of the military bus, watching below with interest as several people panicked. He had found the real one. P.S. Begging for your monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 276, 181, Exploding Punch. Devouring the Fox-Eared Girl. Chapter 276, 181, Exploding Punch. Devouring the Fox-Eared Girl. Under the blessing of advanced spirit, Lin Zichen finally saw the true form of the fox-eared girl. She was sitting on top of the military bus. Perhaps from the beginning, the fox-eared girl had always been on the roof and never left. It was just that everyone's spiritual power wasn't strong enough to detect her presence. Whether it was her sudden appearance in front of the bus, inside the bus, or the recent instant movement behind Shen Qinghan, they were all fake images. They were illusions created by the fox-eared girl. This fox demon from the origin land was extremely skilled at using illusion technique. Bang! Suddenly, there was an explosive sound of a foot stomping hard on the ground. That was Lin Zichen making his move. Having confirmed the real location of the fox-eared girl, he did not hesitate for a moment and immediately erupted with all of his chi blood, his calves forcefully pushing off the ground with might, creating a deep pit in the ground. Mud splattered all around. Using the strong propulsion generated from pushing off the ground, he instantly sprang in front of the fox-eared girl. He swung his fist, which was covered with the force of blood chi power. He didn't hold back at all. He fiercely threw a punch towards the fox-eared girl's head. He aimed for a one-hit kill. Against an enemy that meant harm to Shen Qinghan, there was no possibility of showing mercy. He had to be deadly. Just as his fist was about to strike, the fox-eared girl in front of him smiled. She smiled rather playfully. Seeing this, Lin Zichen's heart sank immediately. Why was she smiling? Could it be that she in front of him was another illusion? Caught in these thoughts, his fist violently slammed onto the fox-eared girl's forehead. Then, a buzz sounded. His fist went through her head, hitting nothing but air. Another illusion. Lin Zichen felt his heart plummet. Even with the aid of advanced spirit, he was still unable to deal with the fox-eared girl. This was troubling. Without a second thought, having missed his strike, Lin Zichen quickly retreated to Shen Qinghan's side with his senses wide open, surveilling the surroundings with vigilance. The fox-eared girl was intent on killing Shen Qinghan, and he needed to protect her well. Interesting, you managed to instantly enhance your own spiritual power and break through the illusion technique I pride myself on. You are becoming more and more surprising, the Shen Qinghan being protected at his side suddenly said in a tender and delicate voice. Search *theovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen turned his head abruptly upon hearing this. And then, to his horror, he realized that the Shen Qinghan he was protecting had somehow transformed into the fox-eared girl at some point. But the next second, with the enhancement of advanced spirit, the fox-eared girl in front of him turned back into the familiar Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen couldn't tell the difference anymore. He felt that he was almost unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. The illusion technique of the fox-eared girl had a devastating effect on his sensory perception. Xiao Chen, the Shen Qinghan next to him, noticed his distressed state and weakly called out to him. Like waking from a dream, Lin Zichen reached out to grab Shen Qinghan's hand. It was warm. It was tangible. The touch was soft and smooth, very familiar. He could confirm it was indeed Shen Qinghan herself. At that moment, Lin Zichen felt a wave of relief mixed with fear. The fox demon was extremely cunning, actually playing tricks like using someone else's hand to kill. Luckily, when the fox demon's tender voice rang by his ear, he didn't choose to attack. Otherwise, he would have been hitting Shen Qinghan. This wave of relief didn't last long and soon dissipated. It was replaced with a slight sigh of relief. After the recent clash with the fox-eared girl, Lin Zichen analyzed the current situation. Although the fox-eared girl's spiritual power was strong, it was not insurmountably so. With the blessing of advanced spirit, he could greatly reduce the time he was under her mental control. Take the last two encounters, for example. He had barely fallen into the illusion, and in the next moment, he was able to break free immediately. Another point from those encounters was that he deduced the fox demon's physical strength was not formidable. It truly seemed to be only at the level of an ordinary 9th rank. Otherwise, there was no reason to choose the more time-consuming and effortful option of using illusions rather than a direct attack. Having understood all this, Lin Zichen immediately picked up Shen Qinghan without another word and dashed wildly away. If the physical strength of the fox-eared girl was truly only that of an ordinary 9th rank, she would definitely be unable to catch up with his fleeing pace. However, the fox-eared girl proved to be much more troublesome than he had imagined. He had not run 100 meters while carrying Shen Qinghan when he suddenly realized the sky had darkened. In just a brief second, the sunny noon turned pitch black. And it was the ultimate darkness. So dark that he couldn't see his hands in front of him. Surrounded by this darkness, his sensory perception was greatly diminished. Especially his sight, which had become so weak that he could no longer see the path clearly and thus could not continue to sprint at high speed. Lin Zichen was forced to stop. He had to stand still, waiting for advanced spirit to take effect and dispel the illusions before his eyes. With the blessing of advanced spirit, his vision was slowly coming back, increasingly able to make out the things in front of him. But the entire world remained pitch black and had not returned to the bright sunlight it should have been. This time, the strength of the illusion technique was unprecedentedly high. Even with the assistance of advanced spirit, he could only slowly weaken the delusional effect, unable to break through the illusion directly. Chen Qinghan, where are you? Chen bro, don't leave us behind. You too, stop shouting and be quiet, don't disturb Chen. From behind him came the voices of Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian. Among them, the two boys sounded panicked. While Ma Shiwei, a girl, kept her composure. Lin Zichen didn't respond to them, focusing on staying alert to his surroundings. The fox-eared girl's target was him and Shen Qinghan. As long as those three didn't act rashly, they wouldn't encounter any danger. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 277, 181, One Punch Explosion. Devouring the Fox-Eared Girl, _2 Chapter 277, 181, One Punch Explosion. Devouring the Fox-Eared Girl, _2, Xiao Chen, why did it suddenly get dark? I can't see anything. Shen Qinghan felt very uneasy, holding Lin Zichen tightly. While staying alert to his surroundings, Lin Zichen spoke in a soothing tone, don't panic, it's not a big problem, I can solve it. Shen Qinghan obediently responded with a sound and didn't make any more noise to disturb Lin Zichen. At this moment, the delicate voice of the fox-eared girl came through. The darkness, oh, feeling confident, are we? Lin Zichen looked towards the source of the voice, but all he saw was endless darkness, he couldn't see anything. The voice of the fox-eared girl rang out again, you, my overconfident little bed slave, come, let's see how you're going to break through my illusion technique this time. As her voice fell, the pitch-black sky suddenly conjured a beautiful purple moon out of nowhere. The purple light it emitted scattered much of the darkness. Suddenly, the purple moon turned into an eye with pale purple pupils. It held traces of allurement. It was captivating. Lin Zichen recognized that they were the eyes of the fox-eared girl. He was extremely shocked in his heart. The fox-eared girl's illusion technique was too strong, completely shattering his understanding of the use of spiritual power. Before this, his understanding of the use of spiritual power had been very limited. It was nothing more than moving objects through space, flying through the air, enhancing sensory perception, and so on. If one was more advanced, they could perform a spiritual shock, projecting their spiritual power to attack the target's spirit, causing the target to lose consciousness. However, such as the fox-eared girl, who could conjure an illusion with a thought, making the target fall into it without distinguishing reality, he was seeing for the first time. "Little bed slave, it's coming for you." The voice of the fox-eared girl echoed hauntingly. As the voice ended, the eye in the high sky shone a strange purple light. The next second, Lin Zichen's mind felt a jolt. Heaven and earth seemed to invert. The things within his field of vision were visibly distorting at a rapid pace. Fishes grew wings and flew in the sky. Birds grew gills and swam in the water. Reptiles stood upright and remained motionless, like trees. Plants uprooted themselves and started running wildly, devouring the motionless animals around them. At the same time, a strange whispering sound gradually arose by his ears: red umbrellas, white handles. The sound kept echoing in the depths of his mind. It made one's consciousness unclear, their awareness blurry, and their sensory perception weakened continuously. It was like having consumed the hallucinogenic mushrooms of a region known for fresh air. CTHnovel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Fortunately, this state did not last long. Under the blessing of advanced spirit, it only took a few seconds to return to normal. After he recovered, Lin Zichen found that the darkness around him was no longer as dense as it had been at the beginning. His view became much clearer. He could see everything within 100 meters. Looking around, he saw Li Moyu and the others about tens of meters behind him. At that moment, they were all trapped in the illusion and couldn't escape, their expressions extremely painful. Lin Zichen glanced at the three of them and quickly withdrew his gaze. He then turned his attention to Shen Qinghan, who was being held in his arms. He found that Shen Qinghan was also in pain, but her condition seemed a little better. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed as if she was having a nightmare. "Huh." The fox-eared girl walked out of the darkness, surprised, and said, "You can even withstand that. Are you sure your biological level is just ordinary 9th rank?" As she spoke, her delicate face filled with disbelief, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Earth, a place with such scarce evolutionary resources, could actually give birth to such an exceptional genius. If you were born in the origin land, having enjoyed the abundant evolutionary resources from a young age, it's hard to imagine how strong you would be now. Advanced intermediate rank, advanced high rank, or even rare level." As she said this, her stunning face became tinged with excitement, her eyes filled with desire. "A genius of your caliber, it's a waste to stay on Earth. You should become my bed slave, exchange your vital essence for evolutionary resources, and evolve together. As my bed slave, although you would lose your freedom, correspondingly, you would gain a future beyond your imagination. Take this chance while I'm still willing to treat you with respect." Lin Zichen did not respond. He remained on guard against the fox-eared girl in front of him while diverting some of his attention to the darkness around him. He keenly noticed that the darkness was dissipating faster and faster. Considering that the illusion technique that plunged the entire world into darkness seemed so extensive, it must require a tremendous amount of spiritual power to sustain. With that thought, he surmised that the reason the fox-eared girl was willing to talk so much now, rather than continue her assault, was most likely not because she was patient. Rather, her spiritual power was nearly exhausted, unable to support her continued use of the illusion technique. With this realization, Lin Zichen immediately acted upon the thought, using Forest Lord, his biometric attributes, to effortlessly control several vines, silently approaching the fox-eared girl from behind. The fox-eared girl, whether due to the excessive consumption of spiritual power or something else, seemed unaware of the vines that were stealthily creeping closer like venomous snakes. Seeing Lin Zichen remain silent, her voice turned cold. "I have been utterly sincere with you, but you've repeatedly refused. My patience has its limits. Lin Zichen said indifferently, "You can't even show your true self, is that your sincerity?" The fox-eared girl laughed, "Little bed slave, is there a possibility that I am speaking to you in my true form right now?" Lin Zichen, whether there is a possibility, that's something we'll have to test to find out. Chapter 278, 181, One Punch Explosion. Devouring the Fox-Eared Girl, _3 Chapter 278, 181, One Punch Explosion. Devouring the Fox-Eared Girl, _3 As his voice trailed off, his eyes focused intently as he controlled several vines to shoot towards the Fox-Eared Girl. Their speed was incredible. They were nearly too fast for the naked eye to see. The Fox-Eared Girl had no time to react. It was just the blink of an eye. Her snow-white and smooth limbs and neck were already entwined with sturdy vines. As the vines tightened with force, her slender limbs were pulled apart, leaving her hanging in midair in the shape of a big character, completely vulnerable. He actually caught her. Lin Zichen had a look of surprise, not expecting the Fox-Eared Girl to be the real body, nor did he expect to restrain her so easily. The Fox-Eared Girl was even more surprised. "You can actually control vines." Lin Zichen did not explain, fearing that the opportunity in front of him would slip away in an instant. He immediately took a step forward, rushing towards the Fox-Eared Girl with utmost speed. He raised his fist, covered in chi blood. And with a fierce punch, he aimed for her face. Soon, a loud bang was heard. The fist, which created a sharp breaking sound through the air, landed heavily on the delicate face of the Fox-Eared Girl, bringing a shockingly real impact. The next instant, the Fox-Eared Girl's head was blown apart by the punch, and her entire body exploded along with it. There was no scream. No blood. What there was, were white fox furs floating down to the ground like snow. And a withered fox tail quietly lying on the ground, motionless. At the same time, the surrounding darkness receded rapidly. Li Moyu and the others, who had been under the Fox-Eared Girl's mental control, all gradually came to their senses and successfully separated from the illusion. However, they were all still a bit groggy, only able to stand still as they slowly recovered. "What's the situation?" Lin Zichen, looking at the white fox furs that were slowly falling to the ground and then at the withered fox tail on the floor, was somewhat confused about the situation. "Where's the blood? How come there's no blood at all? Did she escape by shedding her tail, like a gecko?" Thinking this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but frown. Then, with a thought, he quickly expanded his perception, covering an area of several hundred meters in an instant, meticulously searching for the Fox-Eared Girl. But after a thorough search, he didn't find even a single fox fur. Withdrawing his extended perception, Lin Zichen had an epiphany, learning to move objects through the air without a teacher. Under the diffusion of his spiritual power, he drew the fox tail on the ground towards him through the air. Thinking of examining the fox tail to see if he could discover anything. The moment his hand touched the fox tail, a prompt message appeared out of thin air. "Do you choose to devour it?" "Ah. It can be devoured." Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised. Origin Land. In a room with ancient and elegant charm. A beautiful fox woman with a voluptuous figure and 8 tails behind her. She was sitting quietly on the bed with her beautiful eyes closed, completely motionless as if in meditation. Suddenly, her complexion turned pale, a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and she looked terribly pained. Just now, one of her tails had transformed into a clone that was smashed to pieces on earth with a single punch. The moment her clone perished, her spirit unavoidably suffered a minor injury. It caused such chaos within her body that chi blood surged up, bringing blood to her mouth. After a long while, the fox woman slowly opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a captivating gaze, and muttered to herself, "With an ordinary 9th rank body, defeating a high-level 6th rank without injury, and forcefully breaking through a high-level 3rd rank illusion technique. How did Earth, a land scarce in evolutionary resources, give birth to such an extraordinary genius? This is an exceptional candidate for cultivation. I must bring him back to serve as my bedchamber slave, tether him in my room with a collar, and suck his essence every day. With this, my strength will surge forward dramatically." As she said this, her captivating eyes gleamed with excitement and her charming face flushed with exhilaration. After calming down for a moment, the fox woman took out a jade talisman from her bosom, slightly opened her red lips, and spoke into it, "Bai Ying, go to the hidden elixir pavilion and fetch a 9 revolutions resurrection pill to my room. Soon, a servant girl in white, holding a green pill, entered the room. The fox woman swallowed the pill to repair the spirit damage she had just incurred. At that moment, another servant girl in green hurried into the room, speaking excitedly, "Mistress! Great news! The glorious news! The Night King's offspring has agreed to be your bedchamber slave." Search *theovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The servant girl who delivered the pill was taken aback. This offspring of the Night King is a monster born as an advanced level creature. He's not even 30, and he's already a rare level creature. In the future, he's sure to evolve into an epic level creature. Under your nourishment, my mistress, he might even evolve into a legendary level creature someday. Mistress, please choose him, there's no better candidate. The Night King's offspring. The fox woman smiled. Even if the Night King himself came to be my bedchamber slave, I wouldn't care for him. I have already found a suitable candidate on Earth. In the future, if someone recommends a candidate to you for me, reject them on my behalf. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 279, 182. Huge Wave Surge. Yuan Dongji is defeated. Chapter 279, 182. Huge Wave Surge. Yuan Dongji is defeated. On the other side of the coastal forest, Yuan Dongji's battle with the hunchbacked masked man had reached a fever pitch. The aftermath of their clashes caused the ground to break apart and rocks to shatter, trees to snap and birds to scatter. Buzz. 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 Yuan Dongji controlled tens of thousands of water blades, shooting them towards the hunchbacked masked man with a momentum that blocked out the sky. With just a thought, the hunchbacked masked man commanded thick vines to form a gigantic protective barrier, blocking all the incoming water blades. Then, he immediately directed these vines to shoot towards Yuan Dongji at high speed, launching a fierce counterattack. Yuan Dongji was not intimidated in the least. She promptly lifted the 40-meter water blade in her hand and, with several consecutive strikes, cut all the incoming vines. At the same time, more water blades separated from the surging water column beneath her feet, firing like machine gun fire towards the hunchbacked masked man atop the trees, aiming directly for his head. Alas, all were blocked by the vines, failing to harm the hunchbacked masked man in the least. The hunchbacked masked man countered again. His eyes focused, and in the next second, the towering trees in the forest surged towards Yuan Dongji, forming a massive cage of trees, as if to trap her and beat her down. Yuan Dongji frowned and lifted all the water from the stream beneath her feet into the air, forming a large water membrane to fend off the continuous vine attacks. Simultaneously, she created numerous water blades on the surface of the water membrane, sharp enough to cut through iron, slicing all the incoming vines. However, there were just too many vines. No sooner were the old ones cut than new ones took their place. The offensive showed no sign of weakening. On the contrary, Yuan Dongji, in a defensive stance, was seeing her defenses steadily diminish. The vines controlled by the hunchbacked masked man had many small holes split open on them. Each time they lashed against the water membrane, they absorbed a large amount of water. Over time, the water available to Yuan Dongji was less than half of what it had been at the start. "Principal Yuan, you rely too much on water sources," said the hunchbacked masked man. "As soon as the water source diminishes, your strength suffers greatly. Your weakness is too obvious, making it easy to target." While controlling the vines to relentlessly strike at the water membrane, the hunchbacked masked man lectured Yuan Dongji in a superior tone. Yuan Dongji remained silent, her eyebrows furrowed as she concentrated on withstanding the vine attacks. She knew she was at a disadvantage, pulling water from beneath the ground to the surface in order to replenish her water source and maintain her combat power. The hunchbacked masked man continued with ease, "Principal Yuan, you are aware. The power behind the divine plant cult is of paramount importance in the origin land. In the southern domain, they have vast stretches of inexhaustible spiritual plant resources, all sorts of exotic flowers and fruits at their disposal. With your talent, as long as you're willing to join the divine plant cult, you can gain access to an unending supply of exotic flowers and fruits. With ample resources, evolving into an epic level being in the future will no longer be a dream." The hunchbacked masked man extended an olive branch to Yuan Dongji with genuine intent to recruit her, saying, "So, what do you say about accepting my recommendation to join the Divine Plant Cult?" See thnelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yuan Dongji spoke in a cold tone. "I am human, not one of those who have lost their humanity like you. I will never join a heretical sect that persecutes humanity." Lost humanity. The hunchbacked masked man laughed, appearing unconcerned. "On the contrary, those whom you call degenerated have not only preserved their humanity but have also magnified it. The essence of human nature is the extreme self-interest that dictates, every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. But modern human society is bound by too many rules and restrictions. Thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that. The true extinction of humanity lies there. Having joined the Divine Plant Cult, I may appear to wear a mask, but in reality, I have discarded the disguise. Behind the mask, I am free to unleash the human nature that has always been suppressed deep within, to be the most authentic human, doing whatever I desire. What about you? You may not have a physical mask, but you always wear an invisible one. Every day, you suppress the very nature of being born human, which is utterly laughable." The hunchbacked masked man continually fed his philosophy to Yuan Dongji, attempting to assimilate her. As an elder in charge of personnel within the Divine Plant Cult, he excelled at recruiting people into the cult. With his proud, persuasive tongue, he had covertly recruited many human fighters into the cult. Now, he wanted to recruit Yuan Dongji. Unfortunately, Yuan Dongji was disdainful and snorted, "Ha, you spout bewitching nonsense." Suddenly, the dragon horns on her head radiated light, drawing a massive amount of underground water to the surface and toppling all the towering trees surrounding her. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Seeing Yuan Dongji's refusal to join the cult, the hunchbacked masked man's smile faded. Afterward, with just a thought, he controlled more vines to surge towards Yuan Dongji, aiming to deplete her newly acquired water sources in the same manner. Yuan Dongji did not sit idly by. She gathered countless water arrows and shot them explosively towards the hunchbacked masked man. This exchange continued for over 10 minutes. Just as the battle escalated, all of a sudden, both rare-level fighters ceased their combat in a mutual understanding. One stood atop a surging water column. The other stood atop a 100-meter towering tree. At that moment, both unexpectedly turned their gaze in the same direction. It was the direction of Lin Zichen. Since their appearance in this coastal forest, both fighters had been diverting part of their attention to Lin Zichen, constantly monitoring his movement. Just now, both rare-level fighters sensed that Lin Zichen had actually won against the fox-eared girl. Immediately, their faces were full of shock, finding it hard to believe. To be able to fight and defeat a physically stronger 6th-order fighter and a spiritually powerful fox demon with the body of an ordinary 9th-ranked Chapter 280, 182. Huge wave surge. Yuan Dongji is defeated, _2 Chapter 280, 182. Huge wave surge. Yuan Dongji is defeated, _2. What kind of monster is this? Is he really an earthling? Are you sure he's not an alien? The hunchbacked man in the mask found it incredibly unbelievable and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Yuan Dongji remained silent. At this moment, although she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was already tumultuous. The shock she felt was not much less than that of the hunchbacked masked man. She knew Lin Zichen had a formidable physique, but she did not expect his mental strength to be just as powerful. Powerful enough to defeat a fox demon with a high-level spiritual strength and skilled in using illusion techniques. This exaggerated talent, even if placed in the origin land, would be 1 in 10,000. A once-in-a-generation genius that would make all the major powers of the origin land go crazy. Principal Yuan, it's time to end this. The hunchbacked man in the mask said this, and with a thought, summoned countless vines that surged wildly towards Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji immediately reinforced the water membrane for defense. However, there were more vines in this attack than ever before. Under the vine's frantic absorption, the water membrane became as thin as paper and then tore apart. Without the protection of the water membrane, Yuan Dongji was instantly entangled by the vines, unable to move a muscle. In this moment of crisis, she made a resolute decision to further activate the exotic beast gene within her body. Subsequently, sharp and hard dragon scales grew all over her body in an instant, severing all the vines wrapped around her. But just as she freed herself, a massive number of vines surged over again, entwining her tightly once more. The forest was the hunchbacked masked man's home ground. Without the reinforcement from the water source, Yuan Dongji was no match for the hunchbacked masked man in the forest and was completely suppressed throughout the fight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A loud buzzing sound of air being torn apart echoed. Numerous thorny giant vines shot out at high speed. With a momentum that blotted out the sky and sun, they covered Yuan Dongji, engulfing her in boundless darkness. Principal Yuan, enjoy playing with the vines. Having said that, the hunchbacked masked man quickly flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already rapidly jumping on the tops of giant trees, sprinting towards the direction where Lin Zichen was. Yuan Dongji panicked at the sight. A genius of Lin Zichen's caliber must not be taken away by the divine plant cult. Shan University couldn't bear such a loss. Neither could humanity bear such a loss. She decided to go all out. Search *the Nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With a hardened heart, Yuan Dongji sacrificed some of her essence blood to feed the exotic beast gene within her body. The next moment, the veins on her forehead bulged, her eyes were bloodshot, and the dragon horns on her head doubled in size, instantly raising her mental strength to an extremely terrifying level. Then, with a single thought, she pulled the seawater from nearly a kilometer away, instantly drawing a massive wave that blotted out the sky towards the forest at great speed. She intended to fill the lush forest beneath her feet with seawater, turning the forest's away ground into a home ground of the sea. Boom! The terrifying wave swept through the entire forest. Everything in its path, except for the 100-meter-tall giant trees, was knocked down, swallowed by the surging enormous volume of seawater. The once dense forest instantly became part of a vast ocean. With the sea's nourishment, Yuan Dongji's strength surged to unprecedented heights. Suddenly, her eyes focused, and in the next second, a 100-meter-long dragon materialized on the water's surface. Accompanied by faint dragon roars, the huge sea water dragon pursued the hunchbacked masked man with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the dragon caught up with the hunchbacked masked man, knocking him down from the treetop with one swoop, crashing him into the water below. Splash! A sound of emerging from water was heard. The hunchbacked masked man, completely drenched, shot out from under the water, landing on a 100-meter-tall giant tree. As he looked at Yuan Dongji, noticing that her dragon horns had grown significantly larger, he was about to say something, but before he could make a sound, he was once again slammed into the water by the dragon. Splash! The hunchbacked masked man quickly came out of the water again. But this time, he appeared to be in much more disarray. Upon surfacing, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, seemingly severely injured internally. You actually sacrificed your own essence blood, are you mad? The hunchbacked masked man wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, looking somewhat frantic and frustrated. Yuan Dongji didn't respond, continuing to fiercely control the dragon to charge at him. The hunchbacked masked man tried to dodge, but the dragon was too fast. Before he could create any distance, it caught up with him in an instant, knocking him headfirst into the water. Then, it viciously bit him underwater, trying to tear him to shreds alive. About a dozen seconds passed. Bang! 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 Many blood-colored vines burst forth, striking like lightning towards Yuan Dongji in the sky, wrapping around her like jungle pythons. Yuan Dongji immediately erected her dragon scales, trying to cut through these blood-scented vines. But they would not cut. She could only leave shallow scratches on them. Splash! The hunchbacked masked man burst out of the water, his body covered with bloody wounds. These bleeding injuries were half from being torn by the dragon controlled by Yuan Dongji and half from plant sprouts growing out of his flesh, bursting outward. The hunchbacked masked man also sacrificed his essence blood, feeding his exotic beast gene to summon the eerie blood-red vines. However, he didn't sacrifice much, just enough to barely exceed Yuan Dongji's strength. It was unrealistic to kill a rare-level fighter like Yuan Dongji. Chapter 281, 182. Huge Wave Surge. Yuan Dongji is defeated, _3 Chapter 281, 182. Huge Wave Surge. Yuan Dongji is defeated, _3 Even if killed, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, costing ourselves 800 to harm the enemy 1,000. Now the situation is favorable, and there is absolutely no need for that. The most cost-effective way is to improve one's own strength just enough to surpass Yuan Dongji slightly. Then use the vines to delay her for a moment, creating time to whisk Lin Zichen away. Principal Yuan, struggle all you want. I'm taking my leave first. After the hunchbacked masked person finished speaking, he quickly approached Lin Zichen and stopped paying attention to Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji was truly in a panic this time, desperately trying to break free from the blood-red vines. Under her powerful strength, the blood-red vines that bound her began to slowly shatter, covered with cracks visible to the naked eye. But they were shattering too slowly, and she couldn't escape in a short amount of time. All she could do was watch as the hunchbacked masked person's figure grew farther and farther away, until it disappeared from her sight completely. Elsewhere, on the highway, Lin Zichen, looking at the fox's tail in his hand, didn't hesitate at all and simply thought, devour. The next second, 2 messages popped up from the void. You have devoured a strand of the Nine-Tailed Fox Demon's Life Essence, Nine-Tailed Fox Demon Codex, 10%. Lin Zichen was momentarily stunned by the content of the messages. That fox-eared girl was actually a nine-tailed fox demon. But she clearly had only one tail, and her strength was average, only her illusion techniques were impressive. This was nothing like the nine-tailed fox demon he had in mind. The nine-tailed fox demon in his mind was akin to celestial beings. CTHNovelFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At least, that's how myths from various countries described the nine-tailed fox demon in his past life. Perhaps, in this world, the nine-tailed fox demon is just a species of creature. No matter how many tails, they are all called nine-tailed fox demons. Lin Zichen just thought about it and didn't dwell on it too much. He quickly walked toward Shen Qinghan to see how his childhood sweetheart was doing. Looking at her, she still hadn't recovered. She just stood there blankly, in a state similar to sleepwalking. Han Han. Lin Zichen held Shen Qinghan's hand and softly called out to her. Hearing his voice, Shen Qinghan's eyes gradually regained their color and her consciousness became clearer. Xiao Chen, Shen Qinghan looked exhausted, and with a weary voice, she asked, What happened to me just now? You were under an illusion technique just now. Illusion technique, Shen Qinghan's memory started to return, and still somewhat befuddled, she said, Xiao Chen, I saw many strange things in the illusion technique. There were fish that could fly, birds that could swim, and flowers and plants that burst from the soil and ran all over the place. As she spoke, she saw the fox fur on the ground, and her whole body tensed up. She looked around with wide eyes, nervously asking, Xiao Chen, where's that fox-eared girl? Did you drive her away? Yeah, I drove her away. Lin Zichen said this, but in fact, he wasn't sure if the fox-eared girl had been killed by a punch or had fled with her tail cut off. He was totally ignorant about the nine-tailed fox demon in this world and didn't know what kind of tricks she might have up her sleeve. Too bad there's no signal here, can't go online. Otherwise, he could try to search the internet to see if there's any information available. Not wasting time thinking about these details, Lin Zichen collected his thoughts and quickly walked over to Li Moyu and the others. He used his voice to awaken the 3 and speed up the recovery of their consciousness. In just a short time, the 3 of them were able to speak and no longer just stood there blankly. At this time, Lu Tianrong, who was the first to be controlled by the fox-eared girl's mental power, also regained consciousness and quickly ran over to the group. Upon arriving in front of them, he immediately asked, What about that fox-eared girl? I drove her away. Lin Zichen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianrong's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually drove her away? How did you do that? The fox-eared girl, with just a glance, had controlled him, leaving him completely powerless to fight back. He couldn't imagine how Lin Zichen, who was several ranks weaker than him, had managed to drive away the fox-eared girl. Lin Zichen offered a simple explanation, that fox-eared girl was strong in spiritual power but had a very weak body. After using her illusion techniques multiple times, she expended too much spiritual power, severely diminishing her combat strength, and in the end, I drove her away. Just like that. It sounds simple, but the process was quite tough. How strong was that fox demon's body? Felt like an ordinary 9th rank. What about her mental strength? I'm not sure about that, but when I faced her, I could clearly feel her spiritual power was almost depleted, and she could only control me for a short time. Lin Zichen spoke only the truth. However, he concealed many little details, not exposing too much in front of Lu Tianrong. After hearing this, Lu Tianrong analyzed, my mental strength is ordinary 9th rank, and since that fox-eared girl could instantly control me mentally, her mental strength is definitely above ordinary 9th rank. Combining your description of the fight and her usage of the techniques, I guess her mental strength is probably at the peak of ordinary 9th rank, or just entered advanced 1st rank. Previously, to control me instantly and for as long as possible, she used up most of her spiritual power, which led to a serious decline in her strength. Then, you, with only ordinary 8th rank mental strength, managed to overcome her. Yeah, that must be it. Lu Tianrong nodded, believing his reasoning made sense. Lin Zichen agreed it sounded reasonable, but regretfully the reality was not at all like that. The truth was, he had drained the fox-eared girl's spiritual power. Chapter 282, 182. Huge wave surge. Yuan Dongji is defeated, _4 Chapter 282, 182. Huge wave surge. Yuan Dongji is defeated, _4 with his advanced spirit, biometric attribute. He resisted several illusion techniques, depleting the fox-eared girl's blue bar and then delivering a punch to her face to clear her health bar. Boom. Suddenly, a sound of the earth shaking and the mountains quaking came. Everyone looked in the direction of the noise at the first opportunity. But it was too far away, and for a moment, they couldn't make out what was happening. See the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. They could only see, indistinctly, that there was a large group of birds and beasts frantically fleeing in the distance ahead. Lin Zichen, assisted by the eye of the sky, saw it clearer than the others. But even he could only see which specific birds and beasts were flying, not why they were flying. He was very curious about what had happened behind the fleeing birds and beasts. So he immediately gathered his spiritual power to his eyes, further enhancing his eyesight. Once his vision was enhanced, the next moment, a terrifying, sky-high tsunami abruptly entered his sight. Wherever the tsunami passed, except for a few towering trees that stood over 100 meters tall and managed to survive, all other plants were swallowed up in an instant, disappearing completely into the waves tens of meters high. There's a tsunami coming from ahead. Everyone, climb the trees. Up that tree over 100 meters tall. Upon seeing the towering tsunami, Lin Zichen immediately warned the others loudly. Then he quickly picked up Shen Qinghan and rushed to the nearest towering tree over 100 meters tall, swiftly climbing to the very top. The 4 others were stunned for a moment, but upon realizing the situation, they also quickly climbed up. The speed of the tsunami waves was extremely fast, normally reaching up to 700 to 800 kilometers per hour. Converted to seconds, that's roughly 200 meters per second. With the tsunami moving so swiftly, people like Lin Zichen, even if they ran so fast they sparked, couldn't possibly escape it. Unless they could fly. Setting aside a few genetic integrators who had fused with special exotic beast genes. A normal genetic integrator, if they wanted to achieve flight, would need to attain at least the rare level biological level. Only when reaching the rare level, with a significant increase in spiritual strength, could one achieve flight. And at this moment, the one with the highest biological level among people like Lin Zichen was Lu Tianrong. He was a high-level 6th order, a full 9 leagues away from the rare level. Therefore, all they could do was climb the trees to evade the impending tsunami. Lin Zichen had just noticed that where the tsunami had passed, many of the towering trees over 100 meters tall had managed to survive. This indicated that taking refuge in the trees was a viable strategy. Even if it was not possible to escape, it wouldn't matter if the tree was knocked down by the giant wave. As long as one wasn't standing on the ground, taking the full frontal impact of the tsunami on one's body, everything else was manageable. There really is a tsunami. My God, the waves are so high. Is it really safe to stand on the tree? As the waves surged closer and with the broad view from atop the tree, the others soon saw the approaching tsunami as well. The moment they saw the tsunami, they felt surprised at first, and then worried. Worried that the towering tree they were on would not withstand the tsunami's impact. How did you discover the tsunami? Lu Tianrong asked Lin Zichen, who was beside him. He couldn't understand. Despite being a high-level 6th order, he hadn't been able to spot the oncoming tsunami from the ground. How had Lin Zichen, whose biological level was only a common 8th order, managed to detect the tsunami so sharply? It didn't make sense. Lin Zichen casually explained, "This is a coastal forest." Suddenly, a large group of birds and beasts flew out from within the forest and started to flee in panic. It was most likely because a tsunami had occurred. So it was a guess, and I thought he had some way of discovering it. Lu Tianrong thought to himself. Boom. As the sensation of shaking ground and quaking mountains intensified, soon, huge waves several tens of meters high surged over. They swept through everything in their path with unstoppable force, swallowing all objects along the way. "Here it comes, hold on tight," Lu Tianrong reminded everyone aloud. Everyone was already holding on tight, their bodies clung to a thick tree branch. Shen Qinghan didn't hold onto a branch, she chose to curl up in Lin Zichen's arms, tightly held by him. Rather than a sturdy branch, she trusted the warmth of Lin Zichen more. Boom. Bang. Crack, crack, snap. The fierce tsunami kept crashing into the ground, creating the noise of various objects being instantly destroyed. The towering giant tree where several people were located shook violently under the impact of several waves, shedding a large amount of dead branches and leaves. Feeling the vibrations coming from beneath their feet, the people hiding at the top of the tree were all extremely nervous. They feared the giant tree they stood on would be toppled by the massive waves. Fortunately, the giant tree was as sturdy as they had imagined, and it finally stabilized without incident, not being felled by the waves. You have survived a tsunami, successfully living through the disaster. Achievement, survived 100 times in different, extreme adverse environments, or disasters. Reward, gained biometric attribute, survival of the fittest. Total survival count, 2/100, survival of the fittest. Lin Zichen was momentarily stunned as several pieces of information appeared out of thin air, taking him a while to react. This achievement quest had popped up once a year ago and hadn't been seen since. Now, after more than a year, it had finally popped up a second time. The conditions for triggering it were just too harsh, hardly achievable in normal living environments. It really withstood it, that scared me to death just now. The impact was so fierce. If we hadn't been in the tree but on the ground, we probably wouldn't have died, but we would have been gravely injured. We would have been washed away for sure, probably torn into several pieces. Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian said in turn, their faces showing their lingering fears. Ma Shiwei wondered, why did a tsunami come out of the blue like this? Lu Tianrong speculated, unless I'm mistaken, this tsunami was probably Principal Yuan's doing. Principal Yuan is that powerful, capable of causing such a terrifying tsunami? Luo Yongjian was astonished, finding it hard to believe. Creating such a horrific tsunami was a feat one might expect from the Dragon King of myth. Li Moyu said, Principal Yuan is a rare-level creature, and a rare-level fighter who has integrated with the Jiaolong gene. It's not strange for him to be able to do this. Luo Yongjian was curious, Brother Yu, how do you know so much about Principal Yuan? Without explaining too much, Li Moyu simply said, the Li family, where I come from, has some business dealings with Principal Yuan's Yuan family, so I've had more contact and naturally know a bit more. Hearing this, Luo Yongjian was envious. He thought to himself how great it was to be a second-generation successor with connections everywhere, unlike himself, whose family only manufactured sexy lingerie and had plenty of money but no such connections. In terms of networking, his family was far behind those that had been prominent for hundreds or thousands of years. Now the entire forest is submerged in seawater. The rare-level fighter battle far away must have been won by Principal Yuan, Lu Tianrong said, looking in the direction the tsunami had come from, with a hint of a smile. Luo Yongjian agreed, definitely, Principal Yuan can even create a tsunami. How could the divine plant cult stand a chance? Mentor is so powerful. Shen Qinghan thought to herself. The recent overwhelming wave was incredibly shocking, something she felt only a deity from myths could achieve, and she greatly aspired to reach that level. Would she be able to create her own massive waves like her mentor one day after she grew stronger? Or perhaps, surpass her mentor? The more Shen Qinghan thought about it, the more she looked forward to it. Lu Tianrong, looking into the deep, unseen waters below, said with concern, I hope the others are all right, and that there are no casualties. The others he referred to were the special trainees from Jing University, the military district, and the machine god group. After being controlled by the fox-eared girl's spiritual power, he hadn't seen those 15 people again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a series of staggered whooshing sounds came from ahead. The noise was that of objects moving at high speed, rubbing against the air. Lin Zichen was the first to hear it. The moment he heard it, danger perception went wild. It pulsated more fiercely than ever before. Frowning immediately, Lin Zichen had an ominous feeling. In this coastal forest, only two rare-level fighters, Yuan Dongji and the hunchbacked masked man, could cause his biometric attribute, danger perception, to go wild. Yuan Dongji was one of their own and bore no malice, so he wouldn't trigger danger perception. That left only one possibility: the hunchbacked masked man was coming. Realizing this, Lin Zichen's expression changed slightly. Immediately afterward, he looked in the direction from which the sense of crisis was emanating. Under the enhancement of Eye of the Sky, he vaguely caught sight of a hunched figure leaping crazily from one towering giant tree to another, approaching rapidly in his direction. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was the hunchbacked masked man with a clover insignia on his mask. P.S. Bowl out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 283, 183. The Earth Genius Who Makes Aliens Lose Their Luster. Chapter 283, 183. The Earth Genius Who Makes Aliens Lose Their Luster. Principal Yuan is defeated. The ninth elder of the divine plant cult is rapidly approaching us. He's after me, I'll draw him away. Upon sighting the hunchbacked masked person, Lin Zichen immediately spoke to the few people beside him. Without staying for even a second longer, he leapt up and dove into the bottomless sea below, disappearing from sight. On land, him being only an ordinary ninth-rank creature, there was no chance of escaping from the hunchbacked masked man, whose biological level was of the rare level. Only in the water, there was a chance to create a miracle escape by relying on the biometric attribute, water's blessing. The few people who were still in the tree saw Lin Zichen suddenly dive into the water and disappear, and for a moment, they were unable to react. It wasn't until Lu Tianrong also saw a hunchbacked figure rapidly approaching from the distance that he was the first to come to his senses and shouted, "Everyone follow me and leave, run in the opposite direction from Lin Zichen." No sooner had he finished shouting than he realized the hunchbacked figure in the distance had suddenly changed direction. No longer was the figure rapidly approaching the giant tree they were on, but instead, it took a wide turn and started chasing rapidly toward the right side. Following the hunchbacked figure's direction of travel, he saw a figure that surprised him. It was Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, who had just dived into the sea less than 10 seconds ago. Lu Tianrong was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. How could he have swum hundreds of meters in less than 10 seconds? Sir, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. And it wasn't underwater swimming, but freestyle swimming on the surface of the water. Even he, a senior 6th order, could not achieve such a speed in freestyle swimming. More accurately, he could not even reach half that speed. Faced with this, Lu Tianrong was full of doubt about what he was seeing and couldn't make sense of it. Lin Zichen was just an ordinary-level creature. How could he swim so fast in the water? Could it be that he had fused with an exotic beast gene related to water? But that didn't make sense. Lin Zichen was following the pure-blood human path and couldn't fuse with exotic beast genes. So what was going on? Lu Tianrong was completely at a loss and began to suspect he was hallucinating. "Instructor, why haven't we left yet?" Seeing Lu Tianrong shouting about leaving but then freezing on the tree himself, Li Moyu was very puzzled. Hearing Li Moyu's voice, Lu Tianrong snapped back to reality and said, "Let's get out of here, quick." With that, he took the lead and dove straight into the sea below, swimming freestyle away in the direction opposite Lin Zichen. Seeing this, Li Moyu and the others followed suit and jumped in. "Qinghan, what are you dazed about up there? Jump down." Seeing Shen Qinghan still standing in the tree, Ma Shiwei shouted at her, puzzled. At this moment, Shen Qinghan was gazing in the direction where Lin Zichen was, her face full of concern. Her vision was not strong, she couldn't see Lin Zichen's figure. But through the ripples of the water, she could accurately sense Lin Zichen's position. "It's all because I'm useless. If I had enough strength, I wouldn't have to rely on Xiaochen taking risks to draw danger away from me every time we face it. It's all my fault, all because I'm useless." Gazing in the direction of Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan was incessantly blaming herself, feeling increasingly oppressed. She felt like a burden, having never provided any help to Lin Zichen, only holding him back at critical moments. She thought that without her, Lin Zichen would have been much more at ease when facing danger, instead of always having to be cautious and restrained. Qinghan. What on earth are you doing? Come down quickly. Seeing Shen Qinghan not responding at all, Ma Shiwei in the water shouted at her urgently. Finally hearing her shouting, Shen Qinghan quickly came to her senses and apologized. I'm sorry, I'm coming right now. After speaking, she darted down, entering the water with a smooth motion. Not a splash was made. All there was a series of gentle ripples spreading smoothly on the surface of the water. Ma Shiwei rubbed her eyes, thinking she had seen something wrong. How come there was not a splash when jumping from dozens of meters high above the water? What was happening? Before she could understand what was going on, a shout from Lu Tianrong came from ahead. You two girls, stop dawdling, swim fast. Coming. Ma Shiwei replied and quickly swam up. Shen Qinghan, uncharacteristically silent, followed behind, occasionally looking back in Lin Zichen's direction with a worried expression on her face. Elsewhere. With the boost from water's blessing, Lin Zichen was swimming frenetically at high speed on the surface of the water. He could swim faster if he chose to dive. The reason he chose the slower freestyle was that he needed to expose himself on the water's surface to attract the hunchbacked masked man. He was not sure the hunchbacked masked man would be able to detect him if he dove under the water. If not, Shen Qinghan might be in danger. After swimming freestyle for hundreds of meters, Lin Zichen noticed that the direction of the hunchbacked masked man finally changed. It was no longer heading towards Shen Qinghan. Instead, the figure changed their course and was now sprinting at high speed towards him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh in relief, then immediately accelerated sharply and swam freestyle madly. After swimming some distance and ensuring the hunchbacked masked man was following, he decisively dove to the bottom, increasing his swimming speed to the fastest. The hunchbacked masked man had been successfully lured over. Chapter 284, 183. The Earth Genius Who Makes Aliens Lose Their Luster _2 Chapter 284, 183. The Earth Genius Who Makes Aliens Lose Their Luster _2 The next step was to shake off the hunchbacked masked men and escape to safety. And the direction of escape was chosen earlier when the waves were surging toward them. If the previous waves were indeed created by Yuan Dongji using his powers, then moving in the direction of the incoming waves there was a high probability of encountering Yuan Dongji. Lin Zichen guessed. Although Yuan Dongji had been defeated, he most likely hadn't died. Instead, he was like Lu Tianrong before him, ensnared by the enemy with vines. This guess was founded on solid ground. The evidence lay in the fact that the hunchbacked masked man did not seem badly injured, indicating that his battle with Yuan Dongji was not fierce. A fight between equal powerhouses could not be non-intense if intent on killing the other. After all, they were combatants of the same level and the disparity was unlikely to be so great that one could kill the other without sustaining any injuries. Therefore, the possibility of Yuan Dongji dying in battle was almost zero. It was highly probable that he was just trapped by the hunchbacked masked man with vines, unable to escape for the moment. Based on this, the next plan was to figure out a way to rescue Yuan Dongji. After that, let Yuan Dongji fight the hunchbacked masked man again and reciprocally help him to his release. I hope Principal Yuan was really trapped by vines, and not killed in battle. I hope this newly acquired biometric attribute, Forest Lord, can control the divine plant cult Ninth Elder's vines that impeded Principal Yuan. I just hope I won't be caught by the divine plant cult Ninth Elder before I can find Principal Yuan. Lin Zichen prayed silently in his heart as he swam forward with all his might, his nerves stretched tight, greatly fearing that he would fail. Above the water, the hunchbacked masked man was rapidly chasing after Lin Zichen. When Lin Zichen dove under the water and his swimming speed suddenly exploded to an extremely exaggerated level, the hunchbacked masked man's face was filled with shock. How could an ordinary level creature swim so fast? Moreover, this ordinary level creature took the pureblood human path and had never fused with any exotic beast gene related to water. What in the world was going on? The hunchbacked masked man was utterly baffled. He had lived nearly 200 years and seen countless genius individuals from Earth and those from Origin Land, but had never seen a special existence like Lin Zichen. Clearly walking the pureblood human path, without having fused with any exotic beast gene. Yet the strength of his body and spirit far surpassed his same-aged genetic integrators. And now, he was even demonstrating underwater abilities that outstripped those of his aquatic genetic integrator peers. No. Not just outstripped, but far surpassed. The powerful underwater capabilities Lin Zichen displayed at this moment far exceeded those of his peers with aquatic genes. Such an extraordinary performance completely refreshed the hunchbacked masked man's understanding of Earthlings. It turned out that even Earth, with its scarce evolutionary resources, could also nurture a peerless genius that did not lose out to the exotic beings of origin land. This child is truly a demon. We need to make a quick decision and bring him back to the main church. Lest delay leads to unexpected changes. The hunchbacked masked man thought to himself, and his speed exploded, advancing with lightning speed by leaping across the giant trees. Within just a few seconds, he had significantly closed the distance with Lin Zichen, nearly upon him. Then with a single thought, he controlled several vines to dive into the water, chasing after Lin Zichen swimming underwater. The vines moved with great speed, catching up to Lin Zichen in no time, one after another wrapping around him like pythons. Facing the incoming vines, Lin Zichen simply performed a smooth, serpentine swimming maneuver, easily evading them. With the blessing of water fusion, the water was his home ground. In contrast, the vines encountered much resistance in the water, and their chasing speed decreased significantly. This increase and decrease greatly improved his chances of escape. How could an ordinary-level creature possess such powerful underwater abilities? The hunchbacked masked man was very puzzled inside. The underwater capabilities Lin Zichen demonstrated at the moment were comparable to a high-level aquatic genetic integrator. And it wasn't just any high-level genetic integrator, but one of the middle tier. Such performance was far too illogical. Even in origin land, most would pale before Lin Zichen. Boom. 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 The hunchbacked masked man summoned a host of vines, which shot into the water intensively like rain, surging rapidly towards Lin Zichen. If a few vines couldn't catch Lin Zichen, then dozens or hundreds would. No matter how agile Lin Zichen was underwater, facing the vines coming from all directions, he could only be neatly captured. Underwater. All of Lin Zichen's blood vessels dilated as he continuously exerted his blood chi power. With the blessing of water fusion, he swam faster than the marlins in the ocean of his previous life. His swimming speed neared 100 meters per second. Yet even so, the vines coming from behind continued to close the distance. One was at the ordinary level. The other at the rare level. The disparity in biological level between the two was just too vast. The resulting power gap could not simply be bridged by a mere blessing of water fusion. Swoosh. 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 Accompanied by a series of piercing sounds, the vines controlled by the hunchbacked masked man had caught up with Lin Zichen ahead. After catching up, they did not twist around him immediately. Instead, some accelerated ahead of Lin Zichen. Not until there were vines in all 6 directions, front, back, left, right, above, and below, completely blocking Lin Zichen's escape space, did they strike all at once like swift pythons wrapping around him. Lin Zichen wanted to dodge, but there was nowhere to hide. The vines were too numerous, leaving no room for maneuver. Without even a chance to struggle, he was instantaneously ensnared by the surging vines, immobilized. Chapter 285, 183. The Earth Genius Who Makes Aliens Lose Their Luster _3 Chapter 285, 183. The Earth Genius Who Makes Aliens Lose Their Luster _3 Immediately afterward, his entire body was violently jerked upward, about to fall into the hands of the hunched figure in the mask. As he was being pulled up, Lin Zichen had a thought and expended spiritual power to use, Forest Lord, attempting to control the vines on his body. He could sense the vines, but couldn't control them. His spiritual strength was far inferior to that of the hunched figure in the mask, unable to wrest control of the vines. Fortunately, the advanced spirit, biometric attribute was there to enhance his spiritual power. Empowered by advanced spirit, Lin Zichen expended a large amount of spiritual power and finally wrested a small portion of control over the vines. In the moment just before being pulled out of the water, he managed to loosen some of the vines wrapped around him. Then, he instantly escaped from the layers of entanglement and quickly dived back to the bottom, swimming frantically to get as far away as possible from the hunched figure in the mask on the surface. On the surface, the hunched figure in the mask was baffled. He was about to pull the person up. How could the vines suddenly loosen their grip uncontrollably? What on earth was happening? With no time for confusion, the hunched figure in the mask quickly made another move. He controlled more vines than before, rapidly surging toward Lin Zichen. Just for a brief instant, the surging vines again bound Lin Zichen tightly. Just at the moment he was about to be pulled out of the water, like before, the vines wrapped around him inexplicably loosened. He watched Lin Zichen break free from the deathly entanglement of the vines and, in the blink of an eye, swim out 100 meters, once again fleeing for his life. What was going on? Why did the vines loosen again? The hunched figure in the mask furrowed his brows in perplexity at the scene before him. After carefully recalling the event, he noticed a detail. At the moment the vines loosened, a faint spiritual fluctuation seemed to emanate from the water. Could it be? Lin Zichen was able to use spiritual power to control the vines. The idea flashed through the hunched figure's mind. But soon, he negated it himself. The strength of Lin Zichen's spirit was great, but that was in comparison to his peers. Compared to him, a rare-level fighter, it was the difference between an ant and an elephant, without any grounds for comparison. Not just Lin Zichen, even Yuan Dongji, who was also at the rare level, couldn't contest control of the vines with him. Unless Yuan Dongji had also merged with the gene of a wood sprite, and gained the ability to control plants, the mere act of using spiritual power to control objects from a distance couldn't possibly wrest control of the vines. After thinking this through, the hunched figure in the mask made another attempt at Lin Zichen. Like the previous 2 times, he easily manipulated the vines to bind Lin Zichen tightly. To avoid a sudden and inexplicable release like the last 2 times, this time, the hunched figure in the mask deliberately controlled the vines to cocoon Lin Zichen tightly, leaving no space within like a chrysalis. The vines twisted around each other tightly, allowing no chance of escape. However, just as the chrysalis was about to be pulled above the water, a strong spiritual fluctuation emerged from within. The next second, the tightly wound chrysalis instantly disintegrated, becoming loose and scattered vines. Lin Zichen, once trapped inside, immediately shot out like an arrow, swimming more than 100 meters in an instant. The hunched figure in the mask stood in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him as real. It wasn't an illusion. It really wasn't an illusion. Lin Zichen was indeed able to use spiritual power to control the vines. But how was that possible? How did he manage it? The hunched figure in the mask was staggered beyond measure, momentarily believing he was dreaming. This was no longer a matter of being comparable to a mutant. It was far beyond a mutant. Even the most talented mutant he had ever seen paled in comparison to Lin Zichen and had no place to stand on equal footing with him. He has a secret. Lin Zichen definitely has a great secret on him. Bringing him back to the headquarters, he will certainly be a huge accomplishment that shocks the entire organization. Perhaps, I could use this to earn key support within the church and have a chance to break through to the epic level. Thinking this, the hunched figure in the mask's breathing became rapid, his eyes brimming with fervor. Immediately, he leaped into the water, determined to capture Lin Zichen personally. Seeing the hunched figure in the mask no longer using the vines but instead diving into the water to pursue, Lin Zichen knew he couldn't continue to lead him on any longer and had to use his real skill to escape. Otherwise, if he truly fell into the hands of the hunched figure in the mask, he would completely lose any chance to turn the tables. It's time to break free. I hope Han Han and the others have gotten far enough away. Thinking this, Lin Zichen had a thought and used his biometric attribute, natural camouflage, completely concealing his presence. Then he quickly swam toward a towering giant tree ahead, using the cover of the giant tree to vanish from the hunched figure's sight. Sir, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The hunched figure in the mask hurriedly followed. In less than 2 seconds, he swam to the other side of the tree. Then he discovered that Lin Zichen had completely disappeared without a trace, with no sign of where he had swum. What remained were only thick tree trunks soaked in the water. Where was he? In just 2 short seconds, where could he have swum to? How could the person just vanish into thin air? The hunched figure in the mask was filled with suspicion. Soon, he had a thought and spread his spiritual power to cover a region within a kilometer radius, using his spiritual perception to search for the vanished Lin Zichen. He guessed that Lin Zichen must be hiding behind one of the towering giant trees. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 286, 183. The Earth Genius Who Makes Aliens Lose Their Luster _4 Chapter 286, 183. The Earth Genius Who Makes Aliens Lose Their Luster _4 As long as he spread out his spiritual power, Lin Zichen's figure would quickly be detected, and he could capture him and bring him back to the cult. However, when his spiritual power had completely covered the area within a kilometer radius, he failed to find any trace of Lin Zichen. What was going on? How could he not sense his presence? The hunched figure in the mask was baffled, unable to comprehend how Lin Zichen had vanished completely. After the initial confusion came urgency. Lin Zichen was his cash cow, and he couldn't accept that the duck within his grasp had flown away. A person can't just suddenly disappear. He must still be around. He must be hiding somewhere. Thinking thus, the masked figure once again concentrated and spread out his spiritual power. This time, he wasn't just dispersing spiritual power to cover the surrounding area. Instead, he used his spiritual power to control the towering trees around him, shaking them wildly in an attempt to find Lin Zichen. Regrettably, no matter how much he shook the trees, Lin Zichen's figure remained elusive. It seemed as if Lin Zichen had already left the area. And not as he had suspected, hiding behind or atop one of the towering trees. He managed to escape. Why should he be able to escape? If I weren't set on capturing him alive, he would have had no chance to flee from my hands. The more the masked figure thought about it, the angrier he became, and he began to violently whip the huge trees around him with his controlled vines as an outlet for his frustration. In just a moment, he had uprooted dozens of the giant trees, which crashed into the water with loud bangs, splashing water high into the air. He couldn't accept the fact that Lin Zichen had escaped. As a rare-level fighter, being outsmarted by an ordinary-level creature was an intolerable humiliation. After venting his anger, the masked figure calmed down slightly. He surged out of the water and landed on one of the towering trees that had not been knocked down by the vines. While surveying his surroundings for Lin Zichen, he fell into contemplation, pondering why Lin Zichen, if he could swim underwater faster and evade the senses, hadn't used those two abilities from the start. After a brief reflection, he realized a possibility. Lin Zichen had refrained from using those two skills to escape initially, aiming to lure him and buy time for the others to get away. Now that he had bought enough time, he no longer concealed his true strength and instantly broke free and escaped. Upon understanding this, the masked figure didn't waste time and swiftly leaped towards the location where Shen Qinghan and the others had been. He thought that after escaping, Lin Zichen would likely return to regroup with Shen Qinghan and the others. If he went back to pursue Shen Qinghan now, there was a good chance he would encounter Lin Zichen. Wait. That's not right. I might have made a mistake. The masked figure had barely sprinted a few hundred meters when he suddenly stopped at the top of a towering tree. Another possibility crossed his mind. He suspected that Lin Zichen hadn't gone back to meet up with Shen Qinghan and the others. Instead, he might have gone to rescue Yuan Dongji and free the rare-level fighter. This suspicion was not baseless. Firstly, Lin Zichen could control vines with his spiritual power. Secondly, the direction Lin Zichen had fled was along the surge of the waves, and that direction happened to be where Yuan Dongji was trapped. Would Lin Zichen return to meet up with his teammates? Or would he go rescue Yuan Dongji? After a moment of thought, the masked figure concluded that it was more likely Lin Zichen would attempt to rescue Yuan Dongji. So without further thought, he immediately turned and sprinted towards Yuan Dongji's location. On the other side, Lin Zichen swiftly swam towards the direction of the approaching waves. At this moment, he did not know whether he had successfully shaken off the pursuit of the hunchback masked men. He only knew that he could no longer sense the existence of the hunchback masked men. He guessed that he should be safe for now. But it was only a temporary safety. After all, the hunchback masked man was a powerful rare-level fighter and might have some special means of tracking people. He could catch up again later. He must take advantage of this gap to find the trapped Yuan Dongji and rescue her. Only if Yuan Dongji was saved could he and the others be saved. Otherwise, before rescue from the military district could arrive, they would probably all be found by the hunchback masked men one by one, and then either be killed or taken away. About half a minute later, Lin Zichen, who was rapidly swimming underwater, vaguely sensed Yuan Dongji's presence. He surfaced and looked in the direction from where the presence came. Immediately, what came into view was a gigantic tree cage hundreds of meters tall. Found it. A thought flickered in Lin Zichen's mind. He then immediately dove back underwater and swam as fast as he could towards the tree cage. About 10 seconds later, Lin Zichen swam a distance of over 1,000 meters and finally entered inside the tree cage. He quickly surfaced and saw Yuan Dongji, who usually held a commanding presence, now entangled in strange blood-red vines and suspended mid-air, completely unable to move and looking extremely wretched. Seeing this scene, his first thought was to issue a command to the blood-red vines wrapped around Yuan Dongji, unleash. Under the effect of Forest Lord, the blood-red vines around Yuan Dongji, upon hearing the command, unleash, from Lin Zichen, obediently loosened a bit. Due to Lin Zichen's low spiritual power, the vines only loosened slightly and were not as constricting as before. However, for Yuan Dongji, this was enough. In the moment when the blood-red vines slightly loosened, Yuan Dongji's chi blood erupted instantly, and with a fierce effort, she broke free from all the blood-red vines. She did not connect the sudden loosening of the vines to Lin Zichen, thinking it was due to her own struggling, and that she had finally broken free from the restraints of the blood-red vines. Principal Yuan. Seeing Yuan Dongji successfully escape, Lin Zichen shouted out to her. Yuan Dongji, following the voice, looked at him, her expression a bit surprised. How did you get here? When did you arrive? Like the hunchback masked man, she could not sense Lin Zichen, who was using natural camouflage. Lin Zichen explained, I was just being chased by the ninth elder of the divine plant cult. Relying on my excellent swimming ability, I escaped all the way here, and just happened to find you. He did not tell Yuan Dongji that it was he who had saved her and helped loosen the entanglement of the blood-red vines. Biological level could be revealed, spiritual power could also be revealed, but the ability to control vines must absolutely not be exposed. With disbelief on her face, Yuan Dongji said, You actually managed to evade the pursuit of the ninth elder of the divine plant cult. No sooner had she spoken than a series of loud whooshing sounds suddenly came from outside the tree cage. Buzz. 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 Yuan Dongji, upon hearing the noise, immediately spread her spiritual power to sense what was happening. When she sensed that the hunchback masked man was rapidly approaching the tree cage, her face changed slightly. The ninth elder of the divine plant cult is coming, let's go. After speaking, Yuan Dongji leapt into the water, grabbed Lin Zichen in her arms, and with her powerful swimming ability, fled with him underwater. SAR the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She knew she was no match for the hunchback masked man and was very clear that escaping with Lin Zichen was the right choice. P.S. Holding out my bowl, begging for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 287, 184. Dire situation. Single-handedly battling two rare-level fighters. Chapter 287, 184. Dire situation. Single-handedly battling two rare-level fighters. So fast. Lin Zichen was whisked through the water at breakneck speeds by Yuan Dongji, clearly feeling that Yuan Dongji's underwater speed was more than 10 times his own. In just a brief moment, they had surged hundreds of meters away. This directly left the pursuers wearing hunchback masks far behind, losing sight of them completely. It should be known that the mask wearers were rare-level fighters, and their overall strength was even stronger than Yuan Dongji's. However, at this very moment, when it came to velocity, the mask wearers couldn't compare with Yuan Dongji at all. The reason for this was terrain. On land, the mask wearers could crush Yuan Dongji in speed. Unfortunately, their current location was an ocean terrain, Yuan Dongji's absolute home ground. After more than 10 seconds, Yuan Dongji had taken Lin Zichen nearly 10,000 meters away. They moved from the deep water zone to the shallow water zone. They had completely shaken off the pursuit of the mask wearers. Splash, Yuan Dongji surfaced. She brought Lin Zichen up through the water, creating a huge splash on the surface, and then soaking wet, they landed on a towering giant tree. Normally, even at high speed, she could emerge as calm as a mirror with only a faint ripple. But now, her physical condition was terrible, unable to precisely control every part of her body. Earlier during the fierce battle with the mask wearers, she had overactivated the exotic beast gene within her body, leading to a tendentious mutation occurring and losing some control over it. That was the weakness of a genetic integrator. While relying on the exotic beast gene for extraordinary powers, they also risked the backlash of that exotic beast gene. "We're safe now," Yuan Dongji said with a somewhat pale face as she set Lin Zichen down. Lin Zichen leaned against the trunk in front of him, his face just as pale, feeling dizzy and nauseous. The former was due to discomfort from the backlash of the exotic beast gene. The latter was because the undercurrent speed had been too fast, exceeding the limits his body could withstand, causing his qi blood to go awry and leading to dizziness and nausea. "Xiao Chen!" An anxious voice called out. Lin Zichen took a moment to look in the direction of the voice and saw Shen Qinghan, whom he longed for, perched atop another towering giant tree. Besides, above Shen Qinghan, he saw over a dozen military mechanized beings, 2 armed helicopters, and 1 giant mech. The military rescue had arrived. No wonder Principal Yuan said they were safe now. The military rescue had finally come. Lin Zichen breathed a sigh of relief. Swoosh, a crisp sound of leaves and branches scraping against each other rose. Shen Qinghan, not knowing where she found it, swung over through tens of meters of distance with a sturdy vine. Lin Zichen reached out to catch her and held her tight in his arms. Soon, Lu Tianrong, Li Moyu, and others also swung over one after the other, clutching the vines. They were all dripping wet, evidently having emerged from the water not long ago. It was likely that they had just seen the military rescue and decided to stop fleeing underwater, instead climbing trees to wait for the military reinforcement. "Principal Yuan, are you all right?" Lu Tianrong approached Yuan Dongji, seeing her pale face, and couldn't help but respectfully express his concern. Yuan Dongji replied indifferently, "I'm fine." Then, she asked, "Why is it only you few? Where are the other special training students?" Lu Tianrong said with a guilty face, "We were attacked by a fox-eared girl earlier, and then we all got separated, and we haven't found anyone yet." "I see," Yuan Dongji nodded and asked no further. Separated meant separated, she did not care, as long as the 5 students from Shan University were not separated. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan stepped down from Lin Zichen's arms, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him and said, "Xiao Chen, I was really worried, afraid you would be kidnapped by the people from Divine Plant Cult. Can we not participate in these dangerous training sessions anymore?" cthnovelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Yeah, we won't participate anymore." Lin Zichen wiped her tears with his hand and nodded immediately without a second thought. He was not sure if he would participate in the future. But he knew Shen Qinghan needed to hear such an answer to soothe her right now. "Xiao Chen, are you hurt anywhere?" "Just some minor skin injuries, but they've all healed now." "Where were you hurt?" "Let me see." "They've already healed." "Even if they've healed, I still want to see," Shen Qinghan insisted. Lin Zichen, somewhat helplessly, extended a hand for her to inspect, saying, "My wrist was injured earlier, some skin was broken by the vine, but it has all healed now, you can't even tell it was injured." Shen Qinghan silently took Lin Zichen's hand and carefully examined his wrist to see if it had indeed healed. Lin Zichen let her inspect, looking up at the military reinforcements in the sky. Not one genetic integrator among them, all mechanical beings, along with 2 armed helicopters and a massive mech. After a quick scan, Lin Zichen's gaze soon settled on the only mech present. It was the Shanhai, previously seen in the military district, a behemoth standing 10 meters tall. The pilot who had been responsible for bringing the students from Shan University to the military district had done a simple introduction of this mech. It was named after Shanghai City, and its combat capabilities were said to match those of rare-level creatures. Hum, accompanied by the noise of anti-gravitational propulsion devices firing up. The Shanghai mech came alive. From the space in front of them, it moved slowly toward the towering tree where Lin Zichen was, hovering horizontally in front of Yuan Dongji. Seconds later, a compartment in the chest of the mech opened, revealing a mechanized human with most of his body metallized. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 288, 184, Desperate Situation. A lone battle against 2 rare-level fighters, _2 Chapter 288, 184. Desperate Situation. A lone battle against 2 rare-level fighters, _2 There was a man with a full beard. Principal Yuan, an hour ago we received your distress signal from the military district, saying that the ninth elder of the divine plant cult had led an attack on the special trainees, and that you had managed to intervene in time. What's the situation now? The men looked at Yuan Dongji and asked about the attack. Yuan Dongji did not answer the question, but instead coldly countered, you knew it was sent over an hour ago, so why did your military district take so long to get here? There was trouble in the military district. The men explained with a hint of apology. Some heretics who had been undercover for years in the military district suddenly acted up, preventing us from coming to your aid. Yuan Dongji frowned. What kind of heretics are capable of delaying you for so long? The men hesitated before replying in a low voice. You might find this hard to believe, but Deputy Commander Chen is a heretic planted inside the military district by the divine plant cult. The problem isn't resolved yet. Commander Yao is still facing off against Deputy Commander Chen in the military district, and the situation is at a standstill. It took me quite an effort to be able to pilot the Shanghai to come here for rescue. Deputy Commander Chen is a heretic. Upon hearing the man's words, Lu Tianrong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a deputy commander in the military district be a heretic of the divine plant cult? What was going on? And had the divine plant cult gone mad? Just to kidnap Lin Zichen, were they actually willing to pay such a high price, exposing a heretic who had worked up to the position of a deputy commander in the military district? Was it worth it? Was there some secret within the pure-blood human path? Did the divine plant cult go to all lengths to take Lin Zichen away, regardless of sacrificing a heretic who was a deputy commander? Lu Tianrong was filled with countless thoughts. On the other side, having explained why his rescue came so late, the man piloting the mecha asked again, Principal Yuan, what's the specific situation on your end now? Yuan Dongji still didn't answer, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Now that the battle is over, you come to provide support and still ask what the situation is. Is there any point? The man looked guilty and didn't know how to respond. Yuan Dongji didn't waste words with him and went straight to the point. The military district is still in chaos, we can't return yet. Lend us one of your armed helicopters, I need to take my students from Shan University back first. The men felt this was inappropriate. Principal Yuan, the trainees from Jing University, the Mech God Consortium, and our military district haven't been found yet. How about you join me in looking for them before we all leave together? If you are here, if the ninth elder of the divine plant cult shows up, I can easily take them down with your help. If you leave, should the ninth elder of the divine plant cult come, just this Shanghai mecha I'm piloting might have difficulty resisting. Search *the ovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yuan Dongji was unconvinced. You're overthinking it. The goal of the divine plant cult was to capture Lin Zichen. As long as Lin Zichen is gone, the other special trainees are safe. The man's face showed difficulty. That's easy to say, but better safe than sorry, Principal Yuan. Perhaps you should stay and work with me. As he finished speaking, there was a faint sound of something cutting through the air in the distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hearing this noise, Lin Zichen and Yuan Dongji immediately looked in the direction of the sound. The former with the help of Eyes of the Sky, and the latter with her high rare-level mental strength, saw the arrivals from a distance of over 1,000 meters. It was the hunchback man in a mask. He was rapidly jumping from one giant tree to another, heading straight in their direction. In just a moment, the hunchback man had jumped hundreds of meters, entering the field of view of everyone present. Principal Yuan, the ninth elder of the divine plant cult, is here. The man warned anxiously. He immediately closed the hatch and operated the mecha to enter combat mode. The other mechanically modified humans also turned toward the incoming hunchbacked man as if facing a formidable enemy. Yuan Dongji frowned deeply, looking at the rapidly approaching hunchbacked man, filled with puzzlement. Couldn't the ninth elder see such a huge mecha alone? How dared he approach so quickly? Wasn't he afraid of being ganged up on? You should know that the combat power of a mecha can rival that of a rare-level fighter. Where did the ninth elder of the divine plant cult get the confidence to face, alone, both a large mecha with rare-level strength and a rare-level fighter of the same class? As Yuan Dongji pondered this, her expression suddenly turned ghastly pale. Immediately, she grabbed Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan, the childhood sweethearts, and leaped into the water with them. Using both her chi blood and mental energy, she erupted with speed to escape the area as fast as possible. There's an undercover agent among the reinforcements. An agent working with the divine plant cult. Otherwise, why would the ninth elder of the divine plant cult dare to pursue them alone in the presence of military reinforcements? Was he insane, seeking his own death? It couldn't be insanity. The only possibility was that there were undercover agents of the divine plant cult among the reinforcements, ready to work with him. And this agent was most likely the man piloting the mecha. That man said so much just now, clearly stalling for time until the ninth elder arrived, and then to join forces in capturing Lin Zichen. While Yuan Dongji considered all these things, she led Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan through the water at full speed. She wanted to take Li Moyu and the others with her, but she simply couldn't carry so many people. Boom. 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 The second Yuan Dongji jumped into the water with the two, all the mechanically modified humans suspended in the air plunged into the water as well. Even the mechanically modified humans piloting the armed helicopters activated the autopilot mode and swiftly followed into the water. At the same time, the hunched-over masked men and the massive Shan University mecha, which were rapidly closing in from a distance, also rushed into the water one after another. The single purpose of their rapid dive into the water was to chase Yuan Dongji, who was fleeing with the two. More accurately, they were after Lin Zichen, who was being carried away by Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji realized that her belief in the presence of a divine plant cult undercover agent among the reinforcements was incorrect. Because it wasn't a case of reinforcements being infiltrated by the divine plant cult, but rather that the reinforcements were all covert operatives of the divine plant cult. What's happening here? In the trees, Lu Tianrong was utterly baffled. Just a moment ago, he thought the hunched-over masked man was courting death by pursuing them alone, surely doomed to be killed by the combined forces of Yuan Dongji and the mecha. But right after that thought, Yuan Dongji suddenly took Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan and fled into the water. Following that, the hunched-over masked men and all the military reinforcements also dived in. In just a brief moment, nearly everyone was gone. Only 4 people stood disheveled in the trees, utterly bewildered, not having processed what had happened. Could it be that all the reinforcements just now were from the divine plant cult? Lu Tianrong suddenly thought of this and was struck with a chilling fear, feeling utterly hopeless. Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, and Luo Yongjian, upon hearing him, were somewhat frightened. Lu Tianrong quickly came to his senses, turned to the 3 and said, "Let's go, we need to get out of here fast. In case things are as I suspect. We might get caught up in the ensuing battle if we stay here." No sooner had he spoken, a massive spray of water exploded hundreds of meters ahead of them. It was Yuan Dongji, emerging from the water with Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, shooting up at an incredible speed and bringing up a deluge of seawater. Then boom, boom resounded several times. All the mechanically modified humans who had followed Yuan Dongji into the water, the Shan University mecha, and the ninth elder of the divine plant cult, burst out of the water in an instant, surrounding Yuan Dongji on all sides. Confronted with the encirclement, Yuan Dongji looked horribly ashen. There was no escape. It was impossible to flee underwater. Every route was blocked by a net of bloody vines, there was no way out. Principal Yuan, it's not easy to evolve into a rare-level creature. There's no need for both sides to suffer. Hand over Lin Zichen to us, and we won't trouble you any further. The hunched-over masked man looked at Yuan Dongji and urged. Although the current situation was many against one, and their side had 2 rare-level combatants, if a rare-level fighter chose to fight to the death, it was very likely they could take down another fighter of the same rank with them. The hunched-over masked man didn't want to pay this price and hoped to complete the mission without injuries. P.S. Bowing for votes, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 289, 289, 185, Divine Punishment. Shen Qinghan's Outburst. Ninth Elder in Danger. Chapter 289, 185, Divine Punishment. Shen Qinghan's Outburst. Ninth Elder in Danger. Hand over Lin Zichen. Facing the hunchbacked man in the mask's demand, Yuan Dongji had no verbal response. Her way of responding to the hunchbacked maskman was to sacrifice her own blood, overstimulate the exotic beast gene in her body further, and increase her strength. Search *the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The moment her blood was devoured by the exotic beast gene, the degree of Yuan Dongji's transformation deepened instantaneously. Her brownish eyes rapidly dulled to yellow, the rounded lenses grew elongated, filled with an impressive aura. At the same time, the dragon horns atop her head grew by 7 parts, the scales on her body became wider and thicker, and a robust dragon tail grew behind her. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from a cold and aloof beauty to a woman full of beastly allure and dragon might. To save 2 outsiders with no blood relation, sacrificing her future and sealing her own potential, she's truly lost her mind. Watching Yuan Dongji's body undergo massive transformation, the hunchbacked man in the mask felt somewhat incomprehensible. Yuan Dongji severely overactivated the Jiaolong gene, causing a deep fusion with her main gene. If she couldn't suppress the Jiaolong gene in time, once it fully merged, she would only be able to coexist with the Jiaolong gene, leaving no room for other exotic beast genes. The limit of a Jiaolong would become her limit, with no possibility of evolving further. Seal her potential limit. Yuan Dongji, unimpressed, said, "My potential limit was sealed long ago, with my talent only supporting evolution up to the rare level under conventional methods." Her voice was very cold, colder than ever before. Her excessive transformation had reduced her humanity, with human emotions becoming fainter. In their place, her bestial nature grew increasingly intense. The hunchbacked man in the mask still preferred not to fight and continued to persuade. Talent is certainly important, but sometimes choice is even more crucial. The so-called evolutionary limit you speak of can be broken with sufficient evolutionary resources. For instance, your merged Jiaolong gene, although dragon is part of its name, it's not worthy of the title dragon, and of course the limit for someone who merges with the Jiaolong gene is low. If you were to merge with the true dragon gene, then breaking free from the rare level constraint and evolving into a higher epic level being would be a breeze. The hunchbacked man in the mask continued, "While your transformation isn't profound yet, I suggest you quickly suppress the exotic beast gene in your body and join the divine plant cult to embark on the right path. Once you join the divine plant cult, you'll have the opportunity to merge with the true dragon gene. Moreover, a place among the elders of the cult will assuredly be yours." The hunchbacked man in the mask sincerely invited Yuan Dongji to join the divine plant cult, wearing a smile throughout the whole process. The mechanically modified humans and mechas around were ready to act at any moment. Should Yuan Dongji make any sudden move, they wouldn't hesitate to open fire. Facing the invitation from the man in the mask, Yuan Dongji not only was unmoved but also felt a deep loathing for the heretical sect in her heart. She spread out her spiritual power, sensing the positioning of her enemies around her. Then, with a thought, her spiritual power surged instantly. The next moment, the calm sea beneath her feet suddenly rose with towering waves. The waves morphed into several dragons breaking through the water, opening their vast maws capable of swallowing the sun and moon, engulfing all the nearby enemies, crushing and grinding them frantically. This scene happened in the span of a lightning flash. None of the surrounding heretics could react in time to dodge, they were all directly swallowed by the dragons and dragged into the depths. "You two, get away quickly." After speaking, Yuan Dongji flung Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan away, letting the pair of childhood sweethearts leave the battlefield to avoid being affected by the ensuing battle's shockwaves. After catapulting the two over 100 meters away, Yuan Dongji didn't waste a second, immediately diving to the sea's bottom to pursue and eradicate the heretics of the divine plant cult. On the other side, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan also didn't dare to waste a second. The instant they hit the water, they began swimming away from the battlefield at high speed, without any pause. In just a moment, they had swum hundreds of meters away. Boom! A loud noise of water breaking sounded from behind. The hunchbacked man in the mask erupted from beneath the sea, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye upon the water, chasing after the fleeing Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. However, he had barely been chasing for 2 seconds, when boom, a shadow obscured the sun. A 100-meter dragon burst forth beneath his feet, snatching him up in a fierce bite and dragging him back down to the sea's bottom. Boom! Another great noise erupted. Following the sound, the hunchbacked man in the mask once again burst forth from the sea, swiftly moving across the water's surface, in hot pursuit of Lin Zichen who hadn't swum far away. Rising alongside him, atop a giant dragon, was Yuan Dongji, as well as the 10-meter-tall Shanhai armor. As for the mechanically modified humans previously swallowed by the dragon, at this point, they had been reduced to vast pieces of bloodied metal wreckage, doomed to remain in the dark depths of the sea forever. Whoosh! 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 The Shanghai armor, trailing at the rear, launched several sparking missiles from its back, aiming precisely at the ahead Yuan Dongji to stop her pursuit of the hunchback men in the mask. When Yuan Dongji sensed the incoming missiles, she neither dodged nor avoided, but instead controlled the giant dragon with a mere thought, intercepting all the missiles. Seeing the missiles ineffective, the men piloting the armor immediately adjusted the parallel frame to a standing position, steadily hovering above the sea surface. Then, the waist of the armor glowed with a blinding light, emitting terrifying heat. The next second, an energy beam nearly half a meter in radius violently burst forth from the armor's waist. Chapter 290, 185. Divine Punishment. Shen Qinghan's outburst. Ninth Elder in danger, _2 It pierced directly through the 100-meter dragon that blocked out the sun, ruthlessly bombing towards Yuan Dongji at the front. Yuan Dongji sensed the danger. She wanted to dodge, but her speed was simply not enough. She had barely made a dodging motion when her entire body was engulfed by the energy beam, suffering the horror of extreme temperatures eroding her. The energy beam continued for several seconds. During this time, the seawater below was being continuously evaporated, exposing a trench several meters deep. In the moment the light faded, Yuan Dongji reappeared in the mecha pilot's view, her body charred black, her clothes and hair all turned to ashes, emitting a burnt smell. Thanks to the scales shielding her, Yuan Dongji, whose clothes had been burnt away, did not reveal her body. She's only slightly injured. The men piloting the mecha had a face full of disbelief. The energy beam was the mecha's most powerful attack method. Yet Yuan Dongji was able to withstand an energy beam with her flesh and blood and not suffer serious injuries. Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This caused the men to feel fear. If one shot isn't enough, then take another. The men suppressed the fear in his heart and pressed the launch button for the energy beam once again. But this time, before the energy beam could be fired, the mecha was struck by a giant dragon that instantly materialized and was sunk deep into the seabed, being wildly torn and strangled. Metal parts from its exterior kept falling off. At the same time, another 100-meter dragon made of seawater instantly formed in front, knocking the hunchback masked figure pursuing Lin Zichen into the seabed. Yuan Dongji didn't follow into the seabed. She just hovered above the sea surface, controlling the 200-meter dragons remotely, continuously attacking the mecha and the hunchback masked figure at the sea bottom. During this time, Yuan Dongji, who had just been hit directly by the energy beam, was rapidly self-healing. The burned skin began to reform. New long hair started to grow from her bald head. Aside from the clothes that turned to ashes, all other damage healed back perfectly. Boom. Boom. Two explosive noises were heard from the sea surface in succession. The hunchback masked figure emerged from the seabed, covered in horrifying wounds, blood incessantly seeping out. The mecha broke through the water right after, its weapons almost completely damaged and unusable. Yuan Dongji, who had transformed into a dragon woman, was too powerful. Even facing two adversaries, she wasn't at a disadvantage at all. In fact, she held an absolute upper hand, completely suppressing both the hunchback masked figure and the mecha throughout. The hunchback masked figure looked ahead, sensing that Lin Zichen was swimming farther away, about to escape his perception range, and immediately erupted with all his chi blood, surging forward in the water at high speed. The moment he broke away, he did not forget to issue a deadly order to the men piloting the mecha behind him: self-destruct. Use the backup hidden energy source to self-destruct and delay Yuan Dongji. Otherwise, your whole family will die miserably. Hearing this cruel command that required sacrificing his life, the man's face was instantly draped in despair. He was still young, he didn't want to die. But he wanted even less for his wife and daughter to die. Without much hesitation, the man issued the command for the backup hidden energy source to self-destruct to the mecha and then piloted the mecha towards Yuan Dongji at the highest speed. Yuan Dongji saw this and immediately dived into the seabed to take emergency cover. However, before she managed to get into the water, she was already approached by the mecha. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded. The whole sea surface erupted with fire, a massive amount of water instantly vaporized. The surrounding towering trees turned into ash in the blink of an eye. Yuan Dongji, at the center of the explosion, was directly bombed into a critical state. The scales on her body had almost all shattered and fallen off. Her right arm was blown off halfway. 1/3 of her head was gone. The whole person lay on the sea surface full of fire, barely alive, completely incapacitated. However, as long as she still had a breath and enough energy, the living dead slug gene within her would keep repairing her wounds until she was fully healed. But time did not permit her to heal slowly. Because at this moment, the hunchback masked figure was chasing Lin Zichen at high speed. If she couldn't immediately go to stop him, then Lin Zichen was doomed to fall into the hands of the hunchback masked figure. She didn't hesitate at all in the face of the current situation. She sacrificed her essence blood immediately, feeding the living dead slug's genes within her body, accelerating the self-healing of her wounded body. Elsewhere, without Yuan Dongji's interference, the hunchbacked masked man quickly caught up with Lin Zichen. He was able to catch up, all thanks to Shen Qinghan, who slowed down Lin Zichen and exposed his location. Lin Zichen had natural camouflage to hide his presence, but Shen Qinghan did not. Under the sea, Lin Zichen sensed that the hunchbacked masked man had caught up. He didn't hesitate and immediately deactivated the natural camouflage biometric attribute, deciding to split up and swim away from Shen Qinghan, drawing the masked man's attention to himself. Shen Qinghan, afraid of causing more trouble for him, didn't dare to hesitate and quickly parted ways with him. Bang! 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 With a thought, the hunchbacked masked man controlled a large number of vines to shoot into the seabed. The vines under his control did not all pursue Lin Zichen. Instead, they split into two groups, part chasing the slippery Lin Zichen, and part going after the slower-swimming Shen Qinghan. It was just a moment. Shen Qinghan was entangled by several thick vines around her body, violently pulled out of the water, and suspended in the air above the ocean, unable to move. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, relied on his Forest Lord and Advanced Spirit biometric attributes to escape the vine's grasp several times, never getting caught. The hunchbacked masked man didn't even intend to capture him. After all, he had tried several times before and never succeeded. The hunchbacked masked man's real target was Shen Qinghan, who had always been with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, come out. If you don't come out, I'll kill her. Take her back to the divine plant cult to be publicly shamed and tortured to death. The hunchbacked masked man, realizing the unique relationship between Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, directly threatened him with Shen Qinghan's life. While shouting these words, he wrapped the vines tightly around Shen Qinghan's mouth to silence her. He didn't want to hear any idiotic words like, "Don't mind me, just run." He just wanted Lin Zichen to appear immediately and surrender without wasting time. Swoosh, faced with the threat, Lin Zichen was forced to reveal himself, immediately breaking through the water from the seabed, appearing right before the hunchbacked masked man. He looked calmly at the hunchbacked masked man and said, "I'll go with you, let her go." While uttering this sentence, his feelings were not as calm as he appeared. He was filled with regret. He had decided to flee with Shen Qinghan, believing Yuan Dongji could hold off the masked man and the mech. If he had known Yuan Dongji couldn't hold them off, he would never have fled with Shen Qinghan. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. Buzz. 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 The hunchbacked masked man shot out several blood-red vines, entangling Lin Zichen and pulling him out of the water. He then kept his word by immediately releasing the vines from Shen Qinghan, setting her free. As the personnel manager of the Divine Plant Cult, his mission was to bring Lin Zichen back to the cult, not to make an enemy of him. Given Lin Zichen's astonishing talent, once he became a member of the Divine Plant Cult, he would undoubtedly ascend to a high position soon. The hunchbacked masked man, with a clear mind, would not make an enemy of a Lin Zichen with such a bright future. "Kid, when you get to the Divine Plant Cult's headquarters and see the unmatched god of the Origin Land, you'll thank me for taking you away today." The hunchbacked masked man laughed, and without staying a moment longer, swiftly left with Lin Zichen from the forest turned into an ocean by the tsunami. Behind him, Shen Qinghan, seeing Lin Zichen being taken away by the hunchbacked masked man, frantically swam after them like mad, desperately chasing. But she couldn't catch up. The gap in biological level was too great. No matter how good she was in the water, she couldn't keep up with the pace of a rare-level fighter. Watching Lin Zichen's figure get farther and farther away, Shen Qinghan cried out in despair, "Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen!" Just as her tears wouldn't stop and her heart felt utterly hopeless, suddenly, an ancient and weathered murmuring sounded in her ears. God, offense, against God, divine retribution, in the moment when the murmuring ceased, and LT/. Chapter 291, 186, Water God. The ninth elder of the divine plant cult has fallen. What's happening? The moment the hunched masked person's face drastically changed, Lin Zichen also sensed the terrifying energy rushing up from below at a high speed. But, danger perception didn't alert. Without time to think further, the next second, the previously calm sea suddenly turned turbulent. In an instant, it whipped up a terrifying, sky-high tidal wave. It violently struck towards the hunched masked person above. The creation of the tidal wave was extremely fast, and it moved towards the hunched masked person even faster. Caught off guard, the hunched masked person was instantly engulfed by the tidal wave and dragged into the depths of the sea. Lin Zichen, who had been entangled by the masked person's vines, was also affected and swept away into the sea along with him. However, he didn't sink much before he felt a huge yet gentle pushing force on his body. Then he was no longer sinking, instead, he rapidly rose toward the sea surface. Splash, a crisp sound of breaking water resounded. Lin Zichen burst out of the water in an instant, pushed forward by the wave beneath him, surging hundreds of meters towards Shen Qinghan. Before he could figure out what was happening, he was already pushed back to Shen Qinghan's side. Almost at the same time, the wave beneath him disappeared in an instant. The sea became calm again, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Xiao Chen! Shen Qinghan cried and embraced Lin Zichen, her eyes so swollen from crying that large tears streamed down her cheeks non-stop. Seeing her cry so hard, Lin Zichen wanted to comfort her. But knowing it wasn't the time for comfort, he let her cry while he swam away from the area with her, all the while spreading his senses to gauge the situation. The terrifying tidal wave that appeared just now was too sudden. It surged up from below, charging towards the sky. It directly dragged the hunched masked person, whose biological level was as high as rare level, into the depths of the sea, vanishing without a trace. Was it Principal Yuan? Lin Zichen, while swimming quickly away from the area, constantly sensed and scrutinized his surroundings, searching for Yuan Dongji's figure. In his mind, only Yuan Dongji had the power to summon such a terrifying tidal wave. But after sensing for so long and looking around, he still hadn't spotted Yuan Dongji. It seemed that the tidal wave just now wasn't Yuan Dongji's doing. Lin Zichen felt puzzled by this. Right at that moment, he noticed that when Shen Qinghan's tears fell to the sea surface, a pair of tiny hands would rise up from the sea, palms up and join together, as if reverently catching Shen Qinghan's tears like accepting a sacred gift. The hands were baby-sized, made of water, and were quite incredible. Witnessing the scene before him, and then recalling how he had been pushed right to Shen Qinghan's side by the wave, Lin Zichen couldn't help but realize that the tidal wave might not have been caused by Yuan Dongji, but by his childhood sweetheart, Shen Qinghan. Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan had been inseparable from water since she was a child. As she grew up, she even heard strange voices from the sea several times. It seemed she had a deep connection with the ocean. So is she a water deity? A sea god? A spirit of water? Or what else? Lin Zichen's thoughts were racing. Boom. Suddenly, an explosive sound of something breaking the water surface echoed. Lin Zichen instinctively looked towards the sound. He saw the hunched masked person bursting out of the sea, covered in wounds and blood, looking extremely disheveled. Yuan Dongji, you forced my hand. The moment the hunched masked person emerged from the sea, he yelled. Without any hesitation, he immediately sacrificed a great amount of chi blood to feed the exotic beast gene inside his body, boosting his strength through overactivation of the exotic beast gene. He didn't see Yuan Dongji nor sense his presence. But this did not prevent him from concluding that Yuan Dongji was attacking him. Because among all the people present, no one besides Yuan Dongji could control such a terrifying tidal wave. Now, he was going all out just like Yuan Dongji. Sacrificing a great amount of chi blood to overactivate the exotic beast gene inside his body, significantly increasing his strength. to dispose of Yuan Dongji as quickly as possible and take Lin Zichen back to the divine plant cult before military reinforcements arrived. Soon, the hunched masked person's body began to undergo a transformation. His hair and skin turned dark green. His limbs twisted into vines, and 4 blood vessel-laden fleshy wings grew out of his back. In just the blink of an eye, he mutated from a human into an ugly, giant, wooden sprite. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Accompanied by a whistling sound, the hunched masked person's limbs stretched like rubber, turning into countless bizarre blood-red vines, shooting towards the sea surface below at lightning speed. Thud, thud, thud. A large number of vines shot into the sea, stirring up huge waves. The moment they hit the water, these vines turned into agile pythons, ensnaring all living creatures in their path on the seafloor, sucking their chi blood. The hunched masked person did not know exactly where Yuan Dongji was hiding, but he was certain that Yuan Dongji was concealed beneath this area of the sea. He planned to launch indiscriminate attacks on all creatures in this sea area, forcing the hidden Yuan Dongji to reveal himself. Today, he intended not only to take Lin Zichen but to kill Yuan Dongji as well. On the other side, seeing the hunched masked person had gone mad, with human nature gradually being replaced by the beast within, Lin Zichen didn't dare to linger for another second and immediately tried to take Shen Qinghan far away from this area. However, he had only just moved to swim away. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 292, 186. Water God. The 9th elder of the divine plant cult has fallen, _2 next second. The entire sea surface suddenly surged violently. Right after that, a giant water arm composed of the sea water shot up from the depths of the sea, instantly. It spread its palm wide enough to cover the sky and the sun. With the force of a great mountain pressing down, it furiously slapped down on the hunchbacked masked person. Boom. The hunchbacked masked person had no time to react and was directly slapped into the seabed, setting off a deafening noise. The power of this slap was extremely terrifying. The residual waves, from hundreds of meters away, shook Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan from the sea and threw them high into the sky. Just as the two were thrown to the highest point and about to start free-falling back into the sea, a giant water arm, composed of sea water, quickly shot up from below and gently caught the two with an outstretched palm as they were about to fall. Lin Zichen looked at the giant water arm below him, a rush of thoughts flooding his mind. It was also a giant arm. SEA the Nefire.et. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. When facing the hunchbacked masked person, it fiercely slapped down. But when facing him and Shen Qinghan, it was as tender as if holding a precious jewel in its palm. Could it be, this is Han Han's mysterious water-related superpower? Lin Zichen, feeling the giant water arm beneath him, thought of this possibility. Just then, Shen Qinghan suddenly moved closer to him, a bit frightened. Xiao Chen, what is this? Surrounding her body were numerous oddly shaped droplets of water. These droplets seemed to have life of their own, forming various symbols that looked like characters as they floated past her eyes. Seeing these water droplets lingering around her, Lin Zichen felt increasingly incredulous and quickly reassured her, "Don't be scared, this is probably a manifestation of that water-related superpower of yours." After saying this, he quickly asked, "Did you hear any strange sounds just now?" The strange sounds he referred to were those eerie murmurs Shen Qinghan had heard previously when she went into the sea. Shen Qinghan's eyes were still somewhat red. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Upon Lin Zichen's questioning, she raised her hand to wipe away her tears and belatedly remembered, "Yes, I heard something about offending a god, divine punishment," and then suddenly the sea swelled up with towering waves. Offending a god. Divine punishment. Lin Zichen looked seriously at the very familiar Shen Qinghan and speculated, could you really be a mythical being like a water god or sea god? Shen Qinghan shook her head. I don't know. Lin Zichen thought for a moment and asked, can you control this giant water arm? Shen Qinghan shook her head again. I can't. Lin Zichen fell into deep thought upon hearing this. This was the first time in his life he had encountered something so mysterious and unknown. Thump. Suddenly, a piece of the sea hundreds of meters away exploded with a splash that filled the sky. Lin Zichen looked up. The scene that met his eyes was the hunchbacked masked person bursting out from the sea floor, with a face full of horror, frantically trying to flee the area beneath him. But just less than a second after he surfaced, another giant water arm rose up from the water beneath him and firmly grasped the fleeing hunchbacked masked person. As the fingers exerted force, the trapped hunchbacked masked person immediately showed a pained expression, coughed up fresh blood, and his life force rapidly drained away. Principal Yuan, don't kill me. I am of great value to use alive, more useful than dead. I know many secrets that are unknown to others. Feeling the approach of death, the hunchbacked masked person's face was covered with a look of terror, and his survival instinct made him desperately plead aloud. Lin Zichen heard the pleading and knew that the hunchbacked masked person mistook Yuan Dongji for his attacker. Principal Yuan. Principal Yuan, do you know the truth about the death of your son and daughter in Origin Land? Spare my life, and I'll tell you the truth. The hunchbacked masked person continued to cough up blood while desperately yelling with an increasingly hoarse voice. But no matter how much he pleaded, there was never any response. Because Yuan Dongji wasn't there at all. At the moment, Yuan Dongji was still barely alive, floating in another part of the sea, waiting for the living dead slug Jean to repair her severely injured body. The truth about death. Hearing the hunchbacked masked person shout this, Lin Zichen felt a stir in his heart. Could there be more to the story? Did Lu Chuanwu and Yuan Dongji's children die because of someone's foul play? At that moment, the gigantic arm holding the hunchbacked mask quickly moved over, stopping in front of Lin Zichen. More precisely, it stopped in front of Shen Qinghan, who was beside him. The hunchbacked masked person had initially wanted to continue begging for mercy from Yuan Dongji, whose location was unknown. But the moment he opened his mouth, he saw the droplets of water swirling around Shen Qinghan, constantly changing shapes. Furthermore, considering Yuan Dongji had not appeared nor responded from the beginning to the end, he belatedly realized that those attacks he had suffered previously were not the handiwork of Yuan Dongji, but that of the girl before him. At this, his eyes widened in disbelief. You. It was you. Who exactly are you? Boom. Before the hunchbacked masked person could finish speaking, the gigantic hand gripping him suddenly exerted force, and in front of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, burst him into a mass of blood and water, staining much of the giant arm made of seawater red. Dead. Staring at the giant arm dyed red by fresh blood before him, Lin Zichen was somewhat stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected that a powerful rare-level creature would suddenly fall like this, with no sign at all before its death. Splash! After killing the hunchbacked masked person, the giant arm stained with blood quickly dissipated into a rain of bean-sized droplets, falling into the water one after another. Lin Zichen watched this scene unfold before him. It felt unreal. A rare-level creature had just died because of Shen Qinghan, powerless to retaliate. It was almost like a dream. Not long after, the giant arm supporting Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan also began to slowly turn into droplets and scattered back into the sea. The droplets revolving around Shen Qinghan also fell into the sea along with it. In just a few seconds, losing their buoyancy, the two quickly fell back into the sea, their faces showing a flicker of bewilderment as they looked at the calm and waveless sea surface in front of them. It was as if everything they had just experienced was all a dream. Lin Zichen didn't remain stunned for long. Seeing the blood water in front of him growing fainter, survival of the fittest started throbbing non-stop, urging him to absorb the blood water rich with the essence of life. After coming to his senses, he quickly swam towards the blood-stained water of the hunchbacked masked person, then deftly thought to himself, absorb. The next second, 4 notification messages popped up in the void. You have absorbed a large amount of the life essence of Wood Elf, Forest Lord, Strength plus 87%. You have absorbed a large amount of the life essence of 9-turned Soul Worm, Advanced Spirit, Strength plus 99%. Lin Zichen glanced at the content, feeling somewhat disappointed. A rare-level fighter had only fused 2 exotic beast genes. Wasn't that a bit too meager? As he was thinking this, a high-energy mass was rapidly approaching from 1,000 meters away in that body of water. This mass of energy was familiar. It was Yuan Dongji. A few seconds later, Yuan Dongji, her body covered in dragon scales, burst out of the water in front of the two. Her condition was not good, her body riddled with horrifying wounds. The living dead slug gene had the ability to heal various injuries, but the premise was that there was enough energy inside the body to enable it to work. And Yuan Dongji, at the moment, clearly didn't have sufficient energy within her body to heal her wounds. Is the 9th elder of the divine plant cult not here? While Yuan Dongji spread her spiritual power to sense the surroundings, she asked with a voice slightly weak. Without a second thought, Lin Zichen immediately responded, I don't know, I haven't seen him. Yuan Dongji was not an outsider. But he still chose to keep Shen Qinghan's secret. About the death of the hunchbacked masked person, he told no one, trusted no one. Yuan Dongji didn't ask any further. Seeing that the two of them were fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. Where the hunchbacked masked person was, didn't matter. What mattered was that the two top talents before her were unharmed. With that thought, Yuan Dongji wasted no time, immediately concentrated her thoughts, lifting the two out of the water from afar, and swiftly evacuated them from the coastal forest. P.S. I'm pleading here, asking for your monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Chapter 293, 187. Origin Land Fox Woman. Cultivation Cauldron. Within moments, Yuan Dongji had taken Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan away from the coastal forest. They arrived at a hill that was higher and not submerged by seawater. After setting the two of them down, Yuan Dongji immediately had a thought and conjured several blades of water to cut down all the plants within 100 meters, creating a large clearing. This was to facilitate the prompt detection of the area by the real reinforcements from the military district when they arrived. You two stay here and don't wander off. I'll go look for the others, Yuan Dongji said, leaving them with these words. With a light tap of his toes, he instantly soared 100 meters into the air, flying back towards the coastal forest to search for the scattered special trainees. Watching Yuan Dongji fly further and further away, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning. There are three types of people capable of flight. First, mechanically modified humans equipped with anti-airflow propulsion devices. Second, genetic integrators who have grown wings. Third, anyone with spiritual power strong enough to be considered rare level. For Lin Zichen to achieve flight, he could only become the third type of person, pushing his spiritual power to reach the rare level. With the reinforcement from the law of the jungle, he felt that this day would come very soon. In the future, he just needed to consume more exotic beast meat related to spiritual power. As Yuan Dongji gradually flew away, Lin Zichen soon withdrew his gaze. Looking around, he spotted a large, flat stone in front of him. So, he said to Shen Qinghan beside him, let's go sit over there. I'll use blood chi power to help dry your clothes and hair. Okay, Shen Qinghan agreed with a voice, and the two walked over to the stone and sat down. Lin Zichen skillfully released blood chi power to dry Shen Qinghan's hair and the clothes she was wearing. Take off your shoes and socks too, I'll help dry them. You help me take them off. Shen Qinghan extended her foot onto Lin Zichen's leg, her voice sounding a bit coquettish. Lin Zichen helped remove her shoes and socks, revealing a pair of delicate and fair feet. Her toes were plump like grapes, small and lovely. The bottom of her feet was pinkish white, revealing a healthy complexion exclusive to young girls. The skin was tender and smooth, very pleasant to the touch. The whole foot was graspable and particularly tempting. Without lingering on these tempting little feet, Lin Zichen picked up the shoes and socks and silently used blood chi power to dry them. Xiao Chen, my feet feel damp, dry them for me. As the shoes and socks became dry, Shen Qinghan stretched her foot towards Lin Zichen's hand. Without a word, Lin Zichen picked up her foot and released blood chi power to dry the moisture on it. Se the novel, F.ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It feels so warm and comfortable, Shen Qinghan's face beamed with pleasure. With her peach blossom eyes that still showed traces of tears, she spoke sweetly to Lin Zichen, Xiao Chen, will you warm my feet for me from now on? Lin Zichen smiled warmly, I will warm your feet every night before bed. Shen Qinghan felt very sweet inside, temporarily forgetting the day's negative emotions. Her mood gradually relaxed, no longer as heavy and oppressive. When Lin Zichen had almost been taken away by the hunched masked men from the divine plant cult, she had truly been terrified. Her heart was filled with fear and despair. Ever since she could remember, Lin Zichen had always been in her world, they had never been apart for a day. She found it hard to imagine how she would live without him. To say something very weak, she probably wouldn't be able to carry on. Fortunately, Lin Zichen had not been taken away by the hunched masked men in the end, and he was still by her side to continue accompanying her. Xiao Chen, Shen Qinghan, with her eyes shining with moisture, looked at Lin Zichen and said, How do you externalize your blood chi power? Teach me, so I can help warm your body before sleep. As Lin Zichen continued to warm her feet with his hand, emanating strands of blood chi power, he explained, it's easy to externalize blood chi power. There's no particular technique to speak of, it mostly depends on the strength of your blood chi. Your blood chi is too weak right now, only at the strength of a common sixth order. It's difficult to externalize. When it reaches the advanced first rank, it will naturally be able to externalize. It needs to be that high. Shen Qinghan felt a bit distressed. Currently, she was only at the common sixth order, 4 ranks away from advanced first rank. How long would it take for her to improve her blood chi strength to that level, so she could learn to externalize her blood chi power and warm Lin Zichen's body? 1 year. 2 years. Or even 2.5 years. Definitely, it wouldn't be a short time. It seemed that until her blood chi strength improved to advanced first rank, she could only repay Lin Zichen using the old method they used every day. Using the temperature difference between their internal and external bodies to warm him. To make him comfortable. To do a favor in return. More than 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongji returned with everyone in tow. One could say that the efficiency of a rare-level fighter's work was indeed high. Lin Zichen glanced at the people who had returned. He saw that several were injured, but they were only minor injuries, nothing serious. They must have been hurt during the previous tsunami. As Lin Zichen's gaze fell upon them, many avoided eye contact, feeling embarrassed to look him in the eye. When they were attacked by the fox-eared girl earlier, all of them had not hesitated to leave Lin Zichen behind, and now they felt awkward even looking at him. Though in that situation, to help was a matter of kindness, not to help was part of their duty, there was no obligation to do so. But even though that said, it's still hard to get over the emotional barrier. Now when they saw Lin Zichen again, they felt this embarrassment. Zichen, how did you manage to escape from that fox-eared girl? The severely injured Zhang Kai, who had lost a titanium mechanical leg, hobbled forward and curiously asked. He had not immediately abandoned Lin Zichen during the attack by the fox-eared girl. Chapter 294, 187. Origin Land Fox Woman. Cultivation Cauldron, _2 Only after Lin Zichen asked him to leave did he reluctantly make the rational choice to abandon Lin Zichen, prioritizing his own safety. Therefore, he didn't feel embarrassed to face Lin Zichen like the others did. When he asked this question, everyone else was all ears. They were also very curious about how Lin Zichen managed to escape from the fox-eared girl's grasp. After all, that fox-eared girl was so powerful that she had taken control of the instructor, Lu Tianrong, in an instant, terrifyingly strong. In the face of everyone's curiosity, Lin Zichen calmly said, I didn't escape, I drove her off. Ah. Drove her off. Hearing this answer, those who didn't know the full story all widened their eyes with disbelief. The fox-eared girl who could instantly control Lu Tianrong, whose biological level was as high as an advanced sixth order, was driven off by you, an ordinary individual. What a joke. Zhang Kai asked curiously, how did you drive the fox-eared girl off? Before Lin Zichen could explain, Lu Tianrong approached from nearby and said, that fox-eared girl's physique isn't strong, she just has outstanding spiritual power. At the beginning, when she was controlling me, she consumed too much spiritual power, which caused her strength to decline significantly. Then, Lin Zichen drove her off by taking advantage of his superior physical strength. The crowd listened and suddenly understood. So that's how it was. No wonder Lin Zichen was able to drive off the fox-eared girl. It turned out the fox-eared girl had run out of mana. A mage without mana is just like a gunwoman without her gun. Any healthy adult male could lethally strike her down with a physical advantage. On the other hand, Yuan Dongji found Lu Tianrong's explanation somewhat amusing after she heard it. She had seen the entire process of Lin Zichen's battle with the fox-eared girl. She knew that at that time, the fox-eared girl was full of spirit and had hardly expended any at all. Her inability to defeat Lin Zichen was purely because her spiritual power couldn't create a gap between them and Lin Zichen. About half an hour passed. Over the hills, a large military aircraft appeared. It was the true reinforcements from the military district. Moreover, it was the female officer Yao Heling who personally led the team. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally saved. The day's disaster was finally coming to an end. they could go home now. Soon, the aircraft's hatch opened. Yao Heling alighted with several mechanically modified humans and landed on the hill. "Commander Yao." Lu Tianrong greeted her respectfully. Yao Heling nodded her head without speaking and went straight to Yuan Dongji, asking, "Dongji, why has your mutation become so severe?" She was feigning ignorance, showing her concern for Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji said in a cool voice, "The military district support arrived too late, and there was a traitor who opened Shanghai number to join the ninth elder of the divine plant cult against me, forcing me to excessively activate the exotic beast gene in my body in order to take on both of them." This statement seemed to describe the situation, but in reality, it was an expression of dissatisfaction. The headquarters of Nanjiang Province's military district had invited so many talents to the special training camp, but they couldn't even guarantee the safety of the trainees. It was sheer incompetence. Incompetence to the point of being incomprehensible, leading to disappointment and anger. Yao Heling pretended not to notice Yuan Dongji's dissatisfaction and quickly took out a vial of the antidote, handing it over with an apologetic face. "This is the military district's newly developed top-grade anti-mutation reagent. Its effect is 10 times that of those available on the market. You look to be in a bad state now, you should inject one immediately." "I feel okay for now, I can inject it after returning." Yuan Dongji took the reagent and coldly stored it in her bosom. Yao Heling said nothing and quickly began organizing everyone to board the plane and leave to return to the military district. After boarding the aircraft, Yao Heling and Yuan Dongji sat in a partition close to 30 square meters in size, drinking hot tea brewed with spirit fruits, as they discussed matters in a serious mood. Yuan Dongji briefly recounted what had happened earlier in the coastal forest. She mentioned that the Shanghai number mech self-destructed, the ninth elder of the divine plant cult had disappeared without a trace, and the remaining heretics were all buried at the bottom of the sea. Additionally, she brought up the fox-eared girl who had attacked Lin Zichen. "Has a Vulpine woman appeared?" Yao Heling's brows furrowed, and her expression became grave. Vulpine women are intelligent creatures from the origin land. Their appearance on Earth means that there is a new biological channel, one beyond our monitoring. Previously, it was only suspected that a new biological channel had emerged. Now, there is no need for suspicion, the evidence is concrete. Thinking this, Yao Heling pondered, Vulpine women usually stay neutral, guarding their own territory and rarely interfacing with outsiders. How did one suddenly come to Earth uninvited? Yuan Dongji replied, "She came looking for a cultivation cauldron." Yao Heling became even more puzzled. She came to Earth to find a cultivation cauldron. In the origin land, geniuses, both in number and quality, far surpass those on Earth. Why would a Vulpine woman specifically come to Earth to find a cultivation cauldron? Are heretic beings not attractive? Or are various intelligent creatures favored by the heavens not strong enough? This made no sense. Yuan Dongji said indifferently, "I also find it strange, but that Vulpine woman genuinely came to Earth to find a cultivation cauldron, and she has taken a liking to Lin Zichen." Yao Heling was still puzzled. Although Lin Zichen is highly talented, there are countless more talented geniuses in the origin land. I can't understand why a Vulpine woman, popular there, would take an interest in him. Could it be that she was swayed by Lin Zichen's handsome looks and took a fancy to him? That's not it, it's not a whimsical fancy. She deliberately came from the origin land to Earth to find a cultivation cauldron. Even if she hadn't encountered Lin Zichen, she would have looked for another man on Earth. So what's the real reason behind this? Yao Heling was baffled and became increasingly puzzled the more she thought about it. Yuan Dongji guessed, maybe she just wanted to try something new. Can you even try something new with this? After saying this, Yao Heling continued, there's only one original Yin, and once it's gone, it's gone. It doesn't seem likely that a Vulpine woman would give hers away just for a taste of something new. Yuan Dongji disagreed. Hard to say, the world is full of wonders. Perhaps some Vulpine women don't care about their original Yin and like to seek novelty. That's what she said, but in her heart, she thought differently. In terms of Qi blood, Lin Zichen was capable of killing, without any injury, a heavily wounded higher 6th order adversary with just an ordinary 9th rank body. Regarding spiritual power, Lin Zichen could resist the illusion technique attacks of a same rank Vulpine woman. Such astonishing talent was elite even in the origin land. Plus, his looks were exceptionally good. It was completely normal for the Vulpine girl to fancy him and to choose him as her cultivation cauldron. As for why the Vulpine girl came to Earth, Yuan Dongji guessed that she did not specifically come to Earth to look for a cauldron but was driven by curiosity to experience Earth for herself. Then, during the process of satisfying her curiosity, she learned about Lin Zichen from the divine plant cult and thought he suited her, was to her liking, and casually chose him as her cultivation cauldron. Yuan Dongji's speculation was quite logical. But unfortunately, she was wrong. Because the Vulpine girl had indeed come to Earth specifically to find a cultivation cauldron. Her father was an Earthling, who, after deceiving her mother for money and pleasure and impregnating her, vanished without a trace, never to be heard from again. Yet even so, her mother harbored an unfading obsession with her father, refusing other male creatures despite being manipulated emotionally and abandoned. He was irreplaceable. Her mother would even tell her daily how wonderful her father, who left at the drop of a hat, was. Although irresponsible, he was indeed very charming. Under her mother's influence, she grew up curious about Earthmen. Search the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She thought about finding an Earthman as her cultivation cauldron in the future to see what was so good about them that made her mother constantly pine for him. How is the military area now? After discussing the topic of the Vulpine woman, Yuan Dongji shifted the conversation to this matter. Yao Helling took a sip of tea and smiled, completely suppressed. Including those you dealt with, a total of 47 heretics embedded for years have been rooted out. It's almost a complete purge of the heretics within the entire military area, a vast haul. A vast haul. Yuan Dongji thought this phrase sounded odd. Seeing the smile that remained on Yao Helling's face, she keenly sensed something off. Her face suddenly turned cold as she said, "Don't tell me that this military training exercise was a setup by the military area to cleanse the heretics, using the trainees as bait for a fishing law enforcement operation." The female officer's face subtly changed upon hearing this, but it was fleeting, and she quickly furrowed her brows and said, "You can eat messy, but you must not talk nonsense." Yuan Dongji's face remained stern, her voice icy and unemotional. "Yao Helling, I hope I've misunderstood today's event, otherwise, I will not let you off the hook. P.S. Asking for monthly and recommendation tickets." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 295, 188. Relying on the mountains. No more hiding clumsiness. Decide to show the real strength. Military aircraft are incredibly fast, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the military district and landed. Apart from the 5 special trainees from the military district, the other trainees got off the plane and went back to the dormitory to pack their bags, ready to head back home today. The special training camp had experienced such a serious mishap that it could no longer continue and had to be prematurely ended. After packing his bags, Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan made their way toward the airport. They had arrived by military helicopter, and they would return the same way. The two were descending the stairs and were about to reach the ground floor when they encountered Shang Guanyueying, who was going up the stairs. Seeing the two of them carrying luggage, Shang Guanyueying smiled and said, "You just got off the plane not long ago, and you've already finished packing your bags so quickly." Lin Zichen smiled and replied, "The sooner we pack, the sooner we can go back." Indeed. As she spoke, Shang Guanyueying took out her phone from her pocket and said with a smile, "It's fate that we could participate in the military district special training together and even be assigned to the same team during the enrollment assessment. Why don't we add each other on WeChat?" Sure, see thnafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chen Qinghan was happy to do so, taking out her phone to add Shang Guanyueying on WeChat. After adding Chen Qinghan, Shang Guanyueying looked at Lin Zichen with a sweet smile and said, "Let's also add each other as friends." Lin Zichen politely declined with a smile, "I barely post updates on my moments and seldom look at WeChat. If you need to find me, you can just contact Han Han, as she and I are almost always together." "That's fine too." Shang Guanyueying smiled, feeling a bit disappointed inside. It didn't matter whether she added Chen Qinghan or not, but she truly wanted to add Lin Zichen. She had never seen such a handsome top-tier genius growing up. She wanted to add Lin Zichen on WeChat, to see if there was any chance he'd become single. The moment he did, she planned to make her move to win him over immediately. Unfortunately, now she couldn't even add him on WeChat, which left her without even the chance to chat, making her feel a bit upset. After a brief chat, Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan left the dormitory building quickly and walked toward the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, they found the respective military helicopter. The two efficiently boarded, stowing their luggage cases properly. It wasn't long before Li Moyu and the others arrived. Once everyone was assembled, the military helicopter steadily ascended into the sky and flew towards Shanghai University. About 2 hours later, the military helicopter reached Shanghai University, hovering over the rooftop of the administrative building. Yuan Dongji took a moment, escorting the 5 students down from the helicopter. They floated gently to the ground. After getting off the helicopter, Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian didn't linger, pulling their luggage and heading toward the school gate. It was still winter break, and both of them were staying at home. They had already contacted their families to pick them up from the school while they were still in the military district. Their families were waiting at the school's entrance now. Ma Shiwei also quickly departed, as her home was in the school and it was only a short walk away. As for Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan, they were taken to the principal's office by Yuan Dongji, who said she needed to talk to Lin Zichen. Inside the principal's office, Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan sat on the sofa in front of the tea table, the former looking at his phone, while the latter carefully brewed tea. Yuan Dongji took out the special anti-exoticization reagent provided by Yao Helling and set it down at her desk. Then she injected herself with a standard anti-exoticization reagent. As the reagent was administered, Yuan Dongji's physical condition visibly improved at a noticeable rate. After a short pause, Yuan Dongji got up, sat down opposite Lin Zichen, and said, "When you showed overwhelming talent during the enrollment assessment, I knew the people from the Divine Plant Cult would definitely make a move against you. So, when you boarded the military bus for the field training, I followed in secret." After saying this, Yuan Dongji picked up a cup of tea Chen Qinghan had poured and took a small sip. She continued, "Even though I guessed that the Divine Plant Cult's agents would likely target you, I didn't inform anyone in the military district to follow and protect you in secret. Do you know why?" Lin Zichen thought for a moment and said, "Because there are traitors in the military district who can't be trusted." "You're right," Yuan Dongji said with a look of approval. She soon put down her teacup, her expression growing serious. "The traitors on Earth are much more numerous than you imagine. Most of these traitors, when they're not on a mission, look just like ordinary people. They could be your teachers, your close friends, or even your lovers. Those who can infiltrate human society for many years without being exposed typically only have one task to fulfill in their lifetime. Until that task needs to be completed, they are good people. Only when it's time to fulfill their mission will they show their true colors. It's like that Deputy Commander Chen from the military district. If the Divine Plant Cult hadn't planned to capture you, he might never have been exposed. What I'm trying to tell you is, when you face danger, never blindly trust anyone around you." Lin Zichen nodded. "I understand, thank you, Principal Yuan, for the reminder." He wasn't worried in the slightest about Yuan Dongji's warning. With his danger perception, he could clearly sense the malevolence of other living beings, so the likelihood of being stabbed in the back by someone close to him was slim. "By the way, Principal Yuan, what exactly is the Divine Plant Cult?" Lin Zichen asked curiously. In just half a year, he had been attacked by the Divine Plant Cult twice. This was not something he could ignore. Yuan Dongji spoke unhurriedly. "The Divine Plant Cult is currently the oldest known heretical sect, existing even before exotic beasts appeared. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Chapter 296, 188. Relying on the Mountains. No more hiding clumsiness. Decided to show the real strength. _2 To be more accurate, the reason why exotic beasts appear on Earth is all because of the Divine Plant Cult's doing. It's the Divine Plant Cult that uses special means to connect Earth with the origin land, regularly transporting exotic beasts from the origin land to Earth. As for the purpose of transporting these exotic beasts, it's still unknown. Not only do we not know, but many high-ranking elders of the Divine Plant Cult themselves are also unaware. Almost no one knows why the Divine Plant Cult would do such a thing. Additionally, many of the smaller heretical sects were basically supported and raised by the Divine Plant Cult. For example, the Rat God cult that suddenly appeared in Shanghai City a few years ago. You and Qinghan are both locals from Shanghai, so you should be familiar with the Rat God cult. My understanding of the Divine Plant Cult is about this much. I'm not too clear on anything beyond that. After listening to Yuan Dongji's introduction to the Divine Plant Cult, Lin Zichen was very surprised. He had always thought the divine plant cult was just a slightly larger heretical sect. It was unexpected that the divine plant cult was actually the oldest heretical sect on Earth and the big brother of other heretical sections. This was indeed a bit surprising. Principal Yuan, do you know what biological level the ninth elder of the divine plant cult has? Lin Zichen thought back to the hunched individual in the mask who had tried to capture him in the coastal forest and was curious about this person's biological level. That was the strongest enemy he had ever faced. If it hadn't been for the boost from various biometric attributes like confluence of waters, nature's camouflage, advanced spirit, forest lord, as well as Shen Qinghan's mysterious water-based superpower, he would have been taken by the masked figure back to the divine plant cult by now. Yuan Dongji picked up her teacup and took a sip, her voice completely composed as she said, regarding the biological level of the ninth elder of the divine plant cult, I don't know. For high-ranking fighters, their biological level is an extremely private secret. Unless the person themselves disclose it, it's very difficult for others to know. It can only be judged through combat. Or, a few powerful individuals with special probing methods might be able to find out. Yuan Dongji put down her teacup and said, my biological level is at rare tier 3, you can use my encounter with him as a reference. Rare tier 3, huh? That's really high. Thank goodness the divine plant cult wanted to capture me rather than kill me. Otherwise, I probably would have been done for by now. Lin Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, Yuan Dongji across from him cautioned, regarding my biological level, it's best that the two of you keep it to yourselves and not spread it around, understood? Shen Qinghan nodded obediently, I understand, master. Lin Zichen, don't worry, Principal Yuan, I won't tell a soul. Yuan Dongji picked up her teacup, finishing the last half of the tea inside. Then she turned to Lin Zichen, and slowly began the night's main topic, Zichen, I saw the whole process of you single-handedly killing a high-level 6th-order fighter without a scratch. I was intending to step in and help you, but then you just killed him outright. I was truly shocked by you at that moment. To think that with the body of an ordinary 9th rank, you single-handedly killed a high-level 6th-order fighter without injury, the world must be going mad. While saying this, disbelief was written all over Yuan Dongji's face. She had been a teacher at Shan University for decades and had never seen such a talented genius with such exaggerated abilities. The most talented student in the history of Shan University only had the strength comparable to a high-level 5th rank by the time of their senior year graduation. And Lin Zichen, while still in his freshman year, was able to single-handedly kill a high-level 6th-order fighter without injury. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Zichen had guessed that Yuan Dongji might have witnessed his battle with the masked men. But still, as Yuan Dongji said it outright, his heart skipped a beat. The strength he had hidden for so long had been exposed. Thinking this, he corrected her, Principal Yuan, it wasn't high-level 6th order, the man was severely injured, and his strength had fallen to just a high-level 4th rank. Yuan Dongji was somewhat impressed, you're really too cautious for your own good, always afraid that others will realize how strong you are, always hiding your skills. Lin Zichen explained, Principal Yuan, I really wasn't hiding anything this time, the man's level after being injured was just high-level 4th rank. Plus, there was an element of surprise attack. Strictly speaking, my strength is at most equivalent to a high-level 3rd rank. He could accept being underestimated, but being overestimated was something he couldn't abide by. Being underestimated allowed him to launch surprise attacks. Conversely, being overestimated could bring about disaster. Just like the attack by the divine plant cult. It was because the masked man underestimated his strength that he was able to ambush and take him down without injury. If the masked man overestimated his strength and went all out from the start, he probably wouldn't have stood a chance. Yuan Dongji said indifferently, I know you don't have the strength of a high-level 6th rank, and when I say you're hiding your skills, I'm referring to your usual performance. Actually, hiding one's skills is a good habit, but that's for the powerful. As for you, you're still a student, in the fastest stage of evolution, in dire need of acquiring evolution resources to accelerate your growth. Hiding your skills excessively will only result in fewer resources for evolution and slow down your pace of evolution. Yuan Dongji continued, of course, I understand why you hide your skills. It's simply a lack of security, worrying about being targeted by those with ulterior motives. But on the other hand, if you show enough talent, you can also get greater protection. Worrying about being targeted by those with ulterior motives is somewhat overthinking it. I can't guarantee for other countries, but here in Jiuzhou, the protection for geniuses is the greatest in the world. Listening to Yuan Dongji, Lin Zichen couldn't help but laugh to himself. The greatest protection for geniuses in the world? I was just attacked by the divine plant cult, and it happened while I was participating in a military special training. Is this what you call the greatest in the world? Honestly, it's a bit of a joke. Yuan Dongji was unaware of Lin Zichen's inner mockery and continued, as a citizen of Jiuzhou, you can freely showcase your skills without too many concerns. In your current situation, whether you show your moves or not isn't important anymore. Based on your performance in the special training camp and the divine plant cult's level of interest in you, it's likely you'll soon draw the attention of the higher-ups in our country. It shouldn't take long before some influential figures will come to find you. Yuan Dongji then said, the big shots in our country like to place their bets. When the time comes and a big shot comes looking for you, you can use that as an opportunity to find a powerful backer. Make sure to show your strong talent without reservation to win favor from influential figures, to gain greater protection and more evolution resources. Concerned that Lin Zichen might have reservations, Yuan Dongji added with emphasis, Zichen, you've already been targeted by the divine plant cult. Hiding your skills has lost its meaning. Take my advice, show your talent and find a strong backer, it's the right choice. Lin Zichen nodded, I know what to do. He thought Yuan Dongji was right. He was already being targeted by the divine plant cult, so whether he hid his abilities or not wouldn't change the fact that he might be attacked by heretics in the future. Rather than that, it would be better to show his talent openly to seek protection and resources. Of course, he couldn't show everything. Just demonstrating his chi blood and spirit strength would be enough. It's best not to show his biometric attributes. Especially, survival of the fittest. The effects of this biometric attribute were too advanced and could bring about a deadly disaster. Not just from the heretics, but it might also come from up high. The innocent are blameless, it is the possession of the jade that brings guilt, a truth that never changes. Thinking this, Lin Zichen looked at Yuan Dongji with some curiosity. Principal Yuan, the influential figures you mentioned placing their bets, how influential are they? Yuan Dongji's response was as calm as a still well, the most powerful figures in Jiuzhou country, legendary-level strong persons. Legendary-level strong persons. Lin Zichen was surprised by this, and an anticipation began to stir within him. So far, the strongest people he had encountered in real life were Yuan Dongji and the hunchbacked masked man. Both were rare-level fighters. The former could control the seas, and the latter could control the forests. They were akin to terrestrial immortals from myths and legends. Stronger than them were the epic-level powerhouses, who could withstand nuclear bombs. So how exaggerated must the existence of legendary-level strong persons be? CTHNovelFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the NovelFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 297, 189, I'm pregnant. Hope it's a daughter. Xiaochen spent over an hour in Yuan Dongji's office, discussing a lot about the divine plant cult and significant domestic figures. It was almost 10 p.m. when he and Shen Qinghan, each dragging their luggage, headed home. The campus was quiet and serene during winter break at 10 at night. Walking along the campus roads, there were hardly any students to be seen. The only thing present was the intermittent evening breeze. It brought a slight chill when it brushed across the face, which felt rather pleasant. Xiaochen, the school is so quiet, nothing like its usual bustle, Shen Qinghan remarked. It's normal, it's still winter break, and students have gone home for the new year, Xiaochen replied. If it were summer vacation, many students might choose to stay on campus to study or take on tasks for credits. But during winter break, which was shorter and included the spring festival, very few students stayed. Xiaochen, I've slept by myself during this half-month of special training, and it feels so unfamiliar. Can I sleep over at your place tonight? Shen Qinghan asked. Then come over and sleep at mine, Xiaochen said. That's settled then. After I've eaten and taken a bath at home, I'll head your way, Shen Qinghan declared. All right, before bedtime, I'll release my blood chi power to warm your feet, Xiaochen offered. As they continued their conversation, they strolled leisurely, soon arriving at their respective homes. Xiaochen took out his keys to open the door and entered the house, dragging his luggage in. All the lights in the house were off. Only the writing room was lit. Standing in the entrance hallway, he could clearly hear the sounds of keyboard typing from the writing room. Search *the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Despite having a son so capable that the family had no shortage of money, the couple was still writing novels late into the night as before. It could only be described as true passion. He changed into slippers. He wheeled his luggage into his room and put it away. Xiaochen approached the door of the writing room and gently knocked. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Lin Yanqing's puzzled voice came from the writing room. Is the son back?" Immediately afterward, the door opened, and Lin Yanqing and Zhang Wanqin walked out. Seeing the Xiaochen standing at the door, Lin Yanqing asked in bewilderment, "Didn't you say you were going for a month of special training? How come you're back in just half a month?" Xiaochen replied, "The special training finished early." Upon hearing this, Lin Yanqing immediately frowned. "Did something happen?" "No, nothing like that. This batch of trainees was quite outstanding, and they reached the training goals early, so we came back ahead of schedule," Xiaochen explained, giving the reason he had thought up beforehand. Lin Yanqing looked surprised. "There's such a practice?" Zhang Wanqin, on the other hand, wasn't as curious. Her concern was apparent. She said to Xiaochen, "How could you come back early without calling home? I could have prepared something delicious for you." "I mainly wanted to surprise you guys," Xiaochen admitted. "More like a scare," Zhang Wanqin complained without much temper. "Coming back without a sound in the middle of the night, someone might have thought there was a burglar." "Mom, you're thinking too much. You live in the faculty residence at Shanghai University, where security is tight. Even if the burglars could fly, they couldn't get into our home," Xiaochen joked. "It's so late, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? What do you want to eat?" "I'll go make it now," Zhang Wanqin offered. "Just stir-fried rice vermicelli is fine," Xiaochen responded. "How can you only eat stir-fried vermicelli? You should eat well at home," Zhang Wanqin insisted before heading to the refrigerator, saying, "How about this, I'll make you a cucumber salad, tomato and egg stir-fry, soy sauce chicken, and bitter melon soup with dragon bones. And steam some exotic beast meat as well," Xiaochen added. "President Liu from your research institute brought us several pounds of ice crystal shrimp yesterday, which are currently frozen in the fridge, just right for steaming for you to eat now," Zhang Wanqin said. These were dishes that Xiaochen usually enjoyed. Luckily, the ingredients were available in the fridge. By almost 11 p.m., dinner was ready. 4 dishes and 1 soup. The family of 3 sat together to eat. The couple, having already had dinner, treated the meal as a late-night snack. "Here, try this ice crystal shrimp," Zhang Wanqin said while placing a shrimp in Xiaochen's bowl, looking affectionately. "Don't be fooled by it being frozen, it still tastes fresh and even sweeter than regular live shrimp." "Thanks, Mom," Xiaochen appreciated. "By the way, Han Han hasn't eaten yet, either. Go call her over to join us," Zhang Wanqin suggested. "No need, Mom, she's eating at her place right now. She sent me a bunch of food photos on WeChat. She also made a big dish of ice crystal shrimp and told me to come over and eat with her," Xiaochen explained while eating his shrimp. Lin Yanqing, peeling his own shrimp, said leisurely, "Wanqin, don't keep inviting Han Han over here. She has her own parents too. You always coax her to come here, but Su Meng and Chen Jianye are definitely not going to be happy about it. Especially now, right after she's gotten home. Su Meng and Chen Jianye must be missing her terribly after half a month without her. If you were to call her over now, they might want to give you a piece of their minds." "Yes, I hadn't thought that through," Zhang Wanqin admitted, rarely acknowledging that her husband had a point. After all, no matter how much she treated Han Han like her own daughter, she wasn't her actual mother. Her best friend Su Meng was. Constantly summoning Han Han to their home, she indeed had been neglecting the feelings of Chen Jianye and Su Meng. Well, she'd have to be more considerate in the future, as Zhang Wanqin reflected. She put another ice shrimp in Xiaochen's bowl and cheerfully announced, "Xiaochen, Mom has some great news to tell you." "What good news?" "You're going to have a little brother or sister." "What?" Xiaochen was momentarily stunned, taking a bit of time to process the news. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.